Chapter 621 The Fifth Moshar's Slate. The Dragon Lich opened the other end of the random door, at the entrance of the Blackstone Tower. This place was completely destroyed by the Balrog slaves. The Black Dragon Legion did not leave anyone to guard this place without any fortifications. Therefore, when the Alliance army appeared here there was no attack, and the officers could calmly command the soldiers to form formations. Thetis, I need to use your power next. Leo pinched Thetis's nose lovingly, and the little girl giggled and lifted Akumiel, who was lying on her shoulders. Akumiel's 3 heads kept shaking around, and the poor 3-headed sea snake whose neck was being twisted by Thetis was protesting in this way. Who can recognize Akumiel as a beast demigod with his current appearance? Giving the 3-headed sea snake a sympathetic look, Leo said to Thetis, the impact on Akumiel at the entrance to the molten core was too great. The water demigod's strength dropped too much in a place filled with fire elements. So I didn't let you take action. But it's much better here in Blackrock Tower. Let Akumiel show off. The beast demigod has his own pride. Normally, Leo would not even think about wanting Akumiel to do things according to his wishes. But it is different now. In order to get rid of the dilemma of being ravaged by a little girl like Thetis, Akumiel, don't hesitate to contribute your own efforts to capture Blackstone Mountain. Although it is tiring to find fault with the Black Dragon Legion, it is better to be a little tired than to be bullied by an underage girl. Akumiel has infinite resentment in his heart. He really doesn't understand why the Great Elun wanted him to become the pet of a little elf girl. Thetis, a little girl, has no respect for himself as a demigod. In the eyes of this little girl, she is just a pet to play with. A powerful demigod has fallen into such a miserable state. What has happened to this world? Leo can't control Akumiel's thoughts. He only needs to know that this beast demigod and Varian Bolvar are the arrowheads, and Scarlet, Sargas, Bettina and him are the assistants, and the Alliance's army just break through the Blackstone Tower and enter the Blackwing Lair in the shortest possible time. Sylph stood beside Thetis and watched as the little girl followed Leo's wishes and sent Akumiel out. The female night elf thief gave Leo an unfriendly look and then disappeared. In her heart, Thetis' safety is more important than capturing Blackstone Mountain and destroying the Black Dragon Legion and the Balrog slaves. Without Akumiel by her side, it would be very dangerous for a little girl with her strength in this battle. I will protect her. Leo quietly conveyed the message to Sylph with his mental fluctuations. Dragonako stood behind Thetis after Akumiel left. In addition, Leo himself was by Thetis' side again. The little girl's safety was no need to worry. Sylph was worried about leaving Thetis' safety to someone else. Although she knew that Leo was very powerful, Sylph would not be at ease if she wasn't doing it herself. So she ignored Leo and went on to do her own thing. Shrugging, Leo could only express his helplessness. Sylph had always been indifferent to him, and he had long been used to it. If other people were indifferent to him, Leo would really be too lazy to pay attention to him. But Sylph had saved him after all. It was impossible for Leo to ignore her. But fortunately, there was a battle to focus on, so it wouldn't make Leo too embarrassed. It is not difficult to attack the Blackstone Tower that has just been destroyed by the Balrog slaves. In fact, even without Exodus and the Black Dragon Legion's Fire Alliance army, it is not difficult to attack the Blackstone Tower because they have a powerful beast demigod serve as vanguards. Don't look at Akumiel's miserable appearance in front of Thetis. In fact, the little girl's nonsense can't possibly cause any harm to this beast demigod. Strong demigods don't say nice things. The peak power that represents the highest realm of the mortal world is enough to destroy everything in front of them. Crush! Pure crushing! As the arrowhead who attacked the Blackrock Spire Alliance army, Akumiel revealed his true form and used his huge size to kill directly. He didn't cast a single spell and relied solely on the power of his body to crush all obstacles in his way into powder. Blackstone orcs, Black Dragon Inn, dragon beasts, young dragons, none of them could stop Akumiel's footsteps at all. The power of the demigod was astonishing. Varian found that it was too easy for him. He only needed to rush behind Akumiel, and he casually dismissed 1 or 2 fish that slipped through the net. Varian, who was rushing in front of the entire Alliance army, was so relaxed, not to mention Leo, who stayed behind. From the beginning of the attack to now, Leo was just like strolling in his own back garden in Blackstone Tower. It really shouldn't be too comfortable. As the team marched, Haraz's figure quietly appeared beside Leo, and the Lynx priest held a stone tablet engraved with strange words. Master, what you are looking for has been found. I have dealt with the troll guarding this stone slab. After hearing this, Leo checked it out and found out that there was a message that he had ignored. which was the prompt to kill the Shadow Hunter Valgas. Well done. Haraz. Leo's movements on his hands were not slow as he spoke. The fact that the Lynx priest Haraz did not appear before was not because Leo was conserving his strength, but because he had another mission for him. Now that he has come to Blackstone Mountain, there is something here that Leo will not let go of. The thing that Leo took a fancy to, and sent his subordinates to steal, was this stone slab. Even though the stone slab didn't look good, the content on it was very impressive. This slate is the 5th Mozara's slate. Troll legend states that the Mozara tablets are 4. But few know that the true number of Mozara tablets is actually 6. Why Leo can safely ask Valjean to hand over the 4 stone tablets to Jindo is not only because the witch doctors of the Dark Spear tribe can distinguish whether the information given by Valjean is true or false. But the biggest reason is also in the 5th and 6th. On a stone slab, there are 6 Mozala tablets in total, and Jindu only has 4. The information in his hand is naturally incomplete. Even if Jindu has any ideas, he can only start taking action after deducing the content recorded on the tablet and completing it. But Leo and the others don't need to. With complete information in hand, he only needs to ask the witch doctor of the Dark Spear tribe to translate the last 2 stone tablets. Jindu had to use up his brain cells to slowly deduce. Leo and the others only needed to ask the witch doctor to translate. It would be obvious who was faster and who was easier. Poor Jindu thought he had taken advantage of Leo, but he didn't know that he was being used by the other party from the beginning. This is the consequence of information asymmetry. Leo has a lot of information in his mind about this world that outsiders don't know. This information gives him an advantage. Just like the reborn people, they can quickly achieve something by relying on information that others don't know. What is that? Thetis was very curious. And the little girl was very interested in the slate that Leo put away. In her memory, anything that made Leo put away so quickly were all good things. Shaking his head in amusement, Leo stretched out his hand to ruffle Thetis's hair. Under the little girl's protesting gaze, Leo whispered, "The troll's 5th Mozara's slate." "Oh!" Thetis blinked and lost interest. What good could those trolls playing with skeletons have to offer? But Sylph's expression changed. "Mozalu's slate. The 5th piece. Isn't it only 4 yuan?" The female night elf thief didn't think Leo was joking. Judging from his cautious attitude and the fact that Haraz made a special trip for this purpose, she knew that the stone slab was definitely real. What did he want to do by collecting the Mozara tablets? He had cooperated with Valjean of the Dark Spear tribe several times, and I think they had an agreement with each other. Sylph made an inference in her heart but didn't intend to care about it. This is the mentality of the night elves. As long as it doesn't involve them, and it doesn't threaten the world they live in, they won't care about it. Reminded by Haraz, Leo thought about the person who stole the 6th Mozara slate. Haraz completed the task and there was no reason why she couldn't complete it. After deliberately searching for Leo for a while, he discovered that when he was fighting the Balrog slaves, the other party had already killed the troll commander Vaughn, who was guarding the 6th Mozara slate. Pasonia is really powerful, although her rank is not as good as Haraz. When it comes to sneak attacks and assassinations, there are really not many people who can match her. Pasonia? Yes, it is Pasonia who is looking for the last Mozara slate. In fact, Pasonia has always been in Aratho's army, but she did not show up. Naturally, she has her reasons for not showing up. As soon as she returned to this world, Pasonia felt that someone was spying on Leo secretly. She would not show up until he found the other person. If Leo hadn't asked her to look for the 6th Mozala slate, he will continue to play the hide-and-seek game with an unknown mysterious being next to Leo. In fact, Leo once suspected that Pasonia was too sensitive and had an illusion, because even Manolo's Sinisarea didn't notice that anyone was spying on him secretly. He just quickly moved out of trust in Pasonia. Just throw that thought out the window. Kill Vimsalak. The magic equipment was extracted successfully, and the host obtained Dragon King emblem. Leo was a little surprised by the sudden reminder sound. Vimsalak is a dragon man and manages the Blackstone Tower with the dragon General Drakesis. However, Drakesis manages the upper level of the Blackstone Tower, Vimsalak managing the lower level of the Blackstone Tower. With the strength of this dragon man, he would be killed instantly when meeting Akumiel. Leo never expected that Goldfinger would actually draw a Dragon King emblem from him and give it to him. The Dragon King's emblem is a ring of epic quality. Its actual function is close to nothing for Leo, but for some people, it is a good treasure worth cherishing. "Thetis, I'll give you something good," Leo said as he put the Dragon King's emblem on Thetis's hand, and a layer of colored light shield lit up. and brilliant colors surrounded Thetis. It's beautiful. The little girl has no resistance to beautiful things, and her eyes were immediately attracted to it. Thetis helped us a lot in this battle. I will reward you with this ring. Leo had quite the weird temperament of using a lollipop to coax little Loli. Thetis, who was already attracted to the lollipop as a coaxed object, nodded with joy and didn't think there was anything wrong with what Leo said. But the one who contributed in this battle should be Akumiel, the poor three-headed sea serpent. Chapter 622, Attacking the Blackwing Lair. Glancing at the crushed dragon corpse lying on the ground, Leo walked past. After he passed by, the dragon corpse changed rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a corpse. There are some fine crystal particles. Dragon General Drakesis, one of the few powerful dragons in the Black Dragon Legion, was sent by Nefarian to guard the upper floors of Blackstone Tower and guard the passage into Blackwing Lair, being able to gain Nefarian's respect. Drakesis' strength is naturally not weak. But after he met Akumiel, the strength of this Dragon Man General no longer mattered, because he met a powerful beast demigod. Drakesis was no different from other dragon men. After Akumiel's huge body ran over him, the Dragon Man General entered the list of the dead, adding another achievement to Akumiel. After killing Drakesis' Akumiel, he rushed into the Blackwing Lair without any hesitation. Varian and the Alliance army followed closely behind the beast demigod and shouted as they rushed in. The lair of the Black Dragon Legion. A group of extremely unfriendly guests were welcomed. Attacking the Blackwing Lair is a very exciting thing in the eyes of others. After all, it is to attack the home of the Black Dragon Legion. Not to mention the soldiers and some middle-level officers are excited to participate in this battle. But in Leo's view, this was just one of the many battles he had experienced. Nothing more. There was no fluctuation in Leo's heart when he entered the Blackwing Lair. As a spellcaster, the most basic requirement is to be calm and steady. Those mages who are always excited and have fluctuating emotions are either rookies such as magic apprentices, or are about to the dead, who become corpses. As the home of the Black Dragon Legion, the resistance of the Blackwing Lair is incomparable to that of the Blackstone Tower. Akumiel was able to crush it all the way through the Blackstone Tower without any hindrance. After entering the Blackwing Lair, this situation will never happen again. When Leo, who was holding the line at the rear of the army, walked into the Blackwing Lair from the Blackstone Tower, what he saw was not the Alliance army following Akumiel, overwhelmingly breaking through the Black Dragon Legion's interception, but a scene of fierce melee. Akumiel, who had been crushed all the way in the Black Rock Tower, was blocked by a Black Dragon Man and a two-headed giant dog. This Black Dragon Man is very different from what Leo and the others have seen before. First of all, it is the size. The Dragon Man General Drakesis is the tallest and most powerful among the Black Dragon men that appeared before. But compared with this Dragon Man, he is the tallest and most powerful one. It's too small. If Drakesis can increase his size 10 times, the two sides can compare. Secondly, the aura. The aura of this Black Dragon Man is stronger than that of many adult dragons, with the Dragon Man's qualifications. Actually stronger than the giant dragon. This Black Dragon Man is indeed shocking. However, the above 2 points are not the most eye-catching aspects of this Dragon Man. Wild. The crazy and deadly style of attacking is what makes this huge Black Dragon Man most eye-catching. Facing the beast demigod Akumiel, the Black Dragon Man had no intention of defending at all. His fighting method was to attack. And he kept attacking. Either the enemy would kill him, or he would kill the enemy. As the saying goes, those who are bold are afraid of being stunned, and those who are stunned are afraid of losing their lives. The Black Dragon Man's desperate fighting style abruptly stopped Akumiel's progress. It was he who blocked the three-headed sea serpent's sharp edge and dampened the overwhelming vigor of the Alliance army that prevented the Blackwing Lair from being defeated. The defense line was breached with one blow. Wild Ragzar, seeing this Black Dragon Man and his desperate fighting style, Valio didn't know his identity. This was the most powerful Black Dragon Man in the Blackwing Lair. Ragzar. With Ragzar, a stupid young man, blocking Akumai's forward steps, the remaining strong men in the Blackwing Lair have room to show their abilities. But no one who is smarter will come to fight Akumaier. Fighting, challenging a demigod is such a difficult thing. It is better to leave it to others. There are smart people who are stupid, and there are cunning people who are loyal. When others were trying to avoid Akumair, Chromagus went out and fought against Akumair with Ragzar. A fool. Chromagus? The one who joins forces with Ragzar is Chromagus. Apart from him, there is no other two-headed giant dog in the Blackwing Lair. He also spits fire and ice. and occasionally spits out a corrosive acid attack method. No other two-headed dog could do this except Cro-Magus. Ragzar and Cro-Magus can withstand Akumai for a while in a double battle. But demigods are demigods after all. And the gap in strength cannot be made up by bloody courage. Once the battle time is slightly longer. At one point, Ragzar and Cro-Magus' offensive slowed down, and they were defeated. Not only Leo saw this, but also Varian Bolvar and others who were in the Alliance camp with him. And even their enemies, the strongmen of the Blackwing Lair, also knew this. Precisely because they saw through the battle between Akumil and Ragzar Cro-Magus. The two sides adopted completely opposite battle strategies. The strong men defending the Blackwing Lair were thinking of how to solve the problem quickly and easily. After Varian and others used their numerical superiority to besiege Akumil, the Alliance army's battle strategy was to delay the battle. As long as the battle was delayed for a short period of time, and waited for Akumil to solve his opponent. The result of this battle would be there isn't much suspense to speak of. Knowing that the battle could not be dragged out, the strongmen of Blackwing Lair led their men to press forward collectively, trying to defeat the Alliance army in the shortest possible time. Although the battle with the Balrog slaves led by Exodus resulted in heavy deaths of the main force of the Legion, there were still nearly 200 adult black dragons in the Blackwing Lair who could fight. Seeing these black dragons, Leo's eyes were filled with excitement, blazing. Every adult black dragon is a Dracolic. After getting rid of the black dragons here, and those recovering from injuries in the Blackwing Lair, and then gathering the bodies of the dead black dragons, Leo's Dracolic army will expand several times. Faced with the attack from the Black Dragon Legion and their subordinate Draconians, the Alliance commanders were well prepared. They knew in their hearts that the Blackwing Lair must have received the news when the Blackstone Tower was attacked. Otherwise the Black Dragon Legion would not be able to attack. It is possible that such a heavy troop presence would be stationed at the entrance to Blackwing Lair. Blackrock Spire cannot stop us. And neither can Blackwing Lair. The army of Stormwind Kingdom was commanded by Windsor. At this time, the human marshal was not afraid of the strength of his opponent. He calmly commanded the army to defend against the impact of dragons and dragon beasts. Under his command, Stormwind Kingdom, although the soldiers fought very hard, the defense line they formed was extremely strong. No matter how ferocious the opponent launched, they did not retreat even half a step. The shortest dragons and dragon beasts guarding the Blackwing Lair are 5 meters tall. Thousands of these dragon men and dragon beasts charged together, but did not break the defense line of the Storm Kingdom soldiers, whose average height was only about 2 meters. It felt incredible to the Draconian Lord Leshrel, who commanded them. When will a weak human being be able to block the impact of my men? In Leshrel's memory, humans are weak creatures. Their bodies are far inferior to those of Draconians with dragon blood. The lowest Draconian can kill 3 to 5 humans. But now, what they saw was that a group of human soldiers actually blocked the impact of thousands of dragons and dragon beasts. That's right. Paladin. Leshrel quickly understood the crux of the matter. Bolvar, Scarlet and other Paladin officers in the Alliance army activated the Halo skills, and used holy light spells to bless the Alliance soldiers. With the assistance of the Paladin, the strength of the Alliance army often increases several times when facing the enemy. Those Paladins using the power of the light are really in the way. Leshrel cursed bitterly. He waved the long-handled sword in his hand, and was about to kill him. If the Dragon Lord led a charge to the defense line composed of Alliance soldiers, he would be overwhelmed by him in an instant. Because Leshrel's strength is not something that soldiers can handle. Varian discovered Leshrel's abnormal behavior, and the king of the Kingdom of Stormwind immediately rushed forward. He wanted to kill the Draconian Lord, who was similar in size to the Incinerate, just like he killed Gillegman. To ensure that the kingdom soldiers would not, there will be huge casualties because of him. Bolvar followed him, and he had to protect Varian's safety, even though the latter was no weaker than him. However, Bolvar had to stop midway through the charge, because a black dragon and several younger brothers intercepted him. Human Paladin, taste the power of me. Firmo. The black dragon Filmair roared and spit out a stream of dark red flames. He was not generally displeased with the Paladin black dragon, who was dressed in golden light. These guys who shouted about kilometers and justice were an eyesore to resist the shadow flames of a black dragon. Especially the black dragon that spewed out the shadow flames was more than 500 meters long, and had already been awarded the title of warrior among the dragon clan. Bolvar did not dare to resist. He had to ask. He dodged aside. And it was precisely because of this delay that the distance between him and Varian widened. Knowing that it was impossible to catch up with Varian, and not wanting to lure Filmair and the black dragons nearby to cause trouble to Varian, Bolvar stopped and raised his shield. defending against Filmer's attack, looking for opportunities to fight back. Different from Balver's defensive counterattack. Scarlet, who was targeted by Everlock, another Black Dragon warrior, took the initiative to attack. With the help of Leo's Storm Crow, he flew into the sky to fight against Scarlet with the help of wind spells. It wasn't a problem at all for Lee. The human soldiers on the ground saw Scarlet wielding the sword of Ashkandi and wearing a judgment armor, exuding blazing golden light, and fighting a Black Dragon warrior and several Black Dragons in the sky, causing them to let out bursts of shouts. Exclaimed, "Fighting the dragon in the sky. This silly girl is so brave." Leo shook his head helplessly. Scarlet was not afraid of threats, but he was very afraid. He had to resort to certain methods for the safety of the female paladin. The reason why the giant dragon is so troublesome is because of its air superiority. If you want to fly if you meet me, you have to see if you have that ability. Chapter 623. The game begins. Looking at the entire world. Why can dragons become a race that stands at the top? Is it because of their naturally strong bodies? No. When it comes to physical strength, many powerful beast races are not much inferior to giant dragons, and a very few races are even stronger than giant dragons. Is it because they are proficient in magic? Neither. When it comes to magic, who can be worse than the high elves of Quel'Thalas, the humans who founded Dalaran, or some mysterious races? To be able to stand at the pinnacle of the race in the world, a naturally strong body and mastery of magical power are an important factor, but not the most important reason. The biggest reason why dragons are so proud of other races is that in addition to being physically strong and proficient in magic, they can also fly. Can fly? Yes, it can fly. When asked who is the most powerful of the creatures that fly in the sky, the first thing people think of is the dragon. Not a chimera, not a griffin, not a plague bat, but a dragon. Air bully. This is what many intelligent creatures say about the dragon. With its absolute air superiority, the dragon can torture enemies stronger than itself to death. And even if it cannot defeat the opponent, it can still escape with its life. If the dragon could prevent him from flying during battle, then his threat would be reduced by half. Entering the Blackwing Lair to fight against the Black Dragon Legion. The first problem faced is how to deal with a giant dragon flying in the sky. The currently known method of fighting against the Black Dragon Legion is Leo's Dracolic Army. However, if Leo releases the Dracolic Army when attacking Blackwing Lair, wouldn't it mean that the Kingdom of Stormwind and the dwarves will be inferior to each other? The Dragon Man Dragon Beast and Aratha, where Leo is going to resist the main force of the Black Dragon Legion? You can tell with your toes that this is a deal that can cost you your panties. It should be noted that this battle is different from the Hand of Tyr. At that time, Leo was helping Scarlet conquer the Silver Crusade and consolidate her status as the High Lord of the Silver Crusade. But now they are just here at the invitation of Varian. Clear the Kingdom of Stormwind of Blackrock Orcs. The former is to gain benefits for his woman. And of course, he has to work hard. But the latter is to do others a favor, and this person is not very familiar with him. So Leo will naturally not do this. Why should the Kingdom of Stormwind and the dwarfs, who had made great gains, deal with soft persimmons like the dragons and dragons, as the initiators of the Blackstone Mountain battle? While the Kingdom of Aratha, which had not gained much benefit, had to deal with such a tough opponent as the main force of the Black Dragon Legion? Benefiting others at the expense of oneself is not Leo's style. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether the Dracolic Army is really weak due to the continuous opening of large random doors. What is important is that Leo will not be stupid enough to consume his own combat power for the benefit of other unrelated people. He is not yet fraternity to that extent. Fortunately, Leo can reduce the threat of the Black Dragon Legion even without the Dracolic Army. What he has to do now is to use spells to help his side reduce casualties. The magic power in Leo's body was constantly surging, and the power of shadow enveloped the entire entrance to the Blackwing Lair with him as the center. A black mist-like vortex in the air quickly formed under the influence of his mana, using huge mana to induce the dark vortex built by the dark power. This is an improved spell cast by Leo, using his own perception of power combined with Edith Darkness's ability. The dark vortex is cast by his perception of the power of the law, more than 100 times stronger than Edith. A dark vortex is generated, and the power of dark elements corrodes anything that dares to enter their territory. Although black dragons can also use the power of darkness, this dark power is so corrosive that they cannot stay inside at all, and are forced to lower their altitude, fall to the ground, after adding Leo's understanding of the law. Unless the opponent is a strong man at the peak of the legend, it is impossible to be immune to the influence of the dark whirlpool. The threat is much smaller if the dragon can't fly. Leo held the disintegration staff in one hand. And with the other hand, he grabbed Thetis' thief hand that was reaching for the death bell. The little girl is very interested in this beautiful little crystal clock on Leo's body. Unfortunately, she doesn't know that the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. The death bell and the mirror of the soul world are worn and often used by Leo. It is no longer something that people below the epic realm can touch at will. The dark vortex continued to expand and press down until it hovered 500 meters above the ground. 500 meters seemed like a lot. But for the giant dragons, it was not enough for them to flap their wings twice. So all the black dragons all landed on the ground. Seeing the black dragons landing, the Alliance's army was both nervous and excited. What was nervous was that the 200 adult black dragons put too much pressure on the army. What was exciting was that as long as the black dragons landed, they would be able to attack these huge creatures. Unlike before, staring at the sky like that. Slay the dragon. These two words rose in the hearts of countless Alliance warriors. Dragons are powerful creatures. And giant dragons are a race that stands on top of the world. Any warrior who wants to pursue honor will aim to slay dragons. Now, this opportunity is right in front of him. How many people can't be tempted? The ideal is full, but the reality is very skinny. Although the warriors of the Alliance have a heart to slay dragons, they do not have the power to slay dragons. After the main force of the Black Dragon Legion was forced to the ground by Leo's dark vortex, the Alliance's troops immediately felt the power. The pressure was dozens of times stronger before. None of the adult black dragons are less than 100 meters long. Faced with such giant creatures, soldiers alone cannot stop them. Not to mention the threats of dragons and dragon beasts. Judging from the current situation on the field, Leo seems to be doing a disservice by forcing the main force of the Black Dragon Legion to the ground. But is this really the case? With a swishing sound, thick white bone pillars hugged by two people jumped out from the feet of the black dragon, who landed on the ground. If these white bone pillars appeared alone, they would not be taken seriously by the black dragon. But if each black dragon needs to face when the number of the right bone pillars reaches 400 to 500, they have to pay attention. The pillars of bones formed a series of bone prisons, trapping all the black dragons who landed on the ground. How could the black dragons be willing to be trapped by these things? They violently hit the bone prisons, and the banging sound resounded throughout the black wing nest. What are you still doing? Attack! The bone prison appeared suddenly, and the Alliance soldiers did not react for a moment. At this time, Leo's shout brought them back to their senses. The bone prison that trapped the black dragon was created by Leo. After being promoted to the legendary strongman, Leo's strength has undergone a qualitative change. The strengthening of the body is second. And the most important thing is the rapid improvement of mental power, coupled with the previous experience with the blood law obtained from Goldfinger. His current strength is 10 times stronger than in the pseudo-legendary stage. Just like dealing with the Black Dragon, releasing more than 200 bone prisons in an instant was impossible for Leo at the pseudo-legendary level. But now Leo could do it with just a snap of his fingers. Of course, there is also credit for disintegrating the staff. After receiving Leo's reminder, the Alliance soldiers came back to their senses and launched an attack on the black dragon trapped in the bone prison. Arrows, muskets, artillery, etc. were all thrown at it, with the absolute numerical advantage. Even if the black dragon's body was strong enough, even those whose defense was high enough were disgraced. Many black dragons were slowly defeated and injured by the continuous attacks of Alliance soldiers. The soldiers in front block it, and buy time for the brothers behind. Windsor shouted loudly, as the subordinate forces of the Black Dragon officer. The dragons and dragon beasts were very aware of their younger brothers. Seeing the boss black dragons being trapped in the bone prison and being beaten, of course they did not dare to stand by and watch. In the end, the soldiers in front received an impact several times more violent than before. A trapped beast still fights. Thetis, it's better to be careful. Seeing that the black dragon was trapped in the bone prison, Thetis was about to run forward with a hurricane bow, and Leo quickly held her back. All right, Thetis pouted. She originally wanted to rush up to join in the fun when Leo wasn't paying attention, but she didn't expect to be pulled back as soon as she took a step forward. The little girl could only stay where she was unwillingly, but she soon found a new game, which was to shoot the black dragon's eyes with a hurricane bow. After all, the hurricane bow in Thetis's hand is an epic quality bow and arrow. Its range is beyond the comparison of ordinary bows and arrows. Because the distance is too far to be able to shoot the black dragon, it will not happen to Thetis. It's just that the little girl is playful and light. It wasn't shooting the black dragon that aroused her interest. Her goal was to shoot the black dragon's eyes. The black dragons who were trapped in the bone prison were very depressed when they had a little girl like Thetis. The hurricane bow was already famous for its fast shooting speed. The black dragons were annoyed by the sharp arrows that kept shooting at their eyes. However, they couldn't help but open their eyes to check their surroundings while being surrounded by enemies. This situation was so depressing. Thetis is a child with a playful personality. Although she attacks the black dragon many times, there is no real damage. But Leo is different. His attacks are deadly, and even the black dragon cannot resist it. Blackwing Lair is not the molten core. There is no need to fear underground magma here. So Loatheb, Anubroken, and Poisonous Flower Vine can all play a role. The black dragon trapped in the bone prison had no idea that the three evil gods had sneaked over from the ground. I really admire your courage. Stupid humans. The Blackwing Lair will be your burial place. A black dragon that is several times larger than other black dragons, with a body length of about 800 meters, emerged from the Blackwing nest. He flew out from the depths of the nest. Now, let my new servant come and play with you. The Black Dragon Prince Nefarian, the master of Blackwing Lair, appears. The power of darkness surges in my blood. A red dragon with a body length of more than 900 meters roared towards the Alliance army. Judging from the breath, the strength of this red dragon was very strong, very close to the level of Dragonakos. The Twilight Dragon saw this. The red dragon's eyes were filled with the desire to fight. This is the red dragon warrior Valistraz. Leo rubbed his chin and hooked his fingers at Dragonakos. Nakos, go play with him. If you accidentally kill him, I will carry it. After hearing Leo's order, the Twilight Dragon, which had long been aroused by Valistraz's desire to fight, immediately jumped out. When the dragon's true form gradually appeared, he still said, "Yes, great master. There is an idiot who doesn't care about life and death. Who does he think he is? Who does he think he is? Let him fight, and see what the gap is." I saw a giant dragon in human form fighting against Varistaz. Taz Nefarian sneered contemptuously. Huh? Let the game begin. Chapter 624. Not a good habit. Nefarian is very optimistic about the red dragon Valistraz, because the black dragon prince would be inferior to this red dragon in a single fight. If Valistraz did not rely on his own strength, he rushed into the Blackwing Lair single-handedly. How could Nefarian defeat him and control him with magic? There are people outside the world, and there is a world outside the world. Valistraz, who Nefarian thought was powerful enough, happened to meet Dragonakos. When the true form of the Twilight Dragon was fully revealed, the Black Dragon Prince's smile froze. A 1,000-meter-long giant dragon is only one step away from entering the demigod realm. Why would such a strong man appear here? Nefarian really wanted to pull Dragonakos' ears and shout, "Is there any mistake? You are in the wrong place." Unexpectedly, there is such a great master hidden in the Alliance's army. A beast demigod. A giant dragon that has reached the pinnacle of legend. No wonder they dare to ignore the majesty of the Black Dragon Legion and attack the Blackwing Lair. Is Valistraz a match for that guy? Nefarian felt anxious, but his body moved very quickly, knowing that Valistraz was probably no match for Dragonakos. He flapped his wings and rushed over to join forces with the red dragon to attack the Twilight Dragon. Seeing all Nefarian's actions in his eyes, Leo curled his lips and sneered, "This is the Black Dragon Prince. He gives me a far worse impression than Zinasarea. It's really in vain that I treated him so well before." Expect, Master. The two giant dragons working together cannot handle it alone. Knuckles can't handle it alone. Why don't you let me handle the Black Dragon? Manaroth resisted the double-headed war spear. The destroyer was extremely displeased with Nefarian's pretentious appearance when he appeared. He saw that Leo did not welcome the Black Dragon Prince's initiative to challenge him. Go ahead and make a quick decision. Tilting his head, Leo agreed to Manaroth's request for a battle. Zinasarea would not take action in this battle. Leo originally wanted Manaroth to deal with Nefarian. In addition to the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian, the most powerful person in the Blackwing Lair is the Red Dragon Warrior Valistraz, who is controlled by the Black Dragon Prince. Now Nefarian and Valistraz are both enemies of the Leo faction, and they are fighting against each other. The opponents they fought were all stronger than them. How could the two strongest men take care of the entire battlefield when they were too busy to take care of themselves? The main force of the Black Dragon Legion, the more than 200 black dragons that are still capable of fighting, have been consumed by Leo's Dark Vortex and Bone Prison. Most of their combat power has been lost. The dragons and dragon beasts cannot break through the defense line formed by the Alliance warriors. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties under the long-range attacks of the Arathar's soldiers holding magic weapons, the mage and archer troops of Stormwind Kingdom, and the dwarf artillery musketeers. Judging from the current battle situation, unless Blackwing Lair can still attack more powerfully, card, send more strong men. Otherwise the Black Dragon Legion will suffer a disastrous defeat in this battle, without even the slightest chance of a comeback. There was a sneer on Leo's lips that was not easily noticed by outsiders. He knew very well that the Black Dragon Legion still had cards to play. But the problem was that Nefarian could not command them. Nefarian, when you are desperate and even your lair is about to be captured, can you still keep the secret of the Black Dragon Legion? Because you suddenly gained great power. Your ambitions grew so much that you even dared to disobey the orders of the Black Dragon Queen Sinisarea. I am really looking forward to what kind of choice you will make. In the eyes of outsiders, Nefarian is the Black Dragon Prince. He commands the entire power of the Black Dragon Legion. But this is not the case. The Blackwing Lair does not represent the entire power of the Black Dragon Legion. Neither Neltharion nor Sinisarea, who will lead the Black Dragon Legion after this, can compare to the current Nefarian. They have the power to control the overall situation of the Black Dragon clan. But Nefarian cannot. Compared with him, the Black Dragon Prince's parents were much weaker in ability. Without Onyxia's help, he couldn't even ascend the Black Dragon throne. Master, I have taken control. When Leo cast several 100-meter fire walls and used his mental power to control the fire walls to move forward, killing a large number of dragons to relieve the pressure on the Alliance soldiers at the front. Through the telepathy between the pet and its owner, Highness Araya's message reached his mind. In the battle to attack the Blackwing Lair, Leo will not let the Black Dragon Queen appear in front of the Black Dragon Legion, because he is not ready yet, and his strength is not enough to face Highness Araya. The trouble caused by the identity being exposed, whether the trouble comes from the enemies of the human race or the so-called allies of the human race, the Lich King's Scourge, the Akur Empire beetles under the control of Thun, the remnants of the Burning Legion. Wait, this world is already chaotic and dangerous enough now. But if Deathwing is so stimulated that he launches an act of annihilation in advance, there is really no way out. The food must be eaten one bite at a time. The road must be walked step by step. And the enemies must be dealt with one by one. Preventing Sinisarea from showing up when attacking Blackwing Lair does not mean that Leo will leave her idle. On the way to attack Blackstone Tower, the Black Dragon Queen left the team without anyone noticing. According to Leo's order, he went to carry out a certain plan alone to prepare for what would happen next in Blackstone Mountain. It is not a problem to control the place with your identity. But my request is not that simple. All valuable things there, whether data or experimental equipment, should be put away for me. I have authorized you to use my private space. Leo gave a new instruction to Sinisarea. This instruction is very simple to say. In a simple and easy to understand way, Leo asked the Black Dragon Queen to whitewash a certain place, and anyone who could see it would be whitewashed. Take them all away. We must give full play to the tradition of loving cleanliness and leave no stitches or threads behind. In short, just loot everything. With Leo's almost endless personal space, it's not difficult to pack up some things somewhere. Catman, you have to pay for your actions. An angry howl of pain was heard. A black dragon about 500 meters long was angrily rushing towards Nerlac and Haraz. The root of one of the black dragon's wings was torn open with a large gash 2 people wide. It was drooping feebly, and blood spurted out from the wound. This black dragon warrior was sneak attacked by the lynx priest Haraz when he was fighting against Nerlac. The pain from the wound stimulated his nerves and made the black dragon warrior almost go crazy. Looking at the dozens of wounds on his body, it can be seen that this is not the first time that Fledgel has been successfully attacked by Haraz. As a powerful black dragon warrior, he was injured by a humble cat man one after another. How could Fledgel, if he could not be angry? He wished he could tear Haraz into pieces. It's a pity that the giant bear priest Nalarak tripped his hands and feet. Narlarak, who was equipped with strange strength, did not have any stage fright when facing Fledgel, who was more than 100 times his size. The thick bear paws hit Fledgel with the sound of roaring wind. There was a crackling sound on Leger's body, and the hard dragon scales were unable to withstand the strange power of the giant bear sacrifice and fell into pieces. The shortcomings of being too large became apparent at this time. Nararak was small and could easily dodge, but Fledgel could not. The target of the black dragon warrior was too big. No matter what he did, he could not dodge Narlac. Lorik's attack. Fledgel was very depressed about Nararak. If it were a weaker opponent, He could crush him to death with his weight advantage. However, he was fighting against Necromancer, the giant bear priest with strange strength. He had to resist fragile. Legeir's body-crushing effort was effortless. There are 3 Black Dragon warriors under the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian, Filmer, Aberlock, and Flegel. Leo, the 3-headed Black Dragon, is bound to win. The only warrior-level Black Dragons with a body length of more than 500 meters are Polition and Ektas. They had no experience in leading an army before following me. It is already very difficult to lead an increasingly large army of Dracolics. Sorry. In order to fully utilize the combat power of the Dracolic army, you 3 Black Dragon warriors with experience in leading the army must die obediently. Flegel would not have thought that his roar would attract the attention of the god of death. And Leo had already made him the first target to kill. The Soul of Bones, with the soul of Ice King Arminor as its core, floated from the ground and penetrated into Flegel's body. A painful expression appeared on the face of the Black Dragon warrior, and the Soul of Bones was attacking his body. Soul. In terms of pure soul strength, the Ice King Arminor is no weaker than Flegel. After being extracted by Leo and used as the core of the Bone Soul, his soul made the Bone Soul's attack even higher. Flegel's soul strength could not stop the attack of this spell at all. Nerlac and Haraz did not dare to neglect when the opportunity came. The bare paws of the giant bear priest and the sharp claws of the cat spirit priests greeted Flegel's head, and cooperated with the soul of the bones to transform the body from soul to body, inflicted heavy losses on the Black Dragon warriors. After sending out the Bone Soul to deal with Flegel, Leo turned his attention to the other 2 Black Dragon warriors. There is no need to worry about Flegel, even if he does not take action and cannot fly. The Black Dragon warrior will not be the opponent of the 2 Force Spirit priests. Leo is ignoring Scarlet's battle for the moment. Scarlet's safety is not worried with the help of Storm Crow. Fighting against powerful enemies can make Scarlet grow faster. Leo really wants to see the promotion. It is said that the powerful Queen Scarlet can borrow much power from the code of the Source of Order. Then the only one left is Filmer, who is fighting against Bolvar. Talagammon, go help Bolvar clear the area. Leo pointed to the battlefield between Bolvar and Filmer. The hungry Talagammon rushed forward with his sword. The blood-red sword on the door panel blew up a bloody whirlwind. Except for Filmer. He attacked Bolvar from the outside. Several other Black Dragons were forced aside and fought with Talagammon. It's not a good habit to rely on more to win. Leo snapped his fingers. The Dragon Eagle sacrificed to Gaolai. War Fortress. Flintag. Korok rushed towards Filmer with murderous intent. And Falto stood behind Thetis and Leo. The ghoul summoned by Ra followed closely behind. But as the ancient said, it's not polite to return a favor without reciprocating. It doesn't seem right if I don't return the favor. Chapter 625-2 died in battle. Beat up. That's right. It's a beating. Leo sent several men with legendary combat power to join forces with the Grand Duke of Bolvar, who was fighting the Black Dragon warrior, to attack Filmer. What was it if it wasn't a siege? It was very difficult to deal with Bolvar Filmer alone. If it weren't for the help of several Black Dragons, he would have been defeated. Now the men who were helping him were blocked by Talagammon. Not to mention several legendary strongmen came over to kill Filmer. It soon became overwhelming. Boom! War Fortress punched Filmer hard on the leg, causing the Black Dragon's scales to shatter. And drops of blood gushed out from between the cracks in the broken scales. Flintag raised his scepter high, and 3-person-thick bolts of lightning struck Filmer's eyes one after another. Although they were blocked by the Black Dragon warrior, Filmer had to close his eyes from time to time during combat, which was very annoying. In order to defend against Flintag's lightning, Filmer often closed his eyes, and his vision of battle was greatly hindered. Dragon Eagle Priest Gailai took the opportunity to land on his back, and hundreds of sparks fell in the air. Down. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions sounded on Filmer's back. Gailai's fire bombs blew his flesh to pieces. And under Gailai's control, all the fire bombs landed at the roots of Filmer's wings, where the dragon wings are connected to the body. The explosion was bloody, and his wings hung down weakly amidst the pained howl of the Black Dragon warrior. The destruction of Filmer's wings not only made the Black Dragon lose the ability to fly, but also reduced one of his important offensive methods, the Dragon Wing attack. Just as Filmer howled loudly in pain for the wounds on his back, a figure rushed up with a roar and fell directly into the open mouth of the Black Dragon warrior, followed by a loud noise. Boom! The Black Dragon warrior couldn't even howl in pain now, because his mouth had been blown to pieces. Most of his lower jaw was gone, and the broken bones inside could be seen on the upper jaw. and the dragon's blood spurted out like a burst water pipe. It spilled out, dyeing the entire area of about 200 meters near the faucet red. Valtola smiled proudly. And the figure that jumped into Filmer's mouth and exploded was his ghoul. A legendary level ghoul threw himself into the mouth and exploded. And without using magic protection, Filmer suffered a severe blow. Valtola controlled the ghoul to seize the opportunity to explode like this. Filmer was fatally wounded. Black Dragon. Suffer death. Croc's axe was raised high. And the axe with a cold breath struck Filmer's forehead hard. And the whole axe went in. A series of blue-white cracks quickly spread around the place where the axe struck. Korok's ice blow split Filmer's brow bone. And the luster in the Black Dragon warrior's eyes dimmed a lot. However, such an attack cannot kill him. After Korok pulled out the axe with all his strength, he jumped back. And a ghoul took his place. This was the ghoul he summoned. Boom! Korok's ghoul sprinkled a handful of salt on Filmer's wounds. Salt mixed with paprika. The eyebrow bone that had already been chopped into pieces could not withstand such an attack. A big hole was opened between Filmer's eyebrows by the ghoul's self-destruction. Drink! Bolvar shouted and jumped up high. The sword in his hand shone with golden light. The sharp sword of the Grand Marshal inserted into Filmer's eyebrow from the broken eyebrow bone. The power of the holy light exploded directly in the Black Dragon's brain. Holy storm! Ouch! The Black Dragon let out one last howl of pain, raised its head high, and then fell quickly, hitting the ground with a muffled thud. Kill Filmer. The reminder sound in his mind indicated that one of the 3 Black Dragon warriors in Blackwing Lair had been killed. And Leo's eyes immediately turned to Flegel. At this time, the Black Dragon was already dying. He had already lost the ability to resist under the double blow of soul and body from the soul of Bones and Nair like Haraz. The reason why he was able to hold on until now was just because he refused to die because of the dragon's innate vitality. He also hoped that his companions would come to save him. However, after seeing Filmer being killed, Flegel understood that it was completely impossible to expect his companions to rescue him. The thoughts in his heart were extinguished, and the desire to survive was lost. The Black Dragon could no longer hold on. After being slapped on the head again, the Black Dragon fell to the ground and stopped moving. The breath of life had drained from him. Kill Flegel. Another Black Dragon warrior died in battle. The deaths of Filmer and Flegel rapidly weakened the power of Blackwing Lair, and the addition of several strong men from the Alliance quickly tilted the balance of the war towards them. Nefarian saw this, and was anxious in his heart. The Black Dragon Prince knows very well that if there is no strong weight to invest in this war, he will definitely lose. The Alliance must have been deliberately thinking about dealing with him. Otherwise, how could there be so many strong people gathered? Maybe Exodus of the Molten Core came with the Balrog slaves to attack the Blackwing Lair, and they were the ones behind it. The more Nefarian thought about it, the more frightened he became. He knew that he had fallen into the opponent's conspiracy. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain that the Alliance would come over at this time. The Black Dragon Legion had just fought with the Balrog slaves. At this time, it was the Blackwing Lair is at its weakest since its founding. He knew in his heart that Nefarian was powerless to change anything. He had to brace himself to deal with a human holding a double-headed war spear who was fighting against him. The war spear that could constantly change in size made him hard to guard against. Not to mention that the strength of the human who used it actually surpassed him. This kind of transcendence was an all-round transcendence in strength, agility, combat awareness, enemy experience, etc. Fighting against Nana Fa, Leon found that even his shadow flame sprayed on the opponent could not cause any harm to him. Is this guy still human? Aren't humans all weak creatures? Why is this guy with a war spear so strong? Nefarian was very suspicious of the race of the bald man he was fighting against. He had never seen such a powerful human being. And he never thought that human beings could be so strong. This once again subverted his understanding of human beings. Why say goodbye? Because there was once a human who gave him this feeling and let the Black Dragon Prince know that human beings are not always weak and vulnerable. This human being is Grand Duke Lothar of the Kingdom of Arathar. The judgment armor on Scarlet and the Ashcandy sword in her hand were baptized with the blood of the Black Dragon Prince and then forged with a variety of secret techniques. Only then can they be ranked among the best in epic quality equipment, and have equipment comparable to legendary ones. Properties. 2 strong men from the Blackwing Lair have already died in battle. The 200 adult Black Dragons, who are the main force of the Black Dragon Legion, have not been able to break through the shackles of the Bone Prison at this time. With Leo constantly using magic power to repair the Bone Prison. If he can't, the Bone Prison will be destroyed. It is impossible to break out of the prison after it is smashed into pieces. With the sneak attack of Lotheb, a Nurkin, poison flower vine, and the cooperation of the Alliance army, a quarter of the 200 black dragons have died, which is more than 50 black dragons. This kind of loss has never happened since the establishment of Blackwing Lair, except for the fire that just ended with the Balrog's elemental servants. The black dragon suffered many casualties, and the dragons, and beasts suffered even greater losses. The wall of fire that Leo cast that could move forward quickly left behind only charred corpses, and no one could be found alive at all. This is because the Draconids have black dragon blood and are more resistant to magic. If other races had been burned to ashes, how would there be any corpses left? The high-end combat power was no match for the opponent. The middle-level main force suffered heavy casualties, and the low-end cannon fodder would be wiped out by the Alliance army in a short time. Nefarian was so anxious that he was spitting fire. He knew very well that if there was no new force to add to this battle, the Black Dragon Legion will be defeated, and the Alliance will capture his Blackwing Lair. Having someone take over his lair is absolutely unacceptable to the proud Black Dragon Prince. Should I use the power there? But if that place is exposed, my situation will be very dangerous. Nefarian hesitated, and he couldn't help but shuddered when he thought about the consequences of exposing that place. If you follow Sinisarea's orders, you will at most be punished. But if you expose that place, you will be punished. Whether he can survive before his power is revealed is a question. Just when Nefarian was hesitant, the situation of the battle changed again. With an earth-shattering howl, Ragzar was torn into two pieces by Akumiel. The Black Dragon Man relies on his fierce strength to fight against Akumiel. In the early stage of the battle, his desperate fighting style can still block the three-headed sea snake. As the battle progresses, the bloody courage will eventually fade. Saburo is desperate. This style of play is fatal once someone catches the flaw. Although there was help from Chromagus, Lagozer had too many flaws. Akumiel saw an opportunity to deal with Chromagus with a snake head, and the other two snake heads bit Lagozer. After tearing hard, the Black Dragon Man's body could not resist the attack of a beast demigod. It was torn into 3 pieces and died. Ragzar's death also proves one thing. That is, in the face of absolute power, no matter how hard you try, the outcome will be the same. If the strength is too far apart, even if you try your best, you still can't escape the word failure. So strength is the key, the root of everything. Once Ragzar died, Chromagus was unable to stand alone. Facing Akumeir's attacks, it could only retreat. Although Chromagus was strong, his opponent was even stronger. A beast demigod was not him. It can be stopped now. If Chromagus hadn't had the special ability of time lapse to attack his opponent with an eternal torrent of time, Akumiel would have torn him apart within 3 turns. Nefarian knew that the situation was extremely dangerous. Once Chromagus was killed and Akumiel, who possessed the power of a demigod, was no longer in the way, the Black Dragon Legion's defeat would be inevitable. It was you who forced me. Nefarian made his decision with peace of mind. And the Black Dragon Prince roared, "Stupid ants! I will let you know how powerful the Black Dragon Legion is. Open the Blood Ring." Chapter 626, You Are Not Qualified. The Blood Ring that Nefarian called was located at the top of Blackstone Mountain, where there was a secret place unknown to outsiders. The Blackwing Blood Ring is the secret laboratory of the Black Dragon Legion. Many strange creatures are created here. The Flame Demon Slave captured by the Black Dragon Legion is also one of the experimental subjects here. The Black Dragon Legion secretly creates secrets to deal with other 4-color dragons. The ongoing colorful dragon manufacturing project is underway here. The existence of the Blackwing Blood Ring is a highly confidential secret of the Black Dragon Legion. In addition to Nefarian himself, only Filmair and other 3 Black Dragon warriors in the Blackwing Lair know part of the inside story. In addition, the Black Dragon Princess Onyxia also has participation. After the Black Dragon King Neltharion, Deathwing, disappeared and the Black Dragon Queen Sinisarea died in the Battle of Grim Battle, the Blackwing Blood Circle was naturally controlled by Nefarian, who ascended the Black Dragon throne. Farian regarded the Blackwing Blood Circle as the last trump card in his hand. This trump card was originally intended to be used against the Balrog slaves in the Molten Core after the experiment in the Blood Ring was completed. But he never thought that it would be forced to be exposed now. Nefarian has been wary of not using the power of the Blackwing Blood Ring before. When using it against the Balrog slaves, he is not worried that the news will spread. However, when using the Blackwing Blood Ring against the Alliance, unless all the Alliance troops here are killed, otherwise it will inevitably lead to terrible consequences. It's just that when life and death are at stake, Nefarian doesn't care much. Without the Blackwing Blood Ring, The Black Dragon army will be defeated now. But using the Blackwing blood ring can buy him a certain amount of time. This is a very simple choice between two. Absolutely most people will choose the former, like the Black Dragon Prince. Listening to Nefarian's roar, and the strange noise coming from the top of the Blackwing lair, the Alliance warriors who were fighting the Black Dragon Legion felt their hearts tightening. When the balance of the war was tilted towards them, the battle situation changed. The Black Dragon Legion, it seems that there is another trump card that outsiders don't know. Nefarian waited until this moment to play this trump card. Could it be said that he was sure to turn the tide of the battle? Thinking of this, the top leaders of the Alliance army, including Windsor, Amaran, Varian, Sargas and others, became nervous. Sargas led the army of dwarves and gnomes to assist the human kingdom in fighting the Black Dragon Legion. Both Bettina and Bettina were ready to take action to meet the new strong enemy. The Alliance is a whole. In this whole, the interests of humans, dwarves, gnomes, and even night elves are closely related. Sargas and Batiste only led the army to kill the enemy's minions before. First, they only responded to the storm, the allies invited by the kingdom. And secondly, the strong men of the human kingdom are enough to deal with their opponents. When the number of strong human beings is insufficient, they must stand up. Just when the senior leaders of the Alliance army were nervous, there was one person who was extremely relaxed. His face was full of joking, and he looked at the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian as if he were looking at a clown worth mentioning. Everyone was nervous, but Leo looked relaxed. This scene in Sylph's eyes inevitably made her suspicious. When the top of the Blackwing lair was completely opened, and an empty Blackwing blood ring appeared in Nefarian's sight, the Black Dragon Prince was immediately stunned on the spot. How could it be possible? This is impossible. Nefarian was dumbfounded. Not even a ghost could be seen in the Blackwing blood ring, which he used as his final trump card to turn the tide of the battle. He was full of confidence, but his hopes were completely disappointed. How could the Black Dragon Prince accept it? Where are the people? Where have they gone? Nefarian shouted anxiously. Where's Malarak? Where's Asdramundus? Where's Chimron? Come out. Come out quickly. If you don't know what the word furious means, look at Nefarian now, and you'll understand. The Black Dragon Prince was really dumbfounded at this time. Not to mention the powerful men in the Blackwing blood circle, who he had high hopes to use to turn the tide of the war. There were not even the most basic experimental semi-finished products. Not even experimental equipment for transforming living things. Also disappeared without a trace. The Blackwing blood ring that was plundered by Zenisarea was cleaner than a plate licked by a dog. The Black Dragon Queen carried out Leo's intention, and truly achieved the point of not leaving a stitch or a thread behind. Nefarian was furious, and Leo felt extremely happy. This is how you deal with your enemy. Not only must you destroy him physically, but you must also ravage him mentally. Beat him to pieces. And even beat him to pieces. Isn't that what is called knocking someone to the ground, and then stepping on them? The roar of the Black Dragon Prince was so loud that Leo dug his ears, and was very dissatisfied with Nefarian for making such a loud noise. Why don't you yell? Don't think that having a loud voice is a big deal. Children who are disobedient must be educated properly. As if he felt something in his heart. When Leo said these words, Nefarian's eyes fell on him, and the Black Dragon Prince looked at Leo suspiciously. Why do I feel a familiar aura on this human being? Why do I feel a sense of fear in my heart when I look at him? He is just a weak human being. How could he make me feel scared? It must be my misunderstanding. Nefarian tried his best to deny the feeling he had when he saw Leo. With the arrogance of the Black Dragon Prince, he could not accept the fact that he would actually be afraid of a human. Pride makes people choose to deceive themselves rather than face reality. Realizing that Nefarian's eyes were on him, Leo smiled mysteriously at the Black Dragon Prince, moved his lips slightly twice, wrapped his voice with magic power, and said words to the Black Dragon Prince that only the two of them could hear. Nefarian, die early and be born again. Your mother is waiting for you to come home for dinner. My mother? After hearing the words, Nefarian's expression froze. An idea came to the Black Dragon Prince's mind, and this idea made him more and more afraid. Zenisarea. Black Dragon Queen Zenisarea. It's her. It must be her. All the test subjects in the Blackwing blood circle have disappeared. It must be her fault. And only she can bypass me and directly control it. Nefarian figured everything out in an instant. His act of disobeying Zenisaraya's orders must have been noticed by the Black Dragon Queen. In order to punish him, the latter secretly controlled the Blackwing blood ring and silenced the contents inside. Transfer away. But why would this human being know? While he was wondering, Nefarian saw Leo's lips move again. I just used your name to kill Luciferon. I didn't expect Exodus to be so impulsive. Doesn't he know that impulsiveness is the devil? The fire demon is indeed a fire attribute creature. And it will explode at the first touch. Ho! You have a weak soul. You are a despicable, insidious, and treacherous villain. Nefarian was so angry that he roared again and again. He understood why the Balrog slaves took the initiative to attack Blackstone Tower uncharacteristically, and why the Alliance army happened to appear when the Black Dragon Legion was at its weakest. It turned out that this guy was responsible for everything. I was injured by the hidden arrow shot by him without realizing it. But the most critical question still has no answer. Why did he know about Cynosura's actions? Although there are still doubts in his mind. Nefarian has no time to think about it. He only knows that the human with black hair and black eyes is causing trouble for the Black Dragon Legion to fall into this situation. He wants to tear that proud-looking human apart. Into pieces. It turns out you were the one behind it. Human. Do you think you can defeat the powerful Black Dragon Legion this way? Compared to Nefarian's anger, Leo's calmness seemed very provocative. He raised his index finger and shook it, and said something that made the Black Dragon Prince even more angry. Want to deal with me? You are no longer qualified to do so. It was really a big joke for a weak human being to say in front of him that he was not qualified to deal with him. Nefarian was extremely angry but calmed down. Not dominated by anger. He realized a big problem. That is, the bald man who fought with him seemed to have disappeared during the time when his attention was attracted by Leo. Like disappeared. A powerful opponent left his sight, which was not a good sign. Nefarian suddenly felt frightened, and when he realized something was wrong, he quickly applied protective magic to himself. Late. When these two words were spoken from Leo's mouth, Manarotha's bloody double-headed war spear had already pierced Nefarian's magic shield. The bloody spear had penetrated from the abdomen of the Black Dragon Prince into Nefarian's body. Manaroth the Destroyer's blow was very powerful. He took advantage of Leo's words to distract Nefarian's attention and charged up the force, severely injuring the Black Dragon Prince with one blow. The war spear pierced into Nefarian's body. Manaroth flicked his wrist and was about to spin the war spear to crush the opponent's body. However, the Black Dragon Prince's reaction was not slow. He gritted his teeth and shook off the thorn before he suffered more serious injuries. The war spear that entered the body. Manaroth looked helpless at this situation. Nefarian's actions were extremely decisive. His bloody double-headed spear reached its extreme and could not get bigger. He could only watch the duck he got fly away. Nefarian was furious after suffering a big loss. But the Black Dragon Prince also knew that the Black Dragon Legion had no chance of winning under the current situation, and knew that he would not even be able to save his life and property if he continued. So Nefarian chose to escape. Escape? Yes. Just run away. Since failure has become inevitable, why bother holding on? Little Black Dragon. Stay alive. How could Manaroth allow Nefarian to escape? He took the initiative to ask Leo for a fight. It would be a big loss if his opponent escaped. What made him even more frightened was that Leo would attack him because of this incident. If you have doubts about his strength and feel that he is not useful, the situation will be really bad. The blood-colored double-headed war spear swung out a series of spear shadows, and the huge spearhead was swung rapidly and brought out a strong wind. The Alliance soldiers 2,000 or 3,000 meters away were unable to stand and had to choose to retreat into the distance, with Manaroth blocking Nefarian. Nefarian had to slow down his escape and carefully dodge the former's attack. The Black Dragon Prince did not dare to ignore the bloody double-headed spear that could easily break through his defense. If you get hit so hard, you won't even have the strength to escape. Nefarian was slowly weakened by the massive blood loss in his body. Seeing the Gailai and other legendary strong men were quickly rushing towards the battlefield between him and Manaroth made him scream in his heart that it would be bad if he was surrounded by these legendary strong men. In his current state, he is bound to die. At most, he will have 1 or 2 people behind him. No. I am the noble Black Dragon Prince. How could I die in this place? Veristaz! Nefarian roared anxiously. And the Black Dragon Prince asked for help. Chapter 627. You believe it even if it's nonsense. The Red Dragon Warrior Valistraz is the only card of significance that Nefarian can get now. And he is also the only strong man on the Black Dragon Legion side in the Blackwing Lair at this time, who has the ability to help him out of trouble. When Nefarian was forced to a dead end by Manaroth, and even escaping was a problem, Nefarian wanted to find someone to help him. He had no other choice but to call him over. Under the control of others, and controlled by Nefarian's magic, Valestres only obeyed the orders of the Black Dragon Prince. After Nefarian asked for help, he immediately abandoned his opponent and killed Manaroth. It would not be a hindrance if he left his opponent behind during the battle when he had the advantage. But Valestres was at a disadvantage when fighting Dragonakos. The Twilight Dragon was stronger than the Red Dragon Warrior. A few minutes later, Valestres must pay the price if he wants to escape from the battle with Dragonakos. It is the bastard's egg to not take advantage of him. Dragonakos will not show mercy when he sees that Valestres turns around and rushes towards Nefarian, causing his body to be exposed. The Twilight Dragon Prince opens his mouth and says Twilight. The Light Dragon's breath sprayed on Valestres' back, and the dragon's claws followed closely, scratching several deep wounds on the Red Dragon's back that were corroded by the Twilight Dragon's breath. With his back injured, Valestres screamed in pain. But the Red Dragon ignored the Twilight Dragon's pursuit. Controlled by dark magic, he was now going to rescue Nefarian, and would not waste time fighting Dragonakos. Entangled, being controlled by dark magic, and working for the evil Black Dragon. As a Red Dragon who upholds justice, it must be very painful for you. In this case, let me help you get rid of it. Nefarian asked for help, and Valestres went to the rescue. Leo had expected all of this, since he had anticipated the other party's actions. Leo would certainly not fail to make arrangements. If anyone respects me, I will return the same. This is the principle that Leo has always adhered to. Red Dragon treats him, and the Alliance's army as pawns in the front war. If he wants to follow behind and take advantage, don't blame him. Cruel and ruthless, Valestres charged in front, and Dragonakos chased behind. The Twilight Dragon Prince seemed to just stick to the opponent and attack continuously to take advantage. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to catch up with the Red Dragon Warrior. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there must be something wrong here. But Valestres, who was controlled by Nefarian, couldn't help himself. Even if the Red Dragon Warrior saw something wrong, it would be useless. Valestres' body suddenly paused while charging forward, and an invisible magic hand grabbed the Red Dragon Warrior's body. Leo was in Valestres' hurry to rescue Nefarian, and had no time for him. At the same time, he cast the Legion's grip, and dealt a heavy blow to the Red Dragon Warrior. Valestres' body was slightly deformed under the attack of the Legion's grip. The Red Dragon's body was slightly sunken inward, and its shape was like a handprint. With the strength of the Red Dragon Warrior, although Leo's blow was heavy, it could not kill him. However, the Legion's grip was not Leo's trump card against Valestres. He just wanted the Red Dragon Warrior to stop where he wanted. Where it stopped, there was someone else who really wanted to give the Red Dragon a fatal blow. At the same time that Valestres was hit by Leo's Legion's grip, a large purple beetle suddenly burst out of the ground from under the feet of the Red Dragon Warrior. Its sharp mouthparts went straight to Valestres' abdomen, like a sharp knife. The scissors broke the Red Dragon's scales, cut the Red Dragon's skin, tore the Red Dragon's muscles, and opened a 30-meter wound on the belly of the Red Dragon Warrior. A huge gash was opened between his belly. Valestres' roar of pain was loud, and the severe pain made him struggle. Unfortunately, Leo used his magic hand to cooperate with Dragonakos who arrived. He held on tightly, not giving him a chance to get rid of the subsequent attacks. Red Dragon, let me, Anuvarak, free you. Who is the big purple beetle who made a sneak attack from the underground and disemboweled the Red Dragon Warrior Valestres, if it wasn't the Crypt Lord Anuvarak? At this time, the Crypt Lord stretched out two big hands that were thicker than his body while he was speaking. The palms of the big hands penetrated into Valestres' body from the wound on his stomach. And then the muscles in both arms suddenly fired. With all his strength, he grabbed the Red Dragon's belly and tore it to both sides with all his strength. Roar! Amidst the screams that shook the entire Blackwing nest, the belly of the Red Dragon Warrior was completely torn open, and the dragon's internal organs mixed with blood poured out in an instant like a flood that broke through the dam. The hot dragon's blood spilled all over the ground, and the entire area with a radius of more than a kilometer was dyed bright red. And the smell of blood filled the entire battlefield. Anuvarak was poured all over his head and face with the blood of the Red Dragon Warrior. The Crypt Lord took a full dragon blood bath. He took a ferocious tone, turned around and looked at the man whose eyes were rapidly losing their luster. Valestres smiled ferociously. Red Dragon, don't be grateful that I helped you get relief. Kill the other person, and tell the other person not to be too grateful to him. As if it is natural for me to kill you, and you don't have to be embarrassed. What is the logic? Valestres really wanted to pounce on Anuvarak and bite Anuvarak into pieces. But unfortunately, he didn't have that chance as his life force was rapidly draining. Nor did he have the ability. The red dragon warrior glared at the Crypt Lord angrily. Even though his life had already left him, fading away. Even though his eyes no longer had any sparkle, he still didn't close them. A typical example of someone who would never close his eyes until death. This guy a Nubarak. Look at him stimulating Valistaz. TSK. What a sin. What a sin. Leo clicked his tongue. But the movements of his hands were not slow at all. A white mist-like vortex appeared, and Valistaz's body was taken in by him. The whole process of collecting the body of the red dragon warrior took less than 10 seconds. After being promoted to legend, with the rapid improvement of mental control, Leo's speed when photographing objects was more than 10 times faster than before. The body of the red dragon warrior Valistraz was accepted by Leo unceremoniously. Regardless of whether he could kill Nefarian or not in the Battle of Blackwing Lair, Leo made a lot of money, and his Dracolic army expanded rapidly. The host kills Valistaz. Goldfinger's prompt sounded. What made Leo depressed was that his character seemed to be used up when attacking Blackstone Tower. He didn't get any extra gains from killing the red dragon warrior Valistaz. Witnessing the entire process of Valistraz's murder, Nefarian felt an emotion called fear. The Black Dragon Prince never expected that his opponent would actually hide such a powerful person as a Nubarak. The despicable and cunning alliance. They clearly have the strength to storm the Blackwing Lair, but they still send people to carry out a sneak attack. Could they be more shameless? If Nefarian really wanted to curse, the situation on the battlefield no longer allowed him to have that leisurely intention. Once Valistaz died, no one could save him. Gia. Gael shook his body with a strange smile, and hundreds of sparks floated towards Nefarian. The Black Dragon Prince was surrounded by legendary strongmen such as Nerlak, Warfortress, Korok, and Haraz, who was sneaking in the dark to look for opportunities to strike. Nefarian looked around and saw that the main force of the Black Dragon Legion still had less than 100 adult black dragons that still had fighting power. Although the more than 100 dead adult black dragons used dragon flames, breath and magic to drag more than 30,000 Alliance soldiers to be buried with them. But no matter what, the Black Dragon Legion suffered a big loss. This is true for all adult black dragons. Not to mention the Draconians. Under the command of Windsor Amern and others, the Alliance soldiers not only withstood the impact of the Draconians, but also killed these dragons in the counterattack. The Drachmans were all killed. And when Valistaz was killed, there were only a few hundred stronger Drachmans left in the field making their final struggle. The army under his command cannot be counted on. The remaining strong Dragon Lord Leshrel is struggling under Varian Salamini swords. It can be seen from the hundreds of scars on the Dragon Man's body, and the half of his right hand that has been chopped off. Understand that he can't hold on for long, and there is no chance of Chromagus facing Acumiel, the beast demigod. He will be killed sooner or later. As for Aberlock, who is fighting Scarlet, Nefarian ignore him directly. If this black dragon dares to participate in Nefarian's battlefield, he will be killed in an instant. Am I really going to die here today? In the Alliance's trap? Nefarian despaired. Nefarian, go ahead, and don't expect Zenisarea to come to save you. Who made you fail to do what I asked? Don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame me, blame your desire for power. Ambition leads you to a dead end. Dragonakos and others joined in. Under the siege of several strong men, the Black Dragon Prince could still resist. Manaroth saw that he could deal with Dragonakos' Dragon Claw attack and quickly stabbed out a spear. With two bloody heads, the spear stabbed into the belly of the Black Dragon Prince again. And at the same time, Leo's whisper sounded in Nefarian's ears again. That human knows Sinisarea. Nefarian's suspicion was confirmed. The black-haired and dark-eyed human indeed knew the Black Dragon Queen Sinisarea. But why did he set up a trap to deal with the Black Dragon Legion? As the Black Dragon Queen, why didn't Sinisarea stop him? Affected by Leo's whisper, Nefarian was shocked and moved a step slower. Dragonakos gave him a dragon tail slap before he could break free from the bloody double-headed spear. Like a giant siege dragon's tail hitting a tree. A sweep on Nefarian's head made the Black Dragon Prince's eyes flash with stars. Manaroth flipped his wrist, and the blood-colored double-headed spear that penetrated Nefarian's body spun like a drill. A big hole was drilled out of the Black Dragon Prince's body. A fatal hole. A hole big enough to kill him. Manaroth drilled a hole in his body, and blood surged out like a bursting river. Nefarian, whose body was rapidly weakening, felt that life was leaving him. He knew that he would be dead even if the other party didn't take action. So he stopped struggling and just looked at Leo with wide eyes. Zenisarea teamed up with this mysterious human to set up a trap for the Alliance's army to break through the Blackwing lair. Now that I am about to die in battle, isn't she afraid that the Black Dragon Legion's strength will decline significantly due to this? And she will not be able to explain to her father? Or is it that Zenithsarea is ready to lead the Black Dragon army again? And I, the Black Dragon Prince, who disobeys her orders, has become the target of her eradication? After understanding Nefarian's questioning look before he died, Leo rubbed the ring of forbidden evil words in his hand and moved his lips. He who knows the current affairs is a wise man. Onyxia is much smarter than you at this point. It turns out Onyxia was involved. I should have thought of it. The light in Nefarian's eyes gradually dimmed. Leo curled his lips and said, "It's just talk. Do you believe what I'm telling you?" Chapter 628 We Win. Well, Leo admitted that he lied. In fact, he deliberately misled Nefarian. Onyxia knew nothing at all. The reason why Leo said that was not only because of Black Onyxia, but also because it made the Black Dragon Prince die in peace. Look, what a good person I am. In order to prevent Nefarian from dying in peace, I told a little white lie. I am so kind. Someone has some narcissistic thoughts going on in their mind. After successfully killing the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian, half of the big trouble in the Blackwing lair was solved. A smile appeared on Leo's face. But soon the smile turned into shock. The host killed Nefarian, the extraction of magic equipment was successful, and the host obtained Osh Candy, the sword of the Iron Horse Brotherhood. Are you kidding me? Leo was speechless. He didn't know what expression he should make. It stands to reason that you should laugh when you get extra rewards after killing Nefarian. And you should laugh even more when you get such a good weapon as the sword of Osh Candy. But the problem is that if Leo wants to take it out and use it, he should laugh. How to explain its origin to people? Leo can still ignore their ideas. But what about Scarlet? It's really nerve-wracking. Isn't Goldfinger just asking me a difficult question? Leo scratched his face with a depressed look. The joy in Leo's heart for killing Nefarian was diluted a lot by this incident. But then a smile broke out on his face. The host level is improved. Upgraded. Leo's strength has taken another step forward after being promoted to legend. At level 81. There are only the last 4 small steps away from becoming a demigod. However, the hardships involved in each of these 4 small steps are beyond what outsiders can imagine. We have reached the end of the road and want to make further efforts. Far from what it could be compared to before. No matter what, progress is a good thing. As the saying goes, you can't reach 1,000 miles without taking small steps. Leo firmly believes that through accumulation bit by bit, he will eventually step into a higher level and become a strong demigod. It's a pity that I can't understand the master of the curse's shadow control and the impermanence of pain. Otherwise, it would be easy to become a demigod in the shortest possible time with the power of the complete laws I have mastered. Leo secretly thought that it was a pity. By understanding shadow mastery and unstable pain, he could fully master the warlock's 3 talents. Using the 3 talents to become a demigod was a shortcut for Leo to become a demigod at this time. After all, the biggest obstacle to breaking through the legends and becoming a demigod was understanding the power of the law poses no obstacle to him at all. A white mist-like vortex sucked Nefarian's body in. Leo would not waste the body of the Black Dragon Prince. Besides, if he didn't take the opportunity to control Nefarian now, would he still leave it to Deathwing? Nefarian's death is an extremely heavy blow to the Black Dragon Legion. As the Black Dragon Prince, who rules the Blackwing lair, Nefarian is the backbone of the Black Dragon Legion. Originally, the Black Dragon Legion had an extremely difficult time fighting this battle. The balance of the war has already siding towards the opponent. The Black Dragons relied on the arrogance in their hearts to hold on. Now that the leader died in battle, it directly destroyed the last line of defense in the heart of the Black Dragon army. Even the powerful and noble Black Dragon Prince Nefarian is dead. How long can we survive the Alliance's attack? There is no hope of winning this battle. In order not to die in the hands of these humans, it is better for us to escape as soon as possible. Such thoughts came from the hearts of the Black Dragons. The already low morale collapsed completely with Nefarian's death. The Black Dragons, who had no fighting spirit, could even bother to fight back against the Alliance soldiers who attacked them. In order to escape, they took every one of them. He used all his strength to slam into the bone prison that imprisoned him. And the dull thumping sound replaced the previous shocking shouts of killing and echoed in the Blackwing lair. Hurry up and kill all these Black Dragons. Every time he kills one more Black Dragon, Leo will gain another Dracolic. Of course, he will not let go of the remaining dozens of Black Dragons, including Flintag, Gale, Anavarak, and Dragonakos. Manilos and other powerful men all killed him. The black dragons imprisoned by Leo's bones were all ordinary adult black dragons. The largest one was only about 300 meters tall. Under the joint efforts of a group of legendary strongmen regardless of their status, they were unable to move at all. They were quickly eliminated. Kill them one by one. The main force of the Black Dragon Legion was completely wiped out. Without the Black Dragon's pressure, the dragons and beasts immediately collapsed. They fled in panic. But they didn't think about where they could escape after being blocked by the Alliance's army in the Blackwing Lair. If the Alliance wants to drive them all out, they can send people to station here, and then send strong men to lead a team to wipe them out one by one. The defeat was like a mountain falling. But that was all. Leo shook his head, grabbed forward with his right hand, and used a death grip to pull Aberlock over, who gave up his entanglement with Scarlet and wanted to escape. The Black Dragon Warrior flapped his wings with a look of fear. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't stop his body from sliding towards Leo. Want to run? Leo's eyes were full of coldness. Can you run? Human. Let me go! Aberlock was scared. This was the first time he encountered such a powerful human being. The magic power that bound his body was so huge that he could not resist it at all, knowing that he would probably not end well if he was caught. The Black Dragon Warrior screamed in fear. In the face of death, the pride of the giant dragon and the dignity of the Black Dragon are nothing compared to the invisible and traceless fear. Any living thing will fear death because it is an innate instinct. If it weren't for Goldfinger, Leo might still have the idea of subduing Aberlock, just like he did with Polition. But with the existence of Goldfinger, he could use the dragon's corpse to create an army of Dracolic. Ideas will naturally not sprout in Leo's mind. How can a loyal Dracolic rest assured with a subordinate who has other small thoughts and doesn't know when he will betray him? A chaos arrow hit Aberlock's head directly. Judging from the energy on the chaos arrow, that was so rich that it had condensed into liquid. The magic power contained in this hit was extremely terrifying. Aberlock wanted to struggle when he saw this. But how could the Black Dragon Warrior's small arms twist Leo's thick legs? His dying struggle had no effect. Under the control of Leo's mental power, the chaos arrow penetrated from his left eye and shot out of his right eye, piercing his brain. The magic contained in the arrow exploded in Aberlock's mind, destroying his brain and extinguishing the Black Dragon Warrior's life. The host kills Aberlock. This notification sound from Goldfinger indicates that all the powerful black dragons in Blackwing Lair have been killed. The Black Dragon Prince Nefarian and his 3 Black Dragon Warriors Filmer, Fledgel, and Aberlock have all been killed. There are no additional rewards, so there is no motivation at all. Leo curled his lips. He was very dissatisfied with Goldfinger's stinginess. He found that as he became stronger and stronger, it became more and more difficult to obtain equipment or skills from Goldfinger. Leo really didn't know what kind of trouble it was going to make. Don't you know that the stronger I am, the stronger the opponent I will face? How can I fight against the enemy without good equipment and skills that are never too many? Or does Goldfinger want me to understand the principle that a gentleman should be kind and false, but should not be restrained by things? Thinking of this, Leo was suddenly shocked. He found that he really needed to reflect on whether his over-reliance on Goldfinger had led him to go astray and suffered from Goldfinger dependence syndrome. To stand at the top of the world in this chaotic world, he always relies on his own hard power. The golden finger is just a catalyst that makes him become stronger quickly. He can gain benefits from it and make himself hundreds of times faster than others. There is nothing wrong with getting stronger at a faster speed, but it would be too much to always expect to profit from Goldfinger. No matter how you say it, your own hard power is your capital to settle down. Leo was suddenly shocked. He found that he was going astray without knowing it. Fortunately, he woke up quickly. Otherwise, there would definitely be big problems in the future if it were allowed to develop. I thought that after experiencing the sorrow of the weak from the Defias thief, I could persevere in the training of MI7 without any foundation. I only wanted to enhance my strength and become a strong person who would not let anyone take advantage of me. It's really funny to think that today I have become stronger and have unknowingly abandoned my original beliefs. At this time, Leo's idea was clear. He no longer complained about Goldfinger's stinginess. Instead, he felt that this guy's approach was very correct. Of course, Leo still hoped that he would be generous enough when he wanted to get certain items. Dragon Man, watch your move. A loud shout interrupted Leo's thoughts. He followed the sound and saw Varian merging Salamini's swords into one. His Majesty the King of Stormwind Kingdom leaped up high with his sword in hand, shining at Lush. Rael's head was slashed with a sword. The long-handled sword in the Dragon Lord's hand was sealed horizontally, trying to block Varian's full blow. Throat. Amidst the clear sound of metal collision, Leckrel's long-handled sword broke in response, and Salamini's sword slashed straight down in the astonished eyes of the Dragonman Lord. Puff! The blade of the great sword slashed into Leckrel's body and drew down quickly as Varian fell. A crack appeared in Leckrel's body where it passed. Human. Your sword. Leckrel's eyes gradually brightened, and after Varian's feet landed on the ground, his body collapsed backwards. The Dragon Lord Leckrel was killed by King Varian of the Kingdom of Stormwind. Poor Leckrel. You could have lasted for a while longer. But unfortunately, your weapons couldn't stop Salamini's sharpness. Leo sighed for Leckrel in his heart, but his hands moved quickly. As soon as the body of the Dragon Lord fell to the ground, he used his personal space to collect it. Varian did not react at all, because Leckrel Rail's body was of no use to the latter. Varian is not like other warriors, who need to cut off the enemy's heads and preserve them to show their strength. In his heart, the strength of a warrior comes from himself. Strong is strong and weak is weak. He needs to play tricks to gain recognition from others. Leo. We win. Scarlet walked over with the sword of Ashkandi. Although she had the help of Storm Crow, it was still very difficult for her with her current strength to fight against the Black Dragon warrior Aberlock. During the battle, the female paladin was still focused. She didn't think it was until the burst of fatigue hit her after the battle that she realized just how hard she had fought. Leo reached out his arm to the female paladin with a look of pity. He knew that Scarlet's temper was unwilling to show her weak side in front of outsiders. She wanted others to see her strength and establish her image as a strong queen, allowing the Arather people to always maintain full confidence in the rise of their country. It's really difficult for a girl to bear the hope of a country's rise on her shoulders. A bloody energy line quietly shot out from Leo's palm holding Scarlet. Unable to be noticed by outsiders, Leo was using his own magic power to replenish Scarlet. The female knight's face did not change at all, but she looked towards Leo's eyes were full of tenderness. I really don't understand the love between you humans. Reproduction is so complicated. A sharp sound sounded, and Akuil came over with Chromagus in his mouth. The two-headed giant dog was covered in wounds and had no strength to move. At this time, it was looking at the restrained dog with a fearful expression. Akuil lives in his own house, waiting for the judgment of this beastly demigod. Akuil, you didn't kill it? Thetis shook her little head and looked at Chromagus with curiosity. In the eyes of the little girl, the image of the two-headed giant dog was not scary. On the contrary, she thought it was funny that Chromagus had two heads. Its ability is pretty good. I'll teach you to tame it, if it dares to resist. Akuil saw that Thetis was very interested in Chromagus and immediately spoke out. For some reason, Leo always felt that the beast demigod was looking for a scapegoat. Someone who wanted to be there while Thetis was ravaging her pet. Go up for him. No wonder it took so long to kill a Chromagus with Akuil's strength. It turned out that he was planning to capture him alive. If you live too long, your snake will turn into a spirit. Leo looked at the two-headed giant dog that was being tamed by Thetis using taming beast with pity, and he mourned for his future fate in his heart. Poor Chromagus. I hope you won't be played to death by Thetis. Chapter 629, We are not in a hurry. The Battle of Blackwing Lair is over. All the powerful Black Dragon Legion members, including the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian, fell in the Alliance's attack. Chromagus, the only one still alive, also became a victim under the coercion of Akuil, Thetis's pet. This two-headed giant dog is now shrinking in size and staying beside its new owner. There is no resistance in Blackwing Lair. I think we should take this opportunity to destroy this place. If my calculation is not wrong, we still have a full hour. Defeating the resistance of the Blackwing Nest does not mean destroying the Blackwing Nest. In the previous battle between the Black Dragon Legion and the Flame Demon Servants, most of the main force of the Black Dragon Legion were injured, and there were many Black Dragons. Death in battle. These Black Dragon Alliance did not see them when they attacked Blackstone Tower, so it is certain that they were all taken to the Blackwing Lair by the Black Dragon Legion, taking advantage of people's illness to kill people. Whether it is Varian Bolvar or Sargas Patina, they all have the same mentality as Leo. That is, taking advantage of the Black Dragon Legion being severely damaged. They will lose these due to injuries, killing the powerful Black Dragon. If we let them go this time and wait for them to recover, it will become a big disaster. Therefore, after everyone took care of the battlefield hastily, they led the army into the Blackwing Lair. What they did to them Scarlet didn't object. The female paladin is not a pedantic, stubborn and unchangeable person. Although she upholds the righteousness and justice of the paladin in her heart. Justice and justice are for humans and the Alliance. The black dragon who tries to destroy the world is an evil existence. Talk to them about justice. Is there anything wrong with Eugeni's brain? How can the Blackwing Lair, whose resistance has been defeated, stop the Alliance army that has just won 2 battles with great momentum? Except for the slight resistance of some black dragons, who were not too seriously injured, the Alliance's army was not hindered. And even if there was resistance from the black dragons, they soon died at the hands of the strong Alliance leader. The black dragon is indeed a powerful existence. But a phoenix that has lost its feathers is not as good as a chicken. They are injured and cannot even participate in the battle. Now they can only be reduced to being stepped on with their own lives. Many Alliance soldiers have achieved success since childhood. The dream of slaying the dragon. The Alliance army in front was clearing out the remnants of the Black Dragon Legion. And Leo followed behind and collected all the black dragon's corpses and eggs. From the smile that couldn't be concealed on his face, you could tell that this kid's harvest was not ordinary. Rich. Not counting the nearly 30,000 dragon eggs obtained during this trip to Blackstone Mountain. The black dragon corpses obtained alone are enough to expand the number of the Dracolic army to 4,000. If Nefarian, Varus are included. There are 5 powerful dragons. Taz, Thilmare, Fledgel, and Aberlock. It is not an exaggeration to say that the combat power of the Dragon Lich army is 10 times stronger than before. After entering Blackstone Mountain from Blackstone Fortress through the any gate opened by the Dracolic army, whether it is to intercept the Balrog slaves led by Exitus at the entrance to the Molten Core or rely on the any gate again to attack the Black Dragon army entrenched in Black Rock Mountain. In Leo's opinion, the intensity of these 2 battles was not high. Although the whole battle process was not easy, it was not strenuous either. It took so little effort, but the harvest was so rich. And the price-performance ratio was so high that Leo couldn't help but marvel. No wonder those giant dragons who kept shouting to protect the world liked to encourage other races to take the lead. It turned out that being a fisherman felt so comfortable. When he mentioned the guardian dragon and being a fisherman, Leo snorted secretly and wanted to take advantage. Have you asked me? Crassus. You will get a big surprise. I hope your health is good enough and you can withstand it better and don't burst your blood vessels. Ha ha. The Dracolic army appeared again. And under the help of Polition and Ectoros, any door opened again. Arathar's army, under the command of Almarin, entered first. King Varian, General Sargas, Bettina. We don't have much time. If Exitus really awakens the clone of Ragnaros, with our current strength, the chance of winning against him is very low. Why not go back to Blackstone Fortress to check out the situation, and then decide what to do after a few days of rest? What do you think? After the Alliance army raided Blackwing Lair, Leo made a suggestion to evacuate Blackstone Mountain, killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 800. Despite the fact that the Alliance won twice, every soldier is now as powerful as if they can fight 2 more times without any problem. But in fact, their physical strength has been squeezed. Once clear, neither the Fire Demon servants of Molten Core nor the Black Dragon Legion of Blackwing Lair were easy to deal with. The hundreds of thousands of Alliance troops that set out from Blackstone Fortress now had less than 70,000 left, and the casualties accounted for the entire more than half of the army. If the vast majority of those participating in this war were not elite soldiers, if it were not for the sense of honor of the soldiers driving them, and if it were not for the joy of victory stimulating them, even with Varian and others holding the line, the army also collapsed long ago. Bettina made eye contact with Sargas, and even though Varian still wanted to fight the Balrog clone with the power of victory, she had to agree with Leo's proposal to withdraw the army to the Blackstone Fortress, because he saw the intention to retreat in the eyes of the dwarf generals and dwarf warriors. Without the help of allies, the Kingdom of Stormwind's army in Blackstone Mountain alone had no chance of winning against Ragnaros' clone. Although warriors must advance bravely, bravery does not mean acting recklessly. Varian is a warrior and a king. He must consider the soldiers of the kingdom. He insists on fighting a war that is destined to fail. This is not risking the lives of soldiers. Are you kidding? Seeing that Varian and others agreed, Leo was slightly relieved. If they insisted on having a head-on fight with the Balrog clone here, Leo would never accompany them. He would pull Scarlet away from here. Even if he did, this will offend Iron Forge in Stormwind City. Leo has no interest in being such a person who has to thank others after being used as a weapon. If someone sells you, and you help him count the money, this is something only a fool would do. With the Eneman Alliance's army leaving Blackstone Mountain very quickly, Because of their experience, and because the team had lost nearly half of its manpower, it only took them less than a quarter of an hour to leave. As for the Alliance soldiers who died in the battle, the corpse had been baptized with holy light by the holy knights in the army when they were cleaning the battlefield. And all of them turned into twinkling points of light and disappeared without a trace under the golden holy light. All the Alliance troops stepped into any door, and the Blackwing lair that had been slaughtered became deathly silent. Except for a small number of Balrog slaves left in the molten core, there was not a single living creature in the entire Blackstone Mountain. The Dark Iron Dwarves realized something was wrong and fled Blackstone Mountain. The Alliance army killed the Balrog slaves led by Exodus at the gate of the molten core. They got the news immediately. King Varian, this time we have a great victory. The Blackstone orcs who offended the kingdom of Stormwind were all wiped out when we attacked Blackrock Tower. Even if there are some who slipped through the net, they can't do it without the support of the Black Dragon Legion. If there is any threat, we have already achieved our goal. Leo patted Varian on the shoulder. At this time, the king of the Stormwind Kingdom didn't have much joy on his face. Seeing him frowning, Leo comforted him. Varian's face improved a lot after hearing what he said. Indeed, isn't it true that the Stormwind Kingdom summoned Arathor, Ironforge and Darnassus allies this time to deal with the threat of the Blackstone orcs to the Stormwind Kingdom? Now the goal has been achieved. Not only have the Blackrock orcs been annihilated, but their backer, the Black Dragon Legion, has also been defeated. This trip to Blackstone Mountain has exceeded the mission. What else is Varian dissatisfied with? You are right. I am a little greedy, but I am not willing to fight Ragnaros. Speaking of the Balrog clone, Varian's face was full of fighting spirit. Upon seeing this, Leo secretly praised that Varian's current achievements were indeed not a fluke. Others tried their best to avoid fighting opponents who were far stronger than him, but he took the initiative to face them without fear of challenges. Just this fighting spirit, a burning heart, is enough to make Varian stronger than others. Raising his eyebrows, Leo looked at the towering Black Rock Mountain at the end of the horizon and said leisurely, I also want to challenge the Balrog clone. But we must consider the condition of the soldiers. Besides, fighting against the Balrog clone is normal. It's useless for soldiers to get involved. The best way is to use a few strong men to show the Balrog's strength. Varian's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he grasped the key point of Leo's words. Did you deliberately propose to withdraw the troops so that the soldiers would not participate in the battle with the Balrog? Rolling his eyes and making an expression like you finally understand, Leo shrugged and said to Varian, what else should I do? Could it be that I told my soldiers that you were too weak? In this kind of battle, it has no effect at all? If it were so hurtful, would you tell your own soldiers? Especially when they had just won a big victory. Of course, if it were Varian, he wouldn't say that. Telling the truth is a good quality, but the truth is often the most hurtful. Otherwise, how could there be unfavorable advice? The soldiers of the Alliance fought 2 battles in a row. First, they defeated the Balrog slaves in the molten core, and then rushed to the Blackstone Tower and entered the Blackwing lair non-stop, after killing and wounding tens of thousands of his comrades. Could Varian survive them? Tell them that you are too weak to participate in high-end wars while enjoying the fruits of victory. What a joke. Then what are you going to do? Hand over the army to your officers, and we set off for the molten core now? Varian was impatient, and already understood Leo's intention. He quickly asked, don't worry. Ragnaros' clone is in Blackstone Mountain. He can't escape, Leo said and pointed around. Bettina is not strong enough to participate in the battle with the Balrog. The army of dwarves and gnomes can be handed over to her leadership, but General Sargas still needs to rest. Here, you and I are still at the peak of our combat power, but Bolvar and Scarlet must recover their physical strength and the consumed power of the holy light. Therefore, we have to wait. Anyway, it will take some time for Exodus to summon the Balrog clone, so we are not in a hurry. After killing Gulegman the Incinerator and Dragon Lord Leshril, Varian's combat power was actually not consumed at all. Unlike Leo, he didn't need to fight in person. His achievements were all achieved with one sword after another. Yes, from here you can see the abnormality of Varian's strength. He may not be as efficient as Leo in terms of killing efficiency, but in a real fight, the King of Stormwind Kingdom may not be much weaker, being able to stand at the top among many warriors of the human race. Varian does not rely on his status as king. It's your own strength. Varian looked around. He and Leo did not consume much combat power, and were still at their peak. But others were different. He finally agreed to Leo's proposal. Okay. Then just wait a little longer. Chapter 630. What's the use of you? What can you do in half an hour? In half an hour, Amaran and Windsor were able to settle Arather and the Stormwind Kingdom's army. After regaining their strength, Sargas could hand over his dwarf army to Bettina for integration and leadership. Scarlet and Bolvar can restore their physical strength, and the power of holy light consumed in the 2 battles of Molten Core and Blackwing Lair. For Leo, half an hour is enough time for him to convert the spoils into combat power. And this is without anyone else knowing. Are you worried about them? Leo stood next to Varian. He knew what the King of Stormwind Kingdom was worried about. Because Leo was standing when the human officers who stayed at Blackstone Fortress reported to Varian the details of Theramore's army heading to Blackstone Mountain. Varian sighed. Varian originally wanted to inform Mills that they had returned to Blackstone Fortress. But Necromancer didn't know what went wrong, causing Varian to be completely unable to contact the other party. Since Mills and his team had already set off for a long time, they could not catch up if they sent people to catch up. How could Varian not be in a hurry? Seeing that the clone of the fire demon Ragnaros left in the Molten Core was about to be awakened by Exodus, Mills led Theramore's army into it. It was difficult not to suffer a big loss. And even total annihilation is not impossible. I don't know what's wrong with Jaina. I can't contact her communication stone. It seems like it was blocked by someone with magic. Varian frowned. What does Jaina's attainments in magic mean? The reason why people can set up a magic shielding barrier around her is probably the first mage of the human race himself. Varian, who didn't know how to contact Mills, could only prevent the tragedy by contacting Jaina first, and then asking the King of Theramore to tell the Major who was leading the army to Blackrock Mountain. But unfortunately, now Gianna could not be reached. Leo curled his lips when he heard this. Jaina's inability to contact her at this time was not a coincidence that Varian thought. It was man-made. The Red Dragon wants the Alliance army to lead the charge for them. Of course, it is impossible for Varian to contact Theramore. Otherwise, what will they do if Varian asks them for reinforcements? You must know that Leo showed his ability to deploy large-scale portals in Blackstone Fortress. The excuse of being too far away and too late to get there simply does not work. So it is better to completely cut off contact so that Varian cannot contact him. If you want to harm me and benefit you, be the Oriole behind? Red Dragon, I will let you know what it means to bring it upon yourself. With a helpless expression on his face, Leo couldn't help but sneer in his heart. After we withdrew from Blackstone Mountain, it wasn't because we didn't want to notify Theramore, but because we couldn't contact Jaina. If anything happened, we wouldn't be blamed. We have tried our best. But if something unexpected happens to Major Mills, we cannot stop it. According to my estimation, Theramore's army has already entered Blackstone Mountain. Leo comforted Varian. He was right. The 5,000 Theramore troops, led by Major Mills, had indeed entered Blackstone Mountain at this time. A human army is marching on the wide lava bridge. Judging from the shirts they wear, this army is the 5,000 Theramore soldiers led by Major Mills. Mills, who was leading the army on the march, looked worried. The current situation in Blackstone Mountain was greatly different from what he knew. The endless boiling lava flows are spewing out everywhere, and the ground fire that can melt steel into liquid in an instant jumps out from the cracks in the rocks, which makes people feel frightened. The boiling and gushing magma is as red as blood and illuminates the entire Black Rock Mountain blood red. How different is the scene here from H.L. The lava flow Blackstone Mountain does exist, but no one has ever seen such a violent spout, and no one has ever mentioned the underground fires that burst out from the cracks in the rocks. These scenes that only happened when Blackstone Mountain first appeared actually happened, and does its appearance at this time mean that this huge active volcano that reaches into the sky will erupt in the near future? Mills couldn't help but shudder when he thought of the eruption of the active volcano Blackstone Mountain. Even on the lava bridge where the temperature was so high that ordinary people couldn't bear it, he still broke out in a cold sweat. It's not that Mills is timid, but he knows very well that if the active volcano Blackstone Mountain really erupts, they who have entered the mountain will be sent to their own death. All the soldiers in the team, including him, will be dead, and only those few will be killed. Only a strong person can survive. It's okay for you big shots to use us little pawns as cover for your work, but putting us in such a dangerous situation is too much and is simply unreasonable. Mills didn't say it on the surface, but he had planted a seed of resentment in his heart. There were people in Theramore who were dissatisfied with Jaina, while others were devoted to the first human mage. And there were even neutral factions like Mills, because Arathar's navy fought fiercely with the Bloodsail pirates in Booty Bay, and the opposition members fled one after another. There are now almost no villains like Jaina in Theramore. Apart from the neutrals, they are Jaina's confidants. So much so that the extremely dangerous task of leading an army to Blackstone Mountain could only be carried out by the neutral Mills. It is absolutely impossible for Mills to say that he has no hatred in his heart for the person who put him into a dangerous situation and pushed him into a pit of fire. It's just that he is too weak and has no ability to resist. Knowing that the big shot wants to use you as cannon fodder, but unable to resist. This is the tragedy of the little guy. Of course, little people can play a big role at certain times and make big people suffer big losses. But does Mills have this chance? I feel that the fire element is restless. Someone has stirred up the magical power here. We must be careful. A human dressed as a soldier in Theramore's army was talking quietly to her companions. With a purely feminine voice and soft blonde hair that could not be concealed by a helmet. It only took a few glances to tell that this was a woman. Indeed, it seems that Varian has led people to invade the molten core. And only the Balrog slaves there can make Blackstone Mountain look like this. The other person standing next to the blonde female soldier looked at the boiling and gushing magma flow under the lava bridge with a somewhat hollow look. As if he wanted to see through the magma, the scene in the molten core buried deep at the bottom of Blackstone Mountain. Are we going to Blackwing Lair or molten core now? The blonde female soldier asked in a low voice. Blackwing Lair is their target this time. But the Alliance army is attacking the molten core. And judging from the abnormal conditions currently appearing in Blackstone Mountain, they have probably made good progress. If you enter the molten core and join forces with the Alliance's army, you will definitely achieve brilliant results. Theramore did not have many troops coming to Blackstone Mountain this time. It would be difficult for a mere 5,000 human soldiers to attack Blackstone Tower, let alone the Blackwing Lair. Unless a few of them reveal their true strength, they will definitely lose. Without the support of hundreds of thousands of troops from the Alliance, going to trouble the Black Dragon Legion would only bring shame on oneself. In this way, the choice between the two would be easy to make. The slaves of Ragnaros the Fire Lord left in the molten core are also a hidden danger to the world we want to protect. I decided to go there and join forces with Varian to solve this danger. The senior figures hidden in the army made a decision. Mills, the apparent supreme commander of the army, immediately adjusted the marching route. The 5,000 soldiers of Theramore marched towards the dark abyss. What fate awaited them? In the molten core, a fire demon holding a trident stands beside a huge lava pool. He is Exodus, and he is responsible for the changes in Blackstone Mountain. At this time, the manager of the molten core, the steward of the Balrog, was nervously looking at the lava pool that was rolling more and more fiercely. This lava pool located in the deepest part of the molten core has a diameter of 10,000 meters. The lava surges out from this 10,000-meter large pool and then pours into the various lava flows that have already formed in the Black Rock Mountain, making the entire Black Rock Mountain's temperature rise. Going higher and higher. More and more fire elements gather. That's right. The lava pool in front of Exodus is the source of Blackstone Mountain's lava. It is changing the environment of Blackstone Mountain through the continuous flow of lava and erupting magma, silently transforming it into the source of the fire world. The presence? The fire demon Ragnaros was extremely ambitious. He created the active volcano Blackstone Mountain to build the molten core and sent his elemental servants to guard it. His purpose was not just to leave a clone in this world and open a round-trip trail, but to transform this place into a bridgehead for his return to the world, and transform Blackstone Mountain into an existence like Saffron Fortress. If he succeeds, the world will erupt into a catastrophe comparable to a massive invasion by the Burning Legion. There are two ways to wake up the Balrog clone. One is to stay by the lava pool when there is plenty of time, and the Balrog clone will come out to meet him after sensing him. The other is to do it in a critical moment. Forcefully awaken the Balrog clone. But in this case, you have to bear the wrath of the Balrog clone. Exodus discovered that the Alliance did not rush in after successfully intercepting them at the entrance to the molten core. In his opinion, this was because the other party was concerned about the special environment of the molten core and did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, Exodus Sodus was very rich. Since he had time, he chose the first method, which was not very efficient, but had a high safety factor. The lava was rolling endlessly, and Exodus' anxious heart was beating up and down. This time he fell into the enemy's trick and caused heavy losses in the molten core. Ragnaros knew how to punish him. No, you can't tell the truth. What's up? Just when Exodus was worrying about gains and losses, a huge sound came from the lava pool. The sound shook the surrounding solidified rocks and cracked them. Exodus had to lean his trident on the ground to stop it. Keep your body in balance. Even before a person appeared, his voice alone was so powerful, and the strength of the clone left here by the Balrog was already evident. Hearing this voice, Exodus laid his whole body on the ground to show his submission. The fire demon leader had a flattering expression on his face. The great lord of fire. An existence older than this world. Your servant Exodus has something to report to you. The Alliance has joined forces with Nefarion's Black Dragon Legion. Although your servant tried his best to resist, he is still not their opponents. Lucifron, Magamanda, Gar, Gudwin, Gillegman, etc. have all been killed. Exodus' body trembled when he said this, because he felt the anger from the powerful being in the lava pool. Both Gal and Gudwin died in the battle. Have you brought their remains back? What made the fire demon leader feel strange was that Ragnaros did not ask about the specific situation. Instead, he first asked about the whereabouts of Gal and Gidden's bodies. Could it be that Gal and Gidden were acting weird? But now is not the time to think about these issues. Exodus was shocked to feel Ragnaros' concern about this. Master, both Gar and Gidon were destroyed by the dragon. Exodus tried hard to recall the scene at that time. But the dragon that killed him found 2 cyan objects. Before Exodus could finish his words, a roar resounded throughout the Blackstone Mountain, shocking him with stars in his eyes. Boom! A huge figure rushed out of the lava pool with boundless anger. Trash? What do I need from you? Chapter 631. As long as the fire demon is not killed by external forces, it has endless life, because it can live for endless years. Exodus is very afraid of death. This is why he was intercepted by the Alliance at the entrance to the Molten Core, and was left behind when he was about to lose the battle. The reason why Gignis Shoslar and his companions escaped. However, fire demons are not gods. They cannot be born with an endless lifespan like gods. Therefore, the infinite life of fire demons can only be acquired. Their lifespan is given by humans. The one who bestows infinite life on the fire demon is Ragnaros, the Lord of Fire. Although the fire demon Ragnaros is not a god, he is more powerful than many gods. As one of the 4 elemental lords of wind, water, earth, and fire, Ragnaros has enough power to bestow certain creatures near permanent life. With power comes obligation, and with gain comes loss. The fire demons received endless life from Ragnaros, and naturally had to pay a high price. This price is freedom. Their life and death are completely controlled by Ragnaros. Ragnaros was immediately furious when he learned that Gar and Gidden had been killed, and that the Windseeker's imprisonment emblem hidden in their bodies to prevent the resurrection of the Wind Prince Sunderland had also been taken away. In order to kill Wind Prince Sunderland, he spent a lot of effort and carried out a sneak attack regardless of his identity before finally succeeding. Although he didn't know if the dragon took away the Wind Chaser's imprisonment emblem and could study its usage. But this did not mean impeding his incompetence in evaluating Exodus. An incompetent subordinate is useless trash. Why keep him here if he is trash? Just like a dog. It can neither look after the home nor make the owner smile. So what's the use of raising it? Ragnaros, who emerged from the lava pool with overwhelming anger, slapped his big hand and slapped the leader of the fire demon to the ground. Ignoring Exodus's pleading eyes, Ragnaros killed Exodus as easily as swatting a fly to death. The fire demon didn't even dare to cast a protective spell, and just watched himself being killed. The incompetent guy deserves to die. After killing Exodus, the fire demon Ragnaros was not relieved. Countless fire elements in the Blackstone Mountains continuously converged towards his direction and penetrated into his body one after another. After absorbing a large amount of fire elements in his body, Ragnaros' body expanded rapidly like a balloon. As his body grew larger, the speed of absorbing fire elements also became faster. This formed a cycle, causing Ragnaros to the speed of absorbing the fire element is getting faster and faster, and the body is getting bigger and bigger. Soon, his size exceeded the limit that the molten core could accommodate. Crack! Crack! The swollen body of the Balrog made the rock wall that built the molten core make an unbearable sound. It was about to burst. But Ragnaros had no intention of stopping at all. His body was stronger than before. The speed is increasing. The deaths of Gard and Gidden. The snatching of the Wind Chaser's emblem of imprisonment that imprisoned the Wind Prince Sunderland. And the incompetence of Exodus. All these stimulated the Balrog. He wanted others to understand Ragnaros' anger is not something that weak beings in this world can afford. The Balrog was blazing with rage. And in his rage, he didn't even care about whether the molten core would be destroyed. Even if it is destroyed, he won't feel bad. The worst he can do is build another molten core. If the old one doesn't go, the new one won't come. Ragnaros mobilized the fire element so unscrupulously. The lava in Blackstone Mountain spewed out more and more violently. The rocks cracked with more and bigger gaps. And the ground fire kept coming out, burning the entire mountain red. Help! The volcano is about to erupt. The Balrog's actions were a huge disaster for Mills and his 5,000 Theramore soldiers who were inside Blackstone Mountain. The lava fire couldn't stop spewing out, and the mountain was shaking violently. Standing on the lava bridge, the human soldiers on board felt that the end of the world was nothing more than this. Although the soldiers here are all combat professionals, and although they are all elites who are stronger than ordinary soldiers. At this moment, when everyone knows what will happen next, they still can't help but panic. The active volcano Blackstone Mountain is about to erupt. But this is not the point. The point is that he is so lucky to stay in the heart of Blackstone Mountain at this time, facing a powerful enemy. These 5,000 human soldiers had enough courage to fight with him. Even if they were defeated in the end, they would not be ashamed of their title of warriors. However, they were afraid of the irresistible power of nature. There was no way to fight against Tianwei. So they screamed in terror and rushed towards the road they came from, trying to get out of here before the volcano actually erupted. The soldiers ran away, and the officers followed suit. No one wanted to die meaninglessly here, and not even the scum was left behind. As the supreme commander of this army, Major Mills did not stop them. In the face of an irresistible natural disaster such as a volcanic eruption, Mills would not force the soldiers to make meaningless sacrifices. Your Highness, the volcano is about to erupt. We must evacuate here as soon as possible. With two confidants, Mills came to the side of the blonde female soldier. While many Theramore soldiers were busy escaping for their lives, a group of people did not flee with the crowd. They just stopped and looked underground, as if there was something attractive in the boiling magma and the underground fire. The behavior of this group of people is extremely strange in the eyes of others. But now is the time to escape. Every extra step you take will give you more hope of survival. No one of the fleeing soldiers will have the leisure to care about this group of people. Strange comrade. The fire elements in the entire Blackstone Mountain are rioting. Under their interference, not only can't the scroll to return to the city be used, but even I can't open the portal. Mills, take the soldiers and evacuate here quickly. The blonde female soldier's eyes were full of worry. Mills didn't know whether she was worried about whether the 5,000 Theramore soldiers could escape with their lives, or whether she was worried about such a change happening in Blackstone Mountain. He only knew that he was very angry now. Don't think that I, Mills, am a fool. With your attainments in magic, you can't even open a portal? Are you kidding? What you're afraid of is that the loss of your magic power will hinder your next actions. In the end, it doesn't matter to you that we are not your confidants. That's what you think, right? He was roaring in his heart. But in action, Mills bowed deeply to the blonde female soldier before turning around and leaving. The major and his two henchmen rushed out of the Black Rock Mountain as fast as they could. Only one sentence was left lingering in Blackstone Mountain. I will follow your orders. Your Highness Jaina. Your Highness Jaina is here? Once she comes, we will be saved. The running soldiers were overjoyed when they heard this. Many of them couldn't help but stop and look for Jaina. But what they turned around to see was Mills running like crazy. Soulless. The soldier who stopped scolded angrily, then started running again, and continued to run for his life. In their view, Mills yelled deliberately to play with himself. Even now, Mills is still in the mood to play tricks on us. Isn't he just relying on his own strength? Do you really think you can run out of Black Rock Mountain before the volcano erupts? Damn you. You will be swallowed by the erupting magma, and you won't even be able to find your body. Mills, is this your little revenge? However, I really can't open the portal. The fire element here is too violent. The blonde female soldier shook her head. But if you look carefully, you will find that her eyes are always staring at the boiling magma fire under the lava bridge. And she does not pay much attention to Mills. The overall situation comes first. Jaina, this is not your fault. I hope these people can escape smoothly. The blonde female soldier is Jaina Proudmoore, the first mage of the human race and the king of Theramore. The person who asked her to focus on the overall situation was an elf with long silver white hair. The reason why she can tell that he is an elf is because he has taken off all the armor and shirts of Theramore soldiers. It only takes a few seconds for strong men like Jaina to take off the equipment of disguised soldiers. After Mills and Theramore soldiers left, they naturally did not need to continue to pretend to be soldiers without cover. In fact, with the current situation in Blackstone Mountain, it is impossible for ordinary human soldiers to stay here. Even if they continue to pretend, no one will believe them. Jaina is always a human being. As the king of Theramore, she cannot be indifferent to the life and death of her own people and her own soldiers. In fact, despite what Krasis says, if the people who are in danger are his red dragons, people will be nervous just like him. The red dragon acting so calmly now is just the mentality of a dead Taoist friend, but a poor Taoist. Teacher, with such a big change happening in Blackstone Mountain, I'm afraid Varian has led people into the core of the molten core. And the clone of the fire demon Ragnaros left in this world has been alarmed by them. A human wearing a purple shirt with ochre hair said to the silver-haired elf. The weapon in this human's hand was very strange. Although it looked like a staff from the magic crystal inlaid on the top, the shape was completely different. I don't know what it has to do with the word staff. In the middle of the inlaid magic crystal, there are actually two crescent-shaped half-arcs embedded in it, making this staff look like it was broken in the middle. Great bow. I'm afraid yes. Ronan, we have to be prepared to fight the Balrog's clone. I didn't expect that the Alliance's army could beat the Balrog slaves in the molten core so badly. Even Ragnaros' clone alarmed. The silver-haired elf looked solemn. The Alliance's combat power was much stronger than he expected. In his estimation, even with Varian, Bolvar, Scarlet, and the newly rising Leo Alliance's army, it would be impossible to attack. How deep into the molten core? You must know that in the molten core, the strength of the fire demon and other fire demon slaves has increased greatly. Each fire demon slave is equal to a giant dragon there. The development of things has obviously exceeded my expectations. The situation here is too abnormal. It is impossible for the Alliance army to defeat the Balrog slaves so badly in the battle. Nor can it penetrate so deep into the molten core. But it just happened. It just happened. How have things changed? Did I miss something? The silver-haired elf had thoughts running through his mind. He combed through all the information about Blackstone Mountain and the Alliance, but found that he had not missed any information, which made him confused. There is no problem with the information, and I have not missed any important information. It seems that there have been unexpected changes. Finally, the silver-haired elf made this judgment. Teacher Krasis, we should rush to the molten core now to help Varian deal with Ragnaros. While Krasis was thinking, Jaina and Ronan were discussing. These two outstanding human mages reached a consensus. That is, they must enter the molten core as soon as possible to help Varian and the others defeat the Balrog clone. It should be noted that those currently fighting in the molten core are the top warriors from the two major human kingdoms, the Storm Kingdom and the Kingdom of Arathar. Once they are defeated by Ragnaros' clones, humankind's strength will surely be damaged. If human strength drops drastically, the strength of the Alliance will be weakened. What will the tribe do if this happens? Although Jaina and Ronan believed that Thrall would not do anything stupid, they could not guarantee that others would be as rational as Thrall. With the hatred between the tribe and the Alliance, no one would take advantage of it and provoke a war. They could only hope for illusory miracles. That's all it can do. Krasis thought about it for a while. In order to maintain the balance between the Alliance and the Horde, and in order to prevent the war from rekindling, he could only choose to give up on dealing with the Black Dragon Legion and the turn of events in Valistaz and Blackwing Lair, and use all your strength to deal with the Balrog clone of the molten core. Boom! Less than 10 seconds after Krasis paid attention, a muffled sound came from the Blackstone Mountain, as if something collapsed, and the entire Blackstone Mountain shook violently. Not good. The expressions of Krasis, Jaina, and others changed drastically. A portal opened, and the figures of several people disappeared. The moment the portal closed, a fiery red figure filled the entire Black Rock Mountain. Chapter 632 Beautiful Misunderstanding. When the earth began to tremble, when the magic elements began to stir, and when the thunderous roar came, Leo, who stood on the wall of the Blackstone Fortress and looked at the Blackstone Mountain, knew that the clone of the fire demon Ragnaros had been awakened. The real battle in Blackrock Mountain is about to begin. The strength of the Balrog clone is much higher than we expected. Sargas stood beside Leo and Varian. The dwarf general originally participated in the battle with Ragnaros with a desire to avenge the dwarf's shame. He thought that the Ironforge army that attacked Blackstone Mountain was directly defeated. The Balrog was frightened away, and many warriors of the dwarves were ashamed of this incident. But now Sargas has discovered that it really takes great courage to challenge the Balrog. Just a clone has such power. How strong must the Balrog's real body be? After truly feeling the super strength of the Balrog, Sargas no longer looked down upon the dwarves, who ran away when Ragnaros appeared. The dwarf soldiers would flee in the face of a powerful existence that they could not resist. It's also reasonable. With the fire element's current level of restlessness, I don't know what has become of Blackstone Mountain. Fortunately, we left in time. Varian was a little scared. He was not afraid of the movement caused by the Balrog clone. The king of the Stormwind Kingdom was thinking about his army. Without Leo's Enemies Alliance army, they might not be able to get out of Blackstone Mountain now. The entire army would be destroyed if they left Blackstone Mountain. Leo looked at the towering super mountain at the end of the horizon, watching it gradually turn from black to dark red, and then from dark red to bright red, and vaguely felt that something was wrong. What happened in Blackrock Mountain? I have never heard of a volcanic eruption that can burn the entire mountain red. If it could really reach this level, the amount of lava flow that would erupt in Blackrock Mountain would be terrifying. Oh no! Leo's expression suddenly changed as he thought about this. He turned to Varian and said, "Start the teleportation array quickly, and get the soldiers out of here." Varian had already given the order when Leo was speaking, and the teleportation array of Blackstone Fortress was opened as quickly as possible. Obviously Varian and Leo had a place in mind. No matter how powerful Ragnaros's clone is, the situation in Blackstone Mountain is obviously no longer under their control. Blackstone Fortress seems to be quite far away from Blackstone Mountain. But if the lava of this active volcano is really under the control of the Balrog clone, everything erupted from below, and the Blackstone Fortress was completely unsafe. Leaving the soldiers here would put them in danger, and they had to be sent away as soon as possible. We misjudged the strength of Ragnaros. We originally thought that the Blackstone Fortress was safe enough, but we didn't expect that the Balrog could make such a big noise with just one clone. At this point, Leo was a little annoyed. The situation was beyond his control. The strength of the Balrog clone was several times higher than he expected. Now he was in trouble. After receiving the order to evacuate Blackstone Fortress, Amern, Windsor and other senior Alliance officers immediately organized their troops to enter the teleportation array. The changes in Blackstone Mountain, the constant trembling of the ground under their feet, and the rising temperature made everyone understand that there was a danger. Something big is happening. And the next battle is a battle of strong men. Not something ordinary soldiers and officers can participate in. Although they know that it is impossible to participate in a battle of that level with their own strength. And although they understand that it will be dangerous to stay in Blackstone Fortress, there are still many people who are unwilling to leave. However, evacuating here is a military order. And it is a military order that must be obeyed. If you want to stay, no matter how reluctant the person is, he has no choice but to do it. The efficiency of the teleportation array was much higher than that of Draculika's arbitrary gate. It only took less than 10 minutes for tens of thousands of troops to evacuate, and the Blackstone Fortress became empty again. Leo glanced around, and there were only a few people left in Blackstone Fortress at this time. Varian and Bolvar from the Kingdom of Stormwind, Sargas from Ironforge, and Thetis who insisted on staying, and Sylph who accompanied her, as well as Scarlet and Leo himself. A total of 7 people. Of course, if you include Passonia, who hides in the dark and refuses to show up or leave. There are 8 people in Blackstone Fortress. What are the chances of 8 people fighting against the clone of Ragnaros the Fire Lord? Leo didn't know the answer to this question. But what he knew was that the fight against the Balrog Alliance would not be fought alone. Someone would take the lead for them. A bright light suddenly appeared somewhere at the foot of Blackstone Mountain. This was the light from the portal. Several figures rushed out of the portal, and they seemed to be in a hurry. This group of people included Jaina, Krasus, and Ronan. They left the threatening place in time before the Balrog clone broke through the molten core, and a big change occurred inside Blackstone Mountain. It was only because of the riding fire element. Blocking the portal did not teleport them very far. Strictly speaking, they were still within the range of Blackstone Mountain. Looking at the Blackstone Mountain that was gradually turning from black to red, feeling the huge and almost suffocating fire magic power, Jaina and Luo Ning looked worried. At the foot of Blackstone Mountain, they saw more things than Leo and others who were far away in Blackstone Fortress. The gradual change in the color of Blackstone Mountain was that a large amount of fire elements were gathering here. And the second was that the lava flow in Blackstone Mountain had erupted. It's just that the Blackrock Mountain is too high and the lava can't get out of the mountain for a while. Such a big change has occurred in Blackstone Mountain. And even strong men like us can't stay still. Hasn't the Alliance army that is attacking Molten Core already suffered a disaster? Jaina and Ronan exchanged a look, and both of them read the worry in each other's eyes. It would be fine if Varian Bolvar and others could escape. But if they were killed in this battle, the Alliance would greatly damage the Horde and the Alliance. The balance between the two major camps of the Alliance will be broken. And then, there will be endless war, with the Burning Legion outside and the Ancient Gods, Deathwing, Scourge and other evil forces within. Now the two major camps in this world, which is already full of dangers, are still at war with each other, which makes people have to worry about this. The Balrog clone is very powerful, and we all underestimated Ragnaros. Krasus discovered that things had changed again. He originally thought that there was only a clone of the Balrog in the Molten Heart, and it would not be too strong. However, it turned out that he was wrong, and very wrong. Even in the home field of Blackstone Mountain, what Balrog left behind was only a clone. But with the home field advantage, he was also nearly invincible. Knowing that he would not gain the slightest advantage in a head-on confrontation with the Balrog clone, Krasus retreated to a distance, preparing to wait and see before deciding on his next action. When he found that the development of the situation was beyond his control, he retreated to a distance to wait and see clearly before making plans. Krasus thought, well, but in reality, there will always be some changes, and these changes have a general name. That is, accidents. 5 big black birds flew out of the Black Rock Mountain with strange cries. Every time they flapped their wings, they would blow out a stream of wind elements. With the help of wind magic, these 5 big black birds were very fast. Faster than many dragons fly much faster. As soon as they flew out of Black Rock Mountain, the 5 big black birds immediately dispersed and flew in 5 directions. Krasus, Luo Ning and others secretly thought something bad when they saw this, because a big black bird was flying towards their direction. It's not that Luo Ning and others are afraid of the big black birds, but that they are afraid of suffering from the fish in the pond. Because just when these 5 big black birds flew out of the Blackstone Mountain, a pressure with murderous intent spread from the red Blackstone Mountain. Come out. The owner of this coercion is the clone of the fire demon Ragnaros left in this world. At a glance, it was clear that these 5 big black birds had angered the Balrog clone that was going berserk in the Black Rock Mountain, and were being chased by him at the moment. Killing these 5 big black birds is not difficult for the Balrog clones. If the former's flying speed were not too fast, they would not be able to fly out of Black Rock Mountain, and would be burned to ashes by the flames. Seeing these 5 big black birds flying away, they split up and fled away quickly. If the Balrog clone didn't kill them, there would be no chance. But what is surprising is that Ragnaros' clone didn't take action. It wasn't that the Balrog clone suddenly became kind-hearted, but that he found more valuable prey that were worthy of him giving up chasing the 5 big black birds. Dragon. It turned out that Ragnaros discovered Jaina and his party when he was about to kill the big black bird. Krasus' transformation could be hidden from others, but it was absolutely impossible to deceive Ragnaros because the Balrog was too powerful. Strong enough. So strong that even a clone can see through Krasus' transformation spell. After the death of Guard and Gideon in battle, and the removal of the Windseeker's imprisonment emblem that prevented the resurrection of Sunderland, the Prince of Winds, Ragnaros' rage burned, and his rage destroyed the molten core and filled the entire Blackstone Mountain. At that time, he actually discovered 5 creatures using wind magic, which made him even more shocked and angry. As soon as the Wind Chaser's emblem of imprisonment was snatched away, a creature using wind magic appeared in Blackstone Mountain. Ragnaros thought that there was a conspiracy in this matter. He felt that the secret of the Wind Chaser's emblem of imprisonment had probably been exposed. Otherwise it couldn't have been such a coincidence. Just when Ragnaros wanted to kill the 5 big black birds, he accidentally discovered the breath of several giant dragons staying with the 2 humans. He thought of the news that Exodus reported to him that they were giant dragons. Ragnaros was overjoyed when the dragon killed Gar and Gideon and took away the Windseeker's emblem of imprisonment. The strength of this group of people can't be seen from the eyes of the Balrog. Jaina, Ronan, Krasus, and the several red dragons behind him that transformed into human forms are all very strong. Especially the top 3. The leader was enough to kill Gal and Gideon. In Ragnaros' view, it was Krasus and his party who took away the Wind Chaser's emblem of imprisonment. Originally, Balrog had already had this idea, and Krasus and others were casting teleportation spells to prepare to leave. Their actions in the eyes of Ragnaros made his idea stronger. If there was no ghost in his heart, why would he run so fast? It's great that these guys didn't run away after getting the Wind Chaser's imprisonment emblem. Ragnaros, who thought he had caught the real master, was very excited. In fact, it was also his fault that Exodus did not explain clearly. At that time, the leader of the fire demon was only thinking about how to excuse himself. So when he reported the news to the Balrog clone, the dragon, and Ragnaros was angry at the loss of the Wind Chaser's imprisonment emblem and did not listen to Exodus' details. So a wonderful misunderstanding occurred. Don't even think about escaping. The moment Krasis and others opened the portal, Blackstone Mountain made a loud bang, and a fiery red sledgehammer broke out of the mountain. The mountain-like hammerhead carried a wind so strong that it could dent the ground. The pressure, so hot that it could melt rocks, quickly hit the portal, in order to prevent Krasis and others from escaping. Ragnaros, eager to retrieve the Windseeker's emblem of imprisonment, took action. Chapter 633, Control Your Own Destiny. Seeing Ragnaros' sledgehammer hit Krasis hard, he shouted in his heart, "Oh no!" He knew that his group of people had been targeted by the Balrog clones. Krasis secretly thought that it was bad luck. If it weren't for the 5 Black Big Bird, and the others had already left at this time. The accident happened so suddenly that even Krasis couldn't react in time. He saw that the portal had been opened, and he could leave Blackstone Mountain just by walking in. But no one dared to do so now, because Ragnaros' attack was too powerful. It was as strong as a mountain-like sledgehammer. The fire element contained in it was too strong. The portal opened by Jaina was distorted and deformed by the influence of this magic. Who dared to use this portal in this situation? The portal has clearly been destroyed by the Balrog clone. Now its destination is unknown. It may be the Endless Void, the Elemental Plane, or some other place. No one knows what will happen after stepping out of the portal. Encounter something. No one is interested in making fun of their own lives. So naturally no one will use the portal. Ragnaros' attack is powerful and heavy. Just looking at the size of the sledgehammer makes it difficult for anyone to fight against it. Just imagine how many people would dare to resist a burning mountain. This attack on the Balrog clone was the first to take the lead. Get out of the way! In fact, there was no need for Krasis to remind them. Ronan, Gianna, and others had already hit aside before Ragnaros' sledgehammer came down. Boom! The earth groaned in pain. The blow from the Balrog clone was not a silver wax head. It was made of real material. A heat wave hit us, and the scalding heat burned the rocks on the ground red. If ordinary people were hit by this heat wave, they would have been scalded into roasted suckling pigs. Fortunately, the people here are all strong, and this heat wave can still survive. Nothing can be done about them. The Balrog has set its sights on us, and we can't escape. Luo Ning, Gianna and others exchanged glances with each other. Although the Balrog clone has not yet appeared, his mental power has locked everyone's aura. Being targeted by such a strong man and trying to get away without fighting would be a big mistake. Impossible. Since you can't run away, then start fighting. Fighting and walking. And keep fighting until you are freed from the entanglement of the Balrog clone. Jaina and others were all decisive people, and they had already launched a counterattack the moment they knew they were locked by the mental power of the Balrog clone. Amidst the roar, all the other red dragons except Krasis showed their true forms. Several 600-meter-long red dragons circled the Blackstone Mountain in the sky. Several warrior-level red dragons were sent to follow Krasis. When he came to Blackstone Mountain, the Red Dragon clan also invested money for the Black Dragon Legion led by the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian in the Blackwing Lair. It's a pity that these Red Dragon warriors did not fight against the Black Dragon, but instead fought against Ragnaros in the Molten Core. The 2 famous archmages of the human race and several warrior-level Red Dragons joined forces to deal with the fire demon Ragnaros. It was a spectacular show. In the Blackstone Fortress, Leo and others standing on the city wall saw a few small black dots flying around the Blackstone Mountain. While the others were surprised, Leo sneered in his heart. What counts is what others count. Krasis wanted the soldiers of the Alliance to be the vanguard, but his own soldiers would come to pick the fruits of victory at the end. This plan did not work in front of Leo. Not only could the Red Dragon's plan not be realized, but now they have to fight for the Alliance under Leo's calculations. The 5 big black birds that flew out of Blackstone Mountain before and attracted the attention of the Balrog clone to Krasis and his party were specially arranged by Leo. Otherwise, how could there be the use of wind in an environment like Blackstone Mountain where the fire element is so abundant? Magical creatures live inside? Moreover, one of the 5 big black birds happened to fly over Krasis and the others when they were escaping. Such a continuous coincidence was even less likely. If Krasis had seen Leo's Storm Crow, he would immediately think of the truth. But this is all for the future. Now Krasis and his people must join forces with Jaina and Ronan, the 2 human archmages. So only then can he deal with the Balrog clone better. Someone is fighting Ragnaros. How strange. Who could it be? What a coincidence. Coincide? Leo shook his head slightly. He didn't agree with what Sargas muttered. How could such a coincidence happen? If he hadn't made the arrangements, how could the scene have happened? Without the Storm Crow, Ragnaros would not have been able to discover Krasis and others before they left Blackstone Mountain. Since they could not be discovered, this battle would naturally not be fought. Someone is fighting Ragnaros, and we must not be left behind. However, I suggest that everyone should pay attention to hiding their whereabouts on the way to Blackstone Mountain. If the person fighting the Balrog clone is a friend, we should help ourselves. If it is an enemy, Leo paused at this point. Let's take a look first, so we can take the opportunity to find out the details of Ragnaros. Leo did not stand in the way of going to Blackrock Mountain. He knew that after seeing someone fighting the Balrog, Varian would urge everyone to leave quickly even if he didn't speak, rather than letting others say it. He would take the initiative to say it, come out, and can also use the opportunity to play tricks, such as suggesting that everyone hide their whereabouts. Once everyone adopts their plan to go to Blackstone Mountain, the speed will be greatly reduced, and the longer it will take for Krasis and others to fight the Balrog clone. The strength of the Red Dragon will inevitably be consumed more by the Balrog clone. And while on the road, Leo can have a more complete understanding of the strength of the Balrog clone. If they want to get to Blackstone Mountain in the shortest time, the best way is to ask Leo to summon a giant dragon to fly them there. But this way, they will not be able to hide their whereabouts. With the power of the Balrog clone, who will pay attention? Less than a giant dragon flying in the sky? Therefore, everyone completely ignored this method. Under Leo's deliberate guidance, everyone was thinking about the latter possibility. If the person fighting the Balrog clone was an enemy of the Alliance, then he would run over in such a hurry. What's the deal? Help the enemy fight the Balrog clone, or help the Balrog clone fight? Neither option is a good one. And it's not necessarily a good idea to just sit back and do nothing after arriving. Seeing that everyone agreed with his proposal, Leo said no more. He jumped off the wall of Blackstone Fortress, landed easily under the support of magic power, and walked toward Blackstone Mountain with his legs. Others followed suit, also jumped down one after another, hiding their own breath and moving forward. Even if Varian and others are strong, if they want to reach Blackstone Mountain without deliberately hiding their aura and not revealing their whereabouts, it will take them a full hour. During this time, it will be enough to consume the energy of the Red Dragon and the Balrog clone. Fighting strength. By the time Leo and the others arrive at Blackstone Mountain, the Red Dragon and Balrog clones will surely consume a lot of money. At this time, the advantage they can gain by joining the battle will be huge. Those who plot against others will eventually be plotted by others. Just like a hunter will one day become someone else's prey. The Red Dragon's plot against Leo failed, but he was tricked by him. I don't know if Krasis will be angry after knowing the truth. Jumping feet. Leo didn't want to know, and didn't bother to know how the Red Dragon would feel. He would have to pay back one day for his mischief. There were many people who were schemed against by the Red Dragon, so they had to be given a taste of being schemed against. What Leo is concerned about now is not how fierce the fight between the Red Dragon and the Balrog clone is. Anyway, in his eyes, the Red Dragon is cannon fodder, used to consume the combat power of the Balrog clone. It can increase the combat power of the Balrog. A point is a point. Leo has never had a good impression of those guys who dare to plot against him and want him to do hard work for him for free. And he will not consider what they will encounter under his counterplot. People have to pay for what they have done. This sentence also applies to other creatures. It is never better to control your own destiny than to hope for others. Leo has always believed this to be the truth. So he has never put the hope of defeating the Balrog clone on other people. Although Varian, Bolvar, and Sargas are very strong, the subsequent appearance of Krallisus, Ronan, and Jaina are also among the most powerful people in the world. The hope of joining forces with them to defeat Ragnaros is very high. After all, the Balrog left in this world is only a clone and not his true body. But Leo is still there. Carry out your own arrangements and never stop. Walking towards Blackstone Mountain with Varian and others, Leo could not see anything strange on his face. But most of his energy was already in his private space in another place. Cynosarea, how's the plan going? The Black Dragon Queen, who was making some arrangements in Leo's private space, received Leo's order. Since she and Krasis were old acquaintances, the Black Dragon Queen still could not appear in the battle with the Balrog clone. This made Cynosarea felt very depressed. But fortunately Leo entrusted a more important task to her hands. Master, everything is going very smoothly. Maybe we can defeat Ragnaros' clone without consuming the test items in the Blackwing Blood Ring. Cynosarea knew how important the task Leo had given her was. It was related to whether she could defeat the Balrog clone. So she couldn't help but do her best. If this is the case, that's for the best. You should find out the control core of those experimental subjects in the Blackwing blood circle as soon as possible and change the final control. I don't want rebellion to occur when facing Deathwing in the future. The experimental products in the Blackwing blood ring are of great value, especially the few strongmen guarding the Blackwing blood ring. They are a great help. No one will refuse them if they can be taken under his command without any bloodshed. Fortunately, Zanizariah is the Black Dragon Queen, second only to Deathwing among the Black Dragons. It is not a problem for her to modify the core controls of these experimental products. Those experimental products of Blackwing blood ring are just an unexpected surprise. Don't forget the point of this time. Master, please rest assured. Domitian has told me everything he knows after I revealed my identity. And Goddick also verified it for me. There are no omissions. Goddick is known as the Soul Reaper. In addition to harvesting souls and extracting the information he needs from the soul, his only help is to destroy the soul. Saying this by Zanizariah just shows that there is more in this world. A guy whose body and soul were destroyed. And he was the unlucky guy who was killed on the spot after being used. That's it. Take 10 source material ingots for demonization, and put the rest aside for later use. Today I want to put on a big show in Blackstone Mountain. Chapter 634. It's your own fault. Krasus is very depressed now. After receiving the news from Jaina that the Alliance was going to attack Blackstone Mountain, he immediately realized that this was an opportunity. If he could seize this opportunity, he could destroy Nefarian in Blackwing Lair. You must know that since Deathwing went crazy, the Black Dragon has always been a major concern for the other four-color dragons. Krasus had already made a decision in his mind. But at this time, the news from the Burning Plains added to the fire. That is, Blackhand Red, the chief of the Blackstone Orcs, actually has a red dragon hatchling as a mount. And the origin of the red dragon hatchling is quite suspicious. It was most likely hatched from a dragon egg laid by the Red Dragon Queen in grim battle. The historical event that the Red Dragon caused great shame and great humiliation is likely to be revealed because of Blackhand Reed's mount. This kind of thing must never be allowed to happen. The Red Dragon clan responded immediately, trying to cut off the scar before it was revealed. Its source, whether it is Blackhand Red's Blackstone Orcs or Nefarian's Black Dragon Legion. All hostile forces that may be involved in this matter will be mercilessly destroyed by the Red Dragon. Krasus is very particular about doing things. He has been among the humanoid races for a long time, and has developed the Kirin-Tor Council into his own sphere of influence. He once again used the tried and tested methods of the Dragon Tribe to drive other races to do things. Wait until the critical moment when the dragon appears again to gain the maximum benefit with the minimum effort. Unfortunately, God is not as good as God. In Blackstone Fortress, Leo became suspicious because of the delay in the arrival of Theramor's army. He then deduced the true purpose of the Red Dragon, and used it to lay a trap for those who wanted to hide behind and take advantage. The Red Dragon became the vanguard that consumed Ragnaros' strength. Don't think that Ragnaros is easy to deal with, because he only has one of his clones left in the Molten Core. After you actually fight him, you will know how powerful this clone is. With Ragnaros' strength, even one clone is enough. By killing some demigods, at least Acumail made it clear that he was no match for the Balrog clone. The three-headed sea serpent did not let Thetis do anything this time. It forcibly stopped Thetis from getting closer to the battlefield. The thought left her dozens of miles away from Blackstone Mountain. Dozens of miles seems like a long distance. But in the eyes of Leo and others, it's really not a far word. If Leo wanted Thetis to be further away, the little girl wouldn't be able to participate at all with her strength. In a battle of this level, Leo would have sent her away if Acumail hadn't been by her side. In order to protect her safety, Sylph also stayed behind. In fact, this is also good. Sylph does not have the protection of a super protective judgment armor like Scarlet. She participated in the siege flame with her epic level strength. Fighting with demon clones is too dangerous. It's the Red Dragon. As everyone gradually approached Blackstone Mountain, the few black spots they had seen circling Blackstone Mountain in Blackstone Fortress gradually revealed their true colors. Varian and others discovered that the people who were fighting Ragnaros, they were friends, but not enemies, no longer hiding their whereabouts, and rushed towards Black Rock Mountain as quickly as possible. At this time, more than half an hour had passed since Leo and the others set off from the Blackstone Fortress, which meant that Krasus and others had been fighting the Balrog clones for more than an hour, facing the Balrog clones who had the home advantage. Even with the Red Dragon warriors, his strength also showed some signs of fatigue. He and Scarlet rushed to Blackstone Mountain with everyone. Leo had a panoramic view of the Balrog clone fighting the Red Dragon. One situation made him very confused. It stands to reason that the lava and fire elements in Blackstone Mountain were stirred up into riots. It seems that this active volcano should have erupted long ago. But it didn't erupt even a stream of lava. An active volcano. The mountain has been burned red by the lava fire underground. The sledgehammer of the Balrog clone has been smashed out from the mountain from time to time, smashing the entire mountain into holes. Under such circumstances, there is no lava. It's really weird to flow out. Leo had a hunch that Ragnaros must be brewing something. And once it broke out, it would be absolutely earth-shattering. I have a good plan. Have you ever had a wall ladder? What the H.L. is Ragnaros doing? Varian. Because they knew that the person fighting the Balrog clone was not the enemy. The group did not hide their whereabouts as they marched. So Krasus and others quickly discovered them. Seeing that Varian and other Alliance powerhouses were fine, Ronan and Jaina looked much better. However, the two human archmages were confused as to why there were no traces of a bitter battle on Varian and the others. With the portal opened by Leo, we ended the battle in Blackstone Mountain before the Balrog clone appeared and withdrew the army to Blackstone Fortress. But we have been unable to contact you. The current enemy was not the time for detailed discussions. Varian gave a brief explanation. Jaina and Ronan did not press any further questions, but the expressions on their faces and Krasus's were unnatural. In order to prevent Varian from contacting her, Jaina took the initiative to cast a magical shielding barrier at Krasus's suggestion, but ended up harming herself, which really made them dumbfounded. If you dig a hole and someone else doesn't let you in, you get in instead. Is this considered self-inflicted? The Balrog clone is very strong. Fortunately, we have killed most of the fire demons in the Molten Core. We have also wiped out the Black Dragon army in the Blackwing Lair. Now that no one is bothering us, I think we can deal with it with confidence. Leo's words made Krasus, Jaina, and Ronan look shocked on their faces. They originally thought that the Alliance's army was just charging into the Molten Core, forcing the elemental slaves there to kill the Balrog. When the clones woke up, who would have thought that they would actually wipe out the Black Dragon Legion in the Blackwing Lair? The Alliance's army can actually achieve this. Their combat effectiveness is too powerful, far exceeding my expectations. Krasus felt secretly in his heart. Today's accidents made him feel unreal. First, the plan went wrong, and they directly faced Ragnaros' clone. Then, the Alliance army's combat power far exceeded expectations. And then even the Black Dragon Legion was wiped out by them. No wonder the Balrog clone was found in Blackstone Mountain after fighting for so long. There was no reaction from the Black Dragon Legion when there was such a big movement. The Black Dragon Legion was wiped out by the Alliance, and the entire Red Dragon clan suffered a lot. Without the support of the tribe, Deathwing is just a lone man. No matter how strong he is, he can't make a big splash. However, the Alliance's army is so powerful that it is not complete. Is a good thing. While dealing with the attack of the Balrog clone, Krasus kept thinking in his mind. The Alliance army could destroy the Black Dragon Legion entrenched in the Blackwing Lair without the help of other dragon legions. Although without the Black Dragon Queen in Death Wing's Black Dragon Legion is not looked down upon by the other four-color dragons, but it is still a powerful force composed of dragons. From this, it can be inferred that the Alliance has the strength to fight against other four-color guardian dragons. Krasus, who had a deep understanding of humanoid creatures, felt that this was not a good sign. The stronger the Alliance, the easier it would be for the war between them and the tribes to start. If there were no external enemies, the two camps would fight more brutally and more people would die. It has nothing to do with the dragons. But in this world, the Burning Legion is watching. The Scourge is entrenched in Northrend, and the ancient god is hiding in the shadows. Internal strife is not a wise move amid all kinds of internal and external troubles. Not to mention the absence of racial giants, such as humans orcs. Don't dragons want to fight for everything personally? With great power comes great responsibility. With the Alliance having such strength, they should share more of the pressure on us who are protecting the world. Mortal, you have to know who you are facing. A giant hammer as big as a mountain was smashed out of the Blackstone Mountain, and the roaring sound and the scorching waves drew Krasus' attention back to the battle. It turned out that Sargas, the dwarf warrior who had just joined the battle, had a very hot temper. He threw a storm hammer into Blackstone Mountain. Although this blow did not hurt Ragnaros, the restlessness of the wind element did. The Balrog clone was angry. Using a spell containing wind magic in front of Ragnaros at this time just added fuel to the fire. The Balrog clone no longer entangled with the Red Dragon warriors, and instead focused the attack target of the sledgehammer on Sargas. Sargatha's short and stocky body had flexibility that was inconsistent with his appearance. The Balrog clone hit him several times, but he dodged it, because the distance was too far. The dwarf general had no other means of attacking the Balrog clone except the Storm Hammer method, and although the cooldown time of Storm Hammer is not long, it does not allow Sargas to use it continuously. The dwarf general feels extremely frustrated after dodging 3 attacks from the opponent before he can use Storm Hammer. What did I see? A guy who was hiding and afraid to see people, unable to fight back with his hands. Sargas could only find pleasure in his mouth. Although Sargas's words seemed harmless to Leo, it was enough to anger Ragnaros. With the Balrog's arrogance, little Sargas actually dared to speak sarcastically against him. Couldn't this ignite his anger? The angry Balrog clone swung the sledgehammer, and each hammer made the earth howl in pain. The ear-splitting roar made Sargas miserable. The dwarf general had put all his energy into avoiding the Balrog. The clone's attack injury meant that he couldn't use his words anymore. Sargas was chased and beaten by the Balrog clone, and Leo was both angry and amused. This was a typical example of disaster coming from the mouth. However, with Sargas attracting the hatred of the Balrog clone, it was much easier for others. Ragnaros' attack did not fall on them, so everyone could devote most of their energy to attacking the Balrog clone. For a time, many spells passed through the big hole in the Black Rock Mountain that was smashed by the Balrog clone's sledgehammer and attacked the Balrog clone in the mountain. Although everyone had many spells, the Balrog clone was too strong, and hundreds of spells fired in succession failed to harm the Balrog in the slightest. Ragnaros has nearly infinite magic power by virtue of being at home in Blackrock Mountain. As long as the lava in Blackrock Mountain is still boiling, his power will not weaken. If we continue to fight like this, we have no chance of winning. Krasus, Jaina Ronan and others had exhausted a lot of strength after the battle. Seeing that their attacks failed to achieve any effect, they felt a little anxious in their hearts. Chapter 635. Just talking doesn't count. Using Blackstone Mountain as the source of magic power. Ragnaros has a good plan. Leo understood the Balrog's plan. Emperor Thorison of the Dark Iron tribe accidentally summoned the Balrog, causing the Fire Elemental Lord, who had been exiled by the Titans, to return to the world. At that time, the Balrog seemed to be venting his anger, the joy of returning from the elemental void. But in fact, he was making arrangements for returning to this plane in the future. The purpose of creating a towering active volcano like Blackstone Mountain, creating the molten core, and sending elemental slaves to this world was actually to hide the truth from others. When everyone focuses on the elemental servants of the molten core, they will naturally ignore Blackstone Mountain. Blackstone Mountain? That's right. It's Blackstone Mountain. The most critical aspect of Ragnaros' plan to return to this world is not the molten core nor the rift leading directly to the elemental void plane guarded by the elemental servants, but the Blackstone Mountain itself. Although Blackstone Mountain is just a mountain, it is large enough. Larger than some small and medium-sized mountains. How much lava can such a large volume hold? Just thinking about it makes me dizzy. When everyone is used to the lava filling the ground and fire elements in Blackstone Mountain, who will investigate where these lava and fire elements come from? I'm afraid everyone just takes it for granted that they emerge from the ground. Besides, with the level of technology in this world, Leo doubts whether they have any knowledge reserves in this area. It's a pity that no one has been to the deepest part of the molten core, and no information about this has leaked out. Otherwise Leo would have been wary of it. However, there is no such thing as reality, so he has only now vaguely understood the role of Blackstone Mountain. Blackstone Mountain is a container. The lava and fire elements it contains will continue to accumulate over the time Blackstone Mountain exists. When the accumulated amount reaches a certain level, Ragnaros the fire demon can command it to stay in this world. The clone connects with his body and achieves the purpose of expanding the space crack in the molten heart and the elemental void plane so that he can come to this world in his body. Leo's voice was low, but the content was shocking enough, and everyone including Krasus had a look of shock on their faces. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Leo calmly summoned Polition and another ordinary Dracolic. After the latter two appeared, Polition immediately opened any door. The Dracolic drilled in. The light of the portal appeared next to Thetis and Sylph, who were dozens of miles away, and a Dracolic with a metal frame walked out of any door. Ladies, please come up quickly. Master Leo wants me to take you out of here as soon as possible. This battle may lead to Ragnaros' true form. Before Thetis could ask the question, the Dracolic spoke. Akumiel, who was lying listlessly on Thetis' shoulder, raised his head with a loud sound, his 6 snake eyes widening. Are you kidding me? Isn't the Balrog's clone in Blackstone Mountain? When did he provoke his true form? It's going to take a long time. But luckily I didn't go there. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly. Realizing that the situation was not good, Akumil quickly urged her. But Thetis ignored the three-headed sea snake's suggestion. It was obvious that the little girl did not want to leave. A pair of hands suddenly appeared and hugged Thetis, throwing her onto the back of the Dracolic amid the little girl's noise. The owner of the hand glared at Thetis fiercely, and the little girl, who wanted to jump down, immediately stopped. Action. Who else but Sylph dared to do this to Thetis? And who could frighten her? Akumil and Sylph both put Thetis' safety as their first priority. They couldn't tolerate any harm to this little girl, who was favored by the moon god. When they learned that the body of the fire demon Ragnaros was likely to appear in Blackstone Mountain, they chose to leave without hesitation. As for Leo's safety, since he could send a Dracolic to remind himself that he might have an escape, so it's better to worry about yourself than worry about him. Knowing from the Dracolic that Thetis and Sylph were flying away from Blackstone Mountain, Leo was determined. If his guess was correct, it would be too dangerous for Sylph and Sylph to stay near Blackstone Mountain. No! Not only Blackstone Mountain. It should be said that the entire Burning Plains is a dangerous place. Seeing the suspicion in everyone's eyes, Leo asked, compared to you, I am very young, so I don't know much about the situation in Blackstone Mountain. Are the lava and fire elements in Blackstone Mountain increasing year by year? These fire elements and lava, where is the source? Can anyone answer my question? Krasis and others hesitated. To be honest, before Leo asked such a question, they had never paid attention to the lava and fire elements in Blackstone Mountain, and they had never thought about where the sources of the two were. Isn't this how it should be in an active volcano? Who would get to the bottom of something common sense? Looking at their expressions, Leo understood that things were exactly as he thought. No one had paid attention to where the massive amount of lava and the abnormally huge fire element in Blackstone Mountain came from. Just like countless people had seen boiling water before what? At that time, the steam pushed the lid off the pot. But no one went to find out how to invent the steam engine. Ragnaros played this skill beautifully. He laid out the key points of his plan openly, but none of us could see through his trick. Leo shook his head and sighed. Krasis and the others only felt their cheeks getting hot. As Leo said, none of them saw Ragnaros' plan. But Leo, this young man who came to Blackstone Mountain for the first time, how could they not feel ashamed when they saw through the Balrog's conspiracy at a glance? He is Leo, the rising star of the human race in recent years. The human race has another extraordinary character. Krasis couldn't help but look at Leo a few more times. He wanted to remember that this young man had both strength and brains. It was impossible for such a young man to be ordinary. Human, you are very smart. Ragnaros' voice came from Blackstone Mountain. Although Leo spoke in a normal tone, it was not a problem for him to hear clearly with Ragnaros' strength. But even if so, what if you see it? Can you stop me? Ragnaros is crazy, but he has the ability to be crazy. Even if he openly admits that Blackstone Mountain is the key to his return to the world, he is confident that his plan will not be destroyed. There are no absolutes in this world, so don't be so full of yourself. Leo raised his index finger and shook it in the direction of Black Rock Mountain, disapproving of the arrogance of the Balrog clone. Human beings, how can you understand how powerful I am if you are so weak? The power of the strongest is beyond the understanding of an ant-like creature like you. In the eyes of the Balrog clone, Leo's actions were a provocation to him. In the eyes of Ragnaros, human beings were no different from ants. But he did not attack immediately. Are you strong? Leo snorted coldly, his face full of disgust. He was disgusted that these powerful non-human life forms treat humans as ants because he is a member of the human race. Is it really enough? Talking about it doesn't count. You can only know it if you actually fight it. Are you challenging me? Ignorance and stupidity will destroy you. Arrogant human being. This time Ragnaros was not polite, and the Balrog's sledgehammer hit Leo. I just guessed that you would hit me with the sledgehammer of Savras. Facing Ragnaros' sledgehammer, Leo stood calmly. Not only was he not frightened by the blow from the Balrog clone, but he had a faint disdain on his face. The contemptuous expression was sensed by Ragnaros. This made the Balrog clone very angry. An ant-like human dares to despise the powerful fire element lord. Do you have the qualifications? Just like what Leo said just now. Words don't count. You have to actually fight to know. When Savras attacked, Leo stretched out his right hand, aimed at the sledgehammer, and gave it a strong grip. Burn! Boom! The fire element carried by Savras was detonated, and the powerful impact caused Ragnaros to hit the sledgehammer and pause. And the momentum of his fall slowed down a lot. Ragnaros's strength is indeed strong enough. Even the dragon warrior cannot catch Leo's incineration with all his strength. However, it can only be used to deal with the Balrog clone. But it can only slow down his offensive. Fortunately, Leo has been prepared for this situation early. Even though he was prepared, he never expected to be able to block Savra's hammer head with one blow. With continuous swings of the disintegration staff, Leo cast a firestorm, and walls of flames containing enough to injure the legendary strongman came towards Savra's. Using fire to deal with Ragnaros, the lord of the fire element. Didn't Leomo lose his mind and go crazy? Leo's response in this way surprised Crassus and others who were trying to assist him. No one thought that he would use fire magic to fight against the Balrog clone. Stupid humans. Ragnaros was angry. Even if I am not the Balrog's true body but just a clone, you can't look down on me so much. Use fire magic to deal with me. Are you sure you are not wrong? Ragnaros' sledgehammer was struck with greater force because of his anger. The Balrog clone vowed to smash the human who dared to insult him into a pulp, and then use flames to roast his body into slag and take his soul with him. Burn it all together. It's not clear who is stupid. Leo squeezed his right hand hard again, and the flames heading towards Savra's exploded in a series of booms. And a series of explosions took place. The impact when the flames exploded was like the waves hitting the rocks, constantly impacting the sledgehammer hit by the Balrog clone. The energy of the successive waves was really frightening to see. Before the sledgehammer of Savra's in Ragnaros' hand hit Leo, it had been blocked by the momentum of hundreds of flame explosions. After so many obstacles, this powerful and heavy blow became soft and insignificant. It was so lethal that Leo took it down without even breaking the protective spell. Human, your fire spell is very good, but this level of fire has no effect on me. The next blow will be your death. As the lord of the fire element, Ragnaros never thought that anyone would dare to use fire spells against him. What's even more annoying is that Leo actually succeeded. Shame on you. What a shame. Ragnaros was furious, and the hammer of Savra's was raised again. The second blow was more than 10 times stronger than the first blow. The Balrog clone no longer had a playful mentality. This time he used real ability. How should Leo respond? Chapter 636 The Wind is Rising. What does it mean to remain calm? Just look at Leo now, and you will know. Faced with the hammer of Sulfras, which was as big as a mountain. Faced with Ragnaros' crushing blow like a mountain. The force on Leo's face was so strong that it could crack the earth, and the heat was so hot that it could melt rocks. His expression was so calm that he ignored the Balrog clone as if it were nothing. Ragnaros was filled with hatred when he saw this. This human had previously used fire magic to fight against himself as the fire element lord, and he unexpectedly succeeded. How could he not avenge such a shame and humiliation for himself? Ragnaros wanted to kill Leo quickly, but seeing his behavior, the Balrog's mind began to whisper to himself. Did Leo have a way to deal with it? Once bitten by a snake, he was afraid of well ropes for 10 years. After Leo made the impossible possible, Ragnaros no longer dared to despise him. Leo opened his palms under the suspicious gaze of the Balrog clone. He took a breath and said softly, "The wind is picking up. What the hell is this kid doing?" Seeing that the hammer of Savra's was about to hit his head, Leo was still standing there without even a trace of magic power fluctuations on his body. There was no sign of blocking the attack of the Balrog clone. Scarlet Crassus and others were secretly worried about him. The attack of the Balrog clone was many times stronger than before. Leo's life would be in danger if he didn't avoid it. Without waiting for anyone else to remind him, the situation suddenly changed just as Leo finished speaking. Blackstone Mountain, which was originally filled with fire elements, suddenly blew up with strong winds. Before anyone could react, the strong winds turned into hurricanes. The wind elements gathered without warning into a blue-gray tornado with a diameter of more than 100 meters. And this tornado was in full swing, expanding at extreme speed. Its size expanded tenfold before the Balrog clone's attack arrived. The tornado appeared very suddenly, and no one saw where it came from. But based on what Leo said before, everyone knew that it was his doing. The hammer of Savra's fell, and the Balrog clone's attack target was originally Leo. But the tornado appeared, and its rapidly expanding huge size blocked the hammer of Savra's. And the attack of the Balrog clone did not focus the thunder. Instead, hit the expanding tornado. Who? Angry shouts came from the tornado, as if a sleeping person was venting his dissatisfaction after being forcibly awakened by others. But then the shouts from the tornado turned into a roar. Ragnar Ross. Discovering that the one attacking him was Ragnaros, the fire element lord. The rapidly expanding tornado gradually deformed, and a wind element giant slowly revealed his figure. Sunderland. Seeing this wind element giant, the Balrog clone in Black Rock Mountain exclaimed, his tone full of unconcealable shock. The wind elemental giant, whose size is rapidly expanding, achieved great fame in the War of the Elements. He led the wind elements of the Wind Realm to defeat the Wind Prince of the Fire and Water Elements. Sunderland, the son of the Wind Rider Alakir. Leo teleported to Scarlet's side. He grabbed the hand of the female paladin and jumped on the back of Ektorts, who revealed his true form, while Polition took Varian Bolvar and Sargas loaded it up. And the two dragon liches opened any door and instantly arrived somewhere 100 miles away from Blackstone Mountain. As for Krasis and the others, I'm sorry. Leo was short of time and only had time to summon two Dracolics, so he couldn't bring them with him from afar. He only hoped that they could find a way to escape. The light from the portal appeared, and Krasis, Jaina, and Ronan walked out of the portal. After discovering the Wind Prince Sunderland, Ragnaros had completely ignored them. The Balrog clone's attention was all on Sunderland, and he had no time to pay attention to these small fish and shrimps. For Ragnaros, killing the Wind Prince Sunderland is the most important thing. The Balrog does not allow this powerful Wind Prince to exist, and wants to take advantage of the time when Sunderland has just been resurrected and is not strong enough to kill him again. Kill! Leo, what's going on? Krasis asked as soon as he walked out of the portal. The red dragon who transformed into a silver-haired elf had a very ugly face. He and Jaina Ronan successfully left Blackstone Mountain, but his kindred did not. Due to the sudden incident, the red dragon warriors, who were flying around the Black Rock Mountain to contain the Balrog clone, were not able to evacuate in time. An unlucky red dragon warrior happened to be next to the Wind Prince Sunderland, and his presence blocked the way. Sunderland, who was rapidly growing in size, suddenly struck down without waiting for the red dragon warrior to avoid hundreds of angry thunders. The red dragon warrior roared in pain, and in the irresistible lightning, he changed from a red dragon to a black dragon and was struck all over his body. It was scorched black, so thunderous that it was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. It turned into a falling object in the air and hit the ground with a thud. From the fact that this unlucky red dragon warrior no longer had any breath of life, it was clear that he was already dead. Sunderland, the Prince of Wind, is not a kind being either. Feeling that Sunderland was demonstrating against him, Ragnaros immediately retaliated. A stream of lava erupted from the Blackstone Mountain. The speed of the lava was so powerful that the red dragon warrior, who was selected as the target of the attack, was unable to dodge and unable to resist. The poor red dragon warrior was swallowed up by the lava before he could even scream out. Finally, he turned into a black object and fell to the ground, smashed to pieces. In Ragnaros' view, since Sunderland demonstrated to himself by killing the red dragon warrior, of course, he should choose the red dragon as his counterattack. The poor red dragon warrior became a victim. It was the gods who fought, and the mortals suffered. It's no wonder that Krasis' face is not good. Looking at the entire red dragon clan, there are not many warrior-level red dragons. The loss of two at once is a big blow to the entire red dragon clan. If Leo could have warned everyone before this, how could it have led to such a tragedy? Leo glanced sideways at Krasis. The meaning on his face was obvious. Who are you? Are we familiar? What qualifications do you have to question me? With this on his face, Leo couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He already knew that the silver-haired elf who questioned him was Krasis, but no one introduced him to him. Leo was happy to pretend to be stupid. You are angry after two tribesmen died. Then why don't you think about the losses of our human tribe? How many people died in the Alliance during the attack on Blackstone Mountain? Could it be that the life of your red dragon is life, but the life of the Alliance soldiers is not? The aspect dragon is just a creation of the Titans. He speaks so righteously and raises his status so high. Isn't that a bad idea? Leo, this is Master Krasis of the Kirin Tor Council. Seeing that the relationship between Leo and Krasis was full of gunpowder, Varian, who was afraid that he would not know the identity of the silver-haired elf, hurriedly reminded him that Varian was worried about the conflict between Arathar, who was also in the Alliance camp, and the neutral force Dalaran. The king of Stormwind Kingdom knew very well that as one of the leaders of the Alliance, he could not turn his elbows outward. Otherwise no one in the Alliance would pay attention to his words. Protecting one's shortcomings is a derogatory term. And the behavior of protecting one's shortcomings and trying to stand up against one's weaknesses is despicable. However, if a force wants to have enough cohesion and gain the support of its members, you must protect one's shortcomings. Krasis frowned. Leo didn't recognize him and acted unruly. After all powerful humanoids were like this, especially since Leo was still very young. But Varian was different. This man, the king of Stormwind Kingdom, knew his identity. But the attitude he expressed just now was in favor of Leo. How could Krasis not understand the meaning of this? So you are Krasis, Leo said with surprise, and an expression that made the red dragon secretly angry. In Krasis's memory, few people dared to treat him like this. And he could see that Leo's hostility and wariness towards him came from the heart. This made Krasis feel vigilant in his heart. And the red dragon began to doubt Fong. The appearance of Prince Sunderland was his deliberate mischief. Why is this human being suspicious of the red dragon? Is it because of Polition? It is no secret that Leo once had a red dragon mount named Polition. And the news that this red dragon mount once wanted to abandon Leo in a battle can be found out by those who are interested. Although they do not know that this time the battle took place at what time and place. But judging from the recently collected intelligence, the absence of the red dragon around Leo has confirmed the authenticity of the news. It is no wonder that Krasis would think so. It is not surprising that he is resentful towards the Red Dragon clan because his former partner betrayed him. But his tricks resulted in the death of 2 Red Dragon warriors. Krasis understood Leo, but it did not hinder his determination to eradicate Leo. It goes without saying what a human with great potential but hostility to the Red Dragon family would do from Krasis's point of view. Okay. Since Master Krasis asked me, I will tell you in detail. Leo shrugged. As if I was just talking for Varian's sake. In the War of the Elements, Ragnaros once led the fire element to invade the Wind Realm, but was repulsed by the Wind Prince Sunderland. The Balrog, who understood the Wind Prince's power, worked hard and finally found an opportunity for a sneak attack. Speaking of this, Leo wanted to laugh. According to Yamadukiyama's official explanation, it was the Wind Prince Sunderland who was blinded by the Balrog before he was successfully attacked by the Balrog. The elemental creature was blinded. Is this a lie? The sneak attack on Wind Prince Sunderland was successful. Ragnaros absorbed the essence of the Wind Prince and became stronger. However, he could not destroy Sunderland's soul and could only imprison him. In order to protect Ragna even more, Ross divided the eternal prison that imprisoned Sunderland into 2 halves, turning them into the left and right halves of the Wind Chaser's emblem of imprisonment. Leo said, and turned his attention to Blackstone Mountain. Sunderland's size had stopped expanding. He turned into a giant with a diameter of 3,000 meters and a tornado. A big sword full of electric light appeared in front of him. In his hand, this great sword is Sunderland's weapon. Thunder Fury. Chapter 637 Repeated Provocations. Originally, I thought this was just a legend that needed to be verified. But after killing the stone element Gar and the fire element Gaduin in Blackstone Mountain, I accidentally obtained 2 separated Saiyan heads, which gave me an accurate understanding of this legend. For they are the emblems of imprisonment that imprison the Wind Seekers of Sunderland. When Leo said this, Varian and Sargas suddenly remembered that after killing Gar and Gadon, 2 Saiyan substances were indeed taken away. No one paid much attention to it during the battle at that time. But I didn't expect those 2 things to be so big. Seeing the expressions of Varian and Sargas, Krasis believed a little bit of Leo's words. The Red Dragon asked himself whether he still had the discernment to detect the pretentiousness of the first 2. No one would have thought that Ragnaros would put the sole prison of Sunderland on Gar and Gaduin, because these 2 elemental slaves are as weak as a finger to Neptulin and other enemies who secretly spy on the Balrog. The head can be crushed to death. Even Krasis nodded secretly at Leo's words. It was indeed true. No one could have imagined that the imprisonment emblem that imprisoned Sunderland's soul was placed on Gal and Gadon. In the environment of Molten Core, how many people are there in this world? Can it be a threat? Ragnaros placed the Windseeker's emblem of imprisonment on the 2 elemental servants, which seemed dangerous, but was actually extremely safe. Others believed Leo, but that didn't mean Scarlet would believe it. The female paladin, who happened to be beside Leo at that time, saw very clearly that after killing Gal and Gidden, Zenithsareya and Dragonakos were directly connected. The Wind Chaser's imprisonment emblem that he found was handed over to him, which showed that Leo had known about this situation for a long time, and it was not an accident, as he said. After giving Leo a hard look, Scarlet did not expose him. Why didn't you warn us before you called out Sunderland? While several people were talking, 2 more Red Dragon warriors died. They were not killed by Sunderland and Ragnaros specifically, But because they did not fly away from the battle area between the Wind Prince and the Balrog clone in time, and were killed by the Wind Element and the Demon clone, the Fire Element strangles to death. 2 more of his own race died. And Crassus felt great hatred. Reminder? Leo sneered at the Red Dragon's words. I'm not too sure about using the Wind Chaser's imprisonment emblem to summon the Wind Prince Sunderland. What if it fails? Perfunctory. So obvious that it couldn't be more obvious. Crassus is not stupid. If Leo wasn't sure, he would have been so calm and watched the hammer of Savras come down. But even if he understood in his heart, what could he say? Even the 4 dead Red Dragon warriors, who fell out with Leo on the spot, would not be able to survive. They are already dead. Going after those who now have no effect on the situation will only cause internal strife. Jaina and Luo Ning were watching. Usually, he always said that the overall situation was the most important thing, and advised them to make sacrifices for the sake of the overall situation. Now it was his turn. If he couldn't restrain his anger, would they still listen to him in the future? Crassus forcibly suppressed the anger in his chest, and turned his head away from Leo. This Red Dragon really could bear it. He didn't turn his back on him, when he was so obviously perfunctory. This patience alone was enough to make people wary. A biting dog won't yell before biting. So I have to beware of his dirty tricks. Leo ignored Crassus on the surface. But secretly, he was carefully paying attention to the Red Dragon's actions. Although Crassus didn't turn his back on the spot. Although it was expected by Leo. It made him feel very regretful. If the Red Dragon couldn't bear it, and turned against him, Leo would kill him without hesitation and kill him before others could react. Unfortunately, Crassus was very tolerant, and did not give Leo a chance to attack. Even though Crassus is very famous, and very powerful. If Leo really wants to kill him, the possibility of killing the Red Dragon instantly is more than 80% if he kills it deliberately and unintentionally. With a premeditated plan, Leo can completely react before others can. Take away Crassus' life before you come here. Varian and Jaina smiled bitterly. No one thought that the first meeting between Leo and Crassus would be like this. The two had conflicts from the beginning. With the development of the Kingdom of Arathor, the influence of with the expansion of power, the relationship between the human race and the Red Dragon will probably be affected. Scarlet looked at Leo in confusion. In her impression, Leo was not a reckless person. Unless he was an enemy, he would never directly offend anyone. But why was he so rude to Crassus today? Based on a woman's intuition, Scarlet felt that there must be something interesting in this. Leo did not answer the doubts in the female paladin's heart. And now was not the time to speak. Even though Crassus is so famous, the strength he holds is not weak. Even the Kirin-Tor Council is under his control. In Leo's eyes, this Red Dragon is destined to die. Not because of the enemy's conspiracy. He died under the plot of his own people. The people here are not Leo himself, but the clansmen of Crassus and the mages of the Kirin-Tor Council. The reason why Leo made this judgment was based on the bloody lessons of countless sages. High merit surpasses the master. Who is the king of the Red Dragon clan? Not Crassus, but Alexstad. What is Crassus' status among the Red Dragons? He is just one of the consorts of the Red Dragon Queen. See clearly, he is one of them. Not the only one. To put it bluntly, he is just a member of Alexstad's harem. Even though he is such a member of the harem, Crassus' name is louder than Alexstad's. And his influence on the entire world is greater than Alexstad's. Whether it is within the Red Dragon clan, or among people such as human elves. Among the races, when people think of Red Dragons, they often think of Crassus instead of Alexstad. Don't think that the Red Dragon Queen Alexsta is easy to squeeze, because she doesn't show up very often. Just look at the current situation of the five-color dragon, and you will know that Alexsta is very scheming. The five-color dragons created by Titan were very similar in strength at first. But as time went by, the Red Dragons developed into the most powerful series. Why is this happening? While the other 4 Dragon Kings were doing other things. And when the other dragon clans were extensively raising the remaining dragon eggs to wait for the natural birth of their offspring, Alexsta chose to stay in the nest for thousands of years. Hatching eggs. Hatched the dragon eggs one by one, under the care of the Red Dragon Queen. The number of red dragons quickly surpassed that of the other 4 series of giant dragons. The birth of a large number of red dragons not only brought about an increase in the number of tribesmen, but also the warrior-level red dragons with a large base. There are naturally more dragons than other races. There are only 3 black dragon warriors under Nefarian in Blackwing Lair. Who else has become a warrior under the Green Dragon Queen Isra, except the 4 dream dragons killed by Leo, and the other green dragon warrior Elon Kunis? Class? Compared to Crassus, who only had 7 or 8 red dragon warriors on his trip. The overall strength of the other 4 series of dragon races was indeed not impressive enough. Of course, this is without the exception of the 4 series Dragon King. If it was just like this, Leo wouldn't say that Alexa has scheming intentions. At most, he would say that she is a female house dragon who loves to hatch eggs. But Leo knows that something will definitely happen in the dragon clan in the future. So he doesn't care about her. Alexa knew better than the others. We should hurry up and recover while Sunderland is fighting Ragnaros. The newly resurrected Wind Prince may not be a match for the Balrog clone. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, Jaina came out to smooth things over. She took a look at Leo, the blonde female mage surrounded by strong water elements, and then moved her gaze to it. He knew it was Jaina. But so what? It's not like Leo has never seen a woman before. Nor is it a horse that can go into heat anytime and anywhere. Jaina is beautiful. But is it more important to appreciate a beautiful woman than to do business? The fight between Wind Prince Sunderland and the Balrog clone was earth-shattering. Sunderland was still very weak just after his resurrection, and Ragnaros only had a clone left in this plane. The two sides fought evenly. The violent thunder and lightning, the raging wind, and the frenzy of flame surround Blackstone Mountain. The aftermath of the collision between elemental magic forces has left Blackstone Mountain riddled with holes. The towering mountain is like a girl who has been treated roughly, and the fig leaf on her body is. It was destroyed bit by bit, and the inner beauty was revealed unwillingly. No wonder Sunderland was able to lead the wind element to defeat Ragnaros and Neptulin. As the Prince of Wind, he was born with the ability to control the wind element. The fury of thunder in his hands gave him the ability to control the thunder element. Ability. The power of wind and thunder are all gathered into one body. If you are not strong, it is really unreasonable. Leo couldn't help but nodded. The battle between Sunderland and Ragnaros gave him a great insight. The use of elements by these two top elemental creatures in their respective fields is not like magicians. They, when using elements, commands are used. Don't underestimate the difference between the two. They also use magic elements to attack. Control requires the mental power of the caster, while command allows the magic elements to combine themselves according to the will of the caster and launch an attack. The latter only requires a thought. It can be completed without any consumption. No matter how powerful a magician is, his mental power has a limit, and the number of magic spells he can cast in battle has an upper limit. Once his mental power is exhausted, the magician cannot cast spells again until his mental power is restored. This has always been the case with spellcasters. This shortcoming is also an important reason for the calculating fighting style of mages. If one could learn the ability of Prince Wind and Balrog to command magical elements to fight, would one no longer need to worry about insufficient mana when casting spells? While Leo was carefully comprehending the elemental fluctuations during the battle between the two top elemental masters, he also used part of his mind to summon the four-headed dragon Lich and Ektaros. Two random doors appeared. This was Polition and Ekta's casting spells. Two ordinary Dracolics plunged in and appeared next to the corpses of the two red dragon warriors who had fallen at the foot of the Blackstone Mountain. The violent elemental turbulence caused by the battle with Ragnaros caused the two dragon liches to throw the body of the red dragon warrior beside them into any door before they were completely destroyed. At this time, a white mist-like vortex appeared, and the red dragon the warrior's body was sucked in by it as soon as it left any door. "What are you doing?" Krasis stared at Leo, the surging magic power causing his waist-length silver hair to fly wildly like a silver snake. Leo curled his lips, as if he didn't see Krasis' rage, and his words were full of indifference. "It's nothing. Just recycling waste." Chapter 638 The Little Guy's Counterattack. Furious, Krasis was about to take action, but a question flashed in his mind that made him stop at the last moment. There is no doubt that Leo is deliberately irritating himself. Why would he do this? What good will it do to him? Realizing that the matter was very suspicious, Krasis suppressed the anger in his heart and waved away with an angry groan. He went to pick up the four red dragon warriors who had successfully escaped from the battle area between Sunderland and Ragnaros. Krasis endured it at the last moment, and Leo secretly thought it was a pity. If he attacked him, he could justifiably kill him in the name of counterattack. However, if the other party did not fall for the trick, Leo could only say nothing. But the red dragon, his endurance is so strong that he can compete with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Seeing Krasis leave with anger, everyone laughed bitterly. They were not fools. Leo deliberately provoked Krasis. Everyone present could see it, but no one understood why he did it. "Don't look at me like that." Krasis. "Huh?" Leo looked around and snorted angrily. The red dragon is really nothing. He actually criticized Red Dragon directly. Does this guy know what he is talking about? No one, including Scarlet, understood why Leo was so angry at the Red Dragon. And they all looked at him and waited for him to elaborate. I want you to meet someone, Leo said, turning his attention to Jaina and Ronan. The anger on his face not concealed at all. Maybe some of us here are not happy to see him. For no reason. Jaina and Luo Ning's hearts jumped. The two human archmages felt that something bad was about to happen. Amidst the strange cries, 5 big black birds flew over from a distance. The wind elements swirled around the 5 birds as they flapped their wings, making them fly as fast as a giant dragon. Seeing these 5 big black birds, Ronan and Jaina couldn't help but be stunned. Aren't these the 5 big black birds that flew out of Blackstone Mountain and caused their group to be discovered by Ragnaros? Could it be that our being discovered by the Balrog clone was not an accident, but someone did it deliberately? After this idea came into their minds, the two human archmages looked at Leo with extremely unfriendly eyes, and the latter sneered at them. The tense atmosphere left Varian Scarlet and the other 4 completely confused. It was not enough to offend Krasus. Leo also had to push Jaina of Theramore and Ronan of Violet Castle to oppose him. What on earth does he want to do? The big black birds flew closer, and everyone discovered that there was a person lying on the back of one of the big birds. A human wearing Theramore's shirt. Mills. When Jaina saw the man on the back of the big black bird, she exclaimed in a low voice. She didn't expect that Mills could actually escape from the Blackstone Mountain alive. Then she turned her head and looked at Ronan and smiled bitterly, as if she understood something. Except for Mills. No one among the troops sent by Theramore to support Blackstone Mountain knew that Jaina and the others had hidden their whereabouts, because their actions were indeed detrimental to the interests of the Alliance. Originally, Jaina and Ronan thought Mills was dead. In Blackstone Mountain, who would have thought that this Theramore major officer would actually survive? Let me introduce to you. This is my pet, the Storm Crow. Leo pointed at the 5 big black birds flying over and said, they have the ability to use wind magic, and their flying speed is faster than the dragon, although its own combat capability is very weak. But it can be used for reconnaissance and message delivery. When Leo introduced the Storm Crow, these 5 big black birds had already flown closer. The Storm Crow carrying Mills flew down and put the embarrassed Major Theramore on the ground, then flapped its wings and flew away, up to the sky. Mills struggled to get up from the ground. Scarlet and Bolvar each cast a holy light spell, which healed most of his injuries. I am Leo of Arother, and this is Queen Scarlet. Seeing Mills stand still, Leo began to speak. He pointed to everyone present and introduced. Those are King Varian and Archduke Bolvar. This dwarf the general is Sargas, the descendant of the King of the Mountains. Please tell me your identity. I am Mills, Major of Theramore. The place was full of big shots, and Mills hurriedly bowed and saluted. The rank of Major was actually not low, and he was a big shot on his own in the local area. But in the eyes of these people, he was just a small character. Tell me again what you told me. Leo intercepted the words before Jaina could speak. As a Theramore officer, Mills was unaware of Jaina's gesture. He straightened up and said, after receiving the call from the Kingdom of Stormwind, after receiving the message, Theramore gathered 15,000 warriors to join the war to help our allies, the Kingdom of Stormwind, conquer the Blackrock orcs. 15,000 soldiers? Varian and Bolvar were shocked. But only 5,000 soldiers came to Theramore. Either this man named Mills was lying, or something happened. I am the officer leading these 15,000 soldiers. I had already prepared the soldiers, but when it was time to set off, I received an order to postpone the dispatch of troops, and the number of troops was also reduced by 10,000, leaving only 5,000 soldiers are at my disposal. I also wondered at the time, what can 5,000 soldiers do in such a battle? Now I understand that we are just a cover-up for the actions of a few strong men and a prop for them to hide their whereabouts. At this point, Mills' face was full of anger, and Varian, Bolvar, and Sargas were shocked. Mills' words hit the chord in their hearts. They had doubts about the appearance of Jaina, Ronan and Krasus in Blackstone Mountain, but they never had the chance to ask, and they didn't want to tell them something that even smart people knew well. But now someone took the initiative, having brought up this sensitive topic. They can no longer play deaf and dumb. No better than the other 3, who could keep her expression unchanged. Scarlet was shocked at first, and then looked angry. The female paladin had figured out the truth of the matter based on the current situation and Mills' words. She no longer looked at the red dragon. Friendly, Jaina and Ronan wanted to stop Mills, But they had to give up the idea after seeing the two green dragon warriors beside Leo staring at them. How could there be internal strife before the threat of Ragnaros the fire demon was eliminated? But it's not appropriate to talk about this kind of thing. When the aspect dragon acts, it also needs to use the soldiers of the Alliance as vanguards to lead the charge for them. The top leaders of the Alliance are aware of this, but they have to pretend not to know because of their own strength. Without the aspect dragon, there are many crises that they cannot cope with. Just like the Scourge Legion. If there is no guardian dragon, the Lich King will evacuate the main force from the eastern continent. Originally, both parties had a tacit understanding of this. But now someone has exposed him and brought this matter to light, making it impossible not to face it. Leo clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention from Mills to himself. In fact, everyone knows this kind of thing, except for the crazy black dragon. The other 4 series of dragons have been working hard to protect the world. However, because the number of dragons is too small, they cannot charge forward every time. Therefore, we races with a large population have become the targets of their exploitation. From the perspective of the dragons, their actions are understandable. In fact, we intelligent races living in this world do need to contribute to protecting our homeland. And we cannot just ask for it. Don't pay. But the guardian dragon cannot hold itself high because of this and look at us with an overlooking attitude. As if we were born to do things for them and be used by them. It is true that the power of the dragon can turn the tide and become the winner. The key is, but can we do less? As Leo spoke, his eyes turned to Jaina and Ronan, with a slightly disdainful expression on his face. As a human being, as a member of the Alliance, you should consider issues from a human perspective. And you should think more about the Alliance. Even if the guardian dragons are stronger than us, and we cannot obey them in everything, we are not subordinates of the dragons, let alone vassals of the dragons like the dragons and dragons. Remember, we have a cooperative relationship with the guardian dragon, and our status is equal. If we are asked to make sacrifices, yes, but we must obtain our consent in advance. If you use conspiracy and trickery in secret, don't blame me for turning your back on others. Don't talk nonsense about the overall situation being the most important thing to me. Being stabbed in the back by an alliance is the thing that disgusts Leo the most. Even if Krasus's purpose is to eradicate the Black Dragon Legion, who are crazy and want to destroy the world. In order to protect the world, his actions are indeed disappointing. Difficult to accept. Although Krasus has his own considerations, because telling the plan first and then implementing it will waste a lot of time, and the efficiency will not be as high as it is now. After all, no one will be willing to sacrifice his own people. But you can't just care about yourself because of these concerns. Doesn't this show that they don't take us seriously? Jaina and Luo Ning exchanged glances. Leo's words were very clearly aimed at them. They blamed them for being humans, but ignoring the interests of their own race. The 2 human archmages were very depressed. It was not because they were willing to do that, but because the situation forced them to do so. Man! Without the help of the Aspect Dragon, not to mention the Burning Legion and the Lich King's natural disaster army, it would be very difficult for the clan to cope with it. And they had no choice but to act like this. Varian, Bolar and Sargas had strange expressions on their faces. It was not that they had ever criticized the dragon's attitude. They only held back in order to use the power of the Guardian Dragon. However, now that the Kingdom of Aratha is coming forward, they are also an opportunity. A chance to resolve the unequal relationship between the Dragon Aspect and the Alliance. With this in mind, the 3 Varians moved their steps and stood together with Leo and Scarlet, expressing their intentions through actions. With Mills as a key witness, and the Kingdom of Aratha coming forward, the intentions of Stormwind City and Iron Forge are obvious, and they can only seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Chapter 639 I Have a Way. Krasus had a gloomy face. Jaina and Ronan had told him everything that happened after you left. With his intelligence, he had already expected that one day, a large number of mortal races would unite to attack the Guardian Dragon, exerted pressure, and tried to stand on an equal footing with the dragon. But he didn't expect it to happen in this way. Look at the mages of the Kirin Tor Council. After knowing their identity, they took the initiative to conceal it for themselves. Wasn't it just to influence the Red Dragon clan and then the entire Aspect Dragon through themselves, in order to make the dragons face up to their humanoid race? Isn't the biggest reason why the Kirin Tor Council can be manipulated the mages' compromise? Compared with them, the 2 rulers of the Kingdom of Aratha are too young. The unique uprightness and impulsiveness of young humans make them rarely worry too much about doing things. Except for a few old and mature humans. The vigorous young humans think they are wrong. Their tolerance for behavior is very low. And it would be easy to deal with them if they were just like this. But if these young people have smart brains, then they will become more troublesome beings than the wizards of the Kirin Tor who have lived for many years. Obviously, Scarlet and Leo, who can lead the kingdom of Arothar from decline to revival, belong to the latter. Krasis was very depressed. Being at odds with humans, and even the entire alliance, was not only not in the interests of the Red Dragons, but also went against the will of the entire Aspect Dragon. He knew that what happened today would have to make certain compromises for the Aspect Dragon. But these are things for later, and can be discussed later. Now the two top elemental creatures, the Balrog clone and the Wind Prince, are the primary issues that need to be resolved. Ragnarok's conspiracy has been exposed. If he doesn't deal with his clones left in this world now, the Balrog's body in the elemental void plane will definitely take action if time is delayed. Then there will be too many variables. Sunderland, the Wind Prince who fights with the Balrog clone, is also not friendly to this world. Don't think that he is an ally just because he fights fiercely with the Balrog clone. The saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend does not apply to any situation. If let him defeat the Balrog clone, or let him escape, who can find him even if he deliberately hides? When Sunderland appears again after regaining its strength, the price to stop him will be far greater than it is now. Leo, there are some things that I can't decide. But I promise you that I will convince Queen Alexa to receive your envoy. And we, the Red Dragon Clan, will inform the other Guardian Dragons of your wishes. When Krasis said this, everyone's faces were relieved. If they had to discuss it, it would prove that the Red Dragon was already thinking of making concessions. If Krasis was tough, it was really not what they wanted to see. However, Krasis changed the subject. Leo, you have to return the bodies of our warriors. No problem. After the goal was achieved, Leo acted very simply, and the corpses of 4 red dragons appeared in front of Krasis. The eyes of the 4 living red dragon warriors flashed with sadness. They used magic to collect the bodies of their companions. These corpses were to be taken back to the Red Dragon Cemetery for burial. Seeing the Red Dragon taking away the corpses of the tribesmen, Leo spoke again. Now it's time for us to discuss how to deal with the 2 elemental creatures in Blackstone Mountain. Krasis felt something was wrong, but he did not notice anything, and time did not allow him to think too much. As the battle between Sunderland and Ragnaros gradually became more intense, the mountain of Blackstone Mountain had been completely destroyed. The lava gathered in the mountain has no obstacles and rushes in all directions like an erupting flash flood. Looking at the Blackstone Mountain as the center point, a crimson lava flow is rapidly expanding to all directions. The place where the lava is located is marked by 4 words can very aptly describe Chitty Chinley. The total amount of lava that the Balrogs have quietly gathered in Blackrock Mountain for many years is enough to engulf most of the Burning Plains and Searing Canyon. The remaining areas of these 2 places will also be roasted to the point of being barren of vegetation in the scorching waves, and all life living here will be destroyed, become a sacrifice in the battle between Ragnaros and Sunderland. Sargas's face changed drastically. Although the Searing Gorge was separated from the dwarves Dun Morogh by a mountain range, the huge changes in temperature here would definitely affect Dun Morogh. The thought of the blazing waves in the Searing Gorge causing the ice and snow in Dun Morogh, Sargas was worried about the consequences of massive melting. Varian and Balver's faces were equally ugly. The Burning Plains borders the Redridge Mountains and Elwyn Forest of the Kingdom of Stormwind. Once the climate here undergoes drastic changes, the impact on the entire kingdom will be immeasurable. And now the Kingdom of Stormwind needs El the most. How could such a thing be allowed to happen at this critical moment for the stability of Wind Forest and Redridge Mountain? Krasis was more anxious than them. The task of the Aspect Dragon was to protect the world. How could he not be anxious when seeing a disaster about to happen? It's just that manpower is sometimes scarce, and everyone present feels helpless when it comes to such a large-scale lava eruption. Everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot pot, but there was nothing they could do. Varian and Sargas could not help but turn their attention to Krasis, hoping that the Red Dragon could find a solution. Under the expectant gazes of the Storm King and the Dwarf General, Krasis' face turned gloomy. Now the entire Burning Plains and Searing Gorge are in chaos due to the uprising of the fire element, and I can no longer contact the Wormer's Temple. After hearing this, the hearts of everyone present sank. Without contacting Dragonsleep Temple, Krasis could not convey the news back, nor could he get help from other Aspect Dragons. With the power of everyone present, they could only watch helplessly. Will a disaster happen due to the raging lava? I have a solution. Just when everyone felt desperate, Leo's voice rang. How to do? seeing hope and despair. Everyone's eyes lit up. Varian and Sargas did not doubt the authenticity of Leo's words. At this time, it was completely nonsense to ask Leo whether what he said was true. Is looking for smoke. It's very simple. Just let the lava flow to the endless sea. Leo shrugged in a matter-of-fact tone. But these words made people confused. Everyone looked at him with strange eyes. How do you let such a large-scale lava eruption flow into the sea? You must know that the burning plains and searing canyon are in the middle of the continent and not close to the sea. The distance from the nearest coast to them is thousands of miles. You don't believe it? Leo raised his index finger and shook it. His confident look made people think that he was not bragging but could really do it. Don't doubt my strength. While waving the staff of disintegration, everyone felt that the sky above their heads suddenly turned dark. When they looked up, they saw that the entire sky had been occupied by thousands of Dracolics shining with metallic luster. Hiss! The appearance of the Dragon Lich army made everyone present take a breath. This was the first time they saw so many dragon-shaped mechanical puppets. Although the strength of these mechanical puppets was somewhat vague and not accurately positioned, no one would doubt it. Their fighting power. Leo actually made so many dragon-shaped mechanical puppets. Has his engineering ability really reached its peak? No wonder High Tinker Mechatork met with him many times. And the relationship between the gnomes and Stromgard became so close in a short period of time. Not to mention Varian, Bolvar and Sargas. Even Krasus, Jaina and Ronan were shocked. The first three knew that Leo had hidden his strength. But they never expected that Leo would hide his strength. Ao's backhand was actually so strong. His army of Dracolic was not the hundreds that had been revealed before, but thousands. This was the first time for the latter to see the army of Dracolic with his own eyes, and to feel the metal for the first time. The shock brought by the craze. How could engineering develop to such a powerful level? Krasus now understands why Leo is so confident and dares to look down on himself as a red dragon. The strength in his hands is far stronger than others expected. No wonder the Alliance can defeat the Black Dragon army of Blackwing Lair alone. No wonder this time the war in Blackstone Mountain is so unexpected. It turns out that the root cause lies with Leo. This newly rising star of the human race is indeed powerful. And his achievements are indeed not a fluke. The focus on him must be increased. Humans. How can these mechanical puppets stop the lava flow erupting from Blackstone Mountain? A red dragon behind Krasus asked. The 4,000 dragon liches flying in the sky were indeed a force so powerful that even the guardian dragons had to face it. But they could not stop such a large-scale lava eruption. Possible. When did I say I had to block it? Leo said, as he cast an image magic. And an aerial view of Blackstone Mountain, with a radius of 200 miles came into everyone's eyes. Not even gods can block such a large lava eruption. It may not be possible. I'm just a legendary warlock. I can't compare with the gods. Leo made 7 marks in the image magic while talking. And 5 huge dragon-shaped puppets appeared behind him. The largest one was about 900 meters long. The second largest one was about 800 meters long. And the other 3, the head is much smaller. Only about 500 meters. The appearance of these 5-headed dragon-shaped mechanical puppets once again shocked everyone. The newly appeared 5-headed dragon liches were different from the 4,000 in the sky. The aura on their bodies was no longer blurry. And everyone could feel it clearly. To their strength. There are 3 mechanical puppets whose strength is comparable to that of a dragon warrior. And 2 dragon-shaped puppets, whose strength has reached the peak of a warrior, and is about to reach the king level. Leo's strength is too strong. If he gets the full support of the human race, he can challenge any series of dragons. But this is without the participation of the Dragon King. Krasus had a premonition that unless Leo fell or humanity experienced large-scale internal strife, the rise of the human race was inevitable. Ignoring what Krasus was thinking, Leo directly gave instructions to the 7 dragon liches under his command. Take people to these points, and use any door to lead the lava away. The 3 exits of any door are opened in Fadi, between Irvine Bay and Palatine Bay, for are opened in the Eastern Bay. Pay attention to the distance between any doors. I will use the lava of Ragnaros to create 2 large islands. Chapter 640 Island Chain. People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. The lava flows that spread in all directions with Blackstone Mountain as the center are liquid after all, and have the characteristics of a liquid. Their flow direction will be affected by the terrain. All Leo has to do is to mark the low-lying areas where the lava flows converge. And let Pelizian and other 7 Dracolics open any door there, and maintain the existence of any door with the support of the magic power of other Dracolics, thereby guiding the lava flow to the sea according to his intention. This method is simple to say, but difficult to do. Without the arbitrary gates of the 7 Dracolics, and not enough Dracolic army, such an idea is simply impossible to realize. And only Leo can do it. Teleportation spells can no longer be used in the Burning Plains and Searing Gorge, which are filled with restless fire elements. However, there is no problem with the Dragon Lich's Any Door. The Dragon Lich's advanced talent, Any Door, is very advantageous compared to the teleportation spell. The advantage is that it is not easily disturbed by magic elements when it is turned on. Build a big island between Fadil and Palatine Bay, as well as on the eastern beach. Leo is so ambitious. Except for Mills. Everyone here is a high-level figure. Memorizing the world map is the most basic ability for high-level figures of various forces. When Leo spoke, they had already figured out the locations of the 2 islands that Leo wanted to build in a flash of thought. After roughly marking it out, everyone couldn't help but secretly exclaimed. The sea between Fuller Bay and Paladin Bay is located to the south of Strongard. By building a large island in this sea area, the Kingdom of Arather can use it as a springboard to land from the northwest of the wetland, thus bypassing the Sodder Bridge, and Dunmod of the Dwarves radiates their power into the wetlands. Even if the Kingdom of Stormwind completes the construction of the fortress at Furyfong Camp and blocks the eastern entrance to the wetland, the Kingdom of Arather can also bring the western part of the wetland under its control. If something happens, they can completely cut off Menethil Port and Furyfong Camp. The connection between them turned the fortress there into an isolated city. Not only that, Arather can also expand from the land to the wetlands through the Sodder Bridge. The dwarves of Dunmod will not interfere with the internal affairs of the human race. It is impossible for them to stop Arather's army from entering the wetlands. The Kingdom of Stormwind wants to rely on Rathfong. It is also extremely difficult for the fortress built by the camp to control the eastern part of the wetland, along the coastline of the eastern continent where Stromgarde is located. The vast and undefeatable area after Dangarok controlled by the dwarves is the eastern beach mentioned by Leo. This beach is connected to Southsea Town. If Arather is in the east, a large island has been built outside the beach and has established a firm foothold. The sea route that Nehai Town relies on for survival has been controlled by them. Needless to say, what will happen then? It won't be long before Nehai Town will become Arather's territory. Thoradin's wall that blocks Arather's expansion to the northeast of the mainland will be ineffective. A deadly sharp knife may appear behind the Forsaken troops blocking Arather's army here at any time. Once, the Forgotten Ones tried to prevent the power of the Kingdom of Arather from radiating to Hillsbrad Hills. It would be impossible with these 2 big islands. If Leo is more ruthless. No, not more ruthless. But Arather will definitely do that. They will then occupy the large natural island Atonement Island to the west of Nehai Town, with a torrent castle as the core. An island chain radiating outward from Atonement Island, and the 2 newly built large islands will inevitably be formed. Under this island chain, the wetlands, Arather Highlands, and Hillsbrad Hills will all be included in Arather's sphere of influence. Relying on the powerful naval power and Leo's display of a Dracolic army that could challenge the single-line dragon army, the expansion of the Kingdom of Arather has taken unstoppable strides. This rising kingdom has officially become a first-class kingdom. The forces launched an attack. Krasus and Jaina Ronan had expressionless faces. Sargas just stared at the magical image as if he didn't realize it. Varian and Balver's eyes flickered for a while, and then sighed sadly. The 2 leaders of the Kingdom of Stormwind super people understand that they have to let go of the fortress of Angry Fawn Camp. But this is good. They can focus more energy on the territory that belongs to the kingdom. Seeing that no one raised any objections to his approach, Leo felt very proud. This was the product of his sudden idea, and not a premeditated plan. Ironforge would not allow Dunmorrow to become a vast ocean. And the Kingdom of Stormwind did not dare to let AI Irvine Forest and Reedridge Mountains were undergoing tremendous changes. At this time, even if others were unwilling to do so, they could not stop him. Leo, it's best to use this spell with caution. After being silent for a while, Luo Ning finally couldn't help but speak. The Dragon Lich's Any Door can move the lava flow to the sea thousands of miles away. It can also transfer it to places like Orgrimmar Undercity. If it happens in such an incident, the Alliance and the Horde will have to fight to the death. Large-scale internal strife is definitely not what neutrals like Luo Ning want to see. Leo waved his hand to indicate to Luo Ning not to worry. The truth is not what you think. Not to mention that each main city has its own magic shielding barrier. Any door cannot be easily opened without the owner's consent. Even if it can be opened, it can only be opened. A small random door that can teleport 1 or 2 people. If I want to open a large random door, The magic power will fluctuate greatly. It will be destroyed by the opponent before it can take effect. Once the large random door is destroyed, the chance of my men being killed by the backlash is more than 90%. Even my own mental power will be greatly damaged. Mental power is the foundation of a spellcaster. I will not do such a stupid thing. The weakness of any door is here. Although its ability to resist interference from magic elements is stronger than that of the portal, it will still be destroyed when faced with attacks from powerful people. And the magic backlash when the spell is destroyed is extremely unpleasant. Especially even a warrior-level dragon cannot withstand the backlash of the large-scale arbitrary door opened by gathering the power of the Dracolic army. Therefore, when Leo opened any door before, it was safe enough. If the door was strong enough, why would he go to the trouble of selecting 7 teleportation points and directly let the Dracolic place the entrance of any door to Blackstone Mountain? Wouldn't it be okay to intercept the lava flow at the source? Hearing Leo say this, both Ronan Gianna and Varian Sargas felt a big stone in their hearts. After seeing Leo use the random door to divert the lava flow, they were actually worried in their hearts. What if Arather, the consequences of the kingdom's misuse of this spell are too serious? However, after returning, we need to strengthen the magic shielding barriers and magic monitoring in important cities and around the cities. If something is wrong, we must take immediate action. Scarlet stood beside Leo. The female paladin's eyes were full of excitement. Leo had made this happen, and the rise of Arather was already in sight. She now understands why Leo insisted on building a port when Stromgarde was rebuilt. She must know that before that, although Stromgarde was close to the sea, there was no idea of building a port. A port must have a navy. And when he established the Stromgarde navy, Leo ignored the voices of opposition and risked antagonism with Theramore to recruit a group of Kul Tira's navy officers and officers. Elite. As for the decision to establish contact with the goblins and go on an expedition to send the Stromgarde navy to Booty Bay to fight against Leo with the Bloodsail pirates, the pressure was even greater. At that time, there was not much opposition on the surface, but the turbulent undercurrent even the Lothar family could hardly withstand. If Leo and Scarlet hadn't cleaned up the opposition forces in the kingdom before, if Arather hadn't been developing in a healthy way, and if Leo and Scarlet hadn't gained great prestige through several big victories, it would really have been possible. Can't handle it. Fortunately, after the Battle of Booty Bay, Stromgarde used this to drag down the Kurtian Arath navy and dig this most elite human navy into the kingdom of Arather. And the undercurrent of opposition gradually subsided. Building the Stromgarde port and establishing the Stromgarde navy seemed to be of little use at the time. On the contrary, it felt like a waste of money, manpower and material resources. But looking at it now, they have become ironclad evidence of Leo's long-term vision. At that time, the seemingly useless two-move has now become the key to the rise of the Arather kingdom. And it is the key that others can clearly see, but cannot stop. Ever since Leo helped her to take over Stromgarde and restore the Lothar family's royal status, Scarlet has watched Arather become stronger step by step. Among them, it is clear how much Leo has contributed to the female paladin. She feels that she can meet Leo as his own luck, and also Aleso's luck. Thinking of this, Scarlet's eyes glanced at Varian and Bolvar. Leo used to be from the kingdom of Stormwind. If it weren't for the aggressive nobles of Stormwind City, how could he switch to Arather? These two kingdom leaders must be very upset. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Such people can only blame themselves for not being sure. Blackstone Mountain is destroyed. The Balrog clone cannot be Sunderland's opponent without backup. Ragnaros, who has been cut off from magic power supply, cannot support it for long. Now it's our turn to take action. Everyone. The lava flow that would cause a catastrophe was transferred to the endless sea. The burning plains and searing gorge escaped the crisis. Everyone's attention immediately turned to the battlefield of Blackstone Mountain, where the two Wind Princes Sunderland and Ragnaros, the fierce battle between top elemental creatures is in full swing. The Balrog clone has long since lost the pride he once had. Years of hard work have been ruined like this. All he has left now is regret. He really can't let go of the bad breath in his chest unless he kills Sunderland. But what is in this plane now is just a clone of Ragnaros. Without enough magic power, it is impossible for him to defeat the opponent. Prince Wind can drag him to death even if he drags him away. The Snipe and the Clam are competing for the fisherman's profit. To be the fisherman at this time, it is best to wait for the victory between the Balrog clone and the Sunderland clone. Only after one of them has exhausted the last drop of blood and exerted the last bit of strength will he take action. Krasis others are inclined to do this, but Leo is unwilling to do so, and upgrades the energy of the four words for no other reason. If Leo waits for the Balrog clone to be killed by Sunderland before taking action, Leo will not be able to get the upgrade energy from the former. Even if he can, it will only be a very small part. Waiting for the two sides to decide life and death is not what Leo wants to see. He can only get it in advance. Only by taking action can you maximize the value of your benefits. If you want to profit but are unwilling to pay, how can there be such a good thing in the world? Therefore, Leo joined the battle when the Balrog clone was about to be defeated. Chapter 641. When are you going to wait? Leo's strength has been recognized by everyone. As a warlock who has stepped into the legendary realm and can control thousands of powerful dragon-shaped mechanical puppets, Leo's mental power is definitely not that of an ordinary spellcaster. It can be said that it is far behind. But no matter what, the legendary warlock only has the legendary realm after all. Compared with the two top elemental creatures Ragnaros and Sunderland who are fighting in Blackstone Mountain, they are far behind. Leo and their strength is not at the same level at all. And it is definitely not a wise move for him to participate in the battle between the Wind Prince and the Balrog clone at this time. It's not wrong to think this way. If Leo rushes forward alone, he will only be tortured. But he is not alone. How could Leo, who has servants and allies, give up his advantage to play with Sunderland and Ragnaros? Singled out? The 5 storm crows hovering in the air flew down. Leo took Scarlet and jumped lightly onto one of them. The storm crow carried the 2 of them and flew quickly towards Blackstone Mountain. Just as Leo and Scarlet set off, Varian, Bolvar and Sargas jumped onto another storm crow, and the remaining 3 storm crows became Ronin, Jaina and Krasus, their temporary mounts, and 4 red dragon warriors guarded them as they fought towards Blackstone Mountain. But in the blink of an eye, only Mills was left on the ground. Fortunately, Leo was kind enough. A Nubrocken and 2 swift bone dragons took him away and ran away. This Theramore Major was negotiating with the red dragon. We can't let anything happen to the key witness now. The Storm Crow, with a wingspan of more than 20 meters, has a very strong load-carrying capacity, coupled with the ability to control the wind element. Even if it carries several people on its back, it will not feel any strenuous for them. Its flying speed is such that even the red dragon warriors have to take it. Only by showing true strength can we catch up. Using the Storm Crow as a mount was not a deliberate act of coolness by Leo, but was forced by the situation. The mountain of Blackstone Mountain was destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between Prince of Wind Sunderland and the Balrog clone. The lava flow accumulated inside erupted and submerged dozens of miles around Blackstone Mountain. At this time, it was no longer possible to pass by land, and the only way was to walk air route. Originally, there were 4 red dragons around Krasus. It would be perfect to use an aerial creature like a giant dragon as a flying mount. However, with the arrogance of the giant dragon, how could they be willing to let other creatures step on them? So Leo didn't make such a suggestion at all. He directly called down the 5 storm crows hovering above his head. Although the distance of 100 miles seemed far away, Storm Crow could catch up with it in only 30 or 40 seconds. The 2 top elemental creatures fighting in Blackstone Mountain ignored this group of ant-like creatures in their eyes, and continued to fight to the death. Without the continuous magic power to support the Balrog clone, he was gradually unable to withstand Sunderland's attacks. Every time the Wind Prince, who held the Fury of Thunder, made a move, there would be sound and light effects of strong winds, violent thunder and roars. The combination of wind and thunder caused 2 systems to Sunderland took advantage of the elemental power to deal with the fire element of the Balrog clone. Unless Ragnaros' true form came, it would be impossible to defeat him. The Balrog clone became more and more angry as he fought. But no matter how angry he was, he could not turn the tide of the battle. Under the attacks of wind and thunder, his huge body was gradually shrinking. This was because the fire element that made up his body was gradually weakening. And it was also a sign of his failure. It was already very hard for Ragnaros to resist the attack of Wind Prince Sunderland. But at this moment, several bloody energy lines shot at him again. The energy lines squirmed rapidly, and the Balrog clone felt the magic elements in his body draining at a rapid rate, nearly twice as fast. Human, what have you done to me? Ragnaros was horrified. He now had to deal with Sunderland's attack, and could not spare his hands to deal with the bloody energy lines that penetrated his body. However, if these energy lines that absorbed his strength were not cut off, his failure would be much faster. To speed up, Baragain, you have to pay for what you have done. Leo's face was upright and awe-inspiring. People who didn't know him well would be confused by his expression. You self-proclaimed righteous human beings. What do you think you can get after helping Sunderland defeat me? Ha ha ha. Let me tell you. Once I fail, you will also be killed by him. Ragnaros is telling the truth. Sunderland doesn't care whether Leo and the others have helped him. They act in the style of these top elemental creatures and cannot be measured by moral standards. How they want to do things is up to them. With his mood and attitude, Sunderland, who defeated the Balrog clone with the elemental creature's disgust for flesh and blood life, would immediately attack Leo and the others, while increasing the intensity of extracting the power of the Balrog clone. Leo replied, Ragnaros, you don't have to worry about this. Don't think that I will give you a chance to delay time and let you summon your true body to this world. Come! The body of the Balrog once came to this world, and Blackstone Mountain was formed at that time. There is still a plain gap leading to the elemental void in the Molten Heart. Even though the Balrog clone is now in a mess, once give him enough time, and he still has the possibility of a comeback. Because his trump card is to let the true form of Ragnaros come. Don't doubt the possibility of this situation. There is no reason why Ragnaros the Fire Lord can't do what even the Dark Iron Dwarf Emperor Thorison can do. Hearing that the Balrog clone was likely to summon his real body, Wind Prince Sunderland's attack became more ferocious, putting the Balrog clone under greater pressure. Leo took advantage of the Balrog clone's lack of time to take a deep breath. Ragnaros is indeed one of the 4 elemental lords. Even if it is just a clone of him in Blackstone Mountain, the quality of his power is astonishing. Leo found that during the absorption process, his upgrade energy tank was actually in slow improvement. If the Balrog clone lets me suck it for an hour, it won't be a problem for me to level up a small level. Secretly assessing the increase in the upgrade energy tank, Leo was a little surprised. With his current strength, the upgrade energy required to improve can only be described as massive. According to the accumulation of training, even if it is even with Austria's speed, it would take 10 or 8 years to fill it up. How could such a huge time gap between 8 to 10 years and 1 hour not be shocking? It's a pity that the wish is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. After being beaten by the Wind Prince Sunderland and having the energy extracted from his body by Leo, the Balrog clone knew that his failure was inevitable. If he wanted to make a comeback, he could only use the final trump card. Feel the fire of Saffron. With a very familiar roar, the entire body of the Balrog clone suddenly collapsed, and the entire Blackstone Mountain's fire element exploded with a bang. A mental pressure so powerful that even Leo felt depressed rushed out from the bottom of the Blackstone Mountain. A fiery red figure broke through the barriers between the plains with brute force, trying to enter the world along the plain gap at the bottom of the Blackstone Mountain. The body of the Balrog is coming. Varian, Krasis and others were very nervous. They gathered their magic power and threw the spells at them, trying to prevent Ragnaros' true body from entering the world. Blue water magic, golden holy light magic, black shadow magic, green poisonous mist, and other spells cover the body of the Balrog, who is trying to pass through the gap in the plain. As one of the 4 elemental lords, if the body of the fire demon Ragnaros were to arrive, even a short 10 or 20 seconds would be enough to cause immeasurable trauma to the world. Because they knew this, Jaina, Ronan, Krasis and the 4 red dragon warriors all used their magic to attack the body of the Balrog with all their strength, and were busy breaking through the plain barriers to let their own Ragnaros, who came in his true form to take revenge on Sunderland and Leo, was busy with his own business and didn't pay attention to the magic that came from him. With his strength, Jaina and others still couldn't hurt him. Very far. Enemies were extremely jealous when they met. Prince Sunderland of the Wind immediately went crazy when he saw Ragnaros, who had attacked him and been imprisoned for many years. The wind elemental giant rushed forward with murderous intent, and the fury of thunder brought out a picture, an electric light that blinds one's eyes, the dazzling lightning, the strong wind that made even the storm crow lose his balance, and the roaring thunder dominated the entire Black Rock Mountain. The Prince of Wind, Sunderland, used all his strength as soon as he struck, and the power of the attack was as strong as it couldn't be the same before. It can be seen that he did not show his true strength at all when fighting the Balrog clone before. Upon seeing this, Leo cursed in his heart. These top elemental creatures that have existed for countless thousands of years are all extremely cunning. Sunderland actually hid his strength in fighting the Balrog clone. This was something he did not expect. If Ragnaros hadn't appeared in his true form, Sunderland's true strength wouldn't have been forced out. Speaking of hiding his strength, shouldn't Leo think about his behavior before slandering Sunderland? None of his powerful subordinates showed up. Needless to say, Sinisaraya, Manaroth, Dragonakos, Anuvarak, etc. were all missing. He was the only one using it. Isn't it unethical to bombard Ragnaros with magic? Scarlet was just surprised that Leo refused to use all his strength. But Varian Bolvar and others were very dissatisfied. How could Leo hide his secrets at the critical moment to prevent the arrival of the Balrog's body? With the experience of Searing Gorge and Burning Steps, doesn't he know what consequences Ragnaros will bring when he comes to this world? Save your efforts. With Ragnaros' strength and our strength, we can't stop him at all. Instead of doing this, it is better to save your strength to deal with Sunderland. Leo shrugged, unaware of the gazes of others. As for the body of the Balrog, someone will come to help us stop him. Don't you believe it? Do you think that I asked my subordinates to open the other end of the arbitrary door in the endless sea just to create 2 large islands? After speaking, Leo cast a loudspeaker spell on himself. Under his command, Storm Crow came to the door opened by Polition. He used his mental power to wrap his voice and send it to the other side of the door. The endless sea. Dear Tidehunter, how long do you want to wait? Chapter 642 Tidehunter. Although the 4 major elemental lords have all served for the ancient gods to fight against the Titans, this does not mean that the relationship between them is close. Otherwise there would be no elemental war. Yudao is that water and fire are incompatible. And the relationship between the 2 elements of fire and water and fire, is obvious. The Balrog clone in Blackstone Mountain can summon the body of the Balrog to come. Leo had already anticipated this. And since he had anticipated it, it was impossible for him not to be on guard. It's not that Leo's ambition is to destroy his majesty, but that he knows very well that unless he uses all his methods to face Ragnaros' true form, he has no chance of winning. But even if he uses all his strength, Leo is not very confident. What would happen if the fight against Ragnaros failed? Looking at the Black Rock Mountain in front of us, and thinking about the scorching canyon and burning plains that are almost barren of grass, no one dares to take this risk, including Leo. Try to do as little as possible something you are not sure about, especially such a big thing that affects the whole world. Even if you have to do it, you should try your best to increase your chances of success. Opening one end of any door in the endless sea and using the advanced talent of the Dracolic was something Leo had already thought about. He had already been planning when he let Extus escape into the molten core. The subsequent use of lava flows to build islands in the sea was just a side effect. Leo's words were transmitted into the endless sea through any door. And the sea surface that was originally boiled by the hot lava flow underwent a big change. With this arbitrary door as the center, the boiling seawater began to flow regularly. Within a few minutes, a large vortex was formed within 100 miles. This vortex drove millions of tons of seawater to rotate around the arbitrary door. The momentum was extremely shocking. Fortunately, no one else saw this whirlpool. Otherwise it would scare many people to paralysis. The various sea creatures living in the whirlpool with a radius of hundreds of miles were torn into pieces by the huge force of the seawater, and then rotated by that force, and finally were thrown out like garbage. What is surprising is that the vortex is spinning faster and faster, but its scope is getting smaller and smaller. However, the total amount of seawater driven by it has not decreased at all. The seawater that makes up the 100-mile whirlpool is being swept away by an invisible force. Compressed and recompressed, it finally turned into a dark blue water giant only about 1,000 meters high. Everything happened very quickly. From the appearance of the whirlpool to the formation of the dark blue water giant, it took less than half a minute. After the dark blue giant appeared, hundreds of miles of sea area were emptied out. But the surrounding sea water quickly surged in to fill up the water in the ocean. This blank space. Ragnaros, you are still so arrogant and reckless. Doesn't the mind of the fire element not allow you to carry too much wisdom? The water giant's voice was so cold that it would freeze the soul. Although the creatures in this world have vulgar and dirty thoughts, their power cannot be ignored. Mortals with advanced wisdom are not ignorant lower elements, who can be destroyed if you want. The water giant walked toward any door while talking. With his power, he could easily destroy the Dracolica's innate spell. But he did not do that. The hot lava flows stopped flowing as the water giant approached. An invisible magic power imprisoned them, causing the raging hot lava to stop for an instant. They did not resume flowing until the water giant passed through any door. Neptulin, the burning plains and searing canyon, which were originally heated by the rioting fire element, slowly dropped in temperature less than half a minute after the water giant passed through any door. And a faint stream of water vapor appeared. In the sight of everyone, he had grown a lot bigger at this time. No worse than Sunderland and Ragnaros. Even Crassus couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this water giant. Because this water giant was none other than the water elemental lord Tidehunter Neptulin, one of the 4 elemental lords. Neptulin the Tidehunter has a mind as broad as the sea and a will as fierce as the undercurrent. These two seemingly contradictory emotions make him as unpredictable as the ocean tide. He is the ruler of the lakes, rivers and oceans. As the most powerful assistant of the ancient god, the knowledge he knows is older than the world itself, which also includes many secrets that the other three elemental lords do not know. Compared to Ragnaros the fire demon, Neptulin has a much better attitude towards mortal races such as human elves. The reason for this is because he does not want to be disturbed and does not want to be used by mortal creatures to obtain treasures. Entanglement. So he will not clamor to destroy mortal creatures, like Ragnaros, and attract the hatred value of mortal races in a super large group of taunts. Of course, this does not mean that Neptulin will not kill people. In fact, his friendly attitude is compared to that of the Balrog. The countless corpses buried in the deep sea have been warning the mortal race not to provoke the tide hunters. The deep sea is not for them a place to spy. It's not Neptulin's true form. It's just a clone of his mind. Compared with the others, Leo seemed very calm. He shrugged and said with an indifferent expression, "Although it is a clone, it can't stop Lage. There is no problem with Neros coming into this world." "Did you plan it long ago?" Krasis asked in a solemn voice. The red dragon felt the need to pay more attention to Leo. What this human did was too unexpected. He used the Balrog to pass from Saffron Fortress to the lava-cast island accumulated in Blackstone Mountain to expand the kingdom of Arathar. His steps were just that. But he actually provoked Neptulin, and people couldn't help but look at him for his bold and almost crazy move. Plan? Leo looked at Neptulin, who was getting closer and closer, with erratic eyes. Everyone knows the relationship between the Balrog and the Tide Hunter. I just suddenly thought of this when I saw the lava erupting. That's all. Since the lava in Blackrock Mountain flows into this world from Ragnaros' Saffron Fortress, they must have the aura of the Fire Elemental Lord, and Neptulin may come to pour them into the endless sea. Let's see what happens. Having said that, Leo saw that Neptulin, who was almost in front of him, had no intention of leaving at all. While Krasis, Varian, Jaina, and others had already driven the Storm Crow to fly far away, even though Neptulin only came with a clone. If this clone wanted to kill Jaina and others, they might not be able to stop it. When Neptulin came, Leo didn't leave. This scene made everyone puzzled. Humanity? Walking to Leo's side, the Tide Hunter looked at the two humans close at hand. A big face almost touched Leo's body. The extremely rich water magic made the air feel sticky. Feeling strong, Storm Crow flapped its wings with all its strength to stabilize its body and prevent it from falling to the ground. Leo, rubbing the ring of forbidden evil words on his finger, Leo spoke calmly, not even the slightest bit nervous when facing the powerful Tide Hunter. The tone was like casually introducing himself to a stranger. Scarlet behind him couldn't help but sweat. The person in front of Leo was no ordinary person. It was the Tide Hunter Neptulin, who once fought with the Titans. A tyrannical existence that has been fought in front of Neptulin, let alone the legendary realm. Even a demigod is not enough. Leo's attitude can easily anger the Tide Hunters and lead to death. This kid is so arrogant. Even if he is facing only a clone of Neptulin, he can't speak in such a casual tone. Isn't he afraid of being slapped to death? Krasis suddenly felt that Leo's attitude towards him was actually very good. Before, he thought that Leo was contemptuous of the majesty of the Red Dragon clan. But now, he saw that this kid had such an attitude towards the Red Dragon Neptulin. Fortunately, some people are born to be arrogant. To everyone's surprise, Neptulin was not angry at all. He looked at Leo carefully, and then fell silent, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Only a few seconds passed, but to others it felt like years had passed. Neptulin slowly said, "Leo?" Leo nodded and turned his attention to Blackstone Mountain, where the Wind Prince Sunderland was wielding the Fury of Thunder to attack Ragnaros, who wanted to come to this world. Do you understand what I mean? It's best this way. Join me in kicking Ragnaros out, lest he come to cause trouble. This kid is so crazy. He actually ordered Neptulin to do things. Are there such crazy people in this world? The 4 red dragon warriors around Krasis were stunned. What kind of human being is this? What is his brain made of? How dare he be so casual in the face of Neptulin? Doesn't he have any respect for the strong? Well, the red dragon warriors admitted that Leo's attitude was not the real reason that surprised them. They had seen a lot of arrogant guys, including Leo. What really surprised them was Naipa, Turin's attitude. After Leo said this, not only did he not get angry, he actually nodded in agreement. Is this water giant really Neptulin? Is he really the Tide Hunter? One of the 4 elemental lords? Where has the majesty of the water element lord gone? Did Neptune, who slaughtered tens of thousands of living beings as he pleased, change his temper? When did he become so easy to talk to? Have you made a mistake? What happened to this world? An illusion? It must be an illusion. However, we were not hit by illusion magic. The Red Dragon Warrior felt a feeling called madness in his heart. Ignoring the Red Dragon Warrior, who was almost going crazy due to this strange scene, Leo made a gesture to Varian and others, patted Scarlet's hand to show the female paladin to feel relieved, and then made a move under his feet. Tongue jumped off Stormcrow's back. The ground was full of boiling lava. Was Leo looking for death by jumping down? Of course not. Amidst the roar, a pair of demonic wings filled with countless black energy spread out from his back, and an extremely rich dark aura spread out from his body, while the 3 elements of black stone, landscape, wind, and thunder were entangled. The 2 elements of water and darkness also came to join in the fun. Chapter 643. The Divine Sword changes owners. In order to gain his own place in the game between the 3 top elemental masters, Leo Olympic transformed into a demon to qualitatively improve his strength. Now he is initially qualified to join the battle. But he only has the qualifications to join the battle. He was only qualified to participate. Except for the Tide Hunter Neptune, the Wind Prince Sunderland, and the Fire Demon Ragnaros did not take him seriously at all. Ragnaros was anxious when he saw Neptune and Leo coming to kill him. The Balrog had heard the previous conversation between Leo and Neptune, although he didn't know what the conspiracy of these 2 guys was. Ragnaros knew very well that he was the one they came to deal with. Neptune, you actually cooperated with a mortal. That little bug. Leo and Neptune took action before Ragnaros finished speaking. Upon seeing this, the Balrog quickly swallowed his words and prepared to concentrate on dealing with their attacks. However, something unexpected happened. Leo quickly flew close to Blackstone Mountain with his wings, then stretched out his right hand. A hand as big as a castle broke through the void and pushed hard towards Blackstone Mountain. At the same time, Neptune's body suddenly shrank by 3 points. In a matter of seconds, the missing part of the Tide Hunter's body did not disappear out of thin air, but turned into a giant water arrow that hit the Black Rock Mountain at the same time as Leo's demigod hand at a speed that broke the sound barrier. Ah! A scream came from Sunderland's mouth. The body of the Wind Prince became transparent under the attacks of Leo and Neptune. Not only did the violently rotating tornado slow down by more than double, but its size also shrank by nearly 10%. 2/3 of the way, Leo and Neptune jointly attacked Sunderland, who did not take much precautions against them, and were beaten to the point of collapse. You 2 despicable people. Sunderland hated Leo and Neptune for their tricks, and hated himself for believing their conversation, thinking that they would first attack Ragnaros, who wanted to come to this world in his true form. Leo raised his hand and used 10 blood-colored energy lines that were as thick as a normal human thigh. These energy lines pierced into Sunderland's body like lightning. Prince Fong was horrified to find that the energy in his body was rapidly draining. Prince Sunderland, I originally thought that you would have a better memory after suffering a loss at the hands of the Balrog, but I didn't expect that you are still so naive. In this world, those who are slow to react will be beaten to death, and those who are weak will be tortured to death. Those who are timid, those who are frightened will be frightened to death. Those who are straightforward will be beaten to death, and those who are not defensive will be attacked and killed. Therefore, you must be careful when you are alive, especially when your enemy understands the principle of picking weak persimmons. As Leo spoke, he increased his absorption of Sunderland's power. The bloody energy lines shook like chaff. Sunderland's body became smaller and smaller, more and more transparent, and his breath continued to weaken. Sunderland's aura was weakening rapidly. But on the contrary, Leo's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Scarlet, who had not yet reacted to this incident, keenly discovered that Leo's strength had been improved again. He once again took a step towards the demigod realm. Leo has been upgraded? Yes, Leo has indeed been upgraded. After all, Wind Prince Sunderland was the top elemental powerhouse, who had defeated the Fire Demon Ragnaros and the Tide Hunter Neptune. Even if he had died, even if most of his power had been absorbed by Ragnaros, even if his strength, which has only been resurrected for less than half a day, is completely incomparable with that at his peak. But Sunderland is the Prince of Wind after all. Apart from the Wind Rider Alakir, he is the largest in the Wind Realm. And the energy that makes up his body is, no matter how good the quality is, it will never be low. Speaking of which, Prince Sunderland was also extremely unlucky. First, he was killed by Ragnaros in a sneak attack. His soul was imprisoned for an unknown number of years. He finally escaped and came back to life. Unexpectedly, he met Leo and Neptune again. I didn't expect that the dignified water element lord would actually join forces with a human to act. Sunderland failed again. And this time when he met Leo, would he have another chance? The elbows and armpits were transformed. But Neptune and Leo unexpectedly defeated Sunderland first. Ragnaros was surprised, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Without the obstruction of Sunderland, the Prince of Wind, Neptune long did not stop him from trying to open the plane rift and come to this world. And the human being was busy extracting Sunderland's power. Didn't this just give him a chance? Of course. Ragnaros has learned from Sunderland's past experience, and has not relaxed his vigilance against Leo and Neptune. He does not want to become the next Wind Prince. Ha ha ha. Sunderland, you are such a pathetic person. Ragnaros taunted the Wind Prince. Although Sunderland struggled hard, he was too seriously injured by Puchilon and Leo's previous attacks. He had just been resurrected, and was still very weak. He was fighting against the Balrog clone. After a fight, he suffered 2 sneak attacks, which had already damaged his essence. At this time, Sunderland was unable to get rid of Leo's absorption of his energy. His huge body became smaller and smaller. And finally only 2 people were left. A ring-shaped cyan substance with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Without enough energy support, Sunderland's soul fell into sleep again. And the fury of thunder turned into streaks of lightning surrounding Sunderland's soul. Leo stretched out his hand and held it, taking the 2 cyan rings holding Sunderland's soul to his side. The 2 cyan substances holding Sunderland's soul seemed to Leo to be no different from the 2 bracelets. Except that they were larger in size. A little bigger. Well, actually more than that. Neptune looked at Leo quietly. The Tide Hunter did not stop Leo from taking Sunderland's soul sustenance. In fact, the relationship between Neptune and Alakir got Sunderland to the Tide Hunter should not miss the opportunity of Deland's soul. You must know that when the elemental war started, the wind element and the fire element joined forces to declare war on the water element. Human, how could you possibly capture Sunderland with your strength? Ragnaros made no secret of his contempt for humans. You mortals, beings as weak as ants, want to spy on the power of the strong? Shut up, Leo shouted coldly. He didn't even have half a favorable opinion of the fire demon Ragnaros. A brave man is angry and draws his blade against the stronger one. A timid man is angry and draws his blade against the weaker one. Ragnaros narrows. In my eyes, you are no different from a coward. When faced with a stronger person, you can only cheat and attack. And you don't even have the courage to fight head-on. Don't you look down on us mortals? Okay, I'll give it to you now. An opportunity. I am here waiting for you to come. Let you understand that life, that is like an ant in your eyes, can beat you to the ground. You want to challenge me? Ragnaros laughed. Out of anger, Leo, a mere mortal, dared to challenge him as the lord of the fire element. It was the most ridiculous thing in the world. It seems that the sneak attack on Sunderland was successful. I gave you a lot of courage. But I will let you understand that your poor courage is of no use in front of me. Being sinister is a science. And being vicious is an art. If you combine the two, you are either a criminal or a great man. When it comes to being a sinister person, Leo thinks he is a pure and good young man. When it comes to being venomous, Leo says that he is very unqualified. So he is neither a criminal nor a great man. He only occasionally slanders his enemies. That's all. When Ragnaros was angered by his challenge, and worked hard to open the rift in the plane, a ray of Leo's thoughts had already invaded the 2 oversized cyan bracelets, where Sunderland's soul was entrusted without anyone noticing. His mind invaded Goldfinger's voice, and immediately rang out. I found unknown energy. Do you want to absorb it? The soul is also a kind of energy. Sunderland, don't think that Ragnaros can't do anything to your soul, and others can't do anything to you. If it falls into my hands, you will be unlucky. Leo smiled slightly and said silently in his heart, confirm the absorption. Ragnaros, who was about to open the rift in the plane and temporarily descend to Blackstone Mountain, suddenly discovered that the 2 big cyan bracelets that entrusted Sunderland's soul were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Leo, who was holding the big cyan bracelets, despite his strength, he didn't see any increase. But his eyes became more and more bright. When this scene fell into his eyes, Ragnaros didn't know what was happening. It was clearly that Leo was extracting the soul of Sunderland, the Prince of Wind, for his own soul to devour and grow. As a human being, Leo, He had achieved the goal of inflammation. What the devil has always wanted to do, but failed to do. Son of Alakir the Wind Rider. There is no doubt about the power of Wind Prince Sunderland. Although most of his power essence has been extracted by the fire demon Ragnaros, his soul is still powerful. Ragnaros has never given up his research on how to devour Sunderland's soul for so many years, but has never achieved any results. He did not expect that a mortal like Leo could actually do it. Ragnaros was shocked and angry. Surprised? Because Leo had accomplished something he couldn't do. Ragnaros understood that if the opponent successfully devoured Sunderland's soul, and could control the thunder element's fury, it would be taken away by Leo. Ragnaros was angry because Leo successfully deceived him. Ragnaros realized that he had been deceived by the other party's pretense of arrogance and anger. Leo deliberately put on that posture just to confuse him, preventing him from discovering in time that the soul of Wind Prince Sunderland was about to be devoured. In other words, Leo successfully tricked Ragnaros. Human, you dared to deceive me? Ragnaros was furious. And the Balrog attacked the plane cracks like crazy, trying to make his descent faster, so as to kill Leo as soon as possible to vent the anger in his chest. The big cyan bracelet that the Wind Prince Sunderland entrusted his soul to was originally 100 meters in diameter. But the moment before Ragnaros broke through the rift in the plane, it had become only the size of an ordinary human wrist. In other words, they really became a pair of powerful bracelets. Bracelet on hand. The electric light no longer surrounded the cyan bracelet. Leo stretched out his hand and made a weak move. A long sword that was exactly the same as the weapon used by Sunderland appeared in his hand. But the model was much smaller. It was just suitable for human use and could be controlled. The Thunder Elemental Sword Thunder Fury has changed its owner. Looking at the Balrog, who was about to break through the rift in the plane, Leo smiled proudly. Fire Element Lord Ragnaros is a good target for the sword test. Killing you and sacrificing the sword will not be in vain for the name of the Thunder Fury Sword. Chapter 644 Who can last longer? The Fury of Thunder is a divine sword that can control thunder and lightning. As the Prince of Wind, Sunderland relies on it to have the ability to use the two elements of wind and thunder at the same time. It is also with the Fury of Thunder in his hand that Sunderland can lead the wind. The wind elements of the realm defeated the invasions of Ragnaros and Neptulin. The long and narrow hilt of this divine sword is 1/2 meter long, and it is inlaid with bone spurs made from the bones of an unknown creature. The hilt is not much different from a bone mace. The hilt of the sword is so narrow, and the sword body is even more incredible, even if it is now reduced to a size suitable for human use. The sword body is as wide as a person, and is still 5 meters long. Such a long sword body allows the Thunder Fury to have a wider attack range than many long-handled weapons. Be broad. The bright white thunder and lightning lingering on the sword body makes it obvious at a glance that the thunder element contained in this sword is so strong that it is about to overflow. And there is actually a palm-wide gap in the center of the sword body extending from the tip to the hilt. The existence of it makes the entire Thunder Fury look very similar to a charged steel fork. It feels really good to control thunder and lightning. Leo held the hilt of the Thunder Fury sword and sensed the connection with thunder and lightning. The powerful thunder element was injected into his body, making his body under the washing of magic elements all the time. Over time, Leo's physical fitness also deteriorated. It will gradually strengthen, even if he doesn't practice deliberately. This is the divine sword. With it, even a lazy person can have considerable strength, let alone a strong man who knows the importance of strength and practices hard. A ray of thought followed the palm holding the sword's hilt into the Fury of Thunder, erasing all the marks left by Sunderland in the divine sword. Leo completed complete control of the divine sword. At this time, Ragnaros, the plain rift between Saffron Fortress and Blackstone Mountain, has been opened, and the Balrog can temporarily descend into this world in its true form. Mortal, I want. A fire giant that was so tall that it reached the sky roared and appeared. Ragnaros' upper body had already squeezed into this world. The Fire Elemental Lord roared and was about to activate, but unfortunately someone was one step faster than him. Neptulin's clone suddenly disappeared, and a 300-meter-long azure water arrow appeared. The concentration of water elements around this water arrow had reached the point where it was visible to the naked eye. Everyone looked at the water arrow and started to exclaim. A sticky feeling develops. The clone of Neptulin turned into a water arrow and shot at Ragnaros at a speed nearly 10 times faster than the speed of sound. The Balrog, who had been wary of the Tide Hunter for a long time, swung the hammer of Savras to fight back. Leo held it. Thunder Fury waved his hand, and an invisible force field was generated in the flash of lightning. Electrostatic field. If the characteristics of the earth element are heavy, the water element is tolerance. The fire element is destruction. The air element is lightness. Then the thunder element is domineering. Because it is crazy, other elements are not allowed to exist in the realm of thunder and lightning. It refuses the assistance of other elements. Because it is overbearing. Thunder and lightning will destroy any foreign object that breaks into its realm. It does not have the thickness of earth, the tolerance of water, and the destruction of fire. The lightness of the wind is just a kind of overbearing madness to the extreme. Leo quickly cast an electrostatic field before the water arrow transformed from Neptune's clone clashed with Ragnaros's hammer of Sulphurus. The attack between the clone of Tidehunter and the body of Balrog, the ending was successfully rewritten by Leo. As both elemental lords, the strength of Neptune and Ragnaros are on the same level. The former is a clone, and the latter is the main body. It is clear which one is stronger, and which one is weaker. If there is no accident, the hammer of Sulphurus will crush the hunting tide. Ragnaros, who swung the water arrow from the attacker, was already considering killing Leo to seize the wrath of thunder. But at this moment an accident happened. An invisible electrostatic field enveloped his whole body, and Ragnaros felt a violent and domineering force attacking him crazily. It was the power of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning can actually be used like this. Ragnaros, who felt that his strength had weakened a lot, was shocked. In his impression, when the thunder element launched an attack, although it always exploded with shocking power, making people feel that it was difficult to block its edge, there was not enough power, stamina. But what does he see now? It only took 10 breaths for the fury of thunder to fall on Leo's hands. Not only did this kid control this divine sword, but he also used tricks that could weaken himself as the lord of the fire element. Moreover, his thunder and lightning ability, the way it is used, is even more unpredictable than Sunderland's. It is not difficult to use the thunder element with shocking force and explosive power. But few people can do it in a silent way like Leo. At least in Ragnaros's memory. Just can't do that. Could it be that he, a mere mortal, has greater control over the element of thunder than Prince Sunderland, the Wind Prince, who is a top elemental expert? Ragnaros was horrified by his thoughts. If the wrath of thunder fell into his hands as he thought, wouldn't it be even more powerful? It is not impossible for this ant-like mortal to grow into a strong man of the same class as himself, as long as he does not perish with the help of thunder's fury. A mortal, an ant, a human being who was so weak that he could destroy it at will, actually had such great potential. The Balrog felt that he had figured out the reason why Neptune had a strange attitude towards this human being. So he became angry. A mortal becomes a strong man on par with himself. Ragnaros will never allow this to happen. Balrog was distracted by Leo's electrostatic field. And when he realized his mistake, it was irreversible. The hammer of Sulphurus was blasted away by Neptune's water arrows. And Ragnaros, the empty door, is exposed. Ziz. During the transpiration of water vapor, water and fire came into close contact. Although water can extinguish fire, too much fire can also extinguish water. Neptune's water arrow was eventually annihilated. And Ragnaros also felt uncomfortable. This time the arrow shot back what he wanted to say. What I can do has been done. The next step is up to you. The human being chosen by God. The clone formed by gathering water elements from hundreds of miles of sea was destroyed. Neptune withdrew from the battle after leaving a spiritual message unknown to outsiders. Chosen by God? Leo glanced at the ring of forbidden evil words in his hand, with a mysterious smile on his lips. Tidehunter Neptune, if I have time, I will visit you in the bottomless abyss of Ambisomo. The existence of the electrostatic field was constantly weakening Ragnaros's strength. Together with Neptune's water arrow Leo, he successfully restricted Ragnaros, preventing the Balrog from completing his true arrival. The upper body of Gennaros came to this world, but the lower body was stuck in the plane rift. Others would have been crushed into powder by the endless turbulence in the plane rift. But Ragnaros persevered, even though all he could do was protect himself from harm. Wow! What a firm lower body! Leo had a joking look on his face, which was in stark contrast to Enma's anger. Human, how can you bear the wrath of the fire elemental lord without Neptune? The flames will burn your body. Your soul will be burned by the flames forever. You will suffer eternal pain, and I will destroy where you are. In this world, I want everyone to know the consequences of angering the Lord of Fire. Carrying the disintegration staff on his back with his backhand, Leo dug his ears and said with disdain, "Just you? Here it is." Dazzling electric light flashed, and the deafening rolling sound of thunder came from the sky. Countless thunder struck down with the wrath of thunder, and the thunder element blasted towards Ragnaros with the momentum of tearing everything to pieces. Get away. You nasty Raiden. The Balrog roared to the sky. And with a roaring sound, the flame soared into the sky. And the fire element collided with the thunder and lightning. One is destructive and ruthless. And the other is violent and domineering. The energy turbulence caused by the collision of the two tore open countless small cracks in the space. Scarlet, who was watching the battle from the outside, and was completely unable to intervene, felt that the area where Blackstone Mountain was located was like a shattered mirror. The entire space was trembling, as if it would disintegrate in the next moment. In anger, he has the power to tear apart space. Ragnaros is indeed powerful. Although Leo looked down on Ragnaros, he was actually secretly surprised by the Balrog's strength. Fortunately, I absorbed the soul of the Wind Prince Sunderland before the battle with the Balrog. And fortunately I had the divine sword Thunder Fury in my hand. Otherwise, I would not be able to compete with Ragnaros at all. Leo touched his forehead, and a red stone loomed. Countless energy lines as thin as hair penetrated into the red stone. And powerful magic power was input into Leo's body through these energy lines. The red nightmare containing Diavolo, the Lord of Fear, and the demon god of hell, is being wildly extracted by Leo as a source of magic power. Leo's strength is far from enough to fight Ragnaros, the fire demon who has come to this world, even though he can now use the Fury of Thunder to attack the fire demon. In fact, if there is no magic power of the red nightmare to support the thunder, the Fury can whip him to pieces in an instant. Don't think that the legendary realm means a powerful person. You must know that strength is relative. In the mortal world, you have indeed reached the top when you enter the legendary realm. But in the world of gods, the legendary realm is just cannon fodder. Except for some with great potential, the rest of the legendary masters are worthless consumables. Seeing that the attack of Thunder Fury did not have much impact on Ragnaros, Leo frowned secretly. The Balrog was indeed worthy of being able to fight against the Titans, even if he could only protect the part of his body in the plane rift. Fighting with half of his strength is not something Leo can defeat now. Fortunately, there is Neptune's help. Otherwise Leo would only have one choice now, and that is to escape. Is it okay to continue fighting like this? Once the duration of the demon transformation ends, without the enhancement of the demon's power, my original body will not be able to withstand the huge energy impact when using the Fury of Thunder with all my strength. The battle situation was at a stalemate, and Leo was secretly anxious. But he didn't know that Ragnaros, his opponent, was more anxious than him, because there are limits to coming to this world in his true form. Ragnaros would have to pay the price if he came for too long. Rose couldn't afford it. Leo and Balrog compete to see who can last longer. Chapter 645. I like it, and it's mine. The living meteor was launched with great force, and seemed to have a strong attack power. But Ragnaros knew in his heart that this attack would not be able to do anything to Leo. So he prepared another killing move. The Hammer of Savras had been unsealed by Ragnaros long before the living meteor was shot. Counting the extreme heat that the Balrog had used before, the power of the Hammer of Savras has reached what Ragnaros can now exert. Extreme strength. For the Balrog, the living meteor was just a means to attract Leo's attention. After using it to feint a shot, the Hammer of Savras, which was actually used to kill people, was shot. Savras hits hard. Compared with the living meteor, the hammer struck by Ragnaros has no momentum at all. On the surface, it is an ordinary hammer blow. However, it is its ordinariness that makes Leo have to tense his nerves to the extreme, because the attack is from Balrog, a fire elemental lord who can fight against titans. The calmer he looks when attacking, the stronger the attack power contained in this attack. People who really think that his attack is very ordinary are far away from him. Death is not far away. This hammer followed the living meteor and hit it from top to bottom. Leo, who smashed the living meteor with his demigod hand, still did not dare to dodge and let Ragnaros' blow hit the ground. Disaster is not what he wants to see. If you can't hide, you can only continue to resist. The ear-piercing sound of electricity sounded, and Leo held the Fury of Thunder and slashed at the Hammer of Savras. A red stone wrapped in countless hair-like blood-colored energy lines on his forehead emitted an infiltrating red light. His whole body was covered, and Leo was urging the Red Nightmare with all his strength to obtain more powerful power. Ragnaros was also startled by the appearance of the Red Nightmare due to his knowledge. Although the Balrog expected that Leo was not simple, he never thought that Leo was not so simple. What is that red stone on his forehead? A demonic soul that makes even me, a fire element lord, feel a little afraid? Could this kid be some fallen god? Ragnaros was greatly confused. He had more guesses about Leo's identity. The Balrog now understood why Leo could swallow the soul of Wind Prince Sunderland and control the Wrath of Thunder and Chase so quickly. The reason for the wind's blessing is on the red stone that entrusts the soul of the demon god. But what if you are the devil? You have fallen, and you are not my opponent now. Here it is. Just when the fury of thunder was about to hit the hammer of Savras, the originally bright white lightning suddenly changed color, and purple lightning shot out from the divine sword. Before the purple lightning shot out, Leo's body was red. With a flash of light, the fury from Anubarak was activated. Leo's power surged several times in an instant. As the power increased, the attack speed became faster, and the physical attack power became stronger when the thunder's fury slashed past. But under the cover of the red light emitted by the Red Nightmare, not even Scarlet and the others in the distance, even the fire demon Ragnaros could detect the change. Not good. A sudden change occurred, and Ragnaros screamed in his heart that it was terrible. He had a premonition that his full blow would not be able to do anything to Leo. Snap! Snap! The hammer of Savras clashed with the fury of thunder. The heavy blow of Savras, blessed with extreme heat, collided with Leo's purple, blessed with violent effects. Balrog's premonition became a reality, and he swung out with all his strength. The blow was blocked by Leo, leaving only wounds torn apart by two huge energy flows in the air. The space of this world could not bear such a crazy energy bombardment, and a plain crack up to 100 meters wide appeared in the air. You can actually mix other attributes into the thunder element. Ragnaros could no longer conceal his shock. The dominance of the thunder element was known to the world, and it was extremely repulsive to the power of other attributes in its domain. Even the Prince of Wind, Sunderland, used the two elements of wind and thunder to do their own thing during the battle. Now Leo has managed to control the fury of thunder, something that even Sunderland has been unable to do for countless thousands of years. How can Ragnaros not be shocked inexplicably? This kid has only been able to control the fury of thunder for less than half a day. He has already achieved this. What if he was given more time? If he could, Balrog would pay a high price to kill Leo. But he knew that he couldn't do it. At least not now. In order to kill Leo, he used too much power, causing damage to the half of his body that is now stuck in the plane rift. Fortunately, these injuries are only temporary. But if he continues to fight Leo, this kind of the damage will become permanent and his strength will decrease. Such a price was too high, and Ragnaros was not willing to bear it. Besides, even if he continued to fight, he was not sure that he would be able to kill Leo. So the Balrog chose to retreat, looking unwillingly at Leo, who was breathing heavily. Ragnaros' body gradually retreated towards the rift in the plane. The Balrog admitted his failure. He who came to this world in his own body could not kill him. Leo also failed to cause damage to this world. The Balrog retreated. Leo defeated the fire elemental lord Ragnaros head-on. Scarlet, who was standing on the back of Storm Crow, could hardly believe her eyes. Is this the same Leo who was lazy when he could fight? When the Balrog Ragnaros came to the world in his true form, he faced the fire elemental lord and repelled him. He used his human body to fight against the Balrog's true form. This battle in Blackstone Mountain is destined to be written into the epic. Leo will become a hero of the human race. Leo has never been very interested in the title of so-called racial hero. With his temperament, he knows that it must be interesting to become a hero. Thinking of this, Scarlet laughed. Laughter. This action can express many meanings. There are happy smiles, like Scarlet's now, and mysterious smiles, like Leo's now. Come when you want. Leave when you want. Ragnaros, what do you think of this place? Seeing that there was no hope of killing Leo, Ragnaros, with half of his body stuck in the rift in the plane, immediately retreated. Originally, it was time to let go at this point in the battle. But Leo did not give up. Ragnaros was about to completely quit this fight. When he was in space, Leo shouted loudly, and the attack he had prepared for this time arrived. Stay the hammer of Savras. Ragnaros. Ongs. Ongs. As Leo shouted, a sharp snake sound appeared, and the fire elements in Blackstone Mountain suddenly escaped Ragnaros' control. They relied on Leo's magic power to gather into a giant fire monster that was 10,000 meters long. This fire monster has 9 heads, and the snake's cry comes from its mouth. Flame Hydra. Just as Ragnaros was surprised that the fire element was out of his control, the Flame Hydra entangled the hammer of Savras before it entered the plane rift. The snake's body was like 9 red hemp ropes twisted together. The hammerhead of the hammer of Savras held it tightly, preventing it from exiting the world along with the Balrog. When the Balrog ruled the molten core, he never stopped transporting lava and fire elements to Blackstone Mountain. Although the previous war had consumed a large part of the fire energy, the amount of remaining fire elements was also huge. The number of figures. Balrog originally expected to use these fire elements to retain the plane rift after this battle to prepare for another invasion in the future. These fire elements of Clinker were used by Leo, and with the strength of Balrog, he was able to get rid of it in a moment. If you can't resist the entanglement of the flame hydra, you are really doing your own thing. Leo, you dare! Ragnaros shouted anxiously. He did not expect that Leo would dare to take advantage of the Hammer of Savras. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. Why don't you dare? A mocking voice came. And Yizur, holding the power of Menethil, appeared from beside Leo. Seeing this creature that used the power of holy light so rich that it had already condensed into substance to build its body, Ragnaros felt a warning sign in his heart for no reason. The Yizur who appeared this time is very different from before. In addition to his body being completely energized, the biggest feature is the pair of wings on his back. The wings that were originally similar to feathers have now become roots. Energy lines as small as hair. These energy lines extend outward from Yizur's back one by one to form a pair of very different wings of light. The Balrog. The judgment of light has arrived. Feel the blue anger. Yizur didn't see any movement while he was speaking, and the whole person disappeared on the spot. Before he finished speaking, he was already standing on the head of the Hammer of Savras, and a blue light pierced the sky. Menethil's the force hit the back of Balrog's hand holding the handle of the hammer. Damn guy. You can't even hope to succeed. Ragnaros was furious. He now understood what it felt like to capsize in the sewer. Having completely retreated into the rift in the plain, he could no longer launch a counterattack against Leo and Isuel. He could only withstand the opponent's attack while he fiercely dragged the Hammer of Savras into the plain rift. Let go! The hammer struck out, but did not break Ragnaros' hand away. Yizur slashed out the Silent Crusader's sword in his other hand. Leo's plane no longer has enough fire elements to support him. Even if Ragnaros wants to break through the rift in the plane again regardless of the cost, he can't do it. This is doomed that he will only have to give up the Hammer of Savras. A situation where he could be beaten. As the majestic lord of the fire element. When had Ragnaros ever been so angry? Even when he fought against Titan, he had never been so useless. The more Ragnaros thought about it, the angrier he became, and his hatred for Leo became deeper and deeper. Don't even think about taking away my Savras, Yizur snorted coldly. And the angel sword and hammer kept swinging out. And he said, who said it's yours? If I like it, it's mine. Is this guy a creature of light? Why is he more unreasonable than me? Ragnaros was extremely depressed. He had never been the only one to rob others. And he was robbed so naturally. This was an unprecedented first time. And it made the Balrog feel as if he had gained a lot of knowledge. It turns out that bright life can be so shameless. Chapter 646 People's hearts are sinister. I won't let you go. The roar of Ragnaros has not been heard for a moment since the appearance of Yizur. The power of Menethil and the sword of the Silent Crusader slashed it down even if it was as strong as the Balrog. After all, Ragnaros' a huge portion of Nero's power must be used to counteract the squeezing force of the shrinking plane. After all, the plane has its own healing power. The rift may exist for a while, but not for a lifetime. Without strong power to maintain the plane rift, it will disappear quickly. The plane rift, where the Balrog is now, is being replaced due to the interruption of the source. Ragnaros, who is stuck inside, must use his own power to maintain his existence. How much power can the Balrog mobilize to fight for the Hammer of Savras? While Leo used magic power to maintain the existence of the Flame Hydra, he waved the Fury of Thunder to continuously bombard the Balrog's hand holding the hammer handle with thunder, coupled with Lord Soul's attack. It didn't take long for Ragnaros to give birth to nearly the overwhelming feeling. Let go! Yizur ignored the roar of the Balrog, and kept moving his hands and mouth without stopping. Why should I let go of my things? Ragnaros was very angry at Yizur's tone. When this guy said robbery, his tone was nothing but natural, as if there was nothing wrong with doing so. Although Ragnaros used to behave in this way towards the weak. But now that it was his turn to be in a weak position, he selectively lost his memory, as if he had never done that kind of thing at all. And now he could blame the innocent without any burden. As a writer, he morally condemned Yizur. Mine. Ragnaros gritted his teeth and replied. If his gaze could kill, Isa would have been torn into pieces by him. I told you. It's mine. Yizur's answer was so powerful and domineering that Inma was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. Stop playing. Be careful, and things will change if you wait too long. Leo was not going to play delaying tricks with the Balrog. They said that people are old and ghosts are old. Ragnaros has lived for such a long time. Who knows how many cards he has to play? Ragnaros originally thought that Isuel's words were irritating. But who would have thought that Leo's words were even more intolerable to him? Play? What do these two guys think I am? As a majestic Balrog, he actually fell into the situation of being played by others. Ragnaros had the urge to vomit blood. A bright aura emanates from Izu, and a rich black color emanates from Leo. An inexplicable feeling connects Leo and Izu. At this moment, their strength has been improved to varying degrees. After devouring the Valkewar twins Fiora and Edith, the twin powers that Leo and Isel obtained from them were used at this time. And Ragnaros felt that he was holding the hammer of Sulphurus. The pressure on his hand increased a lot, and the successive attacks almost caused the fire element that made up his arm to collapse. The Balrog, accept the sanction of the holy light. 2 golden crescent moons hit. It turned out that Scarlet, Bolvar and others had already rushed over when they saw this. They were really panicking after being spectators for so long. As strong men, they were unable to participate in the competition due to lack of strength. How does it feel to have to hide aside while the Balrog fights? How could they not take action after finally getting the chance to join the war? Be careful. Leo nodded to Scarlet and others who were approaching. Although Ragnaros was beaten badly now, who knows if he will have any means of comeback to deal with this kind of survival? The old monster still has to be careful. Bolvar and Scarlet cast the seal of command. And Varian and Sargas were not idle either. The king of the kingdom of Stormwind combined Salamini's 2 swords into one, and a great sword appeared. Then Varian shouted loudly, and when the storm crow passed by the hammer of Savras, he slashed out with one sword, and the sword blade split. A vacuum appeared on the back of Balrog's hand. The reason for the vacuum was that no elements existed here. They all seemed to be annihilated by Varian's blow, using Salamini's great sword to deliver a fatal blow. Varian once used this blow to withstand the flames of Saffron in Stormwind Fortress. Now the king of Stormwind Kingdom has taken revenge in exchange for the Balrog. Just as Varian opened a wound on the Balrog's hand, Sargas' storm hammer also struck. Under Leo's special care, the blessing of the Wind Chaser and the fury of thunder let the pure energy the formed storm hammer was more than 40 times larger than when it was separated from Sargas' war hammer. And the energy contained in it also increased explosively. Storm hammer is a special skill of the Mountain King Endilmar. Since this skill contains wind and thunder elements, it inherits the lightness and flexibility of wind and the brutality and speed of Leo when used. Varian cut a wound with his front foot, and Sargas' storm hammer arrived with his back foot. Ragnaros had not even had time to show the wound on his opponent, and the wound was torn open. Whoosh! A water arrow shot out, and Ragnaros was hit again by the wound. The existence of the water element made it impossible for the fire element to fill the wound on the Balrog's hand. Jaina, the so-called first human mage after Antonidas, also arrived at this time. 3 purple and white light bullets followed closely, tearing the Balrog's wound open for a second time. And another powerful human mage, Luo Ning of the Violet Castle, took action. The strong men of the Alliance took action one after another, adding salt to Balrog's wounds. Ragnaros, who was already feeling very hard under the attacks of Leo and Isuel, was overwhelmed by this last straw. Balrog's attack on Shah, the control of the Hammer of Raz, became weak. Quick! Just work harder. Leo was overjoyed when he noticed from the Flame Hydra that the power of the Balrog dragging the Hammer of Savras was gradually weakening. Let me go! The sword of the Silent Crusade struck the Balrog's hand with a golden light that was so piercing that people couldn't look straight at it. Ragnaros did not let go. Still not letting go, the power of Menethil brought out a piece of azure blue and struck the Balrog's arm fiercely. The impact of energy made Ragnaros, who was busy dealing with the power of plane healing, grinning in embarrassment. I told you not to let go, and look at the blessing hammer. Ragnaros' insistence on letting go angered Yuzur. This time, the power of Menethil not only drew a blue area, but also brought out a golden halo. This blow was said to be the blessing mallet. But in fact this thing was not used to bless, but to hit people. Ragnaros, who had eaten the blue fury and the blessing mallet combined, roared in pain, and he held it. Savra's hammer hand arm began to loosen. Yi Jiang Shengyong chased the enemy, but when he saw that the Balrog showed signs of being unable to hold on any longer, Leo fired a ray of light that went straight into Yuzur's body. And it was the twin spikes of ability obtained from the twin Valkewar twins. Twin spikes? This is a good ability. 1 chop now is equivalent to 2 chops normally. A hint of joy flashed in Yuzur's eyes, and he swung the sword of the Silent Crusade and the power of Menethil at the same time. Ragnaros. If you don't want to let me go, don't take your hand either. The swords and hammers fell at the same time, and the fire demon roared in pain. When Iser attacked, Jaina and others also performed a combined attack. Even a strong person like Ragnaros could not fight back, and 80% of his strength was drained away from the plane. Even with the power of healing, it was impossible to withstand it. The arm holding the hammer of Savras became dim and dull, looking like it was about to dissipate. I will take revenge. Gritting his teeth and leaving a scene, Ragnaros turned his arm, and the hammerhead and hammer handle of the hammer of Savras suddenly separated. The hammerhead ignited with blazing flames and hit everyone. The Balrog who was dragging the hammer handle finally he successfully retracted his arm. But Leo and others, who were eager to deal with the hammer attack, could not take care of him. They could only watch the Balrog disappear into the cracks in the plane after staring at them with a very hateful look. The other end, Leo secretly thought it was a pity. If Ragnaros' decision-making was just a little slower, he could destroy the Balrog's arm and let Ragnaros learn a lesson. But he didn't expect the hammer of Savras. The head and hammer handle can actually be separated, and the attack of the hammer head when separated is not inferior to the heavy blow of Savras after the Balrog uses extreme heat, in order to prevent others from being injured by it. Leo could only choose to give up attacking the Balrog and instead deal with the burning sledgehammer. In a hurry, Leo can block the hammer of Sulfuras by himself, but the cost is high. Fortunately, he is not fighting alone now. Varian, Bolvar, Scarlet, Jaina, he and Luo Ning would come to help, and everyone worked together to hit the burning hammer of Savras. And the rampage stopped. The hammer of Savras stopped, and the figures of 4 red dragon warriors rushed over, trying to catch it regardless of the blazing flames burning on it. A 1,000-meter-long blood-colored double-headed spear thrust through the air with a sharp sound. If the red dragon warrior wanted to continue, this bloody double-headed spear would not mind skewering dragon meat on a skewer. Leo, what do you mean? Obstructed by this bloody double-headed war spear, the red dragon warrior's movement was hindered. Krasus looked livid as he watched the flaming hammer head of the hammer of Savras fall to the ground. If this hammerhead a disaster is still unavoidable, don't worry about it. We will take care of our battle naturally. Leo stretched out his hand to grab it, and the demigod's hand appeared again, and the hammer of Savras was caught in his hand. Dear human beings, you have to believe that we have no malicious intentions, a red dragon warrior said to Leo with respect. After seeing Leo fight Ragnaros, the red dragon warrior's attitude towards Leo made a 180-degree turn. The powerful dragons, who looked up to him, were not shy about expressing their respect. I know you don't have any ill intentions, but I just feel that I can't let you die in vain, Leo said, as the red dragon warrior looked puzzled. He took out a red sphere from the burning Savras hammer, and a breath that wanted to melt everything emitted from the sphere. The eye of Savras. If you don't protect it well, even a demigod will be burned to ashes in an instant. After speaking, Leo glanced at Krasus sideways. Now you understand? Even if it's a good thing, you have to have a life to use it. You must be on guard against others. The human heart is sinister. The pupils of a certain red dragon who transformed into a silver-haired elf shrank. The 4 red dragon warriors glanced at Krasus thoughtfully, and then secretly exchanged glances. Chapter 647, Searing Egg. As the saying goes, suspicion breeds ghosts. Once you have doubts about someone, everything he does will be suspicious in your eyes. Krasus had no idea that the burning sledgehammer contained the eye of Savras. He asked 4 red dragon warriors of the same race to stop the hammer from falling. He had selfish intentions, but no intention of harming others. How could he do it? Now that he is under suspicion, even if he explains, it will be useless. Because in the eyes of those who doubt him, explanation is a cover-up. The more eager you are to explain, the more suspicious the other person will feel. It is better to face all doubts calmly. In the Red Dragon clan, one of the conditions for becoming the partner of Queen Alexa is to be promoted to a Red Dragon warrior. After all, a Red Dragon that is too weak is not qualified to accompany the Queen. In other words, these 4 Red Dragon warriors already have he is qualified to be favored by Alexa. And Krasus is one of the companions of the Red Dragon Queen, and the most powerful companion of the Queen. So well, it is too unfriendly to eliminate rival gods just to compete for favor. Leo just made a small provocation, but the eye of Savras was in his hand. The 4 Red Dragon warriors saw it with their own eyes. The facts were before their eyes. How could they not be suspicious? How can you succeed in trying to snatch my trophies? Leo curled his lips. He was very dissatisfied with Krasis' behavior. The red dragon seemed to be used to spending the least effort to obtain the greatest benefits. This trick would be fine if used on others, but it would not work on Leo at all. Leo had long been wary of the red dragon's behavior. A dragon eagle whose body was energized by flames flew out from the hot lava on the ground. This was the dragon eagle priest Gailai. He was holding a large handful of fiery red crystals in his hand. At a rough glance, the number was no less than 100. Seeing the handful of fiery red crystals in Gailai's hand, Krasis and the other 4 red dragon warriors didn't say anything, and immediately flew downwards. After their careful search, flames the size of a palm flew out of the lava. The fire energy contained in these flames is not high in quality but essence. They are the essence of fire formed after a large amount of fire elements are gathered. The 5 red dragons quickly searched the area affected by the lava. After they returned, they already had hundreds of fire essences in their hands. In terms of quantity, their harvest was greater than that of Gale. But in terms of quality, both the same cannot be said. The red dragons are very jealous of Gailai's harvest, because it takes 100 flame essences to be aggregated into a flame crystal, and Gailai had more than 100 before. Not even a fraction. You have quick hands, but you don't have slow hands. Who prevents you from moving freely in the lava? Leo, who had already put away the flame crystal, despised the red dragon's hindsight, but he didn't want to think about how others could still take care of the flame crystal when all their energy had been focused on him and Ragnaros. Thing? Only Leo, who has full confidence in himself, would let his subordinates search for loot in advance. More than 100 flame crystals should be enough. The Eye of Sabras can still stay. After silently calculating in his mind, Leo took the Eye of Sabras into his private space. The demigod's hand held a hammer head that was still burning without its core and tightened it inward, squeezing it with irresistible force. The hammer head, which was as big as a mountain, gradually became smaller, when its size shrank to the extreme and became only the size of an ordinary person's fist. Leo waved his hand, and with a clatter, all the flame crystals collected by Gailai were melted into it. The crackling explosions impacted everyone's eardrums. The demigod's hand, which was trying to completely integrate hundreds of flame crystals with the hammer head of Sabra's hammer, was constantly under the impact of the continuously exploding fire magic. It was trembling, as if it would collapse due to power in the next moment. Of course, the demigod's hand only looked like it was about to collapse. In fact, it persisted until the explosions completely stopped. A spherical crystal the size of a fist lay quietly in the hand of the demigod. Although it did not emit even a trace of fire, no one doubted its temperature. The condensed fire energy in this crystal made Salga a strong man like C had deep fear in his eyes. The red dragon warrior and Krasis couldn't help but lean towards the crystal. The red dragon was very knowledgeable, and they understood the value of this crystal, if it were completely absorbed, although it would not reach the level of the Dragon King. Among the dragon warriors it is also difficult to find an opponent. Snort! A cold snort exploded in the red dragon's ears, and a shock from the soul level made the 5 red dragons, including Krasis, feel suffocated for a while. This was Leo's warning to the red dragon's behavior. Everyone wants treasures, but you have to be able to get them. Gale! After warning the red dragon not to act rashly, Leo shouted loudly. The dragon eagle priest was covered in flames, and he buried his head and rushed towards the hand of the demigod. At this time, something strange happened. The spherical crystal in the palm of the demigod's hand suddenly produced a suction force. Kayali's body began to twist and deform under this suction force. However, within a second or two, the dragon eagle sacrifice was destroyed. After breathing it in, not even a trace of sparks remained. Bang bang, bang bang. The spherical crystal absorbed by Gailai began to tremble together, stretching and contracting like a beating heart. Looking at it, everyone felt that there was a life being nurtured in this spherical crystal. After beckoning, Leo captured the strange crystal that became weird after inhaling Gailai. He flapped his demon wings and flew back to the back of Storm Crow to ride with Scarlet. Put away this scorching egg carefully. The war horse is no longer suitable to be your mount. The military horse, that is the standard mount of the paladin, is indeed no longer suitable for Scarlet. In the many battles that the female paladin has participated in recently, the military horse has not played the role that a mount should have. As a result, the female paladin is almost always fighting on foot. Is a knight without a mount still a knight? Give it to me. Her face was stunned for a moment, and then a smile broke out. Scarlet put away the scorching egg with joy, although she didn't know what would hatch. She also knew that the soul of the creature born in this scorching egg was still the origin. It belongs to Leo, But with the current relationship between Scarlet and Leo, why does it need to be so clear? The hammerhead of the Hammer of Savras contains hundreds of flame crystals. TSK. I don't know what will be born. It's really curious. Sargas looked at Scarlet with envy. And the dwarf general thought in his heart, it is clear that the creature hatched from this scorching egg is definitely a top-level mount. And it is a top-level mount that can fly. Everyone. Blackstone Mountain has been destroyed. And the threat of the Balrog has been temporarily lifted. I think we should consider how to deal with the aftermath. War is a means. And profit is the ultimate goal. After destroying the Molten Core and Blackwing Lair, and driving back Ragnaros the Fire Lord, the real trouble has just begun. When it comes to the size of their contribution in the war, Leo and Scarlet said that no one in the second scene of Arathor Kingdom dares to say that they are first. Even the Kingdom of Stormwind, where tens of thousands of soldiers died, Leo fought the Balrog and fought off Ragnaros alone, which alone is enough to rank him above all others. The Balrog has been repulsed. And I must report this news to Her Majesty the Queen, Krasis said, and looked at Jaina and Ronan. The two human mages moved their eyes aside, pretending not to see the former signal. The red dragon who transformed into a silver-haired elf sighed secretly, and then jumped to a red dragon warrior. He disappeared into the sky with his people on his back. The so-called aftermath is when the cake is being cut. Due to Leo's appearance, the red dragon did not exert much effort, and did not gain much in the Battle of Blackstone Mountain. Instead, it accompanied 4 red dragon warriors. Krasis is also a straightforward person, and knows since he had nothing to do here, he chose to leave without hesitation. As for Ballastas, no one mentioned Krasis, and wisely did not ask. For now, just pretend that this red dragon warrior does not exist. A strong man has appeared in the human race, who can face the Balrog Ragnaros. Although the Balrog has exerted at most half of his power, it is enough to surprise the guardian dragons. This news must be sent to the Red Dragon Queen as soon as possible. In Alexta's hands, the human race's attitude towards the aspect dragon must have changed somewhat due to the appearance of Leo. The best example is the performance of Ronan and Jaina. Watching several red dragons leave, everyone including Leo breathed a sigh of relief. The guardian dragons are powerful, and have been guarding the world. Although their attitude towards other races is criticized, no one wants to lose them. This is a natural ally. Even for Leo, who has tricked the red dragon and doesn't like Krasis. If Krasis insists on intervening in the division of interests after the Battle of Blackstone Mountain, the situation will become very difficult. The lava here won't cool down for a while. We better go back to Stormwind City first, ahem. Leo, who had released his demon transformation, suddenly coughed twice while he was speaking. Everyone was startled and looked at him quickly. With the constitution of a legendary strongman, he has long been immune to minor problems such as colds. Leo's occurrence in this situation only proves one thing. That is, he is injured. Wiping the corners of his mouth, Leo rubbed his fingers to eliminate the blush on his hands, and said to Scarlet, who looked concerned, "It's okay. I just used too much force." A golden light shone on Leo, and Yuzhur was very dissatisfied with someone's insistence. "I said you should take it easy. Don't ruin yourself. If you had called me out earlier, you wouldn't have been hurt. For a Sasha, the Eye of Vlas is not worth risking yourself." Glaring at his angel clone, Leo snorted. Hitting Ragnaros can make him be honest for a while. When Iron Chin gets upset, the chance of him coming out to join in the fun will be much smaller. Recasting Savras, it'll keep him busy for a while. Whatever you want. The Eye of Savras. I have other uses. Yuzhur was very greedy for the Eye of Savras, but unfortunately Leo had no intention of giving it to him. Seeing what I said, Yuzhur had no choice but to give up. He shrugged and turned into a golden light that penetrated into the thunder in Ao's body. With the healing spell he cast just now, Ao's condition is much better, and he only needs to spend a period of rest to fully recover. Chapter 648. No troops to send. Sharing the cake is also a complex knowledge. Everyone wants to get a big enough piece, but the cake is only so big. Who should be divided? How much? Whether it will affect the balance between forces, etc. Consider it. Many times war is not that complicated. The real headaches are the post-war issues. For Leo, all kinds of wrangling negotiations will give him a headache, because he is not good at this kind of thing. Fortunately, with Scarlet, the female paladin can handle these problems perfectly. Scarlet and Leo are not at the same level in personal strength. But when it comes to government affairs, Leo is far inferior to the female paladin, who has been exposed to such matters since childhood. Leaving the negotiations with Varian, Sargas and others to Scarlet does not mean that Leo will be able to live in peace. He has a lot of things to arrange now. Amarin and several officers from the kingdom of Arathor stood in front of Leo, quietly waiting for his orders, while Leo was lying on the recliner with half-closed eyes, and Citisaraya's hands were on his shoulders, pressing gently. Manaroth, who was carrying a bloody double-headed spear, and Dragonakos, who was wandering in the sky, separated on both sides. Although this is the palace of Strongguard, with Arathor's palace guards outside, and Dragon Blood guards led by Vyri inside closely guarding it, Leo still hasn't relaxed at all. He is currently in a period of training, and it is not appropriate to do anything with others. After the battle at Blackstone Mountain, he still didn't know if there were enemies spying on him in the dark, so he had to be careful about his own safety. Pasonia has been saying that someone is spying on his every move in the dark. Although she did not find the other person, Leo did not doubt her judgment. Amarin. After waiting for a long time, Leo finally spoke. Amarin and several other officers immediately raised their spirits. Is there any problem with the naval dispatch? Marshal. The Navy has been dispatched. The 2 new islands that appeared at the location you mentioned have been occupied in time. The fleet encountered no other accidents except for being attacked by Murlocs on the way. The attack by the Murlocs was only a minor problem. The Strongguard Navy heading to the 2 new islands was trained by the Kul Tiran Navy. Even if they were new recruits, they could handle the Murlocs. Leo was not worried about this. He was worried about whether Arathor's soldiers could gain a foothold on those 2 desolate islands. The 2 new islands were all formed by the cooling of hot lava, and there was absolutely no vegetation on them, except for the cold and hard rocks. It was hard and cold rocks. It was not easy to stand in such a place. However, Leo felt that this was a kind of training for soldiers. If there was no shortage of food, clothing and fresh water, there was no need for those who couldn't stand it to stay in the Navy's system, where they were bound to be reused. Have all the materials needed to develop the new island been transported? The area of the 2 new islands is very large, and together they are equal to half of the Arthi Highlands. This shows how terrifying the amount of lava that the Balrog has accumulated over the years in Blackstone Mountain is. Naturally, it is impossible not to develop 2 islands with such a large area. If they are left bare, it will be too much to collect natural resources. To develop 2 large islands and turn them into places suitable for human habitation, it will inevitably require the transportation of massive amounts of natural resources. Supplies, some of which must be purchased through the goblins, and the other part must be solved by Arathor himself. The kingdom has recruited enough fleets to transport various materials such as soil, vegetation, and animals. I believe that the development of the new island will begin to take shape in 2 months. Leo's answer was still Amarin. This female warrior with outstanding commanding talents had never discounted the orders of Leo and Scarlet since she joined the Lothar family. She was very worried about Leo's plan to transport certain beasts to join. I didn't understand Nijima Development's order, but it was still executed perfectly. Amarin is a soldier. The army is not a place that emphasizes individuality and human rights. There is only one kind of person that is most needed there, and that is soldiers who obey orders. She uses this standard as her code of conduct to treat the orders issued by her superiors. Gain Leo's trust quickly. Master Marshal. According to the latest news from the Navy soldiers stationed on the new island, several druids from the Cenarian Council seem to be very interested in your initiative to develop the new island. They want to stay on the new island for a while. Day. What do you think we should do? Someone from the Cenarian Circle? Leo opened his eyes. Thandril Staghelm was quite well informed. The Cenarian Council responded in just a few days from the establishment of the new island. The efficiency was indeed high enough. It's just this guy Thandril, forget it. Just be careful and you'll be fine. If the people of the Cenarian Circle are willing to stay there and help, let them live there. It just so happens that the natural spells of druids are very useful for the growth of vegetation. With them, the time we spend developing the new island will be shortened a lot. If others are willing to help, Leo will naturally not push the druids away. Not to mention that rejecting the other party will prevent Thandril, who expressed goodwill to Arathor, from stepping down and give him an excuse to turn against him. Leo couldn't refuse Nijima's help. Nehai Town has sent envoys to Strongguard, and they have strong objections to our sending troops to station and develop the new island. The protest in Nehai Town was already expected by everyone, but under the general trend, Arathor's pace of expansion will not be changed by small protests. Not to mention Leo. Even Amarin should not respond to their protests. Unless the kingdom of Arathor is willing to stop here, expansion will be inevitable, and friction with Nehai Town will inevitably occur. Don't worry about them. Just send someone to deal with it. It's not a problem to occupy all the wetlands as long as Iron Forge and Stormwind City don't hinder us. However, it is not the focus of our expansion. Send some people to collect what we can. Collect resources. Take Hillsbrad Hills into your pocket first. And then talk about other things. Waving his hand, Leo motioned for Amren to say the next thing. To be honest, Leo is not greedy for the resources of the wetland. Who wouldn't want such a large piece of land? But the problem is that there is grim battle there. Deathwing is lurking and secretly creating the Twilight Dragon. Leo doesn't want to have too much influence on the wetland before this crazy black dragon is launched. Investment. Because once the upstream Boulder Dam bursts, the wetland will turn into a vast ocean. Air though will be washed away as much as he invests. And the Boulder Dam bursting is almost inevitable when Deathwing launches. Of course, Leo can also gather a group of people to stop Deathwing. But the possibility of this happening is too low. If Alexa and other 4 Dragon Kings do not take action and want to stop Deathwing, Leo will ask himself if he can do it. Well, how could Arather take advantage of the situation without Deathwing causing havoc in Stormwind City? The next thing is about the Silver Crusade. Sir Fording sent news that the situation in the Plague Lands is deteriorating. Although the Scourge was taken away from Naxxramas in the battle at the hand of Tyr, the threat has become greater. Martenhold Castle has been captured. Icilian and the Scarlet Crusaders loyal to him have become the lackeys of the Scourge. This force has been forgotten together with Iraqi and Andoril. With the Wither Legion, Nathanos had no time to deal with him, while Rivendell of Stratholme led people to guard the Northland Sentry Tower, and controlled Quellenz and Zumashal with heavy troops. The connection between the Blood Elves and the Plague Lands has been opened. And now the area controlled by the Silver Crusaders is shrinking under the attack of the Scourge. This was bad news. Leo frowned. It stands to reason that the Scourge should be in decline after losing the aerial fortress of Naxxramas. But the reality is completely the opposite. The Silver Crusaders and other forces that should have taken advantage of the situation to counterattack only achieved some results in the early stages of the war. And then although they were not defeated in the battle, they still spit out the fruits of victory one by one under the opponent's offensive. The only reason for this anomaly was the replacement of the top commander of the Scourge in the Plague Lands. When Kel'Thuzad was sitting in Naxxramas, the war situation in the Plague Lands was controlled by this Archlich. Now that Kel'Thuzad is hiding somewhere to recuperate, Mograine, who leads the Knights of the Ebon Blade, has naturally taken over, took his position. Compared with Kel'Thuzad, the Ash Lord who founded the Scarlet Crusade and led them to consecutive battles was obviously much more professional in warfare. Mograine, who had completely fallen, was not a nerd like Kel'Thuzad. As the leader of the army, he took action when it was time to take action. He and the Knights of the Ebon Blade would often appear in the most intense battles. In the war with the natural disaster army, who did not know that fatigue had a numerical advantage. Even with a strong man like Fording, the Silver Crusaders would still have to retreat and retreat again. If the Blood Elves hadn't held back Rivendell and Stratholme, if the Goblins had not participated in the war in the Plague Land, the situation in the Plague Land would have been ruined long ago. But now Fording has sent a message to Stromgarde asking for help, inferring that the Silver Crusade is about to be unable to hold on under the attack of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. It's really troublesome. The Scourge Legion is still here. At this time, he came out to join in the fun. Leo rubbed his brows. And the waves were rising again and again. He thought that the Scourge of Naxxramas, which seriously injured Kel'Thuzad, would be in peace. But unexpectedly, Mograine arrived, and the situation in the Plague Lands, instead of getting better, things are slipping towards a worse situation. Reply to Fording and ask him to lead the Silver Crusade for a few days. Scarlet, and I will soon send reinforcements to Tyr's hand. Amren looked at Leo with some worry. She thought for a while, and then reminded Marshal, we want to develop a new island. There is also a war in Booty Bay. The plan to attack Atonement Island has been put on the agenda. Plus the country also needs enough manpower for defense and reconstruction. There is no army to send now unless Naxxramas is withdrawn. After saying so much, Amren actually meant the same thing. Arathar's stall was too big, and his military strength could no longer keep up with the expansion of the kingdom. No more troops. Leo was stunned. Arathar actually didn't have enough troops to send. How to support the Silver Crusaders, who were fighting the Scourge in the Plague Lands? A big problem was placed in front of Leo. Chapter 649. Do me a favor. Marshal Leo. I will report it to you right now. Please wait a moment. At the entrance of Stormwind Fortress, a palace guard bowed to Leo and left in a hurry. Leo's eyes were a little wandering as he watched the guard disappear into the depths of the palace. The kingdom of Arathor no longer has enough troops, and cannot mobilize enough troops to support the Silver Crusade at the hands of Tyr. But this does not mean that Leo is powerless. The kingdom of Arathor has no army. But Stormwind City and Ironforge have it. Fighting against the Scourge is not just a matter for the kingdom of Arathor. They should also contribute. So, Leo came to Stormwind City. The Battle of Blackrock Mountain had just ended. Tens of thousands of Stormwind Kingdom's elites had been killed and wounded. And the dwarves and gnomes of Ironforge had suffered considerable casualties. Only Arathor's new army, which had been using magic weapons at the rear of the team, suffered negligible losses. Therefore, Leo was worried that he would not be able to borrow many troops this time. Hello. A clear child's voice came from behind him. And Leo turned around to see little Anduin getting off a carriage. This precocious little king was much happier than the child in Leo's impression, who sat on a throne that was too big for his body. This should be due to the return of his father Varian. Prince Anduin, nice to meet you. The human kingdom is in trouble. And the members of the royal family seem to be beautiful, but actually have a bitter side that is unknown to everyone. Leo only sympathizes with the little prince, even though what he did at first was not so satisfactory. But as a child, you still have a bitter side. What do you expect Leo to argue with him about? Leo, do you have any business coming to the palace? Little Anduin looked at Leo, and two elves jumped out of the carriage after him. These were Valela and Brawl in the Ghost Wolf Iron Triangle. These two elves had returned to Stormwind City after Varian returned. Instead of leaving, he accepted Varian's invitation to stay. Nodding to the two elves as a greeting, Leo reached out and touched little Anduin's head and replied, "There is indeed something going on. The war situation in the Plague Land has changed. I came to discuss it with your father." "Are we going to fight again?" Little Anduin's expression was a little gloomy. "Fighting requires death, and a lot of people will die. Just like the Battle of Blackrock Mountain that just ended. Precocious children are still children after all." From the heart, little Anduin is still concerned about these things. Very repulsive. Patting little Anduin's immature shoulder, Leo sighed sadly, if possible. Who doesn't want to live a peaceful life? But some things are beyond our control. How can we ensure the happiness of the majority without the sacrifice of a few? Your Highness the Prince, you have to understand that there will always be a lot of helplessness in living in this world. And everyone has responsibilities that he must bear. Little Anduin looked at Leo blankly. And the little prince suddenly said, "I regret it very much." "What are you regretting? Is it because of me?" Leo laughed. "My little prince, this is not entirely your fault. Besides, I don't blame you. You have to remember that people always make mistakes. There will be times of regret. But don't be immersed in regret all the time. You are the prince of the Kingdom of Storm. And your subjects need you. So you must be strong." Other children may only vaguely understand these words. But a precocious little prince has no difficulty in understanding them. In other words, if it were an ordinary child, Leo would not be bothered to say these things. "Leo, can you do me a favor? Tell me the story." After hearing little Anduin ask him to help, Leo became interested. "The kingdom has captured more than 30,000 orcs. And my father wants to put them to death. But I think this is wrong." "That's it." Leo rubbed his chin. "Those orcs should be the Blackstone orcs scattered on the burning plains. After the Blackstone Mountain was destroyed, the Blackstone orcs became rootless and unable to fight against the Stormwind Kingdom's army. King Varian has his own considerations. When the orcs were defeated, the humans did not kill them, but spared their lives. But now, these orcs have become a major threat to the Alliance. What would you do if it were you? If the orcs had defeated the humans and killed them directly, how would there still be the current tribe?" Leo could understand Varian's approach. If it were him, he would probably make the same choice. Every time you learn something, you gain wisdom. You can't fall twice in the same place. But didn't my father advocate letting the orcs go? Little Anduin heard what Leo meant, and the latter agreed with Varian's approach. He argued unwillingly. Times have changed, and the same thing done by the same person at different times has different endings. There was Serena's at the beginning, but not now. There was no tribe at the beginning, but now there is. Leo touched little Anduin's head again, but found that little Anduin was staring at him intently. He was finally defeated in the opponent's stubborn eyes. "Okay, I'll try to help you save the lives of these orcs." It was not difficult for Leo to save the lives of more than 30,000 Blackstone orcs. Little Anduin, who was happy because of Leo's words, didn't know that sometimes living would be more miserable. Valela and Brawl, who were standing next to little Anduin, had a look of thought in their eyes. They knew Varian very well, and it was not easy to make him change his mind. The palace guard, who had gone in to report earlier, came in a hurry. He walked to Leo and little Anduin and saluted the latter before saying to Leo, "Marshal Leo, please follow me," knowing that Leo was going to see his father Varian. Little Anduin followed him. He was eager to know the result. In any case, he was still a child and did not have enough patience. "Do you think your request is appropriate?" Arriving at the palace hall again, Leo heard Sarga's voice coming from inside before he even walked in. The dwarf general seemed to have had a dispute with someone. Is it for the division of interests after the war in Blackstone Mountain? Leo couldn't help but frown. And they actually got into a fight. The situation looked very bad. And it was completely different from the news sent back by Scarlet. Then the silly girl wouldn't report the good news instead of the bad news and fight the matter alone. Right. Stepping into the palace hall, Leo found that things were not what he thought. The dwarf General Sargas was indeed quarreling with someone. But the object of the quarrel was not other high-ranking members of the Alliance, but an orc. Eitrig. Seeing the orc swordmaster Eitrig in Stormwind City was not an ordinary surprise for Leo. Little Anduin next to him also did not expect to see an orc in his palace. At this time, the little prince was looking at him curiously. His eyes were studying Eitrig. Leo first nodded with the others, then turned to Eitrig. "Long time no see. Eitrig, can you tell me what's going on?" Seeing that Leo was talking to Eitrig, Sargas stopped talking, and the quarrel in the hall ended temporarily. "Leo, it's a pleasure to see you again. I came here this time on the orders of the war chief to ask the Alliance to send troops. It has now been confirmed that the insect men of the Akur Empire have broken through the beetle wall. Although the Cenarian Council, a stronghold, was established in Silithus to curb the expansion of the bugs. But the deterioration of the situation has become inevitable. And it is difficult to fight against these bugs with the strength of the tribe alone. It turned out to be this." Leo suddenly realized that the Karaji beetle men in Silithus were indeed a big trouble. Since they were backed by Thun, no one dared to take these bugs lightly. And they all wanted to kill them before the beetle man army completely broke out of the beetle wall. They reseal. The threat to the beetle men is not very felt by the Alliance because they are separated by an endless sea. But the tribe is different. The orcs, trolls, and Tauren, who are also on the continent of Kalandor, are extremely anxious about this. But the centaurs are here. At this time, they came out to cause trouble again. And the tribe's few troops were restrained a lot, making it impossible for them to complete the matter independently. Did I hear wrongly? When will the chief of the tribe give orders to the warriors of our alliance? Before Leo could speak, Sargas taunted. The conflict between the dwarf general and Eitrig seemed to be deep. The beetle men are a threat to the entire world. The alliance cannot just sit idly by just relying on its geographical advantage. Eitrig was not polite, and was very indignant at the alliance's clear attitude of wanting to see the horde and the beetle men fight for blood. Orcs, watch your words. The alliance will not sit idly by and ignore the threat of the beetle men. We have just had a fierce battle, and now the soldiers are exhausted and need to rest for a while before setting off. Do you think the beetle men can set off? The threat of the Black Dragon Legion and the Balrog is a threat, isn't it? This time it was Scarlet who spoke. Although the female paladin knew that the orc swordsman had taught Leo close combat skills for a period of time, she did not buy it. So, when will the alliance send troops? Seeing that it was Scarlet who spoke, Eitrig did not respond tit for tat, but picked up the female paladin's words and asked back. What the tribe wants now is a assured letter from the alliance. Allow me to say something. Leo spoke again at this time. When facing the beetle men of the Yaqui Empire, it is indeed necessary for the two camps to join forces. The tribe's current strength alone cannot stop the surging insect tide. Once the Beetleman army completely breaks through the Seal Fortress, cleaning up the mess is even harder. What was the scene like during the Battle of Blackstone Mountain? I think the people of the tribe in Kargith will prove to us that the losses suffered by the Alliance army in order to eliminate the threats of the Balrog and the Black Dragon Legion are beyond doubt. Eitrig, you are coming to Stormwind. The city should have confirmed it before. As he spoke, Leo waved his hand to stop Eitrig, who was about to speak, and only heard him continue. The Alliance's army will set off after the army recovers from the previous battle. But the target is not the continent of Kalandor. I know that the tribe is very hard now, but we are not easy either. The war situation in the Plague Land has worsened, and we must first deal with the threat of the Scourge. Chapter 650. The interests of the Alliance are the same. There are beetles on the continent of Kalandor, and there are undead natural disasters entrenched in the Plague Land on the eastern continent. We can't let the Alliance's warriors go to Kalandor to fight regardless of their homeland. Of course, This does not mean that the Alliance will not send troops. Limbo's reason is that it must be postponed. Eitrig was silent. He also knew the situation in the Plague Land. After all, the Blood Elves and the Forsaken, who were both in the Horde camp, were fighting on the front line against the Scourge. The Alliance would indeed not wait until the situation in the Eastern Continent was stabilized. Just send troops to Kalimdor. But what should the tribe do? Give me an accurate estimate of when the Alliance will send troops. Eitrig is not a good negotiator, but the Orc Swordmaster is a real person, and what he wants is a clear answer from the Alliance. Leo shook his head. It was hard to say when the Alliance would send troops to Kalimdor. There is no guarantee. Don't worry. Eitrig, you have to understand that no one can predict the situation on the battlefield with certainty. And no one is rushing here. It only takes him a long time to stabilize the situation in the Plague Land. The Scourge is not a small player that can be easily crushed. But the Alliance will not watch the Horde fight against the Beetlemen alone. With that said, Leo smiled at little Anduin, and then turned his attention to Varian. King Varian, how about handing over that army of more than 30,000 people to the Horde? An army of more than 30,000 people? Which one? Varian was stunned. But when he saw little Anduin next to Leo, he came back to his senses. It turned out to be the more than 30,000 Blackstone orcs who were captured. The father and son had a quarrel over how to deal with these orcs. An awkward moment. This little guy actually asked Leo to help him as a lobbyist. But that's fine. Keeping those Blackstone orcs is of little use. He wants to kill them just because he doesn't want to waste food. The people of the Kingdom of Storm have no reason to fight against the orcs. They were wasting the food they had worked so hard to grow. And letting Eitrig take them away not only solved the family conflict, but also blocked the tribe's mouth. Why not? That's no problem. Orcs, you can take them with you when you leave. Varian answered simply. He didn't feel bad if it wasn't the Alliance's army anyway. As for whether the Blackstone orcs would obey the tribe's deployment, that was not his concern. Eitrig was not happy to hear that the Alliance was willing to send an army to Kalimdor. But the Orc Swordmaster was a little wary because Varian agreed too simply. Unlike his previous evasive behavior, they are completely different. How can the attitudes before and after be so different not to be suspicious? Seeing Eitrig's suspicion, Leo smiled confidently at the Orc Swordmaster. Eitrig, you can't refuse this army. Looking at Leo in confusion, Eitrig didn't know why the other party said that. Isn't it just an army sent by the Alliance to Kalimdor to deal with the bugs? Why can't he refuse? Do you think they are the 7th Legion? Besides, if it were the 7th Legion, would the Alliance be willing to send them there? You don't want to let the more than 30,000 captured Blackstone orcs go to the tribe, do you? I say just cut them down to prevent them from becoming a disaster. Sargas shouted loudly and dissatisfied. After what he said, Eitrig came back to his senses. The reason why Varian agreed so simply was that it was not the Alliance army that was sent out, but was captured by them. The orcs? If they are the same kind of orcs, they really can't refuse. The orcs always say they don't have enough troops. Look at the desolate land and the stronghold they established in Kargath. I don't believe they don't have enough troops. Leo glanced meaningfully at Sargas, who looked angry. The latter mentioned Kargath, the stronghold established by the orcs in the deserted land. He finally understood why the dwarf general had been looking for trouble with Eitrig. Could it be that the dwarves of Ire Forge are planning to take this opportunity to force the orcs into retreating from the barren land? The wasteland borders the dwarves' Loch Moden as well as the Searing Gorge and the Burning Steppes. More importantly, climbing over a mountain from Kargath blocks the dwarves' passage from Loch Moden into the Searing Gorge. Kargath's existence was not that important when Searing Gorge was still a territory controlled by the Dark Iron Dwarves. But the role of this tribal stronghold became highlighted after the Battle of Blackrock Mountain. Kargath has become a thorn in the throat of the Dwarven Kingdom, and Ire Forge will not rest until it is removed. It is for this purpose that Sargas has been making trouble. Don't be fooled by his reckless appearance. This descendant of the King of the Mountain has a deep thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his idea was correct. After understanding Sargas' purpose, Leo said, General Sargas, although Ire Forge is 1/3 of the disposal power among the 30,000 Blackstone orcs, but fighting against the Beetle men of the Yaki Empire is more important. I hope everyone can get rid of their prejudices and stop getting entangled in these trivial matters. Sargas praised Leo's words. On the surface, it seemed that Leo was helping Eitrig to persuade him to let the Blackstone orcs go. But in fact, Leo's words were tantamount to hinting to him that the more than 30,000 orcs were in the Iron Furnace. Balkan had the right to dispose of more than 10,000 Blackstone orcs. and he can take advantage of this to raise the price. Several leaders of the alliance exchanged quick and secret glances. Scarlet, Varian, Bolvar, and Onyxia, whose alias was Countess Prester, did not speak. Only Salgar was present in the entire hall. C's indignant voice, "Ah, Leo, Arather is a member of the alliance. You can't go to the tribe. You humans agreed to hand over the prisoners in your hands to this orc to take away. There is no problem. But the ones captured by our dwarves you have no right to deal with more than 10,000 Blackstone orcs." The dwarf general's attitude was very tough. When Leo saw this, he could only give Eitrig a helpless look. More than 10,000 of his kind were held in the hands of the dwarves, which made the orc sword master feel depressed. Humans will not offend dwarves because of orcs. Not to mention the relationship between humans and dwarves. Just saying that during the period when Varian disappeared, all major matters in the alliance were handled by Magni of Ironforge can understand the role of dwarves in the alliance. In the middle of the war, Sargas grasped the fact that the tribe had a garrison in Kargas, a deserted land, and refused to help the tribe. It was enough for humans to remain silent. This matter is beyond my ability. Only the chief can decide. Eitrig seemed very embarrassed. The matter of the Kargath expedition was not something he could decide, and the dwarves seemed determined to take this opportunity to force the tribe to make concessions. Don't think of us as fools. Do you think we can't see through Sal's plans? Sargas's roar threatened to overturn the palace hall, and the palace guard standing outside the door couldn't bear it. He looked into the palace and said, "The tribe thinks that the knife of the Kargath expeditionary force can hurt Ironforge or even the entire alliance. What a stupid and inferior trick. This attack range is a bit large. Although there is an agreement between the tribe and the alliance, the agreement is meant to be torn up. Although the two sides did not have a major war, they kept making small moves in private. The tribe set up a guard in the deserted land in the hinterland of the alliance. Everyone knows the purpose of such a stronghold in gas. Kargath is not the only tribe in the eastern continent that is planning to target the alliance. Don't Stoddard in the Swamp of Sorrows, Gromgor in Stranglethorn Vale near the Kingdom of Stormwind also have the same purpose? Compared with the Horde, the alliance is much more peaceful. In the Kalandor continent where the orcs live, almost all alliance strongholds belong to the Night Elves. And the Night Elves are the kind of people who will not participate in the internal strife between the two camps unless others mess with them. Lord. In comparison, the tribe just doesn't seem kind enough. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little stiff, Leo quickly coughed twice. Some things are not secrets, but it would be bad to say them out. There is a saying, I know everything, but I just don't say it. Sargas seemed to know that he had said something he shouldn't have said. The dwarf general's momentum was suddenly dampened, but he still insisted on not giving in. Did I say something wrong? Didn't the tribe say that they didn't have an army to deal with it? Are you pulling the beels? What's going on with Kargath's army? In short, the orcs won't dare send troops there unless they leave Ironforge from the desolate land. We won't let outsiders pry into the secrets of the Creator. Well, Leo admitted that Sargas's words involved another secret. The purpose of the tribe sending an expeditionary force to the deserted land is indeed not simple. It can contain the alliance in peacetime, and find opportunities to attack the alliance in wartime. The important thing is that there is Uldaman in the deserted land, which is the ruins of the Titans. At the same time, it is also the origin of the dwarves. Since Uldaman is the origin of the dwarves, it naturally does not allow outsiders to interfere. Can the dwarves tolerate the tribe's establishment of Kargath's stronghold in the deserted land? If it weren't for the fact that there were many trogs in Uldaman, and the mine was opened by the dark iron dwarves outside, outsiders couldn't penetrate it. In addition, it was a long way from Loch Moden to Kargath, and we had to go through the control of the Black Dragon and the Black Dragon in the middle. The dwarves have already sent troops to attack the territory controlled by the Iron Dwarves. How can they allow Kargath's expeditionary force to develop there? General Sargas? Don't worry. I think Eitrig needs to discuss this matter with Orgrimmar. We might as well wait. Leo made peace in the middle. He knew that Eitrig did not have that much power. The latter looked at Leo gratefully and retreated under the guidance of the palace guards. The orc swordsman wanted to convey the attitude of the alliance to Sa'ir. This matter must be decided by Thrall as the war chief. Watching Eitrig leave, the indignation on Sargas's face disappeared, replaced by excitement. This is a good opportunity. We must force the orcs to make concessions and hope they can make a wise choice. The dwarf general said with a fierce look in his eyes. It's hard to say what will happen if the orcs don't agree to withdraw the Kargath expeditionary force. Now that there are no obstacles from the Dark Iron Dwarves and the Black Dragon army, the orcs in Kalandor have too much to take care of themselves. Ironforge does not act with as many scruples as before. Leo smiled and touched little Anduin's head, and said to the little prince, who was thinking about it, the interests of the Alliance are the same. Your Highness, what do you think? Chapter 651, There is no wall that cannot be dug down. Leo said that the interests of the Alliance are the same, and no one in the hall refuted it. This is indeed the case. Counting the Cold Night Elves, the 4 races that make up the Alliance are a whole. Since they are a whole, they certainly have common interests. Little Anduin thought about everything that happened in the hall. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Leo and said, I think you are right. Leo bent down and patted little Anduin gently on the back, signaling him to go to Varian. I promised you to save the lives of those Blackstone orcs. But after all, they are trophies obtained by the Alliance warriors through heroic battles. We cannot let the blood of the Alliance warriors be shed in vain. So even if we let them go, we must let the tribe come up with corresponding resources. Reward? Your Majesty, it is good to have a kind heart, but you must do things in a method, and you can get the benefits you deserve while doing good deeds. Why not do it? Maybe I should let Anduin study with you for a while. Leo. Varian laughed. Leo had done him a favor, not only fighting for the interests of the Alliance, but also resolving the family conflict between their father and son. He was in a good mood now. Shrugging, Leo quickly declined. Hey, Varian, do you think this is appropriate? I am a warlock, and His Royal Highness Prince Anduin, if my feeling is correct, he already has a weak power of holy light. I think you should be more happy to see the birth of a paladin. Just kidding. Leo doesn't want to bring a small oil bottle. He's not a daddy. Leo refused, but Varian did not give up. The king of the kingdom of Stormwind said meaningfully, Can't a warlock teach a paladin? You taught the tower named Gamer, right? Sunwalkers, followers of the sun god Ansha, are really interesting. Leo had long expected that something like this would happen. As he walked towards Scarlet, Leo replied, Holy light is produced by faith. How to obtain the power of holy light is not a secret matter. As long as there is a will, everyone can do it. The key to becoming a paladin is whether the faith you insist on can be recognized by the holy light. Just like the original dwarf kingdom, the dwarves of Ironforge were recognized by the holy light before the dwarf paladin was born. The close relationship between the dwarves and humans in Ironforge is closely related to the fact that both races also have paladins. The dwarves learned how to master the power of the holy light from humans, and found it in their own history. They recognized the holy light, and the holy light responded to them, and the first batch of dwarf paladins were born. Leo, are you sure there's nothing wrong with Gamer? Compared to Leo, who didn't take Gamer's becoming a paladin too seriously, Varian seemed to be more concerned. Paladins who mastered the power of the holy light were a patent of the Alliance. But now Gamor had learned from him. The impact on the Alliance is by no means unusual. In Varian's eyes, the half-body Tauren with the appearance of a Tauren are also Tauren, as the Tauren are allies of the orcs and members of the tribe. It is not a good thing for the Alliance to give birth to Daywalkers who possess the power of the holy light. If someone else had brought the Holy Knight's fire to the Horde, Stormwind City and Ironforge would have hunted him down long ago. But the person who did it was Leo. Leo, who had the power in Arather. That for the man who faced Ragnaros the Fire Lord head-on in the Battle of Blackrock Mountain. The Alliance could not take drastic action at will, and had to ask Varian and other high-level leaders for a reasonable explanation. I know everyone's concerns. The Tauren are allies of the orcs, and do not belong to the Alliance. Strictly speaking, they are still our enemies. But please don't forget that although Thunder Bluff is in alliance with Orgrimmar, the Tauren are not directly involved during the war with the Alliance. On the contrary, their relationship with the Night Elves was very good. At this point, Leo curled his lips. It's not just that simple. The entangled relationship between the Night Elves and the Tauren is not an exaggeration to say that it is intimate. Just look at the Cenarian Circle, and you will understand the fishiness of it. You want to win them over? Varian's eyes lit up. He could tell that Leo meant something else when he mentioned the relationship between the Night Elves and the Tauren. Gaelmor was raised by the human kingdom Arather. In his heart, between the Alliance and the Horde. Is there any need to ask who you will favor? Leo laughed, with an expression that was worth talking about. Although famous flowers have owners, they still need to loosen the soil frequently. As long as the hoe is good, there is no wall that cannot be dug down. As the first Sunwalker, Gamer's influence on the Tauren clan will never be small. It is not impossible to use the Sunwalker as an opportunity to pry the tribe's corner. Even if it fails, it can still cultivate a pro-alliance force in Thunder Bluff. In addition, the Towering are already close to the Night Elves, so their support for the tribe will be weakened a lot. It's a good idea. But will Kane watch the Sunwalker expand in size? Varian, who originally didn't care about Gamor, was a little worried about the Tauren Paladin. What he hated the most in the tribe were the orcs, who had a hatred against him for destroying his family and the country. In fact, he didn't care about the Tauren Varian. Not so repulsive. Kane will not refuse. In fact, the development of the situation does not allow him to refuse the Sunwalker. Leo, who had already considered this point, was confident. After the battle in the Plague Land is over, the Silver Crusaders will be in the big battle. Under the leadership of the Lord, the northern expedition to Northrend was carried out to conquer the Scourge. The Scourge of the Undead was a threat to the entire world, and the tribe could not remain aloof. At that time, strong men who could master the power of the Holy Light would become particularly important, and cultivating Sunwalkers would become inevitable. Isn't the High Lord of the Silver Crusade Scarlet? Varian, Sargas and others showed a look of sudden realization on their faces. It turned out that Scarlet's purpose of uniting the Argent Dawn and the Scarlet Crusade was not just a fight against the Scourge, but there was such a hand waiting behind them. The couple who run the kingdom of Arathor want to work together to trick Kane and the Horde. After getting a reasonable explanation from Leo, the matter of Gamor becoming a paladin was revealed. Varian and the others only wanted an attitude from the kingdom of Arathor. If Gamor could really leverage the tribe's corner and the alliance, the senior management is naturally happy to see this happen. Okay, I've already explained the matter about Garmo. It seems that everyone doesn't object to my approach. Then let's discuss how to send troops to the Plague Land. Leo had previously said in front of Eitrigg that the Alliance would send troops to the Plague Lands to stabilize the eroding situation there. These words were not just meant to frustrate the tribe. What is the current situation in the Plague Lands? Everyone here knows it is clear that if there are no more reinforcements, once the Silver Crusaders are defeated, the Scourge army in the Plague Land will have no one to restrain them. When I think that it is Mograine who commands the Scourge in the Plague Lands, I feel that we have been cursed. While the Alliance has lost a great warrior and noble hero, those damn undead Scourges have gained an outstanding one. Commander, this is a tragedy. Sargas tugged at his beard with a depressed look on his face. The fall of Ashlord Mograine was another heavy blow to the Alliance after Arthas killed his father. Although no one wants to see such a thing happen, the reality is ruthlessly kicked the Alliance's already wounded heart. And now they had to wipe away the blood flowing from the wound and face this damn reality. Alas! Varian let out a long sigh, with a heavy look on his face. There are too few natural disasters to deal with the Plague Land, and the troops that go there have to select elites. But the Battle of Blackrock Mountain has just ended, and the troops still need to be selected. We really can't allocate enough manpower to recuperate. The current situation is indeed embarrassing. The Alliance does not send troops to Kalimdor to participate in the war against the Beetle Men, although there is also the intention to sit back and watch the tribe suffer losses. It is more of a powerlessness. The Scourge and the Plague Lands are like with the sword hanging over their heads. The Alliance must always be careful to ensure that there are enough troops in their territory at all times. So naturally there are not many manpower to deploy. Ironforge can't send any more troops. Now is a good time to regain Nomorigan. We have been preparing for this for a long time. Even if King Magni agrees to mobilize the army, the great craftsman Mekatork I won't let him go. Sargas scratched his head and expressed great distress about the dwarf general sending troops to the Plague Land. On the one hand, he was helping the dwarves regain Nomorigan, and on the other hand, he was fighting against the Scourge to stabilize the situation in the Plague Lands. It was a dilemma. Leo, what do you think of Theramor's army? I can mobilize 20,000 troops. Jaina and Ronan, who had been hiding since Eitrigg arrived, came out. Theramor's army was not large, and it was a big risk to spare 20,000. But in Jaina's view, it's worth it. It's important to deal with the Scourge. Violet Castle can support a mage army of 2,000 people. The power Luoning has in his hands is not weak either. He lacks everything but mages. 2,000 mages are very powerful despite their small number. Jaina and Ronan are both leaders of neutral forces. If there is a war between the Horde and the Alliance, it would be inconvenient for them to participate. But now that they are fighting against the Scourge, they have much less scruples. Even adding Theramor and Violet's armies is not enough. The Palace Hall felt depressing for a while. The troops were not enough. But the situation in the Plague Land could not be ignored, which was worrying. Why do we have to draw from our small number of troops? Leo's voice broke the silence in the palace. His words made people feel strange. If not from Ironforge, Stormwind City and Stromberg, where else could they draw troops from? Soldiers are not just there. You seem to have forgotten that in addition to Ironforge, Stormwind City and Stromberg, the Alliance has another ally. Is it possible to borrow troops from the Night Elves? Is this possible? Chapter 652 Only Darker. The strength of the Night Elves is the strongest among the various races in the Alliance. There is no doubt about this. When the human dwarves and gnomes have no troops to send, everyone naturally thinks of them first. But the Night Elves are really what Leo said. Another ally? Leo was about to elaborate when there were footsteps outside the palace, and a palace guard from the Kingdom of Stormwind walked in quickly. It turned out that Eitrig had already finished discussing with Thrall, and the Orc Sword Master was outside the palace. Jaina and Ronan disappeared, and they used the invisibility spell to hide again. If the Orc envoys are allowed to see the people of Theramore and Violet Castle in Stormwind Keep, no one knows what misunderstandings will arise. This is not what everyone wants to see. Although high-level Alliance officials such as Leo and Varian, they all very much hope that these two human mages will clearly show their support for the Alliance. The War Chief agrees to your request. As Leo expected, the Orcs did not reject the Alliance's proposal. There were 30,000 Orcs. Moreover, Leo had mentioned before that this was an Orc army, which already hinted that the more than 30,000 Blackstone Orcs captured by Eitrig were all picked up. There are no old, weak, women and children who can fight with weapons. With the current population of the Orcs, how could they reject such a large number of laborers? However, the Alliance needs to equip them with weapons and armor. The chief hopes that they can be effective in the shortest possible time. This is the condition of the Orcs. They agree to the Alliance using prisoners as reinforcements. But the Alliance cannot let them go to the battlefield empty-handed. The continent of Kalimdor, where the Orcs are located, is very barren. Whether it is Duroder, the Barrens, Thousand Needles, the Stonellan Mountains, or Azhara, they are all desolate areas where few grasses can grow. Kalim, the only place that the multi-continent tribes really control, is the Mogor grassland where the Tauren are located, which is richer. The Feralus tribe has no absolute control over the rest of the Ashen Valley, even the equally desolate land. It is not easy to thrive in such a land. It is a big burden for Orgrimmar to have the Orcs to come up with 30,000 combat weapons. In this incident, the Orcs already felt that they belong to the one who suffers. They naturally don't want to put this burden on themselves. No problem. You can go see those Orcs now. And what you want will be delivered before you take them back to Kalimdor. Guard, take him to the place where the Orc prisoners of war are kept. Varian knew that the Orcs would not give in on this issue. The equipment of 30,000 troops was a burden to the Orcs, but not a problem to the Alliance. So he was too lazy to spend more time on it, knowing that the other party was already calling for someone to see off the guests, and that he was not willing to stay in Stormwind City any longer. Eitrig walked out and received the more than 30,000 Orc prisoners of war under the guidance of a palace guard who had been ordered to do so long ago. TSK. That's a total of 30,000 sets of equipment. The Orcs took it away with just one word. Can anything be easier than this? Sargas shook his head after Eitrig left. The dwarf general was a little unhappy with Varian's generous agreement to equip the Orcs with 30,000 sets of equipment. I only promised to give each of the Orcs a set of equipment. And I didn't say it was the equipment of the regular army. Varian's light words made Sarga's dissatisfaction disappear. Among the divisions of the army, the equipment of the regular army is the most complete, ranging from helmets and shoulder armors to leggings and boots. The weapons in hand often need to be backed up. It does not cost a lot to get this set. But if it is not a regular army, but an ordinary local garrison would simply have a weapon to cut people, and a pair of armor to protect the body. As for the militiamen further down, let alone them, not to mention their rudimentary weapons, it was good to have a piece of leather armor to protect their chest and back. Of course, it was impossible for Varian to equip the Orcs with the equipment of the militia. Although he wanted to do so, Eitrig would never agree. So the Orc Sword Master could only receive the standard equipment of the local garrison. As expected, kings are all evil-minded. Leo looked at the dome of the hall with an expression as if he didn't hear anything. But he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Your Majesty the King, there is quite a lot of equipment that was replaced by the garrison in the Western Wilderness. It has been in the warehouse for 2 or 3 years, and no one has used it. Can you take this opportunity to deal with it? It's just a lack of money, but you still use second-hand goods to fool people. As expected, there is no blackest, only darker. Leo glanced at Onyxia. The person who made this request was the Black Dragon Princess, who transformed into Countess Presto. Noticing Leo's gaze, Onyxia bowed her head in salute. And no one saw the panic that flashed in her eyes. Although the story of the battle at Blackstone Mountain has not been spread. How could she, as the powerful Countess of the Kingdom of Stormwind, not know about it? It was precisely because of the Leo alliance that they not only destroyed the fire demon servants in the Molten Core, but also wiped out the Black Dragon Legion in the Blackwing Lair. Even though Onyxia had already learned about the Black Dragon Legion from Siniserea, the destruction of the Winged Nest was the result of Nefarion's overt and covert disobedience of the Black Dragon Queen's orders. But there is no doubt that the real executor was Leo. The thought of Leo actually being able to cooperate with Siniserea made Onyxia feel extremely wary of him. He didn't pay much attention to the Black Dragon Princess. And Leo didn't know what Onyxia was thinking. In his eyes, the Black Dragon Princess, who broke into the Stormwind Kingdom, was just a chess piece. People who play chess need to care about the chess pieces. Ideas? Obviously not necessary. All he has to do is to use every piece in his hand to make a good move. Jaina and Ronan appeared again. Neither of them said anything about Varian's actions. Their expressions in Leo's eyes more or less confirmed some of his thoughts. Okay. Let's continue our previous topic. After sending Eitrig away, Varian brought the topic back. Leo, do you mean to borrow troops from the Night Elves? Although Darnassus is a part of the Alliance. But it is still very difficult for the Night Elves to take action. If Tyrande was willing to help, the war in the Plague Land would not be able to last so long. The Night Elves are powerful and arrogant. It is very difficult to recruit them. Not to mention Varian. Even Scarlet is not optimistic about this. Borrowing troops from the Night Elves? I don't have that plan. Leo waved his hand. Varian and the others thought too highly of him. Leo thought he couldn't do such a difficult thing. He didn't have that much dignity now. Not a Night Elf. Doubts flashed in the eyes of everyone in the hall. Apart from the forces of the Night Elf Alliance, which force can send enough reinforcements now? Seeing that everyone looked like they were thinking hard, Leo raised his index finger and shook it. And the corners of his mouth drew an arc that had an indistinguishable meaning. You seem to have forgotten that the Alliance has another kingdom besides the Kingdom of Stormwind and Arather. Jaina's Theramore is a neutral force. Although it is a kingdom established by humans, it does not belong to the Alliance. Leo's statement is that it must be excluded first. Varian's eyes flashed, and he stood up with a cry. Staring at Leo with piercing eyes, are you talking about them? Leo nodded affirmatively, yes. It's them. The Kingdom of Gilneas that is self-enclosed behind the Greymane Wall. The Kingdom of Gilneas, a kingdom established by humans, was a country that only joined the Alliance camp in the late stages of the war, with the Orcs under pressure from other countries. Although they defeated the Orcs along with other countries in the Alliance, the King of Gilneas withdrew from the Alliance after refusing to pay a huge sum of money to build an Orc concentration camp. This is the official statement. In fact, everyone knows that the real reason why the Kingdom of Gilneas withdrew from the Alliance was not this. This kingdom was subordinate to the Arthi Empire like the Kingdom of Alterac at the beginning, until they themselves became more and more powerful. After having its own beliefs and customs, the Greymane family that ruled there divided the land. After forming its own country, Gilneas, led by the Greymane family, vigorously developed its military and became one of the top military powers in a short period of time. It was also because of this that Gilneas King Jen Greymane was confident. He believed that his kingdom was capable of dealing with all crises. So he refused to join the Alliance until all human countries put pressure on him. To be honest, the Greymane family that controls this country behaves very unkindly. They did nothing to help humanity when it was in crisis. They watched indifferently as their own people continued to die in the attacks of the Orc army and the Burning Legion. The Greymane Wall they built to seal off the entire country ignored countless cries. The people who fled never opened it. Who would be happy to deal with a country like this? So much so that after they withdrew from the Alliance, even the human kingdoms of the same race ignored them. No one cared about the life and death of the Kingdom of Gilneas. Since you have excluded yourselves from the Alliance, the Alliance will naturally not exclude you Gilneas. Nice takes it to heart. You actually said Gilneas. Ha ha. Varian shook his head amusedly, disapproving of Leo's words. Leo, don't think that everyone is human. So they will help us fight against the Scourge. Don't you? Understand how selfish Gilneas is. Although these guys are strong, they speak vulgarly. If this were the case, we would not exclude this kingdom from the Alliance. The most disgusting thing is their selfishness. Those selfish ghosts would just stand aside and watch their own people being slaughtered without helping. And the thought of these guys makes me sick. The Greymane family has offended many people. I didn't expect Varian to have such deep resentment against them. Leo became confused. And Scarlet leaned into his ear and explained softly, Leo, the Gilneans adhere to the principle of extreme isolation. The most irritating thing is that Jean once said to Tarina's very inappropriate words. It turns out that this is the case. Leo finally understood why Varian was so indifferent to the kingdom of Gilneas. King Jen of Gilneas was actually disrespectful to Tarina's, whom Varian respected the most. In addition, this kingdom had made it they don't like things. They should be ostracized. Extreme isolation? Can Gilneas continue to be isolated? Leo did not give up. I think we should give it a try. Maybe the Greymane family will accept our proposal. Chapter 653 Dark Speculation. Kyrgyz is a huge peninsula. Looking at the terrain of the entire eastern continent, this long-closed peninsular kingdom protrudes into the sea from the southwest of the continent. The silver pine forest is to the northeast. A Greymane wall stands at the entrance of the peninsula. The entire kingdom is isolated from the rest of the world, and the ridiculously high cliffs on the peninsula block all eyes from the sea. Condemn the orcs. Condemn the alliance. And condemn you. What Gilneas has to do is to announce to the world, some countries are coveting our country's resources. The wizards of Dalaran are trying to interfere in our internal affairs, and their enemies are massacring our warriors. The Kyrgyz kingdom has never, and will always be an independent country. Tarina's, this is the last time I want to inform you. I hope you can listen. The above is the so-called condemnation of King Jin of the kingdom of Gilneas to Tarina's, the king of Lordaeron at the time. After saying this, the Greymane family led the kingdom of Gilneas to withdraw from the alliance and close the Greymane wall, isolating the entire kingdom from the world. Jen's condemnation seems to be justified. But as for the truth, anyone who knows a little bit about the situation at that time will understand that this is just an excuse for the Greymane family. They are neither willing to contribute to resisting the invasion of the Burning Legion, nor are they willing to pay for the establishment of an orc shelter. They do not want to do anything for others, or be involved with other kingdoms. Gil, who thinks he can solve all crises, King Jen of the Kingdom of Nice has isolated the entire kingdom from this world, and the Greymane family actually fully supports his approach. The so-called extreme isolation means not looking for any allies, and not willing anyone to find them as allies. Defining a certain circle within oneself. Not going out and not letting people in. And just minding one's own business. The artistic conception of not being able to communicate with each other until old age and death. Other human kingdoms are trying their best to resist the invasion of the Scourge and the Burning Legion. But Gilneas is hiding, enjoying the peaceful life that others have fought hard for. Such a kingdom is extremely selfish in the eyes of Varian and others. So even if the human kingdom of the same race was unwilling to mention him, and the entire alliance subconsciously forgot about them. Don't you, the kingdom of Gilneas, want to play in isolation? Then just go and play alone. Who cares? To enter the kingdom of Gilneas by land, you must pass through the silver forest controlled by the Forsaken. Of course, if you can fly, you can also go directly by sea. This was Leo's original plan. After all, passing through the territory of the Forsaken would most likely encounter some unexpected troubles. Unfortunately, he had an extra follower. Master Ronan, why are you suddenly so interested in Gilneas? Leo was puzzled by Luo Ning's offer to accompany him. If this kid was really so free, he might as well go to the Plague Land to help deal with the undead natural disaster. With his strength, he could take a lot of pressure off Fording. And if you said you were going to go with me, why would you drag me with you to go to Dalaran first? The above is not the point. The reason why Leo felt unhappy was because Ronan took him to Dalaran, and then didn't let him in. He was just separated by a giant purple magic barrier that covered the entire Dalaran from outsiders. Let Leo wait outside the door for a full hour. What does it mean to call someone here and then leave him outside? Leo was very dissatisfied with Dalaran's attitude. I don't have much interest in Gilneas. Jin and the Greymane family are not likable guys. I only went there because Dalaran received some bad news. Ronan added after finishing his sentence. In one sentence, something about Gilneas. What kind of bad news? Speaking so mysteriously. Isn't it Arugo? Leo curled his lips. He knew the purpose of following Ronan. But he did not expose the other party on the spot to show how well informed he was. The Archmage Erigel was once a member of the Kirin Tor Council. Well, it was also the Kirin Tor Council. It was the place where both Kel'Thuzad and Erigel appeared. This organization was indeed not accessible to ordinary people. In the war with the Burning Legion, Dalaran was unable to fight against the powerful demons led by Archimonde. After the mage capital was captured and destroyed, the Kirin Tor members, who were afraid of failure, were seeking more powerful power. Protect yourself and protect the world. Arugo is one of them. It can be said that Arugo's original intention was good. And in fact, he did a good job. During the day and night summons, Arugo used the knowledge he gained from ancient books to summon a powerful monster, which quickly eliminated the nearby undead natural disasters. However, a good beginning does not mean a good ending, because after running out of enemies to attack, the monsters targeted the humans who summoned them. In order to solve this problem, Arugo conducted research. He found that monsters seemed to only satisfy their desire for food. Once they were full, they easily calmed down. But then Arugo discovered something wonderful. It was this incident that changed everything. The magic emanating from these monsters will assimilate the people around them, and turn them into monsters like them. Due to the monster's appearance, Erigel called them werewolves. Werewolf. Yes, it's a werewolf. After discovering this secret, Arugo became uncontrollably ambitious. He collected the werewolf's magic power and stored it in the bracer, and then gave it to unsuspecting humans. These humans were soon captured by the bracer. The magic within him assimilated into a werewolf and accepted Erigel's control. After discovering that his experiment was successful, Arugo started his own plan. He led the werewolves to attack a castle near Burningwood Village in Silverpine Forest. After killing the owner of the castle, the human mage would make adjustments. He took the castle as his own, and Shadowfawn Castle was born. The originally majestic castle has now been shrouded in the shadow and blood of werewolves. Arugo hides in Shadowfawn Castle and continues to expand the number of werewolves. He is dreaming that one day he can become the master of the entire world. There is nothing wrong with a person being ambitious. But if one becomes crazy because of ambition, the result is already doomed. If God wants to destroy people, he must first make them crazy. Leo shook his head and said a strange emotion to Ronan, without explaining the latter's doubts. He gave orders to the Dracolic as his mount. Victor, lowering the altitude, I saw something interesting. There were not many things that interested Leo, especially in the Silverpine Forest, which was so corrupted. After hearing this, Luo Ning lowered his head and looked at the ground through the gaps between the metallic bones of the Dracolic. A battle was going on the ground. A 2-meter-tall werewolf stood up and was fighting with 3 Forsaken patrol teams with its claws and fangs. Even though the Forsaken had the upper hand in numbers and weapons, it was not they who were on the offensive, but the unarmed werewolf. With 1 against 3, he can still overpower the opponent. The werewolf's strength is indeed not weak. Leo, who accidentally saw this scene, couldn't help but compare him with the werewolves he had seen. Except for the one who was killed by Leo in the cave. Except for the werewolf leader. Other werewolves are no match for him. Fighting werewolves seems to be a long time ago for Leo. I remember that he was just a little mid-level warlock in the Twilight Forest. When he recalled this, Leo suddenly thought of one thing. That is, the Twilight Forest stood up. The question of where those werewolves came from. Does the magic circle that summoned the werewolves in the Dusk Forest have anything to do with Shadowfawn Castle? This question suddenly popped up in Leo's mind. In his mind, it was related. Since Erigel wanted to conquer the entire world through werewolves, how could he not be clear about the number of werewolves under his command? It would be fine if there were 1 or 2 werewolves. But the number of werewolves that appeared in the Twilight Forest at that time was obviously abnormal. It was impossible to say that he didn't know about it. Could the werewolf incident in the Twilight Forest be a test by this human mage whose ambition was so inflated that it was far out of line with his strength to carry out his arrogant plan to conquer the world? The more Leo thought about it, the more certain he was about the possibility of this guess. Just imagine, if the werewolves controlled by Arugo captured Night Town. How many werewolves could he create using the magic wristband that can turn people into werewolves? No matter how few people there are in the Twilight Forest, it is still where the human kingdom is located. The population is countless times larger than that of the Silver Forest. If Arugo succeeds, his werewolves will grow explosively, and he will use this to attack the kingdom of Stormwind. Launch an attack on other territories. The consequences. Thinking of this, Leo suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Judging from the situation in the kingdom of Stormwind at that time, it was absolutely impossible for those nobles to take action before the real disaster occurred. By the time they woke up, the situation had already become out of control. Even if they could calm down the disaster caused by the werewolves, the kingdom of Stormwind will definitely suffer a great loss. At this time, it will be really dangerous if the orcs of Gromble launch an attack on the kingdom of Stormwind. As the largest force in mankind, The great loss of strength of the Storm Kingdom will inevitably affect the status of the entire human race in the world, and then affect the strength of the alliance. The balance of power between the tribe and the alliance will inevitably change. One side is the weakened alliance, and the other is the alliance. Seeing the opportunity, the tribe can only keep their toes to wonder what will happen between the two camps. Isn't Arugo's idea to use some werewolves to open up the situation and trigger a catastrophe in the human kingdom, triggering a war between the two camps to weaken his resistance to unifying the world? Leo secretly wiped his cold sweat. If the human mage hiding in Shadowfang Castle was really that sinister, he wouldn't be able to let him continue to live. Keeping such crazy careerists would be a huge disaster, and he couldn't get rid of it. Thoughts kept spinning in his mind. Leo's eyes slowly fell on Ronan. At this time, the human mage was carefully observing the werewolf fighting the Forsaken on the ground. His serious eyes made Leo feel a little. Question: Aragorn and his werewolves have occupied Shadowfang Castle for a long time, but Dalaran has never taken any measures. However, after learning that he was going to the kingdom of Gilneas, Ronan joined him. Among them, is there some mysterious reason hidden? Leo, who never hesitated to use the worst-case scenario to speculate on the facts, couldn't help but have some dark guesses in his heart. Chapter 654: Dalaran's Intentions. Master, do you want to take action now? After descending to less than 500 meters from the ground, the Dracolic named Victor, who was carrying Leo and Ronan, asked. The distance of 500 meters seemed not short. But for Victor, who was over 800 meters in length, it is no exaggeration to describe it as within reach. The werewolves and the Forsaken who were fighting on the ground had no idea that a huge monster was already covering their heads. The illusion of the Dracolic could not be penetrated by their strength. Catch that werewolf, and let me take a look. Just don't kill him. Leo's understatement decided the final outcome of the battle on the ground. The three forgotten people, who were struggling to support themselves under the werewolf's offensive, felt that the top of their heads suddenly darkened, and a metal claw as big as a hill was like a lift. He lifted the werewolf up with 2 fingers like a chicken, appearing to be quite careful in his actions. Of course, the Forsaken understood that the reason for being cautious about this overly large metal claw was not that the werewolf's strength could frighten it, but that it was afraid of accidentally killing the werewolf's life. The battle ended so suddenly that the Forsaken did not react for a moment. They stood on the ground and raised their heads blankly until they saw Leo and Ronan on Victor's back. The huge dragon-shaped mechanical puppet. The human with black hair and black eyes. Could it be Leo from the kingdom of Arathar? The eyes of the 3 forgotten people were full of vigilance. As the marshal of the kingdom of Arathar, what was Leo doing in the Silver Pine Forest? What conspiracy did he have? The 3 forgotten ones kept looking at Leo with scrutinizing eyes, and Leo seemed unconcerned about their actions. Does the lion need to respond to the ant's gaze? Lulu, the werewolf, who was lifted onto Victor's back, lay lying on his back, panting. Although Victor felt that he could not be lighter, the werewolf still could not withstand the pressure. His spine, it has been broken. If the werewolf's vitality was not really tenacious, he would not be able to hold on. Leo stretched out his hand to grasp, and the death grip captured the werewolf in front of him. The werewolf, with a broken spine, just floated in the air, and a horrified roar sounded from his mouth. What? Are you interested in him? Ronan's question made Leo break into a cold sweat. These words were easily misunderstood. Just looking. Leo rolled his eyes at Ronan, which made the mage of Violet Castle feel confused. A blood-colored energy line as thick as a hair shot out from the palm of Leo's hand, and the werewolf's body deflated at a speed visible to the naked eye like a deflated balloon. Go down. Luo Ning's face was solemn when he witnessed this scene. Leo's spell gave him a very evil feeling. Orthodox mages were very repulsive to evil spells, especially after someone like Kel'Thuzad appeared. Ning was worried that Leo would go astray due to the influence of evil spells. Do you feel it, Ronan? What? Ronan didn't know what Leo meant by what he said, what he needed to feel. So he just subconsciously asked a question, pointing to the shriveled corpse of the werewolf. Leo said with certainty, although it is very vague, I still detect the power of the curse on this werewolf. The power of the curse? Luo Ning checked carefully, but he didn't get anything. But if you pay attention, you will find that his eyes are flickering. I am a warlock. Although I am not a master of curses, I am quite familiar with the power of curses. The curse on this werewolf cannot be detected physically, but his soul has been completely distorted by an unknown curse. If my guess is correct, the reason why werewolves are born is not that their bodies have changed, but that their souls have been distorted. Leo stated the fact in a speculative tone. During the process of extracting energy, Leo had already sensed everything about the werewolf. with his powerful mental power far exceeding that of the legendary strong men of the same level. The werewolf had no secrets. Ronan was shocked. He was not surprised by what Leo said. What surprised him was that Leo actually found out the secret of the werewolves in such a short period of time. You must know that the mages of Dalaran have been studying for a long time. The conclusion. However, Luo Ning's surprise eased a lot when he thought that Leo was a warlock. When it comes to studying the soul, warlocks are much better than mages. Leo is so powerful, so it is normal for him to quickly discover the secrets of werewolves. The birth of werewolves is not a physical change, but a distortion of the soul. That is why they become so weird. An ordinary person can also have power comparable to a warrior after becoming a werewolf. All of this is because they have become another kind of creature in their soul essence. And the standards used by humans to measure similar species have become invalid for them. Knowing that Leo had figured out the werewolf's secret, Ronan had no intention of hiding it. As soon as he said this, Leo couldn't help but look at him several times. From Ronan's words, Leo knew that Dalaran was not unconcerned about werewolves. But there has been research for a long time. In fact, this is not surprising when you think about it. After all, Erigel was once a member of the Kirin Tor Council. Although he chose to betray for his crazy and ridiculous ambition, the werewolves he created are indeed very powerful. Ordinary people are more likely to fight against werewolves. After the transformation, they can have the strength to fight against the warriors. Not to mention the increase in the human strength of the warriors. If the negative effects of transforming into a werewolf can be removed, it will be a qualitative improvement for human beings. No wonder Dalaran didn't take action against Erigel. It turned out that the mage there wanted to study werewolves. Leo saw through Dalaran's intentions, and he admitted that he would indeed be tempted by such a big temptation to obtain the secrets of the werewolves in order to qualitatively improve the overall strength of mankind. But despite being tempted, Leo did not agree with the Kirin Tor Council's approach. The reason why Erigel was able to live happily was not because Dalaran did not have the power to deal with him, but because the Kirin Tor Council needed sufficient materials to study. To study the secrets of werewolves, you must have materials. This material is none other than werewolves. And the source of werewolves is humans. They will never let the Kirin Tor Council turn humans into beasts like werewolves in everyone's consciousness. They do it. But if they don't do it, there will be no materials for them to study. If this continues, it will be an endless cycle. Fortunately, Arugo stepped forward in time. So the source of werewolves as research materials was available. Erigel was scolded. And Erigel did evil deeds, while the Kirin Tor Council secretly enjoyed the benefits. Once their research yielded results, it was time for Erigel, the evil man, to be cut off. Poor Arugo. He is really taking the blame for this. Although he understood that the purpose of the Kirin Tor Council was to enhance the power of the entire human race, Leo did not have a good impression of him. If it is an enemy with weapons, Leo can kill without any burden. But he may not be able to deal with civilians. There must be no bottom line in life. The Kirin Tor Council's actions sacrificed innocent people. No matter how noble his purpose was, it was impossible for Leo to identify with him in the slightest. Luo Ning, you said sacrificing a few people for the many people. Is this really good? Leo's eyes were like two sharp swords piercing into Luo Ning's heart. There was a thump in the latter's heart, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Did he see something? Leo wasn't that smart. Was he? Although you didn't answer, your eyes have told me that my guess is correct. Leo sighed, his tone full of resentment. Since we know that the birth of werewolves is related to the power of the curse, why don't you know that more people will be sacrificed if you work with a warlock who is proficient in souls? After a long silence, Luo Ning replied helplessly, this matter is not something I can decide. A bunch of old stubborns. Leo snorted angrily. Although Ronan has a high status, he can't make the decision alone. If he insists on having his own way, the old mages of the Kirin Tor Council will make it difficult for him. I'll kill Aru right now. Hi. Dalaran? Humph. Fly to Northrend to fight against the Scourge. There will be no place left for you in Shadowfang Castle. Leo, you can't do this. Luo Ning hurriedly dissuaded him. Enough people have died for that matter. If you do this, our previous achievements will be wasted. Wouldn't those people die in vain? Besides, we have recently fought with the Warlock Guild. Several powerful warlocks have made contact and are working hard to crack the secret of this curse. Leo narrowed his eyes slightly. With a murderous look on his face, are you threatening me? Ronan really wanted to slap himself. What about the Warlock Guild? Doesn't this clearly tell Leo that if he destroys Shadowfang Castle, he will offend the Kirin Tor Council and the Warlock Guild. The threat in his words was very serious. And it was no wonder that Leo became so angry. You know, that's not what I meant. Isn't that what you mean? The murderous look on Leo's face suddenly faded. After giving Ronan a sideways glance, he looked in the direction of the kingdom of Gilneas. I heard that the Greymane Wall has not been opened since it was established. Even if when the refugees fled outside the wall during the war, no one showed up no matter how they shouted. I was surprised that no one in this kingdom would have such a sense of compassion. Luo Ning couldn't keep up with Leo's thinking and didn't answer in a daze. But Leo didn't stop talking because of this. In addition to the power of the curse, I also felt another thing in the werewolf just now. And that was the plague. Plague? Impossible. Luo Ning knelt down and carefully turned over the shriveled corpse of the werewolf, and finally determined that Leo must have felt wrong. There were no signs on the werewolf that a life affected by the plague should have. Stop looking for it. Leo kicked the werewolf's body off Victor's back, and he said to Ronan seriously, "The plague I'm talking about is not the kind that can kill people in the ordinary sense. A plague that produces disease is a mysterious force that allows the power of a curse to spread on its own like a plague. Do you still remember how Darrow County fell?" Black Marduk exclaimed. Luo Ning's face suddenly darkened. "Are you saying that the power of this plague has spread? But Dalaran has not detected it. Ambermere and Shadow, the Fong Castle, is always under our surveillance. There is no way Erigel—" "Wait! You mean Gilneas? Erigel did something under the nose of Dalaran, taking advantage of the closed nature of the kingdom of Gilneas. This human mage who dreams of becoming the king of the world has quietly gathered a force that no one can ignore. If he wants to be as Leo wants." Things like that made a big fuss. Luo Ning's cold sweat broke out with a cry, making his clothes wet. Leo rubbed his brows vigorously, with a look of distress on his face. "Everything will be clear once you cross the Greymane Wall. I hope the reality will not be so cruel. Otherwise Dalaran must be responsible for this matter." Chapter 655 Antibiotics and Germs. In the sky of the Silver Pine Forest, a huge dragon-shaped mechanical puppet hurriedly passed by, its metal-cast skeleton glowing with dazzling light, adding a touch of brightness to the already corroded dark forest. Luo Ning stood on Victor's back. The land under his feet was once beautiful and rich. Unfortunately, that was only once. The current Silver Pine Forest has long been corrupted by the power of darkness. The plague that can kill people is also in the forest. It spreads in the world, and its beauty can only be searched in memory. Leo had no idea about the Greymane Wall before seeing it. He only knew that the high wall that isolated the kingdom of Gilneas from the world should be very long and thick. However, in the Silver Pine Forest, a man-made building came into view. After that, Leo felt that this was not a high wall. The Greymane Wall was a miraculous building. Even if he stood on Victor's back, even if Victor was flying 3,000 meters in the sky, he still could see not to the end of Greymane Wall. You could only see a high wall standing at the base of the wall and looking up. But you can't see the top at all. It extends along the terrain to the end of the horizon, and you don't know where it will end. The cost of building this wall must be a lot, compared with the construction cost of building the Greymane Wall. The amount of money required to pay for the orc shelter jointly built by the human kingdom is completely a drop in the bucket. But King Jen of the kingdom of Gilneas uses this as a drop in the bucket, using an excuse to withdraw from the alliance. No wonder so many people are ashamed of him. And no wonder the alliance has always forgotten this kingdom. Even the kingdom of Stormwind and the kingdom of Arathor, who are both humans, do not pay any attention to it. Who would want to deal with an extremely selfish guy like the kingdom of Gilneas? Leo felt that the Greymane family was really weird. He didn't understand what these guys were thinking. After all, no eggs were left intact after the nest was overturned. If other human kingdoms really lost to the orcs, would they run away again? Gotta drop it? Don't think that the Greymane Wall can stop the orcs and the Burning Legion. Leo, after crossing this wall, you enter the territory of the kingdom of Gilneas. Ronan looked a little nervous. If things were as Leo expected, Erigel was taking advantage of the closed nature of the kingdom of Gilneas and other people's dislike of this peninsular kingdom under the nose of Dalaran, and not paying attention to theirs. The psychology quietly spread the werewolf curse, and turned Gilneas into his base for cultivating the werewolf army. Then the matter was really out of control. Are you nervous? Leo looked at Luo Ning with a half-smile. But the latter remained silent. Can Luo Ning not be nervous? If the situation is as Leo expected, how should he deal with it? There should be very few people in Dalaran who know about using Erigel to obtain werewolf materials to study the werewolf curse. As long as the news is blocked, it will be fine. And the situation in the kingdom of Gilneas. Leo paused at this point. with a frightening cruelty on his face. Only we know now. Luo Ning was suddenly turned his head to look at Leo. Leo had made it so obvious. How could he not understand what Leo meant? Are you saying that if the worst happens we have to nip all dangers in the bud before they cause more harm? Leo nodded and said in a matter-of-fact tone, if the kingdom of Gilneas is really full of werewolves, then in order to prevent Aragel's conspiracy from succeeding, we must eliminate all the werewolves who have become tools of his ambition. Do you think what's wrong with that? Using the power of 2 people to destroy a kingdom that may have become werewolves may be said by others to be extremely arrogant. But it is not too big for either Leo or Ronan. Question. In this world where the personal power of gods can be developed to the extreme, it is not impossible for one person to destroy a country, as long as the other party has no strong person who can compete with you. Luo Ning was hesitant to destroy a country, even if the people in this country had become tools used by some lunatic to dominate the world. They were still humans before becoming werewolves. Do they really want to do this? Leo saw Ronan's hesitation in his eyes, and despised it in his heart. It was entirely the Kirin Council's fault that things turned out like this. If they had destroyed Aragel earlier, wouldn't everything have been fine? He was obviously the one who created the disaster. But he still hesitated and acted coy after the incident. How could there be such a pretentious person in the world? It was really disgusting to watch. No wonder Dalaran failed to accomplish anything after Antonidas. What could the Kirin Council accomplish if it was filled with guys like this? Alright. Ronan finally made up his mind. As Leo said, it was the best way to get rid of the werewolves controlled by Aragel before they caused more harm. This was only done by a few senior members of the Kirin Council, and Lei knew that the Kirin Council would certainly not tell such a thing, as long as Leo could keep his mouth shut. As for how to explain the destruction of the kingdom of Gilneas, Leo and Ronan didn't mention it. It wasn't that they didn't know how to do it, but that there was no need to discuss this matter at all. Where is the kingdom of Gilneas? This kingdom only borders the Silver Pine Forest, which is controlled by the Forgotten. As long as the Wall of Greymane is destroyed, the Forgotten will definitely enter there to investigate. And then the Undercity will be nothing but yellow mud. Shit is shit. The tragedy of the kingdom of Gilneas and the Alliance must be attributed to the Forsaken. Luo Ning felt a little relieved that the Forgotten One was being blamed. But he didn't notice the strange and fleeting smile on Leo's face. Leo knew exactly what was behind the Greymane wall. In order to prevent things from happening unexpectedly, Leo had actually sent another Dracolic to Gilneas at a faster speed. After confirming the Gilneas, he seemed so confident only after the situation was almost the same as in his memory. Aragel's werewolf curse is indeed powerful. The isolated Gilneas has long been turned into a paradise for werewolves. Werewolves running all over the land is the current scene of this kingdom. But this does not mean that the kingdom of Gilneas is over. In fact, it was Aragel's werewolf curse that gave the kingdom a chance to transform. A transformation opportunity that the Kirin Council has been studying. After being cursed by the werewolf, most people will lose their minds after turning into werewolves. Turning into humanoid beasts that only know how to kill and forage based on instinct. But there will be a few people who still retain their abilities as humans. Reasonably, werewolf transformation is just an ability for them. The ability to gain greater power. For example, the werewolf curse spread by Aragel is like antibiotics. And the infected humans are germs. In the era when antibiotics first appeared, there were almost no germs that they could not kill. But with the abuse of antibiotics, their effects have become worse. It gets lower and lower, as germs gradually adapt to the effectiveness of antibiotics and produce antibodies. It can be said that it was the emergence of antibiotics that caused the rapid evolution of germs. This is the situation faced by humans living in the kingdom of Gilneas. When the werewolf curse spread by Aragel spread throughout the kingdom, most people turned into irrational humanoid beasts. But there were only a few who persisted. Down? They got a chance to evolve after overcoming the side effects of the curse. Although such people are few, they cannot withstand the large population base of the entire kingdom of Gilneas. Together, they become a force that cannot be ignored. At this moment, they are resisting the werewolves raging in the kingdom. When Leo and Ronan were driven over the Greymane wall by Victor, they saw werewolves wandering all over the ground. Ronan's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. If Leo hadn't stopped him from doing this, a human mage will take action immediately. We have just entered the territory of the kingdom of Gilneas. It is close to Shadowfang Castle. If Aragel wants to spread the werewolf curse, this area must be the first to be attacked. It is normal for it to look like this. I think we need to take another look. Maybe there are still people alive in the kingdom of Gilneas. Leo pulled Ronan to prevent him from using magic to attack the werewolves on the ground. Think about it. If there is no resistance within the kingdom of Gilneas, it will already be over. How can Aruga bear it when all the humans in this kingdom turn into werewolves? Don't forget, he is a madman. A madman who wants to become the king of the world. After Leo said this, Luo Ning also calmed down. He could think of this, and it was not that Leo was much smarter than him. No one who could sit in their position was a fool. It was just that Luo Ning was confused when he cared. And Leo then he already knew about the situation in the kingdom of Gilneas. What you said makes sense. If the kingdom of Gilneas really becomes Aragel's back garden to cultivate a werewolf army, he has no reason not to start a war. Nor will he allow the Forsaken to spy on his Shadowfang castle. Then we will go to Gilneas. Let's take a look inside nice. Seeing that Ronan had calmed down again, Leo let him go. If he was allowed to take action, the Draculika's illusion could not be maintained. How could they sneak into Gilneas to investigate information silently on other people's territory? It is best to enter the village quietly and not to shoot. Facts have proved that Leo was not wrong. It seems that this boy did not predict anything at all. He just told Ronan what he already knew in advance. As Victor flew into Gilneas, the situation began to gradually change. Ronan saw human armies beginning to appear on the ground. Teams of tall and muscular Gilneans were fighting against the werewolves. Compared with the humans of Arather and the kingdom of Stormwind, the people of the Gilnean kingdom are obviously different in stature. If measured by the stature standards of humans in other kingdoms, the Gilneans are obviously biased towards the barbarian race. This is also the reason why the Greymane family has never considered itself and human countries, such as the kingdom of Stormwind, as a family. Sure enough, there are still humans alive. It's great. Luo Ning's excitement was palpable. But before he could finish his words, something happened to the humans on the ground defending against the werewolf attack. Ouch! Ouch! The humans who fought against the werewolves all raised their heads to the sky, and the howls of wolves resounded throughout the battlefield. Luo Ning was dumbfounded. Chapter 656 Shadowfang Castle. How so? Luo Ning muttered to himself as he looked at the battle on the ground, with a look of disbelief on his face. With his determination, this shouldn't have happened. But the scene that happened on the ground was beyond his expectation. On a battlefield filled with howling wolves, groups of human soldiers suddenly turned into werewolves. They lined up neatly and tore apart the enemies who dared to attack them one by one. They were different from the free and loose werewolves who only fought under animal instincts. The werewolves transformed from human soldiers are extremely disciplined. It is by relying on their cooperation that they can block the attacks of opponents 10 times their number. It seems that the people of the kingdom of Gilneas have found a way to use the werewolf curse to become stronger, and the Kirin-Tor Council's research can be stopped. Leo's words were sarcastic, not worried at all that Luo Ning would fall out with him. While the latter looked embarrassed, the mages of the Kirin-Tor Council are still studying how to use the werewolf curse to make humans stronger. Now a living example has appeared in front of them. Although the Gilneans behind the Greymane wall are troubled by the werewolf curse, he has obviously mastered the method of exploiting the werewolf curse. This is nothing less than a slap in the face of the Kirin-Tor mages. You self-righteous mages have sacrificed so many people and studied for so long to get a glimpse of the door. But we Gilneans have mastered the use of War Jin. Don't you think you are too incompetent to curse? Leo clapped his hands and drew Ronan's attention back before speaking. It seems that the kingdom of Gilneas will not be in any danger for the time being, and our worries are unnecessary. Looking at the werewolf army on the ground, Luo Ning's eyes were full of admiration. It's really surprising. I didn't expect the Gilneans to master this method. Indeed, there are always surprises in this world waiting for people to discover, Leo said and gave an order to Victor. Take us out of here. Leave here? Luo Ning was stunned at first, but then he immediately responded. Are you going to Shadowfang Castle? Giving Saul Luoning a faint look, Leo said in a serious tone, don't you think Arugo is useless? Luo Ning. In this world, some people's intelligence can help them live longer, but some people are too smart. But it will only make you die faster. Under the supervision of Dalaran, Aragorn could quietly spread the War Jin curse to the kingdom of Gilneas behind a Greymane wall, and created an unexpected War Jin army, creating more than 70% of all Gilneans. What does it mean to become a werewolf? This shows that Aragorn has been wary of Dalaran for a long time. After seeing through the purpose of the Kirin-Tor Council, he came up with a trick. If the Gilneans had not mastered the method of using the werewolf curse to transform into a werewolf, Dalaran would have almost the boat capsized in the gutter, and was overturned by this chess piece that they thought had only used value. Ronan did not object to Leo's proposal to go to Shadowfang Castle, since Aragorn had seen through the whole thing, and the method of using the werewolf curse had emerged. There was no need to keep this pawn, who wanted to turn over and become the master. Go on. In order to prevent certain news from spreading, some things must be done, such as killing people and silencing them. None of the strong people who can survive in this world and stand out as the leader of a force are indecisive. When it is time to be ruthless, they are more ruthless than anyone else. People who hesitate and procrastinate in doing things have been eliminated long before they succeed. With Victor as their mounts, Leo and Luo Ning quickly moved away from the battlefield. Seeing that the world beneath their feet had once again turned into a group of werewolves wandering aimlessly, Leo suddenly said, "It is easy to add icing on the cake, but it is difficult to provide charcoal in the snow." Although there were no such two illusions in this world, Luo Ning quickly understood what Leo was trying to express. The owner of the Violet Castle's eyes flickered for a while. "Luo Ning, I have a proposal." Leo Ronan waved, and the latter pondered for a moment before walking to his side. The two of them murmured on Victor's back. A human mage wearing a robe in Shadowfawn Castle located in Silverpine Forest had no reason. He shivered for 2 times, and the feeling of impending disaster arose in his heart. Is someone trying to deal with me? The human mage had doubts in his heart, but there was no hesitation in his actions. He had never doubted his premonition. It was this premonition of danger that kept him alive until now. Just like when the Burning Legion invaded Dalaran, everyone was worried about it. When he was confident in his power, he relied on this intuition of danger to arrive at the outskirts of the mage capital in advance and avoid the center of the unprecedented disaster. I have to ask Nandus to be more vigilant and run away immediately if there is any situation. The human mage opened the bedroom door and called a tall werewolf over. The werewolves began a large-scale mobilization in Shadowfawn Castle. There are 2 forces in Shadowfawn Castle. One is the werewolves controlled by Erigel, and the other is the ghosts headed by the original owner of the castle, Baron Silverline. Although the latter were physically dead after being massacred by the former, their consciousness has not dissipated. Human beings who have turned into ghosts are wandering here, unconsciously guarding the castle driven by their obsession during life. They do not know that this is the case. By doing so, he became a protective shield against their murderers. It is extremely sad that the heroic spirits of Baron Silverline and his warriors have become the gatekeepers of Erigel, and his fate has inadvertently revealed his cruel side. Ghosts have no physical body, so physical attacks have little effect on them. When encountering warriors, the ghost army headed by Baron Silverline can show off their power. But if they encounter magic attacks, these ghosts cannot withstand them. And this Leo and Luo Ning, who came to Shadowfawn Castle once, are the top spellcasters that are difficult to find in the entire human race. And they are the nemesis of these ghosts. According to Ronan's temper, Shadowfawn Castle, which was full of darkness and blood, could be destroyed with a magic spell. But Leo was not willing. The location of Shadowfawn Castle is very good. It is built on the top of a high mountain. It is built on the steep terrain of the mountain. In order to strengthen its defense capabilities, the Silverline family built the mountain where the castle is located into an isolated cliff. It is extremely difficult for outsiders to climb up the mountain wall, and the entire castle is only connected to the outside world by a suspension bridge built between the 2 peaks. When the enemy attacks, the castle can be blocked by retracting the suspension bridge through iron cables. The enemy's attack path, unless the opponent has a strong castle that cannot resist, is almost impossible for the castle to fall. With such defenses, Shadowfawn Castle would not have fallen so quickly if it hadn't encountered Erigel's werewolves, or if Baron Silverline hadn't had much defense against Erigel, who was born in Dalaran. After using it for half a night, it completely changed its owner. Leo was very moved by seeing this kind of terrain, and he didn't want Luo Ning to destroy it. Luo Ning, I am very optimistic about this place. You also know the relationship between Arather and the Forsaken. It is better to stay in Shadowfawn Castle. What is the relationship between the kingdom of Arather and the Forsaken? Don't forget, the Horde still occupies the town of Hammerfell in the northeast of Arather. And if Arather wants to expand its power to Hillsbrad Chulin, it will inevitably go to war with the Forsaken. Leo needs to rely on Shadowfawn Castle to change the situation. The difficult-to-defend terrain makes this place a thorn in the forgotten sphere of influence. Not only that, if the kingdom of Gilneas can be successfully brought onto the Alliance's chariot, Shadowfawn Castle will no longer be an isolated castle. With the support of the Gilneans, it will inevitably become a thorn in the side of the Undercity. Ronan did not comment on Leo's words, but the fluctuations of magic power that had dissipated from his body could tell what choice the human mage made. As a member of the neutral force Dalaran, Ronan could not directly express his position when Leo was plotting against the tribe. but he could express his attitude in a tacit way. A hair-thick bloody energy line shot out from Leo's hand, standing on the back of Victor flying in the sky of Shadowfawn Castle. He looked down. A large bloody net had covered the entire castle, and was still guarding it. The ghosts surrounding the castle all disappeared after this bloody net was cast. They did not disappear visually, but were transformed into the purest energy by the blood-colored energy lines, truly disappearing from this world. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It is better for the souls of the dead to go where you belong. Looking at the outside of the castle that had become empty due to his energy extraction, Leo motioned Victor to descend to the square of the castle. Although the outside of the castle was cleaned up, the inside of the castle was not. According to Leo's perception, the number of life forms hidden inside was several times more than the ghosts he killed. The person hiding in the castle should be Arugo's werewolf. As a master, this guy doesn't know how to treat guests at all. It's really rude. Leo was very disdainful of Arugo's attempt to resist. If he didn't want to stay, the next complete Shadowfawn castle had already been demolished by him and Ronan. Victor, you and Vala are guarding outside to ensure that no fish escapes the net. Polition, you and Ectors take the filmer, and the others are clearing the way in front. So since the master doesn't come out to greet us, we have no choice but to go in. Don't think that no one can do anything to you if you hide in the castle and don't come out. You're just a werewolf. How can you stop me? Leo also thought highly of Arugo. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong and to solve the werewolf's troubles as soon as possible, Leo sent out the strongest members of the Dracolic army. The powerful Dracolic transformed from the warrior-level dragon. What's the difference between the little werewolf in front of me and the mantis trying to block a car over his own strength? When several Dracolics in human form rushed into Shadowfawn Castle, the life in the castle was decreasing at an alarming rate. Archmage Erigel? A werewolf wreaking havoc in Silverpine Forest. Vulnerable. Leo raised his hand to signal. Just like a host greeting guests. Master Luo Ning. Please. Chapter 657 Arugo. Erigel regretted it very much now. He regretted that he did not leave Shadowfawn Castle even though he had a premonition of danger. Thinking back to when he tried his best to stay away from the mage capital in Dalaran as soon as he had a premonition of danger. Erigel, I found that when it comes to being decisive, I have actually regressed over the years. But he didn't want to think about it. He was not a low-level mage in Dalaran back then. In the eyes of those powerful magicians, he was just a young apprentice who couldn't even clean the room because he didn't have enough magic power. At that time, he was in Dalaran. It can be said that he is the kind of person who has neither status nor money, and is impoverished. Under such circumstances, he could naturally give up everything decisively, because at that time, he had nothing to give up. But it's different now. He is already the true master of Shadowfawn Castle. The werewolf army he relies on to become the master of the world is here. This is an achievement he has worked hard for many years. Can he be willing to leave after many years of hard work? After the invaders, who suddenly came to Shadowfawn Castle, entered the castle became noisy at first. The howls of wolves made people's ears buzz. But soon the howls of werewolves became obvious. The howling of the wolves weakened. Arugo was very happy at first. He thought that his werewolf army had killed all the intruders. However, as time went by and the howling of the wolves continued to weaken, his heart sank. The annoying howls of wolves have weakened not because the werewolves killed the intruders, but because the number of werewolves was decreasing rapidly. In the battle with those mysterious intruders, the werewolf legion created by Arugo was growing at an alarming rate. The rate is decreasing. Arugo, who had never expected such a situation to happen, was stunned. His extremely powerful werewolves were no match for those mysterious people. How could this be possible? Thinking about his dream of using werewolves to sweep everything and become the king of the world, Arugo couldn't accept this fact. It's impossible. My werewolf army can't be defeated. Nandus, Odiu, Fenris, come out and kill all the intruders. Unable to bear the blow, Arugo became a little crazy. He shouted loudly, and the two werewolves beside him, and a giant black wolf that was 3 times larger than an ordinary wild wolf, and as strong as a cow, ran away. Go outside. These 2 werewolves and a black wolf are Lu Gao's most powerful guards, and he believes that their attack will bring him good news. It's a pity that reality is always so despairing. Destiny has long abandoned Arugo. The poor guy. Less than 2 seconds after Nandus and the other 2 ran out of the room, they flew back at a faster speed. Looking at the nearly broken bodies of the 3 men, Arugo knew that they were too dead to die. The enemy is too powerful, and I cannot fight against it. Who is the mysterious person who invaded Shadowfang Castle? The deaths of the 3 strongest men brought Erigel back from the edge of madness. He filtered the information about the forces with such powerful power in his mind, and finally targeted Dalaran. Did those old immortals on the Kirin Tor Council crack the secret of the werewolf curse, and now send people to kill me? Erigel's clothes were wet with cold sweat. His biggest support was the werewolves. If the Kirin Tor Council cracked the secret of the werewolves, what else could he do? Master Luo Ning. This should be Arugo's residence. A voice came from outside the door. Arugo knew that the enemy was about to show up. But, Luo Ning, the owner of Violet Castle. Luo Ning. Erigel felt that his head was about to explode. It was Ronan who came over. No wonder the werewolf army was no match for him. No wonder Nandus and the others were defeated so quickly. In order to kill him, Dalaran was actually led by Ronan himself. A burst of anger suddenly emerged from his chest, and Erigel's heart was filled with rage. Dalaran was too bullying, and it actually set a strong man like Ronan here. Those old immortals in the Kirin Tor had no chance of survival. Leave it to others. In Arugo's angry eyes, several people walked in calmly, and their relaxed expressions did not look like they were facing an angry mage at all. Arugo, you will pay for your foolish actions. Ronan directly pronounced the verdict on Erigel's outcome. As a former member of Dalaran, Erigel naturally recognized the meaning of Ronan's armor-like purple mage robe. Luoning of Violet Castle. Should I feel honored that you are the one to judge me? Erigel hated the condescending attitude of the other party. The other party's tone reminded him of everything he had experienced in Dalaran. During that time, as a low-level employee in the Magic City, he smiled apologetically when facing powerful mages. This is the most disgusting memory in his life. Arugo, who was reminded of that memory, took action angrily. He wanted to use magic to teach the other party a lesson. But a young man with black hair and black eyes standing next to Luo Ning raised his hand and shot out several blood-red energy lines. Gao Jio was shocked to find that his magic power was weakening at an incredible speed. And the magic that was about to be formed failed because there was not enough magic power to support it. A strong man who is not weaker than Luo Ning. What magic did he use? Looking at the young man with black hair and eyes in shock, Arugo's eyes were full of despair. A mage couldn't even cast magic. Does he still have the strength to resist when facing a powerful enemy? Are you Arugo? The half-smiling look in the black-haired, black-eyed young man's eyes made Arugo's heart tremble. And he had a bad premonition in his heart. Let me introduce myself. My name is Leo. I believe you. I've heard of this name. Leo of Arothar. Arugo was surprised. He didn't expect that this young man was actually Leo, who had recently become famous. He was very jealous of Arugo, the rising star of the human race. He thought that when he was Leo's age, he was just a small and looked down upon magic apprentice, while the other person had become a strong man famous throughout the world. Are you Leo, the naturally awakened genius? Arugo's eyes shot out blazing flames, which were the flames of jealousy. God is really unfair. Why can you get such a good talent? Why? It seems there is nothing more to say. Leo shrugged. Originally, he thought Arugo was a character, but now he only saw a blaming guy. Even if a person like this succeeded by chance through luck, his achievements would be very limited. And after success, would they be able to? There is also a big question mark to defend one's own foundation. Puff! As soon as Leo finished speaking, Polishan jumped out and saw him punch out Arugo's cry, which suddenly stopped, as if the rooster that was crowing with its head held high had been cut by a knife in the neck, and the sound was broken. It was so sudden. Want to be the king of the world? It's a great ideal. Arugo's consciousness gradually blurred, and Leo's words became the last voice he heard. It's a pity that it's not suitable for you. It's good to have ideals, but it also depends on whether they are realistic. Leo, can you really control those crazy werewolves? It wasn't that Luo Ning didn't believe Leo. He just asked out of caution. Looking at Polishan, who was constantly searching Erigel, Leo answered Ronan's question unhurriedly. Erigel's ability to control the werewolf is not based on his own ability. How could someone like him not control the werewolf? I carry it inside with me, so you can rest assured. Isn't that true? Before Leo finished speaking, Polishan found what Leo wanted on Arugo. Speaking of which, Arugo was also cunning. He turned the sickle into a staff that looked like a staff. The thing was carried on his back in such a swaggering way. If other people might have been able to hide it from him, Polishan was too much stronger than him. As soon as the Draculica's hand touched the staff, He knew that someone had cast a spell on it. A blinding technique that hides the true identity of an object. The Scythe of Elun, a mysterious weapon made from the fangs of the ancient wolf Goldrin and the scepter of the moon god Elun, was born from the war between the night elf druids and the demon satyrs. During the battle, some druids used an uncontrollable form of transformation, gaining immense wrathful power from Goldrin. The power of anger is powerful, especially Goldrin, whose strength is comparable to that of a god. This transformation technique brings powerful abilities to the druids, but the price to pay for obtaining powerful power that does not belong to oneself is too heavy. Although the leader of this group of druids, Leeler Fire, tried to teach them to suppress and control the fire of anger in their bodies, but the final result was extremely disappointing. The druids failed. This group of druids, including Leeler, all turned into werewolves enslaved by their primitive nature, and in the ensuing battle, they attacked indiscriminately regardless of the enemy or friend. The night elves who were injured during the fight with the werewolves were also infected. The curse turned them into werewolves one by one. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Malfurion quickly banished them to the Emerald Dream, causing them to fall into an eternal sleep. If Erigel hadn't released these nightmares, then this matter would have been over. However, there was no if in reality, so the werewolf curse spread throughout Gilneas. Leo carefully looked at the moon-white scythe in his hand. It was with it that Arugo developed his unstoppable arrogant ambition. Although this guy is just a joke in the eyes of the real strong, it is undeniable that the sickle does have the magical power to turn decay into something magical. However, Moon Goddess is not the god of death. So why is she using a sickle? Leo suddenly felt that Lilar and his druids were very talented. They actually equipped the moon god Elun with a scythe. Thinking about the moon god holding a scythe in his hand, Leo felt that this image was extraordinary. There is a sense of joy. If Elun knew about this, would she think that these druids were blaspheming? It is not a small thing to make the moon god angry. Well, Lyle and his night elf druids failed to get the moon. Is this the reason why he turned into a beast-like werewolf under the protection of God? Chapter 658 Stubborn Gene. Erigel died, and Elun's scythe fell into Leo's hands. Faced with such a magical weapon, Leo and Ronan surprisingly did not take any action, and did not use their spiritual power to penetrate it and let it go. The scythe of the moon recognized its owner, but carelessly left it behind. A freed werewolf was lucky enough to get it. With the death of Erigel, the werewolves who were controlled by the man who wanted to become the king of the world regained their lives. These werewolves who gradually returned to their senses did not stop the war against the kingdom of Gilneas. Instead, they increased the intensity of their attacks. After gaining sanity, the attacks of these werewolves became sharper. Under the command of some werewolves, they changed their previous free and disorganized attack methods and began to advance and retreat like an army. The humans in the kingdom of Gilneas did not expect that their opponents would even after making such changes. They were unable to resist the completely changed enemy. They had to retreat one after another under the opponent's offensive. As the front moved backward, the territory controlled by humans became smaller and smaller. The dramatic changes in the situation caused some conflicts within the kingdom of Gilneas to explode in advance. Vincent Godfrey, one of the noble lords of the kingdom of Gilneas, when King Jen refused to join the alliance and sent troops to resist the orcs. It was because of his advice that the Gilneans were able to appear on the battlefield. But it made people, unfortunately. The kingdom eventually withdrew from the alliance. Unlike Daryl's Crowley, another noble lord who is tough but more rational, Godfrey is full of disappointment in Jen. If it weren't for the extreme isolationism pursued by His Majesty the King of the Greymane family, Godfrey would if Jen hadn't insisted on withdrawing from the alliance despite everyone's persuasion. And if the stubborn Jen hadn't insisted on building the Greymane wall to seal off the entire kingdom, how would the kingdom of Gilneas have ended up in this situation? The more I thought about Godfrey, the angrier he became with Jen. It was His Majesty the King's stubborn short-sightedness and selfishness that plunged Gilneas into a crisis of national destruction. There is no time to hesitate. Godfrey, the situation in the kingdom is critical now. God knows how those beasts suddenly became disciplined. We must prepare for the worst. But the old stubborn Jean still insists on his wrong move. An angry voice sounded, saying such a harsh thing about the king. No one would dare to do this on other occasions. But this is Godfrey's bedroom, surrounded by Godfrey's confidants. As Godfrey's friend Walden had no scruples at all, because he knew that Godfrey was even more dissatisfied with Jean, who had brought the country to this point, than he was. Godfrey, Lord Walden is right. If it weren't for Jen, How could our powerful Gilneas become a playground for wild beasts? Now the entire country is at stake. And Jin's stubbornness made him make the wrong decision again. He actually refused to release Lord Darrell Crowley and his men. If we don't take action, we can only watch the entire country perish because of a stupid king. The other person in the bedroom, Baron Ashbury, had a fierce look on his face. As a noble of the kingdom of Gilneas, he could never sit back and watch the country suffer disaster. Do you really want to do that? Godfrey hesitated. No matter how stupid Jean was, and no matter how many mistakes he made, he was the king after all. But when he thought about the current situation in the kingdom, Godfrey knew that he had no other choice. Walden, Ashbury, go gather our troops. At the tone of our 3 words at Godfrey's house, Walden and Ashbury looked delighted, and they understood that Godfrey had finally made up his mind. Jen Greymane, the king who rules the kingdom of Gilneas, is a powerful warrior who is not inferior to Varian. A warrior who relies on strong physical strength to fight should be in good health, especially at Jin's level. Even more so. But the fact is that Jean's face has shown some signs of aging. Ever since Archibald Greymane, the previous generation of king of Gilneas and his own father, took over the throne of the king, Jin has never forgotten the old king's teachings that you must rely on yourself in everything. Can the Greymane family bring Gilneas to the throne? Nice has developed into its current scale without asking for help from Lord Arryn, nor from the Alliance. The Gilneans have done all this with their own hands, and they have the ability to solve any problem. Jean was convinced of this, and he did just that. But he just didn't understand why everyone opposed his approach. His most favored nobleman of the kingdom, Darrells of the Crowley family, his trusted minister Godfrey, and even his son Lim were all against him. Adhering to the opposite argument, they actually advocated opening the kingdom's territory to join the alliance that constantly demanded what they paid. Jean really doesn't understand why these people don't understand him. As the king of Gilneas, he only needs to consider the interests of the kingdom of Gilneas. As for the alliance and the human kingdom, let them die. But now, after executing his will, the entire king has become devastated and is in danger of annihilation. No matter how stubborn Jean is, he can't help but wonder if he has done something wrong. Of course, it's just suspect. Your Majesty the king. It's not good. A guard ran in with a panicked look on his face, interrupting Jean's thoughts. Seeing this guard, Jean had a bad feeling in his heart. This was the first time he saw him except when Darrells broke up with him. The guard looks like this. What happened? Your Majesty, Lord Godfrey led the army to storm the prison, and Darrells and his accomplices were released. What did you say? Jean's eyes widened, with a look of disbelief on his face. Godfrey, the important minister of the kingdom, actually did such a thing. The news brought by the guards was like a bolt from the blue, knocking Jean to his feet. I trust Godfrey so much. How could he do this? After the initial shock, Jean's angry roar filled the whole room. The feeling of being betrayed by someone he trusted made Jean want to go crazy. He was already under a lot of pressure, and now that he was stimulated like this, Jean had already unable to control the anger in his chest. He wanted to kill someone. If I don't do this, the country will perish due to your stubbornness. Godfrey walked in with his head held high. He showed no fear in the face of Jean's anger, even though he knew that he was not Jean's opponent. Instead, it was Walden and Ashbury behind him who had previously encouraged Galfry. The nobles who acted under Fry were too timid to look at Jean. Godfrey, you traitor! Seeing that Godfrey actually dared to appear arrogantly in front of him, Jean drew his sword and was about to take action. But a figure that came in next made him stop. Lim, why do you associate with these traitors? Jean loudly questioned his son, who looked at him forcefully, challenging Jean's majesty as a father. Father, Lord Darrells is leading the people of the kingdom to fight against those beasts. At this critical moment of the kingdom's life and death, I beg you to forgive Lord Godfrey's behavior. Jean glared angrily at Lim, who was looking at him stubbornly below. The anger in his eyes could not hide the joy in his heart. His obedient son had finally grown up. Compared with this, Godfrey's behavior was second to none. In fact, Jean doesn't know in his heart that the only way to resist those werewolves in Gilneas is to release the imprisoned Darrells and his men. But the problem is that he has never been able to let go of this face. What Godfrey did to do him a big favor, because Jen knew that he would eventually do it for the survival of Gilneas. We are in a time of national crisis. I can ignore Godfrey's behavior for the time being, but he must atone for his sins. As he spoke, Jean turned his gaze from Lim to Godfrey. He didn't even look at Walden and Ashbury behind him. He had already done the work but was afraid to move forward. Like this. How could anyone catch his eye? Godfrey. Take your army to the front line. I will watch you from behind. If you are afraid, I will personally chop off your head. Thank you for your magnanimity. Your Majesty the King. As a Gilnean, it is my duty to defend my country. Before I leave, I still want to remind you that Gilneas will only perish if this continues. We must reconnect with our former allies. Gilneas can no longer close itself off. That's the thing again. Jean was very angry. His ears were almost getting calloused when Daryl Godfrey and others advised him to give up the isolation policy he was currently pursuing. Jean didn't understand why these guys didn't support him. You know that the kingdom of Gilneas belongs to the Gilneans. So why should you join the alliance that keeps asking for Gilneas contributions? Godfrey sighed. Holding on to the only glimmer of hope, he once again asked Jean to give up the wrong isolation policy. Although he had long known that Jean would not be able to listen to his own words due to his stubbornness. He still said it. But reality ruthlessly shattered his last fantasy. Jin's stubbornness will lead the kingdom of Gilneas to a dead end. If Prince Lim were in charge of the current kingdom, it would definitely be a different story. Godfrey, who was still hesitant at first, made a decision. But he also knew that now was not the time to act. And the threat of those beasts must be dealt with first. I didn't expect the king of the kingdom of Gilneas to be so stubborn. Even when the kingdom is about to be destroyed, he still refuses to change his strategy. The people in the kingdom of Gilneas who were rushing towards the frontline battlefield against the werewolves did not know that their every move fell into the eyes of two peeping eyes. Leo, you don't understand Jin. Not only him, but the entire Greymane family is famously paranoid. This kind of paranoia once made Gilneas powerful. But now it has turned into making this human being the murderer who is pushing the kingdom towards its demise. And if Jin cannot make wise decisions, Gilneas' demise is inevitable. Looking sideways at Ronan, Leo didn't answer. The two had an agreement before. If Gilneas couldn't join the alliance, saving them would have no effect. Although neither Leo nor Ronan would sit back and watch the humans in this kingdom die completely. Absolutely. It will also make them suffer a lot. Jin is very stubborn. But the prince named Lim seems to be an enlightened man. What Gilneas needs now is such a king. Don't you think he is a good candidate? Ronan? Chapter 659 Lorna Crowley. As a visionary noble lord, Daryl's opposed King Jin's extreme isolation policy from the beginning. He insisted that the kingdom of Gilneas must open its territory to join the alliance, and work with other human kingdoms to deal with the invasion of the Burning Legion and the Orcs. Attack. But the stubbornness of the Greymane family was far beyond his imagination. Jin did not listen to any advice amidst the opposition. Even though the opposition included the most important nobles and ministers of Gilneas besides the king. It can be said that the situation that the kingdom of Gilneas is in today is all due to Jin's insistence. This is also the reason why Daryl's broke up with Jin. The dispute over whether to build the Greymane wall only served as a trigger. It's just a function. When the kingdom wanted to build the Greymane wall, Daryl's was firmly opposed to it. He believed that a mere high wall could not stop the enemy's attack. If the alliance defeated Gilneas, they would face the enemy's attack alone. Greymane happened to the Wall of Mine was going to pass through the territory of the Crowley family again, which was equivalent to dividing the territory of a noble. Daryl's had a legitimate reason to object. He used this to publicly criticize Jean, which ultimately caused conflicts between both parties. The breakup prompted Jean to throw him and all his men into prison. But even so, Daryl's loyalty to the kingdom has not changed. After Godfrey released him from prison, Daryl's, who heard that the kingdom was at a critical juncture, did not stay aside to watch Jean's joke, choosing to lead his men to join the front line against the werewolf attack. It was their arrival that allowed the Gilneans, who had been retreating one after another, to stabilize their position. Few people can match the military talents of Daryl's of the Crowley family. Facing 10 times the enemy, Daryl's not only quickly stopped the retreat of the human army after taking over the command, but also continuously used the method of division to attack the ferocious werewolves and their giants one by one. The troops were divided, and then the local superior forces were used to eat them up. With this command, the human soldiers achieved great results with minor casualties. The numerical gap between the two sides was shrinking little by little. No wonder Luo Ning lamented this. It's really powerful. Even Amren can't do better than him here. Comparing Darius to Amren of Arathar, Leo affirmed the noble lord's military prowess. As expected of a member of the Crowley family, his daughter is as good as his father. The little girl next to Daryl should be his daughter Lorna Crowley, the person who can stir up troubles. Leo's eyes did not fall on Daryl's. Instead, he kept paying attention to the daughter of the noble lord. Now Lorna is still very young. She has not experienced the crisis of national annihilation, and has not been held hostage by the undead. She is just a little girl with some strength. But nothing like the royal sister of Guns and Roses, nor the gentle killer with the sword, hat, and flowing dress, who planned a sneak attack on Sylvanas, and used Erigel to injure the Banshee King. Style. Suffering makes people grow. And no one could have expected that the young girl with a nervous look on her face behind Daryl's would become a master who almost overthrew Sylvanas in the future. The despair when the country was destroyed by the Forgotten and the crazy werewolves. The fear when being held hostage by the undead. The anger when witnessing the prince of the kingdom being shot by the Banshee King. And the various hardships during the escape. These made Lorna grow up quickly. The Catalyst has no experience at all now. Without the intervention of Leo and Ronan, the wheel of history will send Rona and the entire kingdom of Gilneas on their predetermined trajectory. But everything will be different now. Leo, what are you looking at? Ronan was very concerned about Leo's every move. He had long noticed that Leo was paying close attention to the little noble girl who was following Daryl's. This behavior made him feel very strange. When it comes to Leo and Ronan's level of beauty, it is impossible to shake their minds. And in terms of beauty, the current Rona cannot be compared with Scarlet, let alone the difference in temperament between the two women. How can a noble girl compare in temperament with the queen who rules a kingdom? Therefore, Luo Ning would not mistakenly think that Leo was attracted by Rona's appearance, and therefore paid attention to this little girl. Nothing. I just found a talent with good talent. I was thinking that the alliance might give birth to a powerful assassin from this. Leo seemed very calm when he answered. But Ronan didn't take it seriously. There are many talented people among the nobles, but very few can achieve anything. Luo Ning, who has seen countless so-called talented young nobles, has long been used to this. He has seen too many aristocratic children who have talent but don't know how to work hard. More than 90% of these people obviously have good conditions but refuse to work hard, and eventually become mediocre. It is really disappointing. In Luo Ning's eyes, Luo Na was one of the 90%. With Luo Ning's eyesight, Rona's strength could not be hidden from him at all. Analyzing Rona's talent, age and strength, Luo Ning made an instant judgment. This was another aristocratic lady who wasted her talents. And there was not much worth paying attention to. In fact, Luo Ning's judgment was correct. Now Luo Na has not suffered much. As a noble lady, how can she practice hard? Having good talent only shows that your starting point is high enough. But it does not mean that your final achievements will be high. There are too many examples like Fang Zhongyong. Aware of Ronan's disapproval of Lorna, Leo was not surprised. It is indeed impossible to achieve Lorna without some hardships. Just like Leo would not be here without the group of nobles in Stormwind City who wanted to kill him. He became stronger in such a short period of time. People are all forced out, no matter whether you explain it from a psychological or physical perspective. This statement can stand the test, because he knew Lorna's future achievements. Leo had the intention to train Lorna, but it was not the time for him to poach her yet. As the battle progressed, more and more werewolves were killed by the human army, and the werewolf madness was finally contained. On the surface, it seemed that the crisis in the kingdom of Gilneas was gradually fading away. But standing on Victor's back overlooking the battlefield, Leo and Luo Ning didn't think so. The werewolves who became crazy after being cursed by the werewolf are gathering more and more. But under the order of a werewolf holding a moon-white scythe, more than 70% of the werewolves have gathered somewhere far away from the battlefield. This place has exceeded the Gilneans. The human army in the middle of the battle did not know that the real crisis had quietly arrived. Leo pointed at the werewolf leader holding the Luna scythe and asked, "Is that guy Liler? Wolf on fire?" Ronan nodded, "Yes. He is the one who spread the werewolf curse in the kingdom of Gilneas. Apart from him, it is impossible for other werewolves to escape the eyes and ears of Dalaran and sneak into the Greymane wall, nor to let the werewolf curse spread. It has to be so fast. I didn't expect that a fish like Layler would slip through the net. But that's fine. With Layler's command, the irrational werewolves will put more pressure on the Gilneans. We cannot take action against Layler. Violet Castle has notified Darnassus." Leo was observing the battlefield, and Ronan said another thing. After all, Layler is a night elf druid, and his status is not low. It is not difficult for Leo and Ronan to kill him, but it will be very troublesome to get along with the night elf afterwards. They didn't think that the night elves would be unable to identify the person who killed Layler. The spells in the Moon Temple that borrowed the power of the Moon God could quickly lock them in. Backstage, Leo and Luo Ning asked themselves that they were no match for the Night Elves, who allowed the latter to have a true god standing behind them. Leo and Ronan also had their plans to inform the Night Elves to come over, which was to drag the Night Elves into the water. Darnassus has always turned a blind eye to the disputes between various races in this world. But if this matter involves a well-established Night Elf druid and many fellow Night Elves, Darnassus can't stay out of it even if he wants to. Leeler and the Night Elf druid Moon Temple, who were dominated by bestiality and turned into werewolves together with him, could not give up until the end. As a result, they attacked without distinguishing between friends and foes, causing many Night Elves to also become werewolves because of the curse. But Malfurion could understand the Night Elves' attitude towards this group of druids just by banishing them to the Emerald Dream. Werewolves with an absolute numerical advantage are powerful. After gathering enough werewolves, Lilar led them to attack the defense line of the Kingdom of Gilneas. Faced with the surging werewolf tide, even with Daryl's as even calm couldn't help but change his expression. The enemy's strength advantage was too obvious, and no matter how excellent his commanding skills were, he could not make up for this innate flaw. Fortunately, Godfrey's army appeared in time, and the Gilneans, who had received reinforcements, could barely survive the werewolf attack. Come down. Jen originally planned to sit in the rear, because before he came, he received the news that the kingdom's army had stabilized the situation. But when they arrived, they happened to see the werewolf wave led by Layler. Seeing that the situation was not good, King Gilneas had to don't take action. Damn beast. You have violated the land of House Greymane, and I will spread your skin under my throne. Jean knew very well the principle of catching the thief first. He drew his sword and entered the battlefield. With his extraordinary strength, he killed all the werewolves in his way and quickly moved towards Leeler, the werewolf leader. Sensing the threat posed by this strong human being to him, Leeler did not rush forward to fight Jean. Instead, he ordered his werewolves to surround Jean, trying to destroy this powerful human warrior with his superior strength. Werewolves rushed forward in groups, and were killed in groups. Jean, wielding a sharp sword, caused a bloody storm among the werewolves. His bravery inspired his soldiers, and the morale of the human army was lifted amidst a burst of cheers. Stand up. The King of Gilneas is really similar to Varian in battle. However, although this method can improve morale, it can put yourself in danger if you are not careful. You have to be careful. Jen Greymeyer. Yes, Your Majesty. Leo snapped his fingers. Let's do it. Luo Ning. For the sake of the Alliance. Chapter 660 Raptor Druid. For the sake of the Alliance. You can say this, but I can't. As a member of the neutral force Dalaran, such words that are obviously camp-leaning cannot come from his mouth. Things can be done, but words cannot be said. This is Luoning's situation. The werewolves and Gilneans who were fighting fiercely on the ground would never have thought that just above their heads, several powerful dragon liches had already set up an illusion. The sky they saw with their naked eyes was not the real sky at all, but just an illusion. It's just an illusion to deceive their eyes and mental perception. Jin is worthy of being a warrior of Varian's level. His power cannot be stopped by ordinary werewolves. This king of Gilneas faced the siege of many werewolves in the werewolf army, and killed groups of werewolves, like chopping melons and vegetables. Under his sword, the werewolves came one after another, but could not slow down his steps. With the blood of countless werewolves, Jean quickly reached Leeler's side. Werewolf. Die! Jean waved his sword, and a sword shadow struck through the air towards Leeler. This sword is enough to kill an ordinary werewolf more than 10 times. But Leeler is not an ordinary werewolf. He was a powerful night elf druid when he became a werewolf. Although Jean's attack is fast and fierce, it's not enough to deal with him. Kung! Amidst the sound of gold and iron clashing, sparks flew, and Jean's long sword was blocked by Leeler's hard claws. This guy is not weak, so be careful. Seeing that the attack was caught by the opponent, Jean quickly cheered up. From this attack, he saw that Leeler's strength was far superior to the werewolves he had killed before. But Jean was still confident that he could kill this werewolf with the sword. Down. Jean wanted to kill Leeler. So why would Leeler let him go? Jen had killed so many of his men. There was no way Leeler would let him go. Werewolves have many physical advantages over humans, one of which is their sharp teeth. While blocking Jean's sword with his sharp claws, Leeler opened his wolf's mouth wide and exposed his fangs, and fiercely bit down on Jean's head. If he was bitten, Jean would be seriously injured no matter how strong his body was. Moving his steps backward, Jean was about to retreat. With his skill, Leeler's fierce bite could not hurt him. Just then an accident happened. Jean, who was about to retreat, suddenly felt his body stiffen for a moment. This stiffness came so suddenly that Jean was defenseless, and his movements slowed down a beat. When he regained his strength, the big mouth of Leeler, who was in control, had already bitten him, and it was too late to retreat at this time. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, a trace of cruelty flashed in Jean's eyes. His body leaned forward violently, and the muscles of his arm suddenly exerted force as the body leaned forward. Leeler's sharp claws were pressed back by the force. Go! Puff! This is when Leeler's big mouth bit Jin's right shoulder. The werewolf's sharp teeth shattered Jin's shoulder armor and tore the muscles of the king of Gilneas. If Jin's body was not strong enough, the muscles clamped tightly on the sharp teeth that penetrated the body, and his shoulder bones would be bitten into pieces. Puff! There was another sound of flesh being pierced by a sharp blade. When Layla's big mouth bit Jean's right shoulder, his body was also struck by the long sword. Jean's sword cut off the peep of bone of Layla's left shoulder. If it weren't for the sharp claws of the werewolf leader, the entire left arm that tried so hard to resist him would be removed by Jean's sword. The first match between the two sides was a success, with both Jean and Leeler losing the battle. Boom! Jean stretched out his leg and kicked hard, hitting Leeler in the abdomen, kicking the werewolf leader back repeatedly. From Leryl's painful expression, it could be seen that he had been hit hard by this kick, and his internal organs were probably injured. Jean, who kicked the opponent, had a hard time. Leeler did not let go after being kicked. Instead, the pain aroused his animal side as a werewolf. This guy then retreated from Jean. A piece of flesh was torn off from his shoulder, and Jean winced at the severe pain. This fight is really fierce. Leo couldn't help but shook his head above. The red square in Victor's eyes at his feet was quietly dissipating. His illusion after using the paralyzing gaze had been lifted. If it weren't for Polition, Ektoz and other dragon wizards, the strong demons had arranged illusions around them to block other people's sight, and the whereabouts of Leo and Luo Ning had long been exposed. Jean's strength is strong enough. In terms of strength, Leeler is far behind him. However, the winner of this battle must be Leeler, as long as he can last 30 breaths under Jean's attack. Having achieved his goal, Jean was bitten by a werewolf in the battle with a werewolf. Leo was not prepared to take action again. As for whether Leeler could survive, that was his own problem. Leo and Ronan were just he won't help him, because the people sent by Darnassus have already arrived. Looking at the group of large birds that had been circling the battlefield for several times, Leo and Ronan were not as oblivious as the Gilneans. They were the ones who reported the news of Leeler's appearance to Darnassus. They naturally understood that this was the raptor druid sent by the night elves. Groups of werewolves rushed towards Jean like crazy, trying to stop him from pursuing Leeler. The werewolf leader immediately understood the power of this human warrior after fighting Jean. Although he tore the opponent from his shoulder, a piece of meat was lost. But the price he paid was injuries to his internal organs and the complete loss of his entire left arm. After only fighting for one round and suffering such serious injuries, how could Leeler fight with Jean again? Anyway, Jean had already been cursed by him, and when the sharp teeth penetrated Jean's body, the power of the curse had already followed him. His saliva entered the human warrior's body. Kill! Kill! The harder you fight, the faster the power of the curse will spread in your body. Leeler seems to be in a panic at this time, but in fact, he has a sure chance of victory. Without external help, Jean would really fall into his plot and die among the werewolf army. Jean, who was chasing the werewolf leader, had begun to give up. It was not that he wanted to give up, but that his body forced him to give up. His body was rapidly weakening, and his sword was no longer as good as before when cutting. With such force, Jean knew very well that he was probably plotted by the werewolf, and if he continued to pursue Leryl, he might not be able to come back alive. Jean wanted to retreat, but Leeler gave up. The werewolf leader turned around and actively entangled with Jean, holding back the human warrior's footsteps. His Majesty the kingdom is in danger. Darrells and Lem were very anxious when they saw this. However, there were too many werewolves. How could they have the strength to rescue Jean when they were too busy to take care of themselves? Godfrey was about to rush over desperately, but Walden and Ashley blocked his way intentionally or unintentionally. After changing several directions, but still being blocked by the latter two, Godfrey understood what they meant. The footsteps of this important minister of the kingdom of Gilneas gradually slowed down. In the hearts of Walden, Ashbury and Godfrey, Jen, who refused to listen to any advice, must bear all the responsibility for Gilneas' situation. Without this stubborn old king and the enlightened Prince Lim will successfully take over the entire country. Then Gilneas will have hope. After thinking about this, The three nobles started to work without any effort in a tacit understanding. Although they shouted fiercely and looked anxious on their faces, in actual actions, they couldn't delay any longer. If they were expected to save Jean, even 100 lives would not be enough to compensate him. Just when Jean's body was getting weaker and weaker, and he was about to be trapped in the werewolf army, several black shadows volleyed down, and a strong wind blew at this time. The werewolves who besieged Jean were blown around and waited until the werewolves stabilized themselves. Later, he found that his target had been carried into the sky by several big birds. The Night Elves Raptor Druid rescued Jin, seeing that he was about to kill that hateful human being. The good thing was ruined. Jean, the cooked duck, flew away from the palm of his hand. A group of werewolves howled to the sky in anger. But Leeler, the werewolf leader, sneaked in quietly among the werewolves. His figure quickly disappeared. Several raptor druids worked together to send Jin to safety, and Gilnea's soldiers rushed to protect their king. A ray of light shone down, and the wound on Jin's right shoulder that was bitten by Leeler was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It only took a few seconds for him to fully recover. It was only what really made the king of Gilnea's unconscious. It was the werewolf curse, so he didn't wake up. Human, this warrior is cursed. Let's take him down for treatment first. A voice came from the back of the raptor druid. Only then did everyone realize that there was a night elf standing on the quilt of the big bird that had saved their king. Her moon-white priest robe showed his figure. This was a night elf, a priest from the Temple of the Moon. Thank you for saving my husband. I am Mia Greymane. Mia Greymane, the queen of the kingdom of Gilneas, rushed to the front line after learning that Jean had joined the werewolf army. At this time, the queen was frightened. She almost lost her husband. Gil, the kingdom of Nice almost lost its king. Hello. I am Belisha Starwind. The priest of the Temple of the Moon stepped off the druid of the raptor and nodded to Mia. Next to her were several night elves who had cancelled the transformation spell and restored their true bodies. The Temple of the Moon received news that evil power is spreading in the land of Gilneas, so Tyrant High Priest sent us to check it out. Fortunately, with the help of Dalaran, we were able to arrive in time. The night elves were able to arrive so quickly because they had borrowed the teleportation array. Otherwise, given the distance between Darnassus and Gilneas, it would have been impossible for these raptor druids to arrive in half a day. In fact, these night elves were not using Dalaran's teleportation array but Shadowfawn Castle. But Belisha was wise enough not to tell it. Thanks to the help of the Moon Temple, the situation in our kingdom, alas. Prince Lim, who rushed over, sighed sadly. Gilnea's current situation was really miserable. Lorna, who was following him, looked at the night elves curiously. Belisha smiled elegantly at Lorna, and then her eyes turned to the sky above the battlefield. Marshal Leo, Master Ronan, I and a few companions are not strong enough to help the kingdom of Gilnea survive this time. Can you help? Although the Draculica's illusion is strong, it cannot stop the Lunar Temple spell exploration. This Belisha is showing us her strength. Leo and Luo Ning looked at each other, and a hint of understanding flashed in their eyes. Since Xingzong was called out, there was no need to hide anything. Amidst the thunderous roar of dragons, several behemoths covered the sky of the battlefield. Chapter 661. What do you want to say? Chaos. Extreme confusion. When several strong Draculic figures appeared above the battlefield, and when the Draculics exuded dragon power without scruples, the pressure from the giant dragon, the creature at the top of the food chain, caused the werewolves on the ground, who had lost the command of their leader, to instantly become chaotic. The Gilnean army commanded by Darilus could still maintain its formation, but the werewolves could not, because their leader Lyril had already fled the moment he saw the raptor druids appearing. In the absence of unified planning, the werewolves went their own way under Long Way's suppression. Some wanted to escape, while others lay on the ground and dared not move. How could there be no chaos in this way? The werewolves and dragon liches who dared to escape greeted enthusiastically with dragon flames, but they ignored those werewolves who lay on the ground and stopped moving. Under such obvious differences, all the werewolves quickly understood what they should do. What can be done to save their lives? All the werewolves have become good babies under the precedent of hundreds of escaped companions and hundreds of unlucky people affected by dragon flames. It is said that there are two wolves in people's hearts. One is wild and untamable, and the other is docile and harmless. When it comes to being a pet, the latter is naturally the most lovable. But when it comes to combat effectiveness, there is no doubt that the former is stronger. Because the docile and harmless one is not the wolf but the wolf. It's a husky. Leo shook his head. He seemed to have turned a group of wild wolves into huskies. Would they still have the same fighting ability as before? It's just that these werewolves on the ground were mutated by humans in the kingdom of Gilneas after being infected with the werewolf curse. They were once humans after all. And now they have human wisdom. Leo came to Gilneas this time to make them, the kingdom, rejoin the alliance and borrow troops from Gilneas to march into the Plague Lands. Mass killing, which would definitely arouse the Gilneans' antagonism, must not be done. Ouch. The shrill wolf howl came from the distance. And a white werewolf was knocked out of stealth by Polition's dragon's breath. This werewolf held a moon-white sickle in his hand. He was about to attack when he saw that the situation was not good. Leeler, the werewolf leader who slipped away after discovering the druid of the raptor. Leeler had a premonition that the situation was not good. So he backed down. He left the other werewolves fighting and tried to escape alone. If there were no accidents, he would successfully escape from the battlefield. But unfortunately, he happened to encounter Leo and Luo Ning. Either of them could easily see through his stealth. The talent for perception is unique among all human beings. But the two people standing on Victor's back are just one of those people. In front of them, with Leeler's little strength, there is nothing to hide. Speaking of carrying Leeler, he really carried it home. Leeler, who was sprayed by Polition's dragon breath, glared at the Dracolic with hatred, then lowered his upper body, used all four limbs together, and ran away like a wild wolf. He wanted to get rid of Pelican with his extraordinary speed. Shaun. A trace of ridicule flashed in Polition's eyes. Leeler's thinking was too naive. How could someone running on the ground avoid something flying in the sky? With a cat-and-mouse mentality, Polition followed Leeler and attacked him continuously with dragon breath and dragon flames. The high temperature and scorching flames burned Leeler all over. Leo did not stop Polition's behavior, while Ronan smiled and remained silent as if it had nothing to do with him. The two strong humans ignored Belicia's gaze. Marshal Leo. No matter what mistakes Leeler made, he was once a night elf druid with status after all. Please ask your subordinates to stop. Seeing that Leo and Ronan ignored her at all, Berisha had no choice but to plead. Although she understood that it was the two strong humans in the sky who were dissatisfied with her revealing their whereabouts. She saw Liler Belisha, who was played by Polition and was left breathless, could only lower her attitude. As she said, no matter what mistakes he made, no matter how embarrassing his current image was, he was once a member of the Night Elves, and a very important member. Even Malfurion would give him a few favors. To save face, she chose not to punish them, but to banish them to the Emerald Dream when it came to the werewolf curse. If Belisha watched Lyle being played to death in front of her, she would never be able to take a step further in the Temple of the Moon. A talented Luna priest like Belisha must never let such a thing happen to him. This werewolf is actually a night elf druid. Leo's pretended surprised expression seemed to be too fake in Belisha's eyes. But now that she had to lower her head under the eaves, Belisha could only pretend not to notice. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Leeler, who had lost most of his life by Polition, from the ground. Death Grip has become Leo's special spell for grabbing objects. Taking a lone scythe back into his hand, Leo tapped his toes on Victor's back, and the knowing Dracolic immediately flew him and Ronan down. Ah! Victor, who had not restrained his power, frightened Morna. This noble lady, who had not experienced any hardships and seemed extremely immature, hid behind Prince Lim, who was holding on with trembling legs. I'm sorry. Victor, please restrain yourself. Leo said apologetic words, but showed no apology at all on his face. As he spoke, he threw the seriously injured Lyle towards Belisha like throwing garbage. A raptor druid standing behind the moon priest hurriedly, he took 2 steps forward and caught Ladle's body. Seeing the werewolf, who injured his father and left him unconscious, Lim's eyes burst into flames. Fortunately, his mother Mia stopped him. If Lim really rushed over, the Night Elves would definitely stop him. Gilneas a conflict is likely to break out with the Night Elves led by Belisha. Mia's eyes fell on Leo and Ronan. She didn't know whether Leo's behavior just now was intentional, but she knew that it was the appearance of these two people that temporarily stopped the crisis in the kingdom of Gilneas. Thank you, two powerful men, for your help. Thank you for helping the kingdom of Gilneas resolve this crisis. As the saying goes, you should never hit someone with a smiling face. But Leo seemed to have forgotten this truth. He just nodded politely to Mia and turned his attention to Belisha, showing that he had no interest in talking nonsense with the Queen of Gilneas. This look made the young prince furious in Lim's eyes. But Leo didn't even blink at him. Little priest, say H. Low to the high priest of Tyron for me and Master Ronan, Leo said and shrugged. Okay, that's it. Victor, let's go. As you command? Master. The Dracolic flapped its wings, and was about to take off. Felicia could not let Leo and Ronan leave just like that. You must know that the side of the moon was still in Leo's hand. Marshal Leo. Please wait a moment. The Night Elf priest said quickly. She knew that she had just revealed the whereabouts of Leo and Luo Ning a little recklessly. Such behavior angered the two strong humans Leo and Luo Ning. Dissatisfied with himself. I'm very sorry. I was rude. Felicia's posture was very low. She knew that her little strength was not enough in front of these two people. If it weren't for the fact that Leo and Luo Ning of the Temple of the Moon were standing behind her and didn't bother to pay attention to her. Otherwise Leo wouldn't have done it just now. Call her the little priest. Leo turned his head and glanced at Felicia. Stopped Victor from taking off. And then asked, is something wrong? Felicia pointed to the Luna scythe in Leo's hand. With a very solemn expression on his face, Marshal Leo. This weapon is made of Goldrin's Fong and Luna's scepter. It is the trigger for the culprit of the werewolf curse, is also the key to solving the crisis in the kingdom of Gilneas. Hearing that the moon-white scythe in Leo's hand could solve the crisis facing the kingdom, Milim and other Gilneans became excited. Their fiery eyes were all fixed on the Luna scythe. If it weren't for the intimidating power of the Dracolic, it's big enough. And maybe someone can't help but grab it now. What do you want to say? Leo also ignored Felicia's subtext. The Night Elf priest wanted him to take the initiative to hand over the side of the moon. Not to mention the door. And whether there would even be a window. Felicia regretted it very much. Leo's uncooperative look made her know that she had to pay for her previous actions. She should not have acted arbitrarily just because she was a member of the Moon Temple. Perhaps she had revealed their whereabouts and hindered their plans. Some of the plans. Now retribution has come. This is a typical right and wrong because of too many mouths. I hope Marshal Leo can keep the side of the moon. Using the power of the moon stored in it. I can use the secret method of the Moon Temple to lift the werewolf curse that is ravaging the kingdom of Gilneas. She knew in her heart. But Barisha had to answer Leo's words. She had to solve the problem of the moon scythe. If she messed up, she would only be a moon priest for the rest of her life, and could not go one step further to become a moon priest. As for Belisha, could not even imagine the position of high priest. Tyrant was not comparable to her. Leo curled his lips and said nothing. The safety of the entire kingdom is related to Mia, who quickly said, this powerful man. Please help Gilneas for the sake of everyone being human. Playing with the Luna scythe in his hand. Leo asked seemingly casually, little priest. The Luna scythe contains a very powerful power of the moon. What do you think will happen if I detonate it? Belisha was stunned when asked. What did Leo mean by this? And why would he want to do this? Priest Luna was stunned. Leo glanced at Mia. Lim and others, everyone. I'm sorry. As a marshal of the Alliance, I must consider the Alliance and be responsible for the entire human world. The bravery of the human race, the warriors in the Plague Land, are resisting the Lich King's natural disaster army. This lunar scythe can play an unexpected role in dealing with the natural disaster army. I can at least use it to kill a natural disaster strongman and several natural disaster elites. And if I using it here won't help the League in the slightest, Leo said, shrugging with a look on his face that I could only express regret for. Chapter 662, The Return of Gilneas. I am the Marshal of the Alliance, and I am only responsible for the Alliance. What does the life and death of other people have to do with me? That's what Leo was getting at. Everyone present heard it. But so what if they heard it? Could they still say what Leo said was wrong? Didn't King Jen of the Kingdom of Gilneas hold the same opinion before? Thinking that he was the King of Gilneas and only had to be responsible for the Gilneans, and had no need to care about other human countries before withdrawing from the Alliance. If it weren't for the overwhelming strength displayed by the Dracolic to easily overwhelm so many werewolves. After hearing Leo's words, the people of the Kingdom of Gilneas would have definitely started to snatch the scythe of the moon in his hand. But while Victor was waiting for the dragon witch under the demon's intimidation, everyone wisely gave up this stupid decision. The brave Gilneans have fought side by side with the warriors of other human kingdoms. Young man, we are also part of the Alliance. Mia knew what she should do at this time. Using a tough attitude would not help Leo and would easily make him resentful. So the only thing left for her was persuasion. Fortunately, the Kingdom of Gilneas had sent an army to support other human kingdoms in fighting. The Queen of the Kingdom of Gilneas felt that she had no chance of persuading Leo. Leo shrugged, his attitude not changing at all. Sorry. You also said. That was in the past and not now. When the warriors of the Alliance were resisting the invasion of the Burning Legion, the orcs and the undead scourge. You were doing it again, what? While enjoying the peace that Alliance warriors sacrificed their lives for. The Gilneans kept saying that the alliance was of no help to the kingdom of Gilneas, and withdrew from the alliance. How could such a narrow concept and such a selfish idea win the support of others? Respect and favor? Godfrey, Walden and Ashbury sighed in their hearts. This is retribution. At the beginning, Jin felt that joining the alliance was completely useless to him. So he offended other human kingdoms. Now Gilneas has someone else to ask for help. Can you still expect the other party to treat you well? Young man, the kingdom of Gilneas once made a wrong decision. But the entire kingdom will not make mistakes forever. In fact, we have been working hard to correct this mistake. For the sake of everyone being human. I hope you can help us. There was a bit of pleading in Godfrey's words. He didn't care about his own skin for the sake of the entire kingdom of Gilneas. Leo's casual attitude towards Mia showed that this young man, who was a human like himself, had no good impression of the kingdom of Gilneas. If you want him to keep the Luna scythe, you can't use hard tools. You can only use soft ones. With the status of an important minister of a country, he politely begged a young man, who was enough to become his son. If he could scold someone, Godfrey would have jumped to scold Jean. If it weren't for the king's short-sightedness. If it weren't for this, with the king's insistence on his own way, Gilneas is now in such a state. Does Godfrey need to sacrifice his old face to beg a stranger? Standing on Victor's back, Ronan looked on coldly at everything that was happening. He came to the kingdom of Gilneas with Leo, and knew that Leo's real purpose was to get the Gilneans to return to the Alliance, and let this country close him. The human kingdom behind the Greymane Wall has rejoined the Alliance. And now things are moving in the direction Leo hopes. Dalaran has been flaunting itself as a neutral force. As a member of Dalaran, Ronan naturally cannot help the Leora Gilneans join the Alliance. So he chose to watch. Now he only hopes that the Gilneans will think and enlighten you. Facts have proved that this world has never lacked smart people. Even if care leads to chaos, there are always people who can see through the key. Darylus Crowley, the noble lord of the kingdom of Gilneas, who is famous for his toughness, is what Ronan hopes. A key figure with an enlightened mind. Just when others wanted to be moved by Leo, Daryl's, who always insisted that the kingdom of Gilneas must open its territory and become a member of the Alliance, chose another method to gain advantage. Benefit. Benefit of benefit. Young man, as a human kingdom, Gilneas has always been a part of the Alliance. Although we have made mistakes. Who has not made mistakes? Now, the kingdom of Gilneas is asking to rejoin the Alliance. Prince Lim and Queen Mia envoys will be sent to discuss this matter with the leaders of the Alliance. At the same time, the kingdom of Gilneas will also send troops to join the Alliance's army. And they will obey the Alliance's arrangements to fight in the most intense places. Daryl's looked at Leo, his face full of solemnity. Please believe in our sincerity. As the Marshal of the Alliance, Leo claimed that he would be responsible for the Alliance, and would not care about the life and death of the Gilneans. But if the kingdom of Gilneas joins the Alliance and becomes a part of the Alliance, can Leo still let it go? Doesn't the Alliance need troops to fight against the Scourge? I have them here. But only if you lend a helping hand to Gilneas. A smile appeared on Leo's face. Daryl's was a smart man, and he grasped the key to the matter at once. Leo knew that his purpose had been seen through by the noble lord of the kingdom of Gilneas. But he didn't take it to heart. In fact, Leo had already pointed out his words. It was only strange that Mia and the other authorities did not understand it for a while. The key point of the matter. And Daryl's grasped the key point of Leo's words, and became a sober bystander. You want to join the Alliance? There was an appropriate hesitation on Leo's face. And even a blind person could see that he was tempted by Daryl's words. Godfrey, Mia and others woke up to Daryl's words, and realized that it was not that Leo didn't want to lend a helping hand to the kingdom of Gilneas. If he didn't care about the life and death of the kingdom, why would he cross the Greymane Wall? If you want him to keep the side of the moon, you must give him a reasonable reason. Or put it more bluntly, the Gilneans must come up with corresponding chips if they want to save their country. I, Mia Greymane, in the name of the king and queen of Gilneas, declare that the kingdom of Gilneas will return to the Alliance camp. Mia reacted quickly. As soon as Leo showed hesitation on his face, she loudly said what Leo wanted to hear. Now that King Jean of the kingdom of Gilneas was in a coma, her words represented the people of Gilneas' position. Others might have agreed on the spot. But Leo was a man who never saw rabbits without letting go of hawks. His expression was still a bit hesitant, and his eyes had already fallen on Lim. As the prince of the kingdom of Gilneas, he was letting go. It would be unacceptable for Lim not to express his position on such a big matter as the entire kingdom returning to the Alliance camp. In the name of House Greymane, Gilneas will rejoin the Alliance. Lim acted very simply. He had no choice now. He could either return to the Alliance, or watch the kingdom perish in the werewolf crisis. Why should he consider such a simple choice? After hearing what Lim said, Leo was silent for a moment under the anxious eyes of the Gilneans. And then he smiled heartily, welcomed the return of the kingdom of Gilneas. As the Marshal of the Alliance, I have the responsibility to do my part to solve the crisis in Gilneas. Daryl's, Mia, Lim, and Godfrey breathed a long sigh of relief. Although they had seen that the young man named Leo's ultimate goal was to get Gilneas to rejoin the Alliance, things didn't work out. Who can guarantee that there will be no accidents before we are really sure? When it comes to the survival of the entire kingdom of Gilneas, no one dares to be careless. Fortunately, things are finally developing in the best direction. Daryl's and others have no objection to the kingdom of Gilneas rejoining the Alliance. On the contrary, they have always been opposed to Xeon's isolation policy and cannot support it. Because this is what they have worked hard for. The people of Gilneas were happy. But Leo was not happy. His goal was finally achieved this time. With such a new force from Gilneas, the Alliance's military strength was greatly increased, which just solved the urgent need for the lack of troops in the Plague Land. At this moment, everyone ignored Jean. Taking advantage of the stubborn old king's coma, the enlightened prince took over the power of the kingdom with the support of Daryl Godfrey and other noble lords and ministers of the kingdom. This was a result that everyone is happy to see. Jin always believed that Gilnea's national strength could face any difficulties alone. However, the emergence of the werewolf curse slapped him hard. Facts have proved that the strong body of the Gilneans cannot block all disasters. The kingdom of Gilneas needs friends, and joining the Alliance is their best option. Felicia knelt on the ground with a pious expression, the side of the moon floating quietly above her head. After the prince and queen of Gilneas expressed their willingness to return to the Alliance camp, the moon-white scythe was handed over by Leo. It was late at night at the top of the moon, and under the protection of the raptor druids, the moon priest was using a secret method to activate the power of the moon in the scythe. Gilneas sent 100,000 troops to join the battle in the Plague Lands as soon as it took action. The Alliance has felt your sincerity. I believe that the warriors of the kingdom of Gilneas will bring a new atmosphere to the Alliance. Leo, who was watching the ceremony, was talking to several senior officials of the kingdom of Gilneas around him. Even though the Gilneans suffered a lot of casualties in the werewolf curse, in terms of usable soldiers, they had the most in the entire Alliance except for the Night Elves, because Gilneas has truly made all the people soldiers. The werewolf curse brought a crisis of annihilation to the kingdom of Gilneas. But with crisis, there are opportunities. It was the existence of the werewolf curse that gave the Gilneans powerful power. The Gilneans who survived this disaster, either they are strong or have the ability to transform into werewolves. The latter accounts for more than 90%, and most of them are civilians. Warriors account for less than 1% of the entire human race. If all civilians could possess the strength of warriors, the overall combat power of the human race would increase 100 times. Because of this, the mages of Dalaran only then would the existence of Erigel be allowed to provide them with materials to study the werewolf curse. And now the Gilneans have done this. Although the kingdom has undergone great changes, the total number of survivors is only 40% of the kingdom's heyday. But all the people are soldiers. Their military strength is strong enough to dominate the entire Alliance. It was precisely after seeing this that Leo dragged Gilneas onto the Alliance chariot, even if he had to drag him. Fortunately, except for the unconscious Jean, the ministers and nobles in power in Gilneas were firmly on the side of the Alliance. Leo gave them another reason to join the Alliance, and Gilneas' return to the Alliance happened naturally. Chapter 663, Sister Lin fell from the sky. The sky in the Plague Land is always so dark, just like the corroded land under the sky, which casts a shadow on people's hearts at first sight. A shadow above the clouds is moving quickly, and the direction it is moving is clearly the hand of Tyr. If the person standing on the ground has good eyesight, he can find that this shadow is composed of countless black spots, and these black spots are connected with the ground. To estimate the distance between them, the size of these black spots that make up the shadow must be quite large. Don't be nervous. I won't throw you down. Leo looked at Lorna with a smile. The nervous look on the noble lady's face made him laugh. The space on Victor's back was actually very wide, but flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters at high speed without any protective measures around was not. Anyone can face it calmly. At least not Lorna. After dragging the kingdom of Gilneas onto the Alliance's chariot, Leo couldn't wait to urge the Gilneans to send troops as soon as Felicia used the power of the moon in the side of the moon to remove the negative power of the werewolf curse. knowing that it was the first battle for the Kingdom of Gilneas to return to the Alliance camp. And they also understood the importance of this battle. Myrdalis and others did not dare to neglect it. Under the leadership of Walden and Ashbury, who volunteered, a force of 100,000 people, the Gilnean army takes their first step toward joining the Alliance and announcing the return of the Kingdom of Gilneas to the world. To quickly join the battle in the Plague Lands, the fastest way is to use the teleportation array. However, during the period when Zeon was in power, the Kingdom of Gilneas had destroyed all the outward teleportation arrays in order to truly pursue the isolation policy. Even if Ronan was, it can't be repaired either. So this approach simply won't work. An army of 100,000 people is not a small number. If an army of this size were to march on land, the team would be very long. And the Kingdom of Gilneas only borders the Forsaken on land. This human army would have to cross the border. How could Sylvanas agree to traveling through the territory of the Forsaken to join the battle in the Plague Lands? In order to put this army into the battlefield as soon as possible and to show his strength, Leo summoned 4,000 Dracolics on the spot and drove the stunned Gilneans to the battlefield in the Plague Lands. Originally, Ronan told Leo that the teleportation array in Shadowfang Castle had been connected to the Hand of Tyr. But after learning that this teleportation array was just a small teleportation array that could only teleport 100 people at a time, Leo gave up using it. 100 people can be teleported at a time, and it can only be teleported once in half an hour. To teleport the 100,000 troops of the Kingdom of Gilneas to the Hand of Tyr, you have to wait until the Year of the Monkey. And the werewolf curse gene may wake up at any time in Belicia. Where can Leo afford to wait? After hearing Leo's words and seeing his smiling face, Lorna glared at him fiercely. This noble lady had no idea what was going on with Leo's madness. After the Kingdom of Gilneas selected an army, she actually named herself to participate, and she had always doted on her. Daryl's, her father, agreed without hesitation. In Lorna's mind, Leo was a villain. Even though I have great talents that are worth cultivating, this guy named Leo just wants to see my jokes. He is so hateful. Lorna's idea was simple. Leo had frightened her along the way. Such a person was definitely not a good person. He was just teasing her and wanted to see her scared to satisfy his personal evil taste. Little girl, what are you dissatisfied with me about? Leo chuckled. And Victor turned around and yelled at Lorna at this moment. The ferocious appearance of the Dracolic scared the little girl and screamed again and again. Ashbury and Walden just turned their heads and looked at it before focusing their energy again. During the discussion on how the army should fight, the army of the Kingdom of Gilneas had not gone out to fight for a long time. They had to plan carefully in order to gain combat experience for the army set later. They had no time to pay attention to Lorna of the Crowley family. Anyway, they could see that Leo was just playing tricks on this ignorant noble lady. When facing a strong person, you should learn to respect them. This is the code of conduct in this world. However, this code is not reflected in Lorna's attitude towards Leo. In the eyes of Ashbury and Walden, it is reasonable for Leo to give her a lesson. Normal. No. Lorna wanted to tell Leo that I just have a problem with you. But Victor's roar came again, and the noble lady cowered in front of the ferocious Dracolic. Little girl, your worries are all written on your face. Leo sneered, despising Lorna's inconsistency. Are you so afraid of Victor? It's been a long time since anyone dared to express dissatisfaction with me. And I thought you could at least be tough. But I didn't expect you to be paralyzed when I was frightened. It's really boring. I'm not afraid of this stinky puppet. What does he have to be afraid of? Also, how old are you? Don't call me little girl. Looking at Lorna, who was snarling at him, Leo stretched out his index finger and shook it. Listen, little girl, you have a very good talent, but have not experienced any training. I will use a small provocation to make you endure it. I can't help it. How can you be a good assassin with such a temper? I'm not interested in underdeveloped little girls. You can rest assured that your father didn't use you to please me when he released you. He wanted you. I personally participated in the battle, and saw the cruelty of the battle. I am not your father, and I will not have any thoughts of pampering you. So I will do this well. Why are you trying to please you? Who do you think you are? My father wouldn't do that. Lorna glared at Leo angrily, but then her expression became very uneasy. What do you want to do to me? Shrugging, Leo looked indifferent under Lorna's anti-thief eyes. I won't do anything to you. I will just throw you into the battlefield. That's all. You dare. Lorna's weak shout had no momentum at all. Her intuition told him that Leo would really do that. The thought of being thrown into a fierce fighting battlefield made Lorna very scared. Although she had been on the battlefield once, She was hiding in behind Daryl's. At the back of the team, she was watching the fighting in front. That alone frightened her so much that Lorna couldn't imagine what would happen if she participated in it personally. Do you think I dare? Leo blinked at Lorna with a playful expression like guess what? And then couldn't help but take 2 steps back and looked at Ashbury and Walden with helpless eyes. Unfortunately, the 2 Gilneas were busy with the army's arrangements. The noble ignored her at all, and the other officers lowered their heads after hesitating for a while, as if they didn't even see Lorna's eyes pleading for help. Leo stretched out his hand to grab hold, and Lorna felt an irresistible force pulling her toward Leo, feeling that her body was completely out of control. Lorna wanted to scream, but she opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She just watched helplessly. He watched as he fell into Leo's clutches. Little girl, did you see the battle below? Standing at the edge of the Dracolic skeleton, Leo pointed to the ground. What caught Lorna's eyes was 2 armies as small as ants fighting fiercely. So what if you saw it? So what if you didn't? Lorna found that she could move again after coming to Leo's side. She turned her head and ignored Leo. Leo ignored her and said to himself, I'll give you a test. Little girl, Victor and I will wait for you for 30 breaths. If you are still alive after 30 breaths, I will pull you up. If not, I have a magic communication stone here. I hope Lord Daryl's can bear it well enough. While talking, Victor had already brought them down to a height of less than 300 meters above the ground. Dracolica's claws could touch the ground with just one stretch. Lorna opened her mouth to speak, but unexpectedly, Leo stretched out his hand and pushed. Poor she fell down with disbelief in her eyes. Ah! A penetrating scream pierced the sky. What is this? A sisterland fell from the sky? Boom! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Wow! The sound of objects being smashed. It hurts, huh? In panic, Lorna touched her back. What surprised her was that she had no injuries at all, except for a slight pain. Just when she was confused, Leo's voice came into her ears. Little girl, my spell can only protect you for 2 breaths. If you can't realize where you are within this period of time, then I can only tell Lord Daryl's that his daughter is too bad. Shongyong, I can only say sorry. Useless. Lorna looked up at the sky fiercely. But unfortunately, she couldn't see through Victor's illusion at all, and saw nothing but the gray sky. Leo, you hateful guy. Even my father never treated me like this. Lorna swore that she would show Leo how powerful she was. But the unpleasant sound of bone friction coming from her ears forced her to give up this idea temporarily. I'm surrounded by the undead. Looking at the undead that surrounded her airtight, Lorna knew what she was encountering now. If it hadn't been for a translucent black shield to protect her, she would have been killed before she could figure out the situation after landing. Thinking of this, Lorna couldn't help but feel scared. At this time, the long sword at her waist became the only weapon she could use to fight the enemy. Ah, all you undead people, get out of my way. When Lorna pulled out the long sword, the black shield that protected her disappeared immediately. Seeing the dense crowd of undead approaching, Lorna was so scared that she closed her eyes. At this time, Daryl's long-term martial arts training helped her. She was so busy that she waved the sword shadows with both hands to protect her firmly, and the sharp sword edge chopped down all the undead that came close. She kept her eyes closed for a while and hacked, but she didn't suffer any damage except for the constant touch on her hands. Lorna slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was that in addition to the densely packed undead, there were about a dozen people lying on the ground. The body had been broken into several pieces of corpse. Did I kill all of these? Lorna was stunned. She couldn't believe her own record. Those undead looked terrifying, but their actual combat power is not that great. That hateful Leo wants to laugh at me, but I won't let him have his way. Self-confidence can bring a person's strength into full play, and it can also stimulate a person's potential. Lorna, whose fear slowly receded, began to gradually exert her due strength. The undead surrounding her were cut down in just 20 breaths, after pouring a large amount. If this continues, the task of 30 breaths set by Leo can be easily completed. But will things really go so smoothly? Chapter 664 The Evil Leo. On the ground, Lorna was fighting hard in the battlefield. Ashley and Walden on Victor's back could no longer remain calm. They didn't expect Leo to be so cruel. He actually threw Lorna into the battlefield. The 2 kingdoms of Gilneas, the way the noble looked at Leo has changed a lot. Is this something a normal person can do to treat a beautiful noble lady like this? Isn't this too cruel? Luo Ning, who was standing next to Leo, asked in a low voice. Although he knew that Leo wanted Rona to be tempered, He did not expect that Leo could actually do it. He would definitely not be able to do this. Things come up. Cruel? Leo chuckled and shook his head. Living in this chaotic world is a cruel thing. Human beings have to face the Lich King of Northrend and his scourge in the Northrend realm. In Render, there are the orcs whose warlike forces are gradually rising. And there is also the Burning Legion, which will break the rules and invade the world at some unknown time. Among the 5-colored dragons left by the Titans to protect the world, there is another Death who wants to destroy the world. Wings and his minions, the Twilight Hammer. And the most terrifying thing are the ancient gods, who are completely irresistible to humans today. Thousand-Eyed Thun only used one eye to force the Horde and Alliance to unite to fight. You is the reality we face cruel? Luo Ning. In my opinion, human beings are just a child struggling in a jungle full of dangers. If we don't fight hard, we will be exterminated at any time. Since we stand at the pinnacle of the entire human race, we must bear our due responsibilities. Don't miss any opportunity to enhance the strength of the human race. Rhona's talent is very good. It would be a waste if she is not given enough training. I will let her understand the importance of strength in the shortest possible time. Ronan was silent. He didn't understand what Leo said. It was too difficult to maintain the survival and reproduction of the race in such a world. Otherwise, the wizards of the Kirin Tor Council would not want to take shelter from the Red Dragon. It was not because they were arrogant. The mages who are willing but not willing to find a big backer for the human race are not enough to ensure the survival of the race. So sometimes they have to do it even if they know that they are being used. Take the trip to Blackstone Mountain as an example. Don't they know Krasis' purpose? Do you really think that Jaina and Luo Ning are fools? If they are fools, how can they become the leading mages of the human race and stand at the pinnacle of the entire human race of mages? Marshal Leo, do you really think so highly of Miss Rona? Leo did not lower his voice when he spoke. And the Gilnean officers such as Ashley and Walden, who were standing on Victor's back, heard clearly. So someone couldn't help but ask questions. There is really no redeeming quality about Lorna now. Even Ashley and Walden, who are both from Gilneas, are not optimistic about this young lady of the Crowley family. They think that the Crowley family may decline in Lorna's generation. But they never expected that Leo, an outsider, would have such great hopes for Lorna. Glancing at the Gilnean officer who asked the question, Leo knew that he was from Lord Darrell's. As a father, Darrell's would not be able to let his precious daughter go alone. 100,000 Gilneans, many officers in the army, received orders to protect Lorna. In my opinion, this little girl has good potential. It's rare to meet someone who catches my eye. After Leo said this, he stopped paying attention to the reaction of the Gilneas officers. And those officers did not ask any more questions. Because while they were talking, Lorna, who was fighting in the undead army, encountered a new situation, attracted their attention. Oh! Lorna was killing the undead army vigorously, when an iron chain, with a thick arm covered with rust, came straight towards her, with the sound of whistling wind. Lorna, who was chopping down the undead smoothly, was not prepared for this sudden change. Fortunately, she didn't react slowly, and the sword was sealed in time, blocking the blow with the blade of the sword. A 5-meter-tall fat man whose whole body was sewn together from countless corpses was running quickly towards Lorna, swinging the chains that penetrated his body. The abomination in the undead army appeared. Seeing the abomination's appearance that made people want to vomit at the first sight, a wave of uncontrollable nausea surged in Lorna's chest, and she almost vomited in response. If she hadn't had the thought in her heart that she couldn't let Leo see the joke, she might not have been able to suppress the impact of hatred on her. Can you survive the last 10 breaths? Seeing the appearance of hatred, Leo looked at it with interest. He chose the place where Lorna fell. In addition to a group of skeletons and zombies who were used as cannon fodder, there was also an abomination. If the zombies and skeletons that had to be dealt with in the previous 20 breaths were purely consumables that gave Lorna confidence, then this abomination dragging the chain is the real test for Lorna. Lorna must rely on her own strength to survive this abomination's hand. After blocking a hateful chain strike, Lorna wanted to drop the long sword in her hand. The hand holding the sword became extremely painful due to the strong impact. Lorna, who had never suffered such a crime before, was so painful that she almost shed tears. She came down, but she knew that she couldn't drop the weapon in her hand and let the tears blur her vision. Otherwise the disgusting fat man would really kill her with the rusty iron chain that she hated just looking at it. Oh! The hateful iron chain was pulled out again. Rona, who knew that she was no match for him in terms of strength, did not force it this time. She twisted her body and hid aside. Fortunately, The undead around her were very weak, and could not cause any damage to her actions. Hinder. With her flexible skills, Lorna dodged the next 3 attacks of the abomination. At this time, there was very little time left for the 30 breaths specified by Leo. As long as she evaded 2 more iron chains, Lorna could confidently let Leo pull her up. But she didn't think about it now. In her eyes, the big fat man who chased her and whipped him with a chain was as hateful as Leo. Don't be afraid. You have the brave blood of the Crowley family flowing in your body. The big fat man is much slower than you. You can teach him a lesson by just rushing up. Lorna secretly encouraged herself. And she really did that. Seeing that Lorna no longer evaded, but went towards the abomination to kill, Leo's mouth curved into a smile. Ronan was also slightly surprised. And the Gilneans were greatly surprised. Miss Lorna? Be careful. Several Gilnean officers screamed in surprise. But their voices could not be heard in the Dracolica's illusion, and Lorna did not hear them. Abomination was not surprised to see Lorna actually charging towards him. His head, which was like a ball of paste, could not hold much wisdom. He only knew that this human woman was an enemy, and he had to kill her. The swishing sound of the iron chain struck again. And Abomination danced the iron chain and attacked again. But in the face of Lorna's speed, his attack was destined to be ineffective. When his iron chain was retracted, Lorna's long sword had already penetrated his body. Stinky undead. I will chop you to death. The shadow of the sword flew. And Lorna, who had blamed Leo for her hatred, performed to her best. Her arm shook continuously as the chain of hatred came back again. And she stabbed the opponent 5 times, leaving a trace of hatred on his body. 5 holes. If a living person has been stabbed to death by her, it is abominable to be an undead. Let alone 5 stabs. Even 50 sword stabs will not kill him as long as the fire of his soul is not dispersed. The attack was in vain, and Lorna, who had dodged the attack of the hateful iron chain, was about to strike again when Leo's voice rang in her ears. You still have some courage. But it's a pity that you don't use your brain to do things. Do you think your embroidery needle can stab you? A hateful thing? Before Lorna could retort, she pulled him over with a strong force. When she reacted, she was already back on Victor's back, with Leo standing next to him. The enemy was extremely jealous when they saw her. When she saw Leona throwing herself into the battlefield, she was about to strike with her sword. However, an invisible magic power restrained her body and made her unable to move at all. Rona could only stare fiercely. Leo expressed his anger with his eyes. Ignoring Lorna's gaze, Leo said to himself, "Little girl, fighting is not just a show, let alone a piece of cake. Put away those pretty but useless tricks of yours. What you have to do is to find out your opponent's weakest point, then deliver a fatal blow, killing your target with the least amount of effort and the least amount of time. Like this," Leo said as he stretched out his finger, and a bone tooth shot out, piercing Abomination's head before he could react, extinguishing his soul fire. Watching the fat body of Abomination fall, a thought flashed in Lorna's eyes. She found that the force of Leo's bone tooth attack was not stronger than the 3 swords she stabbed at Abomination before. But that Abomination hit her, the 3 swords did nothing. But Leo's bone tooth made him fall. Do you know why you couldn't stab him to death, but I could kill him easily? Leo stretched out his hand and twisted Lorna's nose. The young lady of the Crowley family had a sore nose, and she held it back because of the pain in her hand. Tears remained uncontrollably. The answer is only 2 words: weakness. No matter how powerful a creature is, it will have weaknesses. As long as you find its weaknesses, you have a chance to defeat it. Lorna was so angry. She didn't expect that she could hold back her tears after enduring so much. But who would have thought that all her efforts would be completely in vain as soon as Leo stretched out his hand? I was actually made to cry by this hateful villain. I am a young lady of the Crowley family. Even when the entire family was detained by King Jean, no one dared to do this to me. I never thought that I would be raped. The more she thought about the situation, the more she felt aggrieved. The more she felt aggrieved, the more she couldn't stop crying. I felt pity for the pear blossoms with rain. Many Gilnean officers would have glared at Leo, if it weren't for Walden and Ashbury signaled that they should ignore the hot-blooded young man, who had already been unable to bear it, and rushed out to accuse Leo. This makes you cry. You are a noble lady who has never experienced hardship. You know, the first time I went to the battlefield, I easily killed a large group of enemies. If you really can't stand it, just cry loudly. I can let you go home and hold the doll. Leo curled his lips. After hearing this, Lorna forced back the sobs that were about to burst out of her mouth. She didn't want this evil person to look down on her. Miss Lorna of the Crowley family was not a crybaby. It's best if you can endure it. We will encounter many small battlefields on the way to Tyr's hand. I hope you can endure it. Little girl who loves to cry. Chapter 665 Announcement of our arrival. The only feeling Rona feels now is that she is tired. After being thrown into the battlefield by Leo for the first time, she has lost count of how many times she has fought on the battlefield in the following day. And each time she did not participate voluntarily. All of it was Leo forcibly throwing her to the ground to fight the undead. In Lorna's eyes, Leo is the embodiment of the devil. This man has no mercy. Lorna, who has never experienced anything like this before, is afraid and hates Leo. But the huge gap in strength between the two makes her unable to resist. Every time Ao stretched out his hand, she lost the strength to struggle. From this, Lorna realized the importance of strength. The plague land is in complete chaos. There are killings and battles everywhere. Mograine has completely muddied the waters, making it impossible for reinforcements to support them by land. They can only choose to teleport into the hands of Tyr. It forces us to choose the battlefield in Tyr's hands. Ronan's face was as dark as the sky in the plague land. From the moment they stepped into the plague land, they had seen more than 50 small-scale battles. Don't think that Leo just treated this kind of small-scale battle with thousands of people. The battlefield was used as a place to train Lorna. In fact, Ronan and he would observe carefully every time Lorna was thrown into the battlefield. Finally, they came to the conclusion that if the reinforcements of Tyr's hand came from the land, they would definitely be killed because of these. The small battlefield delayed the precious rescue time and prevented them from reinforcing the Silver Crusaders in time. Mograine did not hide this at all. He deliberately let people see through this trick in order to fight again at the hands of Tyr. Field. Do the Scourge want to wash away the shame of their last defeat at the hands of Tyr? Leo held his chin. He felt that things were not that simple. The undead of the Scourge did not need such illusory things as morale. Their previous defeats would not have any impact on their combat effectiveness. In this case, Mograine would do this again. What is it for? Intuition told Leo that there must be something fishy in what Mograine did, and there might be some conspiracy waiting for the Alliance army at the hands of Tyr. However, Leo did not flinch because of this. With his current strength, Leo had enough confidence in the face of any plot by the Scourge. Confidence comes from absolute strength. Leo is not afraid even if Arthas comes in person. The battle against Ragnaros, the Balrog, in the Battle of Blackstone Mountain allowed him to test his strength. Even the Balrog himself can. Are you afraid of facing the Lich King if you fight head-on? Leo, I suspect that the Scourge has a conspiracy. Leo could see that Ronan was not a fool. The current chaos in the Plague Land was clearly caused by Mograine. Otherwise, with the strength of the Scourge Legion, it would have been possible to organize a large army to sweep through the small resistance forces in various regions. How could it be tolerated? They set the East and West Plague areas on fire. I know. It seems that the Scourge has dug a big hole at the hands of Tyr and is waiting for us. Unfortunately, Leo laughed, and Ronan looked at him, and a smile appeared on the owner of the Violet Castle. The corner of his mouth said, "You may not be able to trap anyone by digging a hole. Mograine will trap himself in it this time." Before the battle at Blackstone Mountain, if Ronan had heard Leo say this, he would have thought that the young man was arrogant. But now he thought that it was natural for Leo to behave like this. The Scourge would not have thought of Leo. The strength has reached that point. Leo and Ronan were talking, and Rona finally got a rest. While the first two were talking, Victor had already flown over several small battlefields. Leo did not throw her into them. The Dragon Lich carried everyone and flew towards T at high speed. Your hand. Little girl. Listen carefully. There will be no more battles between now and the hand of Tyr. You'd better think about what I taught you before now. I won't have the energy to take care of you next. Lorna glared at Leo bitterly. Who wants you to take care of me? You are clearly trying to tease people, but you are teaching me something. How can you be so shameless? If you ask me to recall what you told me about how to fight, I won't. Lorna turned her head away angrily. She didn't want to pay attention to this evil man. However, as she got closer and closer to Tyr's hand, Lorna's thoughts were thrown out of the sky, because the marching army of natural disasters appeared on the ground. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. The wide field of view when flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters is beyond imagination. But with such a wide field of view, you cannot see the end of the natural disaster army that is rushing towards Tyr's hand. You could only see the ground was full of black spots smaller than ants, slowly moving forward. Countless undead natural disasters covered the entire land. And the number made one scalp numb. This is the enemy we have to face next. And there are too many of them. Ashbury and Walden took a breath. The number of undead natural disasters they saw alone exceeded 1 million. This was only part of the natural disaster army approaching Tyr's hand. Based on this, they estimated the attack speed. The total number of natural disaster armies in your hands exceeds 10 million or more. We have to fight against so many enemies. Do we have enough manpower? The two nobles of the kingdom of Gilneas looked at each other. The number of the natural disaster army exceeded their expectations. The first battle after joining the alliance was indeed difficult to fight. However, Ashbury and Walden did not feel that it was inappropriate. Excited? It is precisely because of this difficult battle that the kingdom of Gilneas' army joined in to further show the kingdom's sincerity in returning to the alliance. As long as their army does not lose its chain in this battle, it will be very easy to be accepted by other alliance members. Leo and Ronan looked at each other secretly. They all saw the expressions of Ashbury and Walden. They saw that the two nobles of Gilneas had no idea of retreating because of the power of the Scourge. Satisfy. Did you see it? This is the Scourge army that the alliance has been fighting against. Can Gilneas alone resist them? Leo pointed at the undead Scourge, who were marching mightily, with an extremely serious expression on his face. He knew that the kingdom of Gilneas there are definitely people in the army sent who are frightened by the Scourge army. Now he raises this question to let them think about what Gilneas will face if they do not join the alliance and join forces with Stormwind Kingdom and Arathor to fight against the Scourge army. Such a disaster. Leo's guess was correct. Many Gilneans were indeed frightened by the terrifying number of the natural disaster army on the ground. Many people quietly retreated in their hearts. But when Leo asked them, they couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if the endless and terrifying natural disaster army on the ground attacked the kingdom of Gilneas. No matter how confident the Gilneans were, they would not dare to say that the strength of Gilneas alone could withstand the numbers. Such a terrifying army. The Scourge army is so large in number that the warriors of Gilneas alone cannot stop them. Walden and Ashbury had to admit the fact that even if the kingdom of Gilneas could mobilize all its people, they would still be no match for the Scourge. With so many undead standing there and being chopped down by them, they would be able to tire them down. It seems that joining the alliance was indeed the right thing to do. Fortunately, we did not support Jean's old stubbornness. The two Gilnean nobles looked at each other with a look of joy on their faces. Marshal Leo, we'd better go to Tyr's hand as soon as possible. Facing such a natural disaster army, it's better to deploy our defenses in advance. Ashbury noticed that Victor was approaching the ground, and his face turned pale. Thinking of Leo's previous actions, he was a little worried that Leo might still want to test Lorna. Right? Lorna clutched the sword tightly, which was her only weapon now. Although Leo said that he would not throw her into the battlefield again until he got Tyr's hand, she would not believe this evil man's words. Words spoken are like water thrown out. I will not break my promise. Little girl, please rest more now. The real battlefield will not be a small fight like before, Leo said, as he already held the disintegration staff in his hand. The beautiful magic crystals at both ends of this legendary staff emitted bursts of charming halo, which immediately attracted the attention of others. This staff of disintegration really makes me fall in love with it the more I look at it. Luo Ning looked at the disintegrating staff. As a mage, he was very curious about this legendary staff. He was even more envious of Leo, who was able to get this staff from the Blood Elf to the point of jealousy. Walden and others were surprised when they heard Ronan's words, and their eyes immediately became hot. Everyone knew that with Leo's strength, the staff in his hand was definitely not ordinary. But no one expected that in his hand the staff is actually the legendary staff of disintegration. With a wave of Leo's staff, a wisp of red cloud appeared from the sky, adding a touch of magnificence to the gray sky in the Plague Land. This will announce our arrival to the Scourge. That wisp of red clouds quickly crowded out the gray tones that originally occupied the sky and expanded the area to the end of the field of vision within a few breaths. Looking at the bright red sky, even a mage like Luo Ning couldn't help but be moved. Thousands of large fireballs with a diameter of more than 50 meters fell from the sky like falling meteors. Their landing point was the marching army of natural disasters. The red lines in the sky looked beautiful, but the more beautiful they became, the more dangerous things are. Boom, boom, boom. Huge fireballs hit the ground, and brilliant crimson flowers of death bloomed. The advancing natural disaster army in the raging flames was burned to ashes and pieces, while the withered bodies of the undead were very good. Of burning materials, the fire spread rapidly among the natural disaster army. Walden and others stared dumbfounded at what was happening on the ground. In less than 30 breaths, the dense army of natural disasters that filled their field of vision turned into crimson flames. And Leo's disintegration staff, then the casualties caused by the natural disaster army would be countless. This villain is too strong. Lorna stared blankly at the raging fire raging on the ground. Her mind went blank. She had never seen such a powerful magic. Compared with the spell Leo cast, she had seen spells used by magicians to attack enemies before. Even more ridiculous than the magic apprentice's fireworks. The poor lady of the Crowley family had a premonition that with a villain as powerful as Leo, her miserable days were still to come. Chapter 666, Unexpected Reinforcements. A doomsday battlefield version of the Rain of Fire killed many undead and natural disasters. The fire on the ground was burning and looked very powerful. It seemed that only 2 or 3 more spells of the same spell could be used to clean up the army of natural disasters on the ground. But Leo knew that this was just an illusion. His rain of fire did turn many undead natural disasters into ashes in an instant. But the proportion in the natural disaster army was not large. Leo, your body? Ronan frowned. He looked at Leo with a worried look. After successfully casting the spell, Leo coughed twice. Although it was very quiet. How could Ronan, who was right next to him, not hear it? It is impossible for people with their level of strength to suffer from illnesses such as colds and fevers. As top spellcasters, their bodies strengthened with magic elements are completely incomparable with ordinary people. Therefore, Leo's cough can only mean one thing. His body still hadn't recovered after the battle at Blackstone Mountain. Don't worry. It's just a minor problem, Leo said as he reached out and patted Luo Ning's shoulder. He used his fingers very secretly. A trace of suspicion flashed in Luo Ning's eyes, and then disappeared. Outsiders could not notice anything strange about him, and only saw his face. The worry on his face became even stronger. It's great that the villain Leo is injured. The conversation between the two fell into Lorna's ears, which made her extremely happy. Now she hated Leo to death. But when she thought about whether Leo was so powerful even though he was injured, wouldn't his strength be even more terrifying when he was at his peak? After that, the little girl could no longer not happy. The stronger the villain is, the harder it will be to escape from his clutches. Lorna sat listlessly on Victor's back. Now she has no image of a noble lady, and has no thoughts to care about that. Lorna, who has experienced many battles under Leo's forced training, has gradually put aside these thoughts. Because there were several battles that almost cost her her life, just because she had to take into account the so-called lady image. Bloody lessons are the most memorable and unforgettable. Although Lorna was unwilling to listen to Leo's words, she had to admit that the facts were indeed as Leo said. On the battlefield of life and death, if you the danger of always thinking about maintaining the so-called image will come to you at any time. It's gone far. Just when Rona was depressed about Leo's strength, Luo Ning suddenly said such a sentence. And then Lorna saw Leo and Luo Ning laughing. What are they laughing at? It's so strange. Lorna blinked, looking confused. The subsequent conversation between Leo and Ronan cleared her doubts. Ghost speed can't keep up with Victor, so it's useless for him to follow behind. Besides, he has made meritorious service. I hope Mograine can reward him. You are misleading the Scourge. It would be very interesting if they judge this. Isn't my injury providing opportunities for some people? Leo raised his eyebrows, and the evil smile on his face made Lorna understand what happened. This evil guy just pretended to be injured, but in fact he was fine at all. He was too cunning. No, he was a treacherous, insidious evil person. She waved her fist angrily at Leo, but the latter didn't even bat an eyelid at her, making Lorna so angry that she wanted to rush up and give him a kick. Marshal Leo, Master Luo Ning, before I listened to you, we encountered a ghost sent by the Scourge Legion as a scout? Walden and Ashbury were a little unsure. They didn't feel that they were being spied on at all just now. But judging from the conversation between Leo and Ronan, there was indeed a ghost monitoring their group. Leo nodded to answer Walden and Ashbury's answers. And Ronan explained, you too. You are right. We did pass by a ghost before. And Leo deliberately cast a spell, just to make that ghost bring wrong information to the Scourge Legion. It is impossible for the Scourge Legion to ignore the information detected by an epic ghost. After hearing this, Walden and Ashbury understood. It turned out that Leo's purpose of using Rain of Fire to expose the whereabouts of his group on Victor's back was not that simple. He deliberately wanted to put on a show for the ghost, so that he can bring wrong information to the commander of the Scourge Legion. Even if it does not cause the Scourge Legion to misjudge the situation, it will affect their judgment. A war never tires of deceit. Besides, I only coughed twice, and I didn't admit it when Luo Ning asked me. If they make a misjudgment, they can't blame me. Leo shrugged with an innocent look on his face, as if the whole thing had nothing to do with him. That appearance left Lorna speechless for a while. This man was shameless and shameless. There was no aristocratic demeanor in him at all. Wait, is he a noble? If he was not a noble, he would not be able to take the position of marshal at such a young age. Lorna tilted her head and couldn't help but look at Leo, trying to find something on him that could prove his origin. Unfortunately, the little girl's efforts were doomed to be in vain. Leo was not the noble son she imagined, and naturally he did not have any clan emblems to indicate his identity. Coat of arms and stuff like that. A shining magic communication stone was held in Leo's hand, and someone was trying to contact him. Brother Leo, you are so shameless. You don't even call me for such a good thing. Do you look down on the warriors of the Wildhammer tribe? Brannigan's voice reached Leo's ears, and the dwarf warrior of the Wildhammer tribe was expressing his indignation to Leo. Good thing? Leo thought carefully about what good thing he had done that he didn't call him on. Could it be that this guy was a war maniac, and he said that because he didn't call on him in this battle? Brannigan, the Alliance is gathering its troops to fight the Scourge again at Tyr's hand. I don't know if this is what you call a good thing. What else could it be if it wasn't this? Brother Leo, think about it. Fighting the undead is such an exciting thing, and you didn't call me. It's so boring. Leo couldn't help but roll his eyes. As he thought, Brannigan was a war maniac. This royal member of the Wildhammer tribe had nothing to do but fight and kill people. He had nothing to do but fight and kill people. Okay, Brannigan. I was negligent. I am waiting for your arrival at Tyr's hand. The number of natural disasters coming to attack this time is larger than the last time. I hope you can kill them. Uh-huh. This is right. Brother Leo, please wait a moment. Those thin bamboo poles in Zinsaro have been very restless recently. Eagle Nest Mountain needs enough troops to guard it. I will go and see how many people can be spared. After Brannigan said that, he cut off the contact. Leo was speechless to this Wildhammer dwarf. From Brannigan's words, he could tell that the Wildhammer dwarf's airy mountain was in trouble. But Brannigan not only did this guy not stay to help defend, he even took away the guards from Eagle's Nest Mountain and ran to Tyr's hand to fight. Leo really wanted to ask him, are you sure you are a member of the Wildhammer royal family and not the troll sect? A traitor? Troll? Yes, it's a troll. Who else could the thin bamboo pole that the dwarves call a troll be? Moreover, Brannigan also mentioned a place name, and that is Cinsalar. Cinsalar occupied by the evil branch troll. The Wildhammer dwarves and the trolls are the two major forces in the hinterlands. Although the two sides clash from time to time, major conflicts that could threaten the Wildhammer dwarves' nest, the eagle's nest, have rarely occurred. At this time, the trolls acted uncharacteristically. There are definitely quirks. Leo rubbed his chin, and he vaguely thought of a possibility. That is, the troll's abnormality was related to Shadra, the spider demigod. If that's the case, you have to go take a look. Maybe you'll find something interesting. Leo became interested in what happened in the hinterlands. Although the Wildhammer dwarves claimed to be neutral, in fact everyone knew who they were facing. After all, the dwarves were also members of the Alliance. If they could help them defeat the opposing trolls, let the Wildhammer tribe expanded its power in the hinterlands, and the kingdom of Arather got a share of it. Leo didn't mind making a trip to the hinterlands himself. Putting away the magic communication stone, Leo turned to explain to Ronan, who was looking at him, there are more reinforcements than we expected. The Wildhammer dwarves will send an army to reinforce us. But because of Zinsaro's huge, the devil is acting strangely. So the number of reinforcements will not be large. Have the Wildhammer dwarves, who claim to be a neutral force, once again actively joined the war between the Alliance and the Scourge? Ronan lowered his head and thought. The Wildhammer dwarves had participated in the two battles that had taken place and were about to take place at the hand of Tyr. Moreover, they had participated uninvited and uninvited, even though they were under the banner of fighting against the Scourge. But anyone with a discerning eye can guess their thoughts at a glance. Airy Mountain intends to bring the relationship between the Wildhammer tribe and the Alliance closer. It seems that the trolls in the hinterlands have put a lot of pressure on them. This is a good opportunity for the Alliance. Leo nodded, and he agreed with Ronan's words. It is true. The dwarves are already a member of the Alliance. If the Wildhammer tribe intends to return, even Magni will not refuse. But this will change the situation between the Alliance and the Undercity. It becomes very tense. If the Wildhammer tribe returns to the Alliance's camp, then the forgotten stronghold of Terran Mill in the Hillsbrad Hills will become vulnerable to enemies from both sides. Coupled with the return of the Kingdom of Gilneas, the Forsaken will not only the hilly territory is very dangerous, and even the Silver Pine Forest is under threat from the Alliance. In such a situation, conflict will break out no matter how restrained the two sides are. It's not just the Undercity. Leo, don't forget the Alterac Mountains. The dispute between the Stormpike clan and the Frostwolf clan has never stopped. Once the Hillsbrad Hills were occupied by the Alliance, where should the Frostwolf tribe go? Thrall, the chief of the tribe, is from the Frostwolf tribe. Will he watch this happen? And the minerals in the Alterac Mountains are indispensable to the resource-poor tribe. Thrall won't let go of the supplies. Ronan looked at Leo and said in a sincere tone, once the Wildhammer tribe joins the Alliance camp with a clear-cut banner, the war between the Alliance and the tribe will not be far away. Leo, I hope you can prevent this from happening. Chapter 667 Inadvertent Changes. Pushing out allies who want to join the Alliance camp is something that no normal person would be willing to do. However, if the Wildhammer dwarves do not publicly express their stance, Leo asks himself that there is no problem. After all, he claims to be neutral, but actually acts in favor of the Alliance. Haven't the dwarves of the Wildhammer tribe always done this? Leo knew very well that Ronan's words were more for him. The mage was afraid that in order to expand the power of the Kingdom of Arather in the Hillsbrad Hills, he would lose his mind and unite the two major forces of the Horde and Alliance. The camp was pushed into a situation where they had to fight. Do I look like the short-sighted type? Besides, even if I want to do that, I have to ask Prince Cardros of the Wildhammer tribe to agree. Leo shrugged, which was regarded as an answer to Luo Ning's words. Seeing that Leo seemed disapproving of his words, Luo Ning was about to speak when Walden's voice came over. Marshal Leo. Master Luo Ning, we have arrived. Is it the destination? Luo Ning heard the sound and looked down, and found that Victor had already flown to Tyr's hand. After revealing his whereabouts, the powerful Dracolic used all his strength to fly at the fastest speed under Leo's order. It reached the hand of Tyr ahead of the Dracolic army carrying 100,000 Gilnean troops. A group of Griffin Knights came forward. From the robes they wore, it could be seen that they were from the Kingdom of Stormwind. Varian had already arrived with his people before Ronan and Leo arrived. I didn't expect you guys to succeed. Varian had a surprised expression on his face. He was very surprised that Leo and Ronan actually asked the Kingdom of Gilneas to rejoin the Alliance camp. In his opinion, a stubborn guy like Jin would not listen to others' persuasion. But he was relieved after knowing that the Kingdom of Gilneas' decision to send troops was made by nobles such as Prince Lim and Daryl's after Jean was in a coma. Everyone knows the right thing to do, except that old fogey Jean. Varian said this, and his words made Walden and Ashley unable to continue. They agreed that it was disrespectful to the king, but the fact of speaking out against them was right in front of them. Fortunately, Leo saved them. Varian, we will discuss the situation in the Kingdom of Gilneas in detail later. It's better for you to make arrangements now, because Gilneas' 100,000 strong army will arrive soon. 100,000 people is not a small number. It is not a simple matter to arrange for so many people properly. Without preparation in advance, you will definitely be in a hurry. If you make a mistake while busy, it will not be good. The Gilneans value their first battle back to the Alliance. And as the top leaders of the Alliance, why don't Leo, Varian and others value them? You must know that the arrival of the 100,000 troops from the Kingdom of Gilneas has doubled the number of available troops for the Hand of Tyr. Lord Walden, Baron Ashbury, please go to the command room with us to discuss how to deal with the Scourge's attack. After Varian finished speaking, he took the lead and walked into the Hand of Tyr. Leo smiled at the two nobles of the Kingdom of Gilneas, made a gesture to guide the way, and then followed with Ronan. Among the group of people, Walden and Ashbury came last. Not to mention Leo, and the others don't know how to treat guests. Gilneas sent an army of 100,000, and their attitude is very inappropriate. This is a world that values status. People here have levels. Varian, as the head of a country, since the Lord is the leader of the Alliance, it is natural for him to take the lead. And Leo and Ronan's status is far higher than that of Walden and Ashbury, and it is impossible to fall behind them. Looking at the faces of Ashbury and Walden, you will understand that the difference between superiority and inferiority has penetrated into everyone's soul. In a different world, never use the standards of another world to measure it. In the human race, we are still in the feudal emperor state. In the era of socialism, It is not abuse, but stupidity, that calls for equality for all. Scarlet looked at Leo with joy. Leo successfully brought Gilneas back to the Alliance camp, and brought 100,000 Gilnean reinforcements to the Hand of Tyr. This good news made her overjoyed. With this 100,000, the man's chances of winning this battle are much higher. Contrary to the joy of the female paladin. Leo frowned after seeing Scarlet. Looking at Scarlet's look, he knew that she had just fought. The female paladin's face was not very good either, due to too many mental effects. As the High Lord of the Silver Crusade, I will always fight on the front line against the Scourge. Leo looked unhappy, although he knew that he was caring about him. Scarlet did not give in. Scarlet would not compromise with anyone on the issue of fighting the undead disaster. Be careful. Leo scratched his face, and felt that there was nothing he could do with this silly girl. What else could Leo say besides telling her to be careful? Willie walked up to Leo and said, Lord Leo, Your Majesty Scarlet just fought against the Scourge 2 hours ago. The venom of the plague messenger Nos, and the sneak attack of the Black Witch Felina caused the enemy to lose their lives. Her Majesty spends a lot of money. A murderous look flashed across Leo's eyes. Willie said that Scarlet's consumption was very high. How could this consumption be so great? Not only was she injured, and was being treated with holy light, but this silly girl had already told her not to fight so hard. Before she arrived, the Scourge had an absolute advantage in legendary combat power. But she just didn't listen. Rubbing his brows, Leo felt his head was heavy. There was a wayward queen who gave him a headache. Lorna was snickering, and she was very happy when she saw the evil Leo showing a depressed expression. In the little girl's understanding, those who make evil people have a hard time are all good people. It was only the first time that he had said a word to her. She was full of affection for the female paladin she met. That's it. Teach that evil guy a lesson. Paladins are really powerful people. Rona, who was snickering, didn't know that her strange behavior had attracted everyone's attention to her. After laughing for a while, she realized that the room was eerily quiet. She just realized something was wrong. Seeing that everyone in the room was looking at herself, she couldn't help but take a small step back in fear. Who is this kid? Sargas and Bettina asked the questions in other people's minds. The person who could enter this room was either the head of a country or the marshal and general leading an army. Now that there is such a dirty little human girl, of course he would have aroused everyone's curiosity. Especially the little girl, who was still snickering nervously. This is Lorna, the heir to the Crowley family, and the daughter of Lord Darrell's. Walden hurriedly introduced himself. When Lorna snickered, everyone had already introduced his identity. He knew that the dwarf general who asked the question was a descendant of Andalmar, the king of the mountains. So he did not dare to neglect them. Sargas glanced at Lorna suspiciously, but he knew that Darrell's was a Gilnean noble known for his toughness. It was his persistence and Godfrey's advice that made Gilneas as she participated in the war against the orcs. But the image of Lorna was too surprising. Is she still a young lady from a human noble family? Guessing what they were thinking from the other people's eyes, Lorna glared at Leo fiercely. If it wasn't for this evil man himself, how could he be in such a mess? Seeing her performance, some gossips became curious. Hey Leo, what did you do to this little girl? Bettina started joking, and the dwarf warrior jumped onto the chair carrying a tomahawk that was taller than her. Although she was small, she was very curious. Gaima has started training, and I can't take any time off. Seeing that she has good talent, I brought her to my side to teach her. Darrell's is a good father, but not a good teacher. Look at the strength of Miss Rona. TSK. It's really appalling, Leo said as he walked to the seat vacated for him and sat down. When Lorna heard his words, a look of anger suddenly appeared on her face. You are so idle that you come to torture me. Who are you? The insidious villain. You mean this child can be taught by you personally? Sargas asked with some uncertainty. What kind of strength Leo had? Having witnessed the battle on Blackstone Mountain, he knew very well how many lifetimes it would take for this little girl from the Crowley family to be taught by him. The creation that has been repaired. Think about Gamer, the half-Tauren who was not loved by his grandma and uncle at the Orbermar Hotel. Now his achievements are destined to be sung by the epic. Sargas carefully looked at the first Sunwalker. Get up, Lorna. She nervously grabbed the hilt of the sword at her waist. Lorna didn't know what happened. After listening to the evil man's words, the people here looked at her differently. When they looked at her, no more carelessness like before. Walden and Ashbury exchanged glances with each other. Since the kingdom of Gilneas has been cut off from the outside world for a long time, their knowledge of the outside world has become blurred. So they did not pay attention to Leo's training of Rona before. At most, they thought it was Daryl's couldn't bear to make Lorna suffer and wanted to improve her strength before agreeing to Leo's request. But now it seems that things are not as simple as they thought. Even Varian from the Kingdom of Stormwind looked at Lorna with a clear change after hearing her words of instruction from Leo. The identity of this young man named Leo must not be simple. And Daryl's eyes are indeed vicious enough. Within half a day of contact, he found a powerful foreign aid for the Crowley family. Now Walden and Ashley finally understand why the always shrewd Daryls agreed to Leo's request to let Lorna follow him. The abilities of the head of the Crowley family are indeed beyond the ordinary people. If Lorna is their daughter didn't have the courage to agree to Leo, it seems that a great assassin will appear in the human race in the future. But this little girl's strength is too poor and her foundation is not solid. Let her go to MI7 to lay a solid foundation and then follow you. Pesonia's figure appeared next to Leo. Seeing her taking the initiative, Leo was very confused. Could it be that Pasonia had found the guy who was secretly spying on him? Chapter 668. Only when you are full can you have the strength to kill. In a small room in Tyr's hand, Leo and Pasonia were talking quietly, while Viri and the Dragon Blood Guard were guarding the surroundings to prevent anyone from approaching. You mean I'm being targeted by the Bronze Dragon? Leo's face couldn't be said to be solemn, because he had long been mentally prepared to encounter the Bronze Dragon. His appearance had greatly changed the trajectory of the world, and it was natural for the Bronze Dragon to target him. Although I only forced it out for a moment, I could never mistake it. It was a Bronze Dragon. Pesonia's tone was very certain. As a top assassin, how could her eyesight be so bad? It was not a good thing to be targeted by the Bronze Dragon. If Leo's behavior dissatisfied them, they might be charged with disturbing the world order and be hunted down at any time. Pasonia couldn't help but worry about him. There's nothing to be afraid of. If the Bronze Dragon wanted to move, I would have done it a long time ago, and he wouldn't have let me grow up to this point. Leo didn't seem to care too much because of his confidence in his own strength. Unless Nozdorma took action, he might not be able to get away with it even if the Bronze Dragon clan's Queen Solidum came to do something bad to him. In the battle at Blackstone Mountain, he obtained the Fury of Thunder and the blessing of the Wind Chaser and swallowed the soul of the Wind Prince Sunderland. Leo's strength has made a qualitative leap. He can now easily do it without the help of the power of the Abyss Crown. Summons all subordinates, including Shinasareya Manaroth. The Bronze Dragon is difficult to deal with. It's best if you can handle it. After saying that, Pesonia's figure gradually disappeared. As a top assassin, she was not used to exposing her body at will. The hidden assassin was the most threatening. Willie hurriedly joined in after walking out of the house. He had new news to bring to Leo. Sir, the forward troops of the Scourge Legion have arrived at Tyr's hand, and the battle is expected to begin in half an hour. The natural disaster army finally arrived, and I was able to obtain a large number of corpses. Leo chuckled. He didn't care if others were afraid of the Scourge Legion's sea of undead tactics. The more low-level undead that Mograine used as consumables, the more corpses he could absorb. Those low-level undead had neither strength nor ability. The more help you can give him, the better. Whaley, take people to protect Scarlet. Let her have a good rest, and tell her that I am on the front line. As you command. My lord. Scarlet's previously consumed mental energy has not been restored. Leo will not let her go to the battlefield again. Anyway, what is coming now is just small fish and shrimps. It is only right to keep her spirits up before the real battle begins. Compared to the upcoming war, the previous battles were all small fights. Leo, who was on the first line of defense, leisurely took out his special golden recliner and laid out the mechanical army in a leisurely manner. The number of 50,000 skeleton tanks, 102 guns, and 10,000 skeleton fighters gave the soldiers at the front endless confidence. This was the first time for many people to see such a large-scale mechanical army. Oh, my God. I doubt you have dwarf blood. Leo, Bettina and Sargas, who led 3,000 dwarf warriors and 10,000 dwarf artillerymen, were surprised by Leo's mechanical army. Although the dwarf clan did not have so many war machines, they would definitely find it difficult. Leo alone, how could they not be surprised that he could accomplish this by himself? Leo had a black line on his face. You are the only one with dwarf blood. Your whole family has dwarf blood. Okay. These words are not harmful to Bettina at all, because she is a dwarf to begin with. When a black line appeared at the end of the horizon, the undead army began to enter everyone's sight, and the rumbling sound of artillery fire rang out. Leo looked back in surprise at the 10,000 dwarf artillerymen. His action made Sargas and Bettina feel proud for a while. Well, Our engineering capabilities are not bad either. The faces of the dwarf generals and dwarf warrior leaders were full of pride. Leo's engineering abilities had always been praised. In front of his mechanical army, the dwarves found that their proud artillery and chariots had no reason to be proud. Ironforge held its breath. And many craftsmen of the dwarf tribe modified the artillery used by the dwarves, and finally designed a long-range artillery that more than doubled the attack radius. It's amazing. The engineering capabilities of the dwarfs are amazing. Leo is not stingy with his praises. The ability of the dwarf craftsman to double the range of the cannon in a very short period of time with only slight modifications is truly terrifying. Leo, a master of pseudo-engineering, is not like that. Ability. Of course. Bettina held her head up proudly. This time, the dwarf's engineering ability was finally not surpassed by Leo. At least with their improvements. The dwarf artillery's strike radius was much wider than Leo's mechanical army. While Windsor was conveying various orders before the battle, he looked down upon his allies. The dwarves and gnomes of Ironforge have now learned how to master it. When they attacked Blackrock Mountain, they saw that the kingdom of Arathor took advantage of long-range weapons and suffered very few casualties. They now only sent long-range troops, and the one in front became the kingdom of Stormwind, the army and the Silver Crusade. Fortunately, almost all of the 100,000 troops sent by the kingdom of Gilneas were soldiers. Otherwise the marshal would have to protest. Jaina's 20,000 Theramore army won't arrive until tomorrow. Luo Ning brought 2,000 mages to the front of the formation. They all belong to Luo Ning's private force. It is not easy for Theramore, which is close to Dustwallow Swamp, to mobilize 20,000 troops. Although Jaina tried her best, she was still a step too late. However, being delayed for a day did not have any impact. Anyway, the previous battles were just cannon fodder composed of low-level undead regiment. The fighting intensity was so low that Leo couldn't even be interested in it. The dwarf artillerymen all fired one gun at a time, and 10,000 artillery pieces were bombarded simultaneously. However, when clouds of gunpowder smoke were seen rising, the formation of the advancing natural disaster army suddenly lost a piece, and the already irregular formation of the cannon fodder composed of low-level undead changed. It gets even uglier. Don't be so hasty. Leave some for me. My war machine has unlimited ammunition anyway, so it won't go to waste if you don't use it, Leo said, as he took out a small golden cylinder. With a slight twist and a slight pull, the cylinder tripled in length and became a long cylinder. Bettina curiously looked at the golden long tube in Leo's hand. The dwarf had no interest in the exquisitely carved patterns on it. He only cared about the use of the long tube. You humans like this kind of flashy things. A problem that can be solved by an imaging spell must be made into a luxury product. After observing it for a while, Bettina came to the conclusion that this was a thing that increased her field of vision. Any engineering apprentice who had started could make a tool with the same function except for the carved patterns on it. Leo curled his lips. He didn't agree with Bettina's words, even though it was originally a thing he asked people to make on a whim to pretend to be cheating. Bettina, living in this war-torn world is hard enough. If you don't find some interest in life for yourself, your life will be too boring. Lifting up the exquisitely made monocular telescope in his hand, Leo began to adjust the magic crystal used as a lens. Yo-yo. The skeleton was shattered by the aftermath of the explosion. Oops. This zombie was exploded by shrapnel. Sargas and Bettina looked at Leo talking to himself speechlessly. They really couldn't understand this human being. Leo was too different from the strong humans they had seen. However, having strange hobbies is the preserve of the strong, and they could only remain silent about it. Walden and Ashley looked at Leo speechlessly. If they hadn't learned about Leo's achievements from others, if they hadn't seen with their own eyes the rain of fire that killed tens of thousands of undead armies when Leo waved his hand, Leo would definitely be regarded as a noble playboy who likes luxury. Because his current behavior is no different from that of a playboy. As if it wasn't enough, something even more speechless happened. The 4 Dragon Blood guards carried a square dining table in front of Leo, and after spreading it with a white tablecloth, plates of food that made people's mouths water and whet their appetites were placed on the dining table. Everyone, stop standing and sit down. Leo waved his hand and motioned for everyone to take a seat. Only then did Luo Ning and the others realize that the Dragon Blood Guard had already arranged seats for them when they were surprised. Leo, what are you doing? What are you doing? Leo rolled his eyes, as if there was no need to ask. Eating dinner. Everyone was stunned. Isn't it so leisurely? Leo was still in the mood to invite everyone to have a dinner when the natural disaster army was approaching. How strong was his nerve? Luo Ning and I haven't eaten anything since we went to the kingdom of Gilneas. We were busy solving the werewolf problem, and leading the army all the way across the Silverpine Forest and the Plague Land. We ran around with empty stomachs for 2 whole days. Although there won't be any problems with our current bodies, the feeling of being hungry is not pleasant. As he spoke, Leo pointed at the natural disaster army that was being baptized by cannon fodder and continued, "It's impossible for this kind of cannon fodder to rush over under the bombardment of 10,000 artillery pieces and 100,000 magic cannons. Even if my mechanical fighter plane slips through the net, it's impossible. You can also clean them up. Instead of wasting time and energy on them, you should take the time to fill your stomach." The soldiers are standing ready. "But you are eating and drinking here. You don't look like a marshal at all." Lorna, who had already changed into clean clothes, ran over at some point. Taking this opportunity, the little girl accused Leo with a righteous expression. She just wanted to make this evil man look embarrassed and make everyone else despise him. Leo threw the monocular to Lorna, who took it, and while she was looking at it, Leo's words came to her ears. "Little girl, go ahead and play. If you keep mumbling, I will throw you to the battlefield. Go up and let me set an example for the soldiers." Lorna ran away angrily. She knew that Leo could do whatever he said. "What kind of insidious villain could you think of bullying me?" "Okay. I took away the little girl's movie. Everyone, sit down." Leo once again motioned for everyone to sit down. The white cloth on the dining table suddenly turned into an overhead view of the battlefield, and several figures hidden among the Scourge Legion came into view. Only when you are full can you have the strength to kill. Chapter 669 Mograine. You are cruel enough. The rumbling sound of artillery has not stopped for a moment since the natural disaster army appeared. Sargaza's 10,000 dwarf artillerymen and Leo's 50,000 skeleton tanks kept roaring, plowing the earth over and over again. Raising a layer of land for several miles outside the entrance to Hand of Tyr has been blasted away, forming a large crater, creating a certain geographical advantage for the defenders of Hand of Tyr out of thin air. Mograine knows more about fighting than Kel'Thuzad. He has made it clear that he wants to take full advantage of the natural disaster army's strength. Leo looked up and saw that 4 hours had passed since the war started, and the sky had turned from dusk to dawn. In such a long time, the natural disaster army had continuously sent out cannon fodder composed of countless low-level undead. Coming up, the fighting never stopped for a moment. The dwarf artillerymen were already showing fatigue at this time. After all, people are not machines. For 4 hours, that is, 8 hours, they kept loading ammunition and firing. This monotonous action has been repeated countless times. Even if the body is not tired, I feel mentally exhausted. Fortunately, Leo's mechanical army will not be tired. He divided the 50,000 skeleton tanks into 3 groups. Only 20,000 tanks fired each time, and the other 20,000 of the other 30,000 tanks formed the last 10,000 tanks in case of emergency. This allowed the bombardment to continue uninterrupted and prevent the natural disaster army from overstepping its boundaries. If we continue fighting like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on. Sargas smiled bitterly. The dwarf general knew very well what was happening to the 10,000 dwarf artillerymen under his command. This was not because they were tired from fighting, but because they were killing people until they became weak. The Scourge did nothing but kill low-level. The undead were sent to die, deliberately killed by them, relying on the absolutely superior force. The war would not stop for a moment, and they would bring down the originally high morale of the Hand of Tyr garrison. What makes people angry is that everyone has clearly seen it, but can't do anything about them. As the enemy, the Scourge Legion wants to bully others with their superior strength. What can you do to them? The disparity in strength between the enemy and ours is more than 100 times. The Scourge Legion has such a huge strength advantage. The sea of undead has no solution. If it weren't for Tyr's hand, except for this entrance and exit, it is surrounded by steep mountains on all sides. The undead army. Leo was playing with his hands. The mirror of the soul world in his hand let the mirror shine on the battlefield ahead where souls were disappearing. His expression suddenly changed. Oh no! Leo's expression made Luo Ning and others' hearts sink, and they quickly asked, "What happened?" "We ignored the crypt demons of the Scourge," Leo said, and quickly took out the magic communication stone to remind Scarlet. Scarlet, quickly gather the soldiers to defend the interior of Tyr's hand. The crypt demons have dug through. On the mountain road, the undead army will attack from the side and rear. Leo originally thought that without the crypt lord Anubarak and the crypt demon commander Anubrikan, the crypt demon would no longer be a threat. But he ignored a big problem. That is, apart from these two most powerful in addition to the Crypt Demons, the Scourge also has several former Spider Kingdom leaders who can command the Crypt Demons. A Nubrakan emerged from the ground, and the Crypt Demon commander took the initiative to ask for a fight. Master, let me deal with Creekhill and Hadronox. With the help of Anaxuta's army of spider monsters, those two guys, Shang Dreadscale and Sour Throat, can't escape. To deal with the Crypt Demons that can burrow underground, it is best to use an army of spider monsters with the same ability as the most powerful being in the original Spider Kingdom after a Nubarak. A Nubrakan is crucial to defeating Creekhill, and Hadronox was full of confidence. His only concern was that it was easy to kill these two opponents but very difficult to kill them. If he had Dreadscale and Sourmaw to help him, he would be safe. Leo would not stop his subordinates if they were motivated to ask for a fight. He nodded and agreed. The underground battlefield will be left to you and Anaxuta. Dreadscale and Sourthroat will cooperate with you and entertain them well for me. Your will is the direction of my efforts. A Nubrakan smiled ferociously and disappeared into the ground. There are rumors that you refined a Nubrakan, the leader of the Crypt Demon, into a mechanical puppet. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. The talent of the Nature Awakener is so terrifying that even I can't help it. A trace of jealousy arose. Ronan looked at the big crater left by a Nubrakan and shook his head with emotion. His feelings about Leo's engineering attainments could be expressed in two words as terrifying. Bettina rolled her eyes. She walked up to Leo, patted his calf and said, "Are you interested in transferring your puppet manufacturing method? If you are willing to transfer all the technical reserves of the Great Craftsman Council, it is up to you." Glancing at the leader of the Dwarf Warriors, Leo asked slowly, "Does the Council of Great Craftsmen have war reserves equivalent to my puppet-making skills?" "Well, maybe. Should. Maybe." Bettina is not confident when it comes to technologies that are equivalent to Leo's puppet-making technique. Not to mention Leo's army of dragon liches that can fight against the dragon army. The ones currently on the defense line that are integrated with the puppet technique. The mechanical chariot had already left Bettina speechless. Although the technology of the Council of Great Craftsmen was extremely flawed, it was really not as practical as Leo in terms of practicality in war. It was not Leo's original intention to veto Bettina's proposal. The technology of the dwarfs is indeed not as good as the puppets he made in terms of warfare, but their technology is fully developed. In other fields, Leo cannot catch up with the Council of Great Craftsmen. If there really is such a puppet shoe, Leo is not stingy with exchanges. But the problem is that he is just a pseudo-engineering master and has no puppet-making skills at all. So what can he exchange for it? Boom! The ground shook violently, and the sudden huge vibration knocked many people to the ground. Leo looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the scene of the mountains surrounding Tyr's Hand collapsing one after another. Tyr's Hand, the geographical advantage, has been lost. And this situation was beyond his expectation. Mograine, you are cruel. Leo originally thought that the Scourge would at best ask the Crypt Demons to dig out a passage from the mountains for the army to pass. Unexpectedly, they actually dug out the entire mountain surrounding Tyr's Hand. This was obviously Mog. Lenny had already planned and put it into action. The Crypt Demon army had been digging in the mountains for an unknown amount of time. The leader of the Knights of the Black Blade had planned this for a long time. We have all fallen into Mograine's trap. Without the surrounding mountains and loss of geographical advantage, we will soon fall into the siege of the Natural Disaster Army. Windsor frowned. He had to deal with an army of natural disasters that was 100 times his own. Even if he relied on geographical location to defend the battle, the situation was not optimistic. The mountains surrounding Tyr's Hand had collapsed and turned into flat ground. Now there was no geographical advantage. What difference does it make between the Union armies fighting each other on the plains? They have all been exposed to the forces of the Scourge Legion, and it is conceivable that the Scourge army will swamp them with an absolutely superior force. The war is fierce and dangerous, and the situation on the battlefield is indeed unpredictable. A moment ago, the soldiers of the Alliance were leisurely watching the natural disaster armies continue to fall under their own bombardment. But at this moment, they were already in danger, as dense undead natural disasters poured in from the collapsed mountains. Like a rising tide, the tide threatens to engulf the Alliance forces guarding Tyr's Hand. The incident happened very suddenly. Fortunately, Leo had reminded Scarlet before to prepare the defenders inside Tyr's Hand. If they were completely unprepared, the first wave of the Scourge's impact would have caused great damage to the Alliance's army. Loss. We don't have enough troops, so we have to shrink our defense. Walden made a suggestion. It would be more than enough to defend Tyre's 200,000 troops by relying on the geographical location. But now that the geographical location has been lost, they would not be able to rotate their troops without shrinking the defense line. And the soldiers would not be able to rest. The natural disaster army cannon fodder alone can kill them. No, it can't shrink, Windsor objected loudly. It would indeed be less tight if the defensive circle was reduced in strength. But the problem was that this was at the expense of one's own maneuvering space. Without depth, tactical arrangements could not be implemented. In his opinion, this was not worth the gain. Then what do you think we should do? Ashbury asked Windsor in return while commanding the army of the Kingdom of Gilneas to fight. Stick to the current defense line. Theramore's army will arrive in 2 hours. The reinforcements from the Kingdom of Stormwind will gradually arrive at Tyr's Hand in 6 hours. What we have to do now is to hold the teleportation array. Varian's voice came over, and he answered Ashbury's question. The King of the Kingdom of Stormwind and Scarlet rushed over to join everyone. King Varian, please forgive me for being rude. Are you sure you can hold on for another 4 hours with the 20,000 reinforcements from Theramore? Walden questioned Varian's words. It wasn't that he couldn't trust the King of the Kingdom of Stormwind, but that he wanted to understand the situation more clearly. There was no problem with Tyr's Hand's army holding on for 2 hours. But it would have to be under siege by the Scourge army. It would be too difficult to fight for 6 hours. Even if Theramore's army joined in the middle. Jaina only brought 20,000 people, and the effect would be very limited. Lord Walden, you don't need to doubt. This time it was Scarlet who spoke. The female paladin was full of confidence in Jaina's 20,000 people, because the 20,000 reinforcements from Theramore were once part of the 7th Legion. A member of the 7th Legion. It turns out that the reinforcements brought by Jaina were actually members of the 7th Legion, which was the most elite force in the Alliance. No wonder Varian and Scarlet were so confident. Jaina's founding of Theramore, which is close to Dustwallow Swamp, is equivalent to blocking the door to the Black Dragon Princess Onyxia's lair, allowing her to dare to do so without fear of the Black Dragon's revenge. In addition to the tribe's restraint on the Black Dragon, she also has to fight with her. It is related to the fact that she controls part of the 7th Legion's army, and she is obviously determined to invest this army into the war at the hands of Tyr. Chapter 670 Whose technology tree is higher? Everyone. Our military strength is actually not as tight as we thought. Leo clapped his hands and drew everyone's attention to him. My war machinery can defend one direction alone. You can move the troops here to other directions. Can. Leo's mechanical army was originally to help defend the entrance to Tyr's Hand. However, due to the fierce firepower of the skeleton tanks, the natural disaster army could not rush in. Instead, there were no soldiers to fight in the position that was supposed to be heavily defended. Instead of letting these soldiers sit there doing nothing, it would be better to transfer them elsewhere. Being on one's own. This is truly being on one's own. Leo is sitting alone on one side, with 50,000 skeleton tanks and 10,000 skeleton fighter planes. The rumbling cannons and buzzing fighter planes fly through the air, and the magic bullets are intertwined into a picture. The magnificent net. The undead swarmed over like moths flying into the flames, and were immediately blasted into powder. Seeing the fierce firepower of Leo's mechanical army, Varian and others were not polite. The tens of thousands of troops, who originally defended the entrance to Tyr's Hand, were withdrawn. Under the command of the officers, they rushed to other directions to set up defenses. Such terrifying strength. He alone is worth an entire legion. Walden and Ashbury felt that even if they refused to accept it, Leo alone defended the front battlefield of Tyr's Hand, which relieved a great burden on the Alliance's army. The extra tens of thousands of defenders not only strengthened other positions, the defense allows the entire army to rotate defense. And the most important thing is that this is not Leo's full strength. Those dragon-shaped mechanical puppets have not yet participated in the battle. Terrifying engineering masters and terrifying war machines. If there were more of these people, what would the army do? Let them compete directly to see who has stronger engineering ability, and whose war machine kills people faster. Wouldn't it be okay? In view of the current situation, King Magni has agreed to send troops to the Hand of Tyr again. 20,000 artillerymen will join this battle. Sargas brought good news, but he did not say how long it would take for the dwarf reinforcements to arrive. It is estimated that Magni of Ironforge is now calculating where to draw troops from. After all, to regain the army of Nomorigan. Already set off. Bettina spread her hands and made a helpless expression. It was impossible to count on reinforcements from the dwarfs. Mekatork, the great craftsman, had already sent out all the dwarfs' fighting forces in order to regain Nomorigan. It was impossible to get reinforcements from the gnomes. Leo secretly gestured to Scarlet and said, "The strong men of the natural disaster army will not come for a while. Let's go to various places to stabilize the morale of the army." After all, the accident happened too suddenly. Boarding alone Consignor and Marlantern can't make all the soldiers calm down and fight. From being defended by geographical advantages to being surrounded by people. It would be a lie to say that the soldiers in the Alliance army were not panicked. At this time, Varian, Scarlet, and others, as leaders, were needed to calm them down. Emotions, motivating their will to fight. "Be careful yourself." Seeing Leo's gesture to her, Scarlet's heart moved. After the female knight finished speaking, she turned and left. With her taking the lead, Varian and others did not hesitate. However, within a few seconds, besides Ronan and Val, Leo was around. Apart from Deng and Rona, who was looking at the skeleton tank curiously, only Whaley and the 500 Dragon Blood Guards were left. "Leo, your body has not recovered. And now you are alone. It is very dangerous for you to do this." Ronan did not agree with Leo's behavior of trying to block the attack of the undead army by himself. But Walden and Morna, who had already known what was going on, noticed a smile flashing in his eyes. Meaning, what conspiracy are these two guys playing? Lorna snorted at Ronan, very dissatisfied with the mage for actually cooperating with the villain Leo. But she did not expose them, fidgeting with the realm of the soul world in his hands. Leo seemed unconcerned with Luo Ning's words. "Luo Ning, you are too careful. The Scourge Legion's strength advantage is so obvious. As a qualified commander, Mograine cannot fail to do so. If we take this to the extreme, the natural disaster experts will not appear so early. Girls need to be soaked. Condoms need to be pierced with needles. And cannon fodder is used for consumption. The natural disaster army has so many cannon fodder. If they don't play their role in consuming the strength of the Alliance army, it would be too amateurish." As of the outstanding commander, Mograine was not a deadbeat like Kel'Thuzad, who didn't understand military affairs. He clearly had a large army at hand, but went to the front line to take risks. Leo's explanation sounds very reasonable, but he seems to have forgotten one thing. That is, fighting is about taking the enemy by surprise and attacking the unprepared. The more you think that something is impossible, the more it will happen. Kill him. As soon as Leo finished speaking, ear-splitting roars rang out from the natural disaster army. Several huge figures rushed out of the magic barrier that covered their bodies and rushed towards Leo at high speed. They rushed at that time. They completely ignored their own undead army, and all the undead that stood in front of them were crushed. These huge figures were the natural disaster warriors, who were ambushing the army and preparing for a sneak attack. When they saw that there were no other powerful warriors around Leo except Ronan and Walden, they thought that the time had come and they couldn't bear it any longer. As expected, he's here. He's so cruel that he doesn't even spare his own people. Leo snapped his fingers, and several figures appeared from beside him. "Let me see the Scourge Legion and the Twilight Army. Whose tech tree will you hit?" A giant beast whose whole body was fiery red and covered with lava rushed out from the ground. He rushed straight towards the creature that looked like a giant plague dog with an iron jaw at the front. The fiery giant beast spurted out a mouthful of lava before its body could reach it. The hot lava burned off a large piece of oily skin on the creature that looked like a giant plague dog, causing the latter to roar and rush towards him. Maw versus Glass. Who's more violent? Hee hee. Interesting. Leo sat on the golden recliner and did not get up. His leisurely look showed no sign of being targeted by several powerful natural disaster masters. This left Ronan and Walden beside him speechless for a while. Those were several natural disaster masters, who were comparable to legendary masters. "Strong man, can you be more serious?" chimed Ron. "Have you seen that fat man with a hammer in one hand, and a large syringe with test tubes all over his body? I'll leave it to you." Pointing at Grobris, a monster with 3 heads rushed out from behind Leo. This was Chimron. "Malarak, the 3-armed abomination is your opponent." Leo rubbed his chin and issued another order. A giant tauren with a height of 10 meters rushed out. No, it was not a tauren, although it looked very similar. You have seen a keel stuck upside down on its head. Its hands were not ox hooves. A tauren from Dragon Claw? Besides, such a height is not something that a tauren can achieve. Patchwick, the god of war of Kel'Thuzad. I asked Malarak to deal with you. Is that enough to give you face? I wonder if you will be satisfied. There was a hint of pride in Leo's smile. The Minotaur that had been transformed by Twilight technology and had dragon genes had powerful melee combat capabilities and could cast shadow. frost, fire, and arcane spells. It could also spit venom. And more. He has a certain self-healing ability. Compared to Chiron and Molten Maw, which have single offensive methods, Malorek is more valued by Leo. Seeing that their companions all had opponents, Memville, Pyrecro, and of rock, the three monsters transformed by Twilight technology turned their attention to a green giant who had no opponent yet, and swung at Leo. After receiving the order after waving their hands, they roared and rushed forward, joining forces to fight Thaddeus, the strongest monster in the puppet zone in Naxxramas. Molten Throat attracted Glass. Chiron faced off against Grobris. Malorek defeated Patchwick. The three monsters of Mindle entangled Thaddeus, and the natural disaster warrior rushed towards Leo. After being blocked by everyone, Luo Ning and Walden were surprised to find that this battle seemed to have nothing to do with them. The amazing manufacturing technique has actually created a creature that is comparable to the legendary powerhouse. Luo Ning sighed with a hint of worry, because the creature Leo released to resist the natural disaster powerhouse gave people a kind of image. The feeling of evil seems to be nothing to blame as a warlock. Do you still expect that a warlock who studies the power of darkness will produce something full of a glorious sense of justice? No need to sigh. You must know that this is not my credit. Leo shrugged. The Malorek monsters that were currently blocking Thaddeus and other natural disasters for him were not created by him. These powerful monsters were plundered from the Blackwing Blood Ring by Zenisarea. The creature, the technology that Nefarian had studied for a long time, and the powerful monster that he spent countless efforts to create, were easily turned into his own by Leo due to the existence of the Black Dragon Queen. Save time, effort and time. No wonder a sport called robbery has always had loyal fans from the moment it was invented. It is a good way to make a fortune and replenish your pockets. Let the evil Black Dragon do things for you. You are indeed an evil person. Lorna waved her little fist angrily at Leo, and Mindle's Black Dragon image became a powerful weapon for her to criticize Leo. Little girl, this place will soon become the center of the legendary battle of strong men. If you don't want to become an undead, please leave quickly. Use the toy I gave you to go to the back and watch this battle of strong men carefully. You will find that how weak is the strength? Rubbing the ring of forbidden evil words in his hand, Leo did not respond to Lorna's criticism, but just told her the fact that with her strength, she was not even qualified to watch the battle by his side. You? Lorna glared at Leo angrily, and when she was about to speak, Walden cut her off. Miss Lorna, get back quickly. You can't resist those plague toxins. There was a sound of objects being corroded rapidly, and Grober's large syringe shot a stream of plague venom at Chiron. A small piece of the latter's body was immediately missing from the part where it was shot, and the green liquid dripping on the ground corroded it. Touching the ground, the plague toxin spread rapidly in the strong winds brought out by Malorek and other strong men during the battle. Chapter 671, The Sullen Walden. During the Blackwing Bleeding Ring battle in the Naxxramas puppet zone, Leo, who single-handedly directed the collision between the technology trees of Twilight's hammer and the scourge, was very satisfied with his masterpiece. At this time, he was lying leisurely on a recliner playing with the soul world. It was as if the battle so close at hand was just a performance. Walden and Luo Ning were completely speechless towards Leo. Somehow this kid was particularly confident in his own strength, and his nerves were so thick that it was difficult for ordinary people to understand. There were several figures less than 200 meters in front who had legendary combat power. The strong men were fighting each other, but he could still distract him. Is playing with that small round crystal mirror really that important? The plague toxin spreads very quickly, and wherever the green gas passes, the ground is corroded and riddled with holes. You can see how violent the poison is at a glance. If a flesh and blood body is touched on the spot, the skin and bones will be torn apart. Ronan was about to cast magic for protection, when Walden took action. As a famous noble lord in the kingdom of Gilneas, Walden is far inferior to Godfrey and Daryl's, but he still has real ability to become a lord in charge. The ice elements gathered in Walden's hands, and under the control of his magic power. The ice elements were shaped into two crystal bottles that resembled storage potions. What was different from common potion bottles was that the material that made up the bottles was not transparent crystal but frozen. The eyes of human marrow. You too. Let me handle these plague toxins. As he spoke, Walden pointed the mouth of the bottle at the floating plague toxin, and a suction force was generated for no reason. The scattered plague poison gas rushed into the bottle like flies smelling the fishy smell, and as the poison gas entered, there were wisps of green liquid, generated in a bottle. Extracting toxins in the air and turning them into liquids for storage is a very special skill for Walden. Leo and Ronan couldn't help but become curious. Could it be that the Lord of the Kingdom of Gilneas next to them was also a pharmacist? You're showing off your humiliation. Walden raised his hands as he spoke, and threw the ice potion bottle filled with green liquid at the unprotected and exposed upper body of Grobris, who was fighting Chimeron. Leo was shocked when he saw this. Chimeron became violent at this moment. The opponent's attack suddenly caught Grobris by surprise. He had to concentrate on dealing with Chimeron, and even ignored the potion bottle that Walden threw at him. Wow! Wow! There was a clear cracking sound. Walden's potion bottle shattered after hitting Grobris, and all the green liquid in the bottle poured onto Grobris. Ziz! Wisps of black smoke appeared amidst the corrosive sound that made people's teeth sore. Any place on Grobris' body that was touched by the green liquid began to turn black, and then turned into pieces of unknown black substance and fell from his body. Grobris' body is filled with plague venom, but he can move freely and even engage in fierce battles without any hindrance. This shows how resistant he is to the poison. But under Walden's medicine, his body, however, it is easily corroded by venom. The poisonous nature of the venom created by this noble lord of the Kingdom of Gilneas can be seen clearly. The venom collected in Walden's ice potion bottle is obviously the plague toxin shot by Globris. These toxins are stored in Globris in the form of liquid and cannot cause any harm to him. How come they are destroyed once they are in Walden's hands? What if Grobris can't resist? Leo and Ronan were confused. Could it be that in just a few seconds, Walden had made the plague toxin more toxic? Hee. I made you two laugh. I have some experience in pharmacy, and it seems that it will come in handy now. Walden's words sounded very humble, but when paired with his proud expression and proud eyes, they were quite pretentious. Leo rolled his eyes at him with disdain. He was humble on the surface, but extremely arrogant in reality. Walden was a sultry guy, but he despised him. Walden's ability to combine pharmacy and magic was indeed unique, although not to mention it was an eye-opener for Leo. But it also gave him a bright feeling. Grobris' body is full of plague toxins, and now his body has been corroded by Walden's magic poison. 2 holes have been corroded by Walden's magic poison. The plague toxins stored in his body have no limit and shoot out like a wild horse. A thick layer of miserable green mist began to fill the battlefield, and the earth continued to wail under the erosion of the plague toxin. Fortunately, the Alliance troops stationed here have withdrawn. Otherwise, we don't know how many soldiers would have suffered. The spreading plague toxin is a fatal killer for those who are not strong enough. But in Walden's eyes, these toxins are the materials for him to make magic poison. The noble lord of the Kingdom of Gilneas smiled and flipped his wrist continuously. Bottles of magic poison appeared in his hands, and he immediately threw them towards the battlefield ahead. Amidst the continuous clattering sounds, the body of Grobris, who was the target of Walden's attack, became riddled with holes. The more injuries Grobris suffered, the more plague toxin leaked out of his body, and the more materials Walden had to make magic poison. In just 1 minute, Walden threw out nearly 100 bottles of magic poison. These magical poisons hit his head and face, and combined with Chimeron's attack, Grobris was beaten miserable. The natural disaster puppet transformed by the ogre quickly fell into a disadvantage. It seems that a battle is about to end early. The Scourge Legion sent these 4 puppets to attack me. It's really... Leo was talking slowly one moment, and then suddenly stood up and raised his hands to himself. He quickly pointed his finger at the ground 20 meters away, and a muffled sound was heard from the ground. At the same time, what he was about to say reached everyone's ears. Seeking death? Several figures jumped out of the ground in embarrassment, leaving a hole in the ground. Several crypt demons fell inside, leaving only a few broken corpses. Want to sneak attack me? Leo curled his lips, his face full of disdain. You are not qualified for your abilities. 3 purple and white arcane missiles arrived at the right time. Amidst the 3 whirring sounds, a death knight, wearing ice blue armor and holding a big sword, had his legs broken. Luo, who had already received Leo's hint, had his legs broken. Ning cooperated with him, and severely injured a natural disaster expert with 1 blow. Resuvios, no one can save you this time. Before Leo finished speaking, a row of ground thorns came to care for Lesuvios, who had lost his legs. The Death Knight's martial arts instructor knew that this was a moment of life and death. He raised his fist and punched the spikes that emerged from the ground. And the ground, although the thorn stabbed a big hole in his arm. Resuvios used the force of the countershock to fly away diagonally, out of the attack range of the ground thorn. Boy, you can't kill. As the saying goes, the loser does not lose the battle. Even though he was seriously injured and in midair, Vesuvius was still ready to leave a harsh word. But before he could finish his words, a harsh whistling sound sounded, and a bone spear chased him. And then, the pale white spear tip pierced Vesuvius's head with a whoosh, making the Death Knight instructor unable to continue speaking. The host kills Vesuvius, listening to the reminder sound in his head. Leo sneered, "There's so much nonsense." He stretched out his hand and grabbed the body of Vesuvius. And now the instructor from the Naxxrama's training ground had it. Leo already is Gothic. And now he is Vesuvius. The two former Death Knight martial arts and magic trainers of the Scourge have become his people. Maybe it won't be long before the kingdom of Arather will have a team. A very special army was born. Roar! A roar that was different from the roar of other dragons appeared. A blind dragon stood behind Leo, its mouth wide open, and circles of ripples visible to the naked eye were spreading in all directions. The blind dragon Azromans is a dragon that uses sound waves as its main attack method. It is one of the transformed strong men that Leo obtained in the Blackwing Blood Circle. It is better than the one that was melted into the dragon gene. The bull-headed giant Malarak was more valued by Leo, for no other reason than because his attack method is sound waves. And sound wave attacks have special effects when dealing with certain creatures, such as the plague bats used as air force in the Undercity. Azroman's sonic attack is no joke. The bodies of all natural disaster experts within the range of his sonic attack will lose control for a moment. And the winner of a battle between strong men will be determined in an instant. Thing. The moment Chiron grabbed Grober's body and paused, the three heads bitted viciously, tearing the head of the ogre that had been transformed into a plague puppet into a pile of mincemeat. Leo couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Although the system's beeps and the upgraded energy gave him a good feeling, Chimeron's condition after biting off Grober's head was not good. After losing his head, the plague toxin in Grober's body sprayed all over Chimeron's head, all over his face. A lot of toxins entered Chimeron's body through his wide-open mouth. The erosion of these toxins made Chimeron become mentally depressed. This idiot. His three heads grew in vain. The situation was so advantageous that he actually made both sides suffer. Leo was disappointed with Chimeron's intelligence. He was not very impressed with the three-headed monster. And his impression of Chimeron was even worse. Boom! An ice ball filled with ice-cold aura hit Chimeron before Leo could summon the listless three-headed monster back. Only a second later, Leo lost contact with Chimeron. The ice blast was so lethal. Could it be that Kel'Thuzad's injury was healed? A layer of black shield protected Leo's body. Chimeron was frozen into an ice sculpture with an ice blast, which made Leo wary. Ignorant living people, trying to stop the advancement of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Let me, Amanthagard, clean up these scum like you for Lord Mograine. A lich exuding an icy aura emerged from the army of natural disasters. The ice chains wrapped around his body kept colliding with him as he moved. When Chimeron was poisoned, he used Ice Blast to turn it into an ice sculpture. It is this lich who calls himself Amanthagard. The strong men of the Knights of the Black Blade appeared. Chapter 672 Sliven. The lich from the Blackwind Knights has a pretty cool tone. The lich named Amanthagard relied on a sneak attack to kill the poison Chimeron with an ice blast. The guy actually started to tremble, and his self-confidence was so swollen that he wanted to destroy him. Leo raised his eyebrows and rushed to Amanthagard. Gad chuckled, "Don't pretend to be cheating, or you will be struck by lightning if you pretend to be cheating." Boom! A thunderbolt 2 people thick broke through the sky and hit Amanthagard's head, blasting away his protective spell. If the ice chain wrapped around the lich hadn't blocked it in time, he would have been injured. Despicable kobold. You bastard. How dare you sneak attack on me? Amanthagard's furious voice came. And the answer was another thunderbolt. Flintag stood next to Leo. The Kobold Geomancer's scepter flashed with lightning, and the thunderbolt that just attacked the lich was in full swing. It's his masterpiece. Kobolds have low intelligence, and have never been valued by other higher intelligent creatures. However, kobolds also have self-esteem. Especially a highly intelligent kobold strongman like Flintag. Because he is weak, few people say he is despicable. Amanthagard has provoked Flintag. The Kobold Geomancer took the initiative to ask Leo to challenge the lich in a duel. Although it's very inefficient to fight one-on-one. If you're willing, go ahead. Leo did not stop Flintag's request. Although he didn't think the Kobold Geomancer had much chance of winning. It didn't hurt to have him watching from the sidelines. Anyway, he could turn a single fight into a group fight at any time. After receiving Leo's permission, Flintag immediately gave Amanthagard a provocative look. The Lich understood his intention to challenge him, and was very angry. In the eyes of a Manthagard, this despicable kobold actually wanted to if you challenge him to a duel. It will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in your heart if you don't kill him. Flintag, who successfully provoked a Manthagard, used spells to fight against the latter. This was a battle between ice and thunder. The dazzling thunder and lightning and the cold frost created a conflict between the kobold geomancer and the latter. Driven by the Lich, there was a fierce collision, and the magic element was agitated by the conflict between the two legendary powerhouses of the legal system. Flintag caught a Manthagard, and Leo turned his attention to the natural disaster expert, who had failed to sneak attack on him. He quickly locked on the two figures, who had sneak attacked Scarlet's Plague before he came to Tyr's hands. The Messenger North and the Black Witch Farina. Farina. North. We meet again. Holding the staff of disintegration, and waving at the two liches. Leo's tone was like a greeting between friends, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. It was so friendly. But Felina and North shuddered, because in the sound of Chief Felina was frozen by the freezing spell. He is scarier than before. North stood in front of Farina, holding 2 bottles of plague potion in his hands. His look as if he was facing a powerful enemy made everyone else nervous for him. Who wants to meet you? If Mograine, who succeeded Kel'Thuzad and took charge of the entire Plague Lands war situation, had not given the order, the ghost would be willing to come and fight you. How about a natural disaster expert, who uses potions to fight, and give him to me? Walden saw North holding a potion. This Gilnean noble who integrated magic and potion into battle had the idea of competing. He wanted to learn North's fighting style. As you like. Leo shrugged indifferently. The fighting styles of North and Walden were very similar. He also wanted to see if Walden could purify the Plaguebringer poison as quickly as before to counter North. Walden raised his hands repeatedly, and threw bottles of ice potion filled with green liquid at North. The latter did not dare to neglect when he saw this, and immediately used the same method to fight back. With a crisp clattering sound, bottles of poison collided in midair, broke, and then mixed together. After the poisons came into contact with each other, an unpleasant smell was produced, and the air that was already mixed with plague toxins was polluted completely. A shadow spell took advantage of Walden to attract North's attention and hit Farina, who had just escaped from the freezing spell, forcing the Black Witch, who wanted to cooperate with North, to move her target away from Walden. Witch, don't ruin Lord Walden's battle. Let me be your opponent. Ashbury was killed out of nowhere. The Baron of the Kingdom of Gilneas had a dark aura, and various shadow spells were blasted at Felina one after another. The Black Witch could only put aside the idea of joining forces with North to deal with Walden. Concentrate on the fight. Leo looked at Ashbury suspiciously, and he found that after the nobleman of the Kingdom of Gilneas showed up to fight with his true skills, his whole aura became very different from usual. Ashbury was usually a capable nobleman. When fighting, he is a warrior who is proficient in dark spells, and uses dark power to strengthen himself. The 2 nobles of the Kingdom of Gilneas each have their own abilities. But it is not surprising if you think about it. How dare you go to Lianshan without Sanson? If Walden and Ashbury were mediocre people, how could the Kingdom of Gilneas let them command 100,000 people? An army marches into the Plague Lands? Felina and North were very surprised. With the strength of Ashley and Walden, it was impossible for them to be famous. However, they had no impression of these 2 people, and had never heard of them before. It was as if they were in the cracks of the stone. It popped out. Where did they find these 2 powerful men? Could it be the power hidden by some forces? Felina and North couldn't help but be suspicious. After all, Walden and Ashbury appeared too suddenly. Felina had doubts in her heart and her energy was somewhat scattered. Although Ashley's strength was not weak, it was not her opponent. It was no wonder that she had the energy to think about other things. Discovering that his opponent did not use all his strength to deal with him, Ashbury became angry. He took advantage of Farina's distraction to watch the fight between North and Walden and howled in the sky. Ouch! Amid the shrill howl of a wolf, Ashbury's body changed. He was originally a human aristocrat, and suddenly turned into a werewolf, with a wide mouth and black wolf fur. Such a change shocked Farina. At the moment when the Black Witch was dazed, Ashbury pounced forward with a roar, slashing through the night sky with her sharp claws, and hitting Farina directly. The strong wind hit, and Felina, who had recovered, hurriedly escaped with the flash technique. However, Ashbury's attack speed was too fast, and the Black Witch was still injured. 2 cracks appeared on her face. Lena lost her appearance. Ah! Felina screamed, and the penetrating sound was so lethal that Leo had the urge to cover his ears. You damn monster! My face. The cherishment of appearance made Felina go berserk. The Black Witch attacked Ashbury at a speed 3 or 4 times faster than usual. The venom was like bullets fired from machine guns, forming a fire net, forcing Ashbury to stop. She stopped dodging, completely unable to get close to Farina. As the saying goes, it's better to hit someone in the face than to hit someone in the face, especially the face of a beautiful woman. Ashbury wanted to attack Farina's face wherever she missed, so it's no wonder she went crazy, facing a raging Black Witch. You can't afford to hurt Ashley. Leo shook his head in amusement. And at this time another message came. The host kills Hadronox. Good news came from Anubroken. With the help of Dreadscale and Sourmaw, Anubroken successfully killed the Scourge's successor, as commander of him and Anubarak's crypt demons. With Hadronox dead, will Chris 66er be able to hold on? The answer is a very obvious no. Teaming up with Hadronox and Kreekhill couldn't stop the attacks of Anubroken and Dreadscale Maw. Now that he'd lost his helper, he was even more helpless. He didn't let Leota wait. In just 10 seconds, the golden finger prompt sounded again. The host kills Kreekhill. Hearing this reminder, Leo felt relieved. Without the leader's command, the crypt demons could not be the opponent of Anaxuda's spider monster army. The balance of the underground war had been tilted towards the Alliance defenders of Tyr's hand. The sneak attack plan failed. The High Lord ordered you all to withdraw. A cold voice sounded, and a Death Knight carrying a rune magic sword in the back of the undead army conveyed Moghraine's order to the powerful natural disasters in the fierce battle. The key to a sneak attack is to be unexpected. Now that the traces of the sneak attacker have been exposed, Thaddeus and others alone do not have the strength to kill Leo head-on. Now that Resuvios and Grobris have been killed by the opponent, Mogliani doesn't want to lose any more natural disaster experts. The Hand of Tyr is not a place where you can come and leave as you please. The strong men of the Scourge Legion naturally refused to evacuate Leo. Seeing that the person conveying the order was a Blood Elf Death Knight, Valtola appeared in time. Who I thought it was turned out to be Slyvan, actuating the nightmare in his crotch. Valtola killed Slyvan, who was also a Blood Elf Death Knight with him. Facing Falter, Raslavon showed no fear. He quickly drew out his sword and faced him. Kung! The two rune demon swords slashed at each other. When the two sides passed each other on horseback, Slyvan said bitterly, Valtola, you traitor. I will let you know how stupid it is to betray the Scourge. Slyvan, have I become stronger or your skills have deteriorated? If you want to kill me, you will never be able to do it by just talking. Valtola seemed dismissive of this. After the first round of fighting, he found that Slyvan, who could compete with him in the past, was no longer his opponent. Damn it. Valtola actually advanced to legend. And now I am no match for him at all. Slyvan was shocked, and found that Valtola's strength was very different from what he remembered. And he felt like shrinking back. Slyvan, you idiot. The High Lord asked you to deliver the retreat order, but you came to fight with others. A troll riding a death horse, leading a group of high-level undead with 4 fat blood maggots, came out from the back of the natural disaster army, and another Death Knight emerged. The natural disaster reinforcements arrived at this time to support Thaddeus and other natural disaster warriors, who failed to attack Leo and evacuated the battlefield. Chapter 673 Death Knight Battle. Yuzo, get here. Slyvan's strength is close to the legendary, but Valtola is the real legendary strongman. Although the two only have 2 more words nearly, their strength is far behind. Moreover, Leo activated the halo in time and throwing out the totem, focusing on the 3 blood-sucking halos plus the shaman's power, Wind Fury element, Stone Skin and other totem techniques. Valtola's strength soared greatly. Now he is far from being comparable to ordinary legendary strongmen. While Levin could only parry, Valtola could still free his hand to pull the newly emerged Troll Death Knight with his death grip. A suction force pulled him closer to Valtola, and Yuzo was surprised to find that he couldn't break free from the opponent's death grip. It's you, Valtola. Out of surprise, Yuzo looked at the enemy carefully. He found that it was Valtola, who was even weaker than him in the Scourge Legion before. This surprised him greatly. How come your strength has become so much stronger? Yuzo, this traitor has advanced to legend. Let's work together to kill him. Slyvan held on to his defense line despite being slashed by Valtola's rune demon sword. Valtola had nothing to do with him for a while. Seeing Yuzo's arrival, he spoke quickly, wanting to fight with the troll, to kill the opponent, facing the 2 Death Knights who had worked with him in the Scourge. Valtola smiled arrogantly. Yuzo, caller of the dead, 2 unimproved things. You and Slyvan should go together. How dare you scold us for not making progress? Slyvan and Yuzo were furious. Especially Yuzo. Valtola was not as strong as him before. But now, he is so arrogant in front of him after he advanced to legend. This is a typical villain success. Don't give him any strength. Look! How could Yuzo be willing to accept this? Don't think that advanced legend regards yourself as a person. You will never be able to compare with me. Yuzo drew out the 2 sharp axes tied to his waist, and led 4 blood maggots into the battlefield between Slyvan and Valtola. Disgusting stuff. Valtola took a sip at Yuzo's blood maggots. And a ghoul stabbed out, blocking Yuzo's blood maggots with his hands and feet. Seeing that Valtola was distracted by Yuzo, Slyvan had a proud look on his face. And a ghoul burst out of the ground under his feet, piercing Valtola's eyes with its sharp claws. Valtola was about to withdraw his sword and return to defense. But Slyvan hit him with his sword and struck out an ice chain, slowing down his movements. When Yuzo saw this opportunity, he would not miss it. A shadow of a rune sword appeared next to the troll, and together, with the 2 sharp axes and 3 weapons in his hand, he took advantage of the opportunity when Valtola was locked by the ice chain to slash at Valtola. Rune Blade Dance. Usopp uses his ultimate move as soon as they fight. Is this an expression of envy and hatred that Valtola has surpassed him? Seeing that the situation was critical, Valtola did not panic. A black shadow flew down from the sky with a strong wind, catching the ghoul summoned by Slyvan into the sky like an eagle attacking a rabbit. Damn gargoyles. Slyvan cursed secretly. His original plan of letting the ghoul self-destruct after getting close to Valtola was thwarted by his opponent. Slyvan's plan was quite good, but both Valtola and Slyvan died. Knight. How can we not guard against the other party's move? Being bound by Slyvan's ice chain, Valtola was indeed unable to withdraw his sword in time to deal with Yuzo's attack. But this did not mean that he could not protect himself. 3 bone shields caught Yuzo's attack. 3 weapons. Yuzo, who was full of confidence that Falto would be injured under his axe, had a look of disbelief on his face. He expected that Falto would use a bone shield. But what he didn't expect was Falto. The protective power of LA's bone shield was so powerful that his attack couldn't cut it through at once. Crack! The ice chain was shattered by Faltola's full impact, and the rune sword slashed at the surprised Yuzo with the aura of death, forcing the troll to parry quickly. With a bang, Yuzo felt that his connection with the 4 blood maggots was instantly disconnected. Valtola's ghoul found the right opportunity to self-destruct and kill the troll's 4 blood maggots. This kid is stupid. I can summon a ghoul without blood maggots. What can he do without a ghoul? Yuzo felt that he had made a profit, and he quickly summoned the ghoul and Slyvan to form a 3-person attack on Valtola. But the next moment, when another ghoul burst out of the ground at the feet of the nightmare, the scene entered before his eyes. Yuzo and Slyvan were dumbfounded. Impossible. How could he continuously summon ghouls? Facing the 3-party attack, Valtola only used the ordinary summoning ghoul skill instead of the army of the dead. However, it was this ordinary summons that shocked Slyvan and Yuzo, because the Death Knight could not use the army of the dead unless he used the army of the dead. It was common sense that he might continuously summon ghouls to fight for him. But this common sense was broken in front of Valtola. Are you surprised? The power given by the master is beyond your comprehension. Valtola's rune sword made a circle, and the shadow of the sword wrapped around Yuzo and Slyvan, and they fought together. Leo blew a breath at the death bell that was clanging on the silver chain. Yuzo's failure to break Valtola's bone shield was not because the bone shield was not strong enough, but because Yuzo's ability was unknown. The amount of sleep has dropped by several %. With Leo's current strength, the curse cast is more secretive and more effective. Not even the legendary strongman can resist it, let alone the pseudo-legendary Yuzo. The Knights of the Black Blade have a very strong foundation. Leo looked at the natural disaster army. The high-level undead creatures brought by Yuzo had been blocked by the 30 swift bone dragons he released, and failed to cover the retreat of Thaddeus and other natural disaster experts. He saw the goal was not achieved, and another natural disaster force rushed to help under the leadership of 2 Death Knights. The leaders of this wave of natural disasters are Leo's old acquaintances Kaltira Deathweaver and Orbaz Bloodvenom. Both Kaltira and Orbaz were tasked with serving as captains of the real Death Knights after the establishment of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. They should not be underestimated in terms of personal strength or the ability to command the army in battle. Fortunately, Leo's strength there are many of them, and it is not difficult to defeat these 2 Death Knight captains. Kaltira. With a loud shout, the Sarian came out of nowhere. Kaltira, who was named by him, glanced at Valtola secretly from the corner of his eyes when he saw this. Without saying a word, he abandoned many high-level undead under his command and headed straight towards the Sarian rush forward, leaving Orbaz alone to lead the troops. This reckless man. Orbaz snorted coldly, and was very disdainful of Kaltira's behavior of running to challenge the Sarian. Orbaz was not a person who believed in uselessness. In his opinion, there was no need to consume his opponent when he had subordinates. It would be extremely stupid to run to fight the opponent alone due to his strength. And he would not do such a stupid thing. Orbaz, who despised Kaltira, would not have thought that he would have to do this extremely stupid thing in his opinion at the next moment. Because when the duel came, he would not be able to hide even if he wanted to. Leo once again released the Velociraptor Bone Dragon. A total of 20 Velociraptor Bone Dragons rumbled over like a neat row of steamrollers. All undead that blocked their path were crushed into pieces. Wherever the Bone Dragon passed, the low-level undead rushing in front were crushed to death. The target of the 20 fierce Bone Dragons that were released was none other than the natural disaster reinforcements composed of high-level undead creatures led by Orbaz. Leo is confident that the 20 swift Bone Dragons can deal with the natural disaster reinforcements under Orbaz. As for the Death Knight Captain himself, there will naturally be someone who can deal with him. Didn't you see that there was also a man with a big axe who was charging with the swift Bone Dragons? Orc Knight. Korok. Orbaz recognized the identity of the Orc Knight. He couldn't help being shocked. In panic, Orbaz shouted in panic. How could it be you? The Orc Knight who charged with the swift Bone Dragon was none other than Korok. After the establishment of the Knights of the Ebon Blade, he was one of the 4 Death Knight captains appointed by Commander Darien. In terms of personal strength, Korok was better than Orbaz. Even better. But unfortunately, due to the dislike between him and Orbaz, he was tricked in the previous battle against Tyr's hand. But it was precisely because of this that Korok was able to get rid of the Lich King. Under the control of Leo, he became a member of Leo's army. The enemy's eyes were extremely red when he saw Orbaz Korok. When he saw Orbaz Korok, he became murderous. The Death Knight of the 2nd year of hunting wanted to take revenge for being framed by Orbaz. He took advantage of today's battle to destroy this enemy. Villain. Albaz. You are a dog-like thing. Let Uncle Croc cancel your dog's head. As Korok shouted, he slashed at Orbaz with a cold axe. The Death Knight Captain, who was angered by his scolding, picked up his long sword and slashed at Orbaz. When he knew that the battle was inevitable, Orbaz he is not a coward, and will not run away without a fight just because Korok is stronger than him. The blood-poisoned long sword and the ice axe collided, and Orbaz felt a strong force coming from the hands holding the sword, making him and the death horse under him tremble. What a great power! Alba was shocked. Korok's strength was much stronger than he remembered, which showed that the strength of the Orc Death Knight had increased a lot. Ha ha ha! Orbaz, are you shocked? Korok slashed with his big axe and sneered at his opponent mercilessly. How can a dog like you understand the true meaning of a strong man? You will never don't even think about advancing to legend. You were no match for me before. And you are even less likely to be able to catch up with me in the future. Ah, I almost forgot. You have no future. Because I will deal with you today. Anyone who is so despised by his opponent will be angry. The root of the conflict between Orbaz and Korok is that Korok looks down on Orbaz because of his superior strength. In the past, when everyone was in the same camp, Korok would still give Orbaz a favor. Just to save some face. There is no longer any cover-up. I just looked down on you. What can you do to me? You beast. Don't think that you will definitely be able to defeat me if you advance to legend. Orbaz gritted his teeth bitterly, and he began to fight for his life. However, the gap in strength could not be bridged by hard work, and Korok still had the upper hand. Still talking back? Let's see how long you can hold on. Korok sneered with a disdainful tone that drove Orbaz crazy, and kept slashing with the cold axe, killing Orbaz until he could only parry but not fight back. Leo sat back on the recliner and looked at the battle ahead leisurely. The second wave of reinforcements sent by Mograine did not work. I really want to know who else he will send. Kurtaz, Bromix, Sarajek, or someone else. Chapter 674 Ms. Deathspeaker. Mograine did not let Leota wait. Another force quickly came out from the rear of the natural disaster army. This time, the number of troops was 5 or 6 times more than the combined numbers of the first 2 supporting armies. The leader was none other than it seems that Mograine has become dissatisfied with the efficiency of his subordinates in executing orders. Otherwise, he would also these 2 will not be sent out. Is the third group going to be this pair of faithful couples? It's a pity that I don't have any more Death Knights. Otherwise, I can continue to play the duel between Death Knights with you. Leo rubbed his chin. He was thinking about who to send to fight when two figures shot out from inside the hand of Tyr. Judging from the golden light emanating from these two people, they were both paladins. Oh my god! Why is this stupid girl so impulsive? Leo stroked his forehead and sighed. It turned out that one of the two paladins who rushed out was Scarlet, and the other was Marlin. With their strength, 2 against 1 would not be a big problem. But 2 against 2 would not be a problem at all. Odds! Bromix and Sarajek are not ordinary legendary powerhouses. How can a Death Knight, who can stand alongside Mograine before his complete fall, be an easy person to compare with? In the two beast roars, Nararak and Jerez appeared. The giant bear priest and the lynx priest rushed out together, targeting Bromix and Sarajek. At the same time, croaking sounds sounded, and the storm crows appeared in the air, hovering over the battlefield. Leo released 7 pets at once in order to protect Scarlet and Marlin. Actually, you can let me take action. Luo Ning, who was standing next to Leo, said this. This powerful human mage was obviously not happy that he was now doing nothing. It was not Luo Ning's intention to watch while his companions were fighting. But Leo stopped him. Otherwise his figure had long appeared in the battle of strong men ahead. No. Just stand by my side. Ronan. Leo raised his index finger and shook it. I need you to convey a message to Mograine. That is, my current state is actually very bad. Are you sure Mograine will be fooled as you wish? Luo Ning didn't hold out any hope for this. The Ash Lord's rich combat experience was far beyond comparison with others. It was too difficult for him to misjudge after having experienced hundreds of battles. Luo Ning felt that Leo's actions would not be of any use. It doesn't matter even if you can't successfully deceive Mograine. Anyway, the current battle is just an appetizer for the two sides to test before the real war. Shrugging, Leo looked indifferent. Moglini is testing us. So why aren't we testing him? We can take this opportunity to find out how capable the Black Blade Knights are, so that we can have a good idea when attacking the Black Blade Fortress in the future. He was actually considering attacking the Ebon Fortress. Now he was still dealing with the Scourge's attack on the Hand of Tyr. So he was thinking about counterattacking the opponent's lair. When it came to daring to think about it, Ronan felt that he was really no match for Leo. Not much is known about the Knights of the Ebon Blade Alliance. This evil force was established not long ago in the Ebon Blade Fortress, and specializes in cultivating Death Knights for the Scourge. No one knows how powerful it is. They only know that the great lord of the Knights of the Ebon Blade is. The Ash Lord Mograine has been completely corrupted. The chief commander is Mograine's second son Darien, Bromix and Sarajek, who were originally stationed in Naxxramas, and were one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse alongside Mograine. 3 powerful Death Knights including Kurtaz and Kurtaz were also sent by the Lich King, the Blood Elf Temple General Kaltira Deathweaver who died in the battle, and another human Death Knight Orbaz. Blood Poison in the night, he serves as the captain of the Death Knight within the regiment. The outside world only knows the above pitiful information. No one except the Scourge itself knows more about the Knights of the Ebon Blade. No one knows whether there are other strong men in this newly formed evil force. Slyvan, Yuzo and Amanthagard, who appeared in this battle, were not well known before. If Mograine hadn't sent them out to fight, who would have known that there were still these third figures in the Knights of the Ebon Blade? The Alliance launched a large-scale attack on the Burning Plains, and then marched into Blackrock Mountain. A fierce battle broke out that led to the destruction of Blackrock Mountain. No matter how lagging the Scourge's intelligence capabilities were, it was impossible not to know this news. After all, it was such a big thing. I can't hide it from anyone. But, at this point, Leo paused, and his voice improved significantly. But the Scourge can know the results. But it is impossible to know what happened in the Battle of Blackrock Mountain. What happened in the battle that destroyed Blackrock Mountain? Because we have blocked the news so strictly that even many senior people in the Alliance cannot, it's unclear. So except for the strong men who participated in that battle, and a limited number of people such as Magni Mekatork, no one knows what we paid for it. And no one knows what we actually did in that battle. What's lost? Blackstone Mountain has both the Fire Demon Servants of Molten Core, and the Black Dragon Legion of Blackwing Lair. If the Alliance wants to destroy it, it must first ask these 2 mountain tyrants. After solving them, it must also face the terrifying Fire Demon, Ragnaros. The Scourge may still know something about the previous battle, but it is impossible for them to understand the subsequent battle with the Balrog. For several strong men in the Alliance to win the battle with the Balrog and destroy Ragnaros' hope of returning to the world in Blackstone Mountain. This result itself was beyond everyone's expectations. To say that the Alliance did not pay a heavy price, no one believed it. So what did the Alliance pay and lose in the Battle of Blackstone Mountain? Luo Ning's face was weird. He had experienced that battle, and he knew it very well. If Luo Ning hadn't been a participant in that battle, he wouldn't have believed the result. The Alliance did not harm any strong person at all. The Balrog fought back. But here's the problem. You said that your Alliance was able to repel powerful, terrifying beings, like Ragnaros the Fire Demon, without any damage. Who would believe it? You are not bragging like this. That is the Balrog. Ragnaros, the Fire Elemental Lord, one of the 4 Elemental Lords, dares to fight against the existence of the Titans. As far as Varian, Bolvar, Sargas and others think, to win without loss, you really have to have a daydream. Many times, no one believes the truth. When this happens, it's really dumbfounding. However, it happened to be encountered by Leo and the others. So it gave them a chance to send the wrong message to Mograine. I now understand why you did not involve the Duke of Bolvar in this war. Ronan has outstanding talents in the field of magic, but his level of scheming is really not that good. He only woke up after Leo made it so clear. But now, he has no time to lament this because he has to take action. A white ice ball exuding an icy aura hit Leo, followed by another impact of ice. Another lich, looking in the direction of the ice impact. What caught Leo's eyes was a lich wearing an ochre hood and a gray-black bone chain wrapped around his body. This lich's dress was obviously similar to the one Leo saw. Erthuzad, Yaminar, and Amanthagard are different. Dressing like this is not because this lich is unique, but because she wants people to distinguish her gender. She is a female lich, and not a male lich like the first 3. Familiar attire. Her strength is comparable to that of Kel'Thuzad. She is Ms. Deathrattler. Leo narrowed his eyes to cover up the flash of light. The witch Deathrattler was a strong person who guarded the bottom passage for the Lich King in Icecrown Citadel. Her presence here meant something extraordinary. A white and red magic arrow greeted Ms. Deathwhisper's ice impact. The outer layer of snow white of this magic arrow exuded a cold air, but the red inside kept jumping to show that it contained with the scorching heat of the metal pin. A magic arrow actually contains 2 magical elements with completely opposite properties. Ice and fire. It is truly extraordinary. Experts will know if there is one as soon as they take action. Luo Ning showed his superb magic skills as soon as his spell came out. He could combine the 2 elements of ice and fire into one magic to attack the enemy. Only a few top mages with profound magical attainments could do this. Frost Rocket? Damn human mage. The ice blast was blocked by Luo Ning's spell. Ms. Deathspeaker originally came to test whether Leo was really injured at Mograine's request. But Chung Yaojin came out halfway. The human who ruined her good deeds had murderous intentions. This is a powerful lich comparable to Kel'Thuzad. Leave her to me. Finally meeting an opponent worthy of a full fight. And Ms. Deathrattler belonged to the same legal profession as himself. Luo Ning's fighting spirit was aroused. She is a Deathrattler who looks after the Lich King's house in Icecrown Citadel. Be careful, Leo warned. And Ronan showed a surprised expression. He did not expect that the Death Raiders actually came from Icecrown Citadel. This shows that the Scourge has spent a lot of effort on this battle at the hand of Tyr. It's better to pay attention to your own safety. In the eyes of the undead natural disasters, you are a greater threat than me. After hurriedly reminding Leo, Ronan focused all his energy on dealing with the attack of Ms. Deathrattler. Don't think that the latter is easy to deal with, because she is a female lich. She can guard the Ice-Crown Fortress for the Lich King. How can she be a weakling? Ms. Deathrattler, who is proficient in both shadow and frost magic, is much more difficult to deal with than a lich who is only proficient in ice spells. The Ice King Aminar, who was killed by Leo, is much more difficult to deal with. Not her match. Ronan, who was guarding Leo, was entangled by the Death Speaker lady. The sound of stampeding horse hooves was heard, and 2 Death Knights riding death horses urged their mounts to attack him with all their strength. A Tauren Death Knight and... Huh? It's actually a Draenei Death Knight. Chapter 675 3 Dwarves and 1 Drama. There are no Draenei in this world right now, which is why Leo was surprised to see a Draenei Death Knight appear. These anti-hoofs that exist in the world of Draenor are being massacred by the orcs exploited by the Burning Legion. Later, a very small number of strong men were turned into Death Knights of the Scourge by Nazul to fight for him. And the Draenei, who appeared now, was obviously one of them. The Lich King is really willing to spend money in order to mass-produce Death Knights. These Death Knights from Nazul's era are powerful natural disasters from the same era as Arthas. None of them are simple people. The price of underestimating them is your little life. In Leo's view, Mograine's status in the Scourge is now equivalent to Arthas during Nazul's time. The Lich King wants to use this fallen Ash Lord as a sharp blade. Just like Nazul drove Arthas like that. Although the two Death Knights who rushed up were targeting him, Leo was not worried at all. Because he knew that someone had long been unable to restrain himself and wanted to fight. The Scourge's lackey. Watch the sword. Varian suddenly appeared from behind Leo. His fierce fighting spirit emanating from him. Telling his galloping body to bring out a line of afterimages in a straight line in the air. And the shadows of Salamini's dancing sword separated the two newly appeared ones. The powerful Death Knights circled into their attack range, blocking the two Death Knights, the Tauren and the Draenei, from rushing towards Leo, forcing them to fight with Varian. Rubbing his brows, Leo looked troubled. The timing of Varian's appearance was not right. Leo felt it was a waste to use his powerful strength to deal with these two Death Knights. Even though the combat power of the latter two was no longer legendary. The strong one. You people. You leave the hard work of commanding the army to Tauren, Demetia and Windsor. But you come to enjoy the addiction of fighting with the powerful natural disasters. It is really unfair to bully honest people like this. So kind. Before Leo finished speaking, Willie came up and said, "Sir, those undead natural disasters are about to kill us. Let us, the Dragon Blood Guards, go to fight." The firepower network of the mechanical army can tightly lock down the cannon fodder composed of low-level undead, so that they can only take one step beyond the limit. But it is not okay when encountering natural disaster troops composed of high-level undead creatures, unable to completely stop the charge of these high-level undead. Seeing that the troops brought by Braumix and other natural disaster experts were about to enter the battlefield, Willie, who was aroused by the melee of many powerful men and wanted to fight, began to ask for a fight on behalf of the Dragon Blood Guard. They also want to join this war. There are a lot of high-level undead in the natural disaster reinforcements. Leo rubbed his chin and straightened up while sitting on the recliner. According to his estimation, in addition to the first two troops blocked by the 50 swift-bone dragons, the number of natural disaster reinforcements composed of high-level undead also reached there are still 30 to 40,000 people. And the number of the Dragon Blood Guard's 500 people is too small compared to it. If they kill like this, they will feel like they are alone and weak. However, the lack of quantity can be made up for by quality. As long as there is quality, there is no problem. Leo waved his hand and told Willie, "Since you can't hold it in any longer, go out and fight. In this battle, show the power of the Dragon Blood Guard, and let the world know the true strength of the Dragon Blood Guard." The unstoppable excitement was beyond words. Willie asked himself that his ears were very good, and he would not have auditory hallucinations. Just now, he understood clearly that Leo was talking about letting the Dragon Blood Guard show their true strength, which showed that they could fight with all your strength in this battle, instead of leaving any remaining strength in the battle like before. Who wouldn't want to fight the undead Scourge happily and come to the warriors of Tyr's hand? In the battlefield of the Hand of Tyr, a group of human warriors wearing the robes of the Kingdom of Arathor without any weapons in their hands attacked the natural disaster army on the opposite side. They faced a number of high-level undead head-on, with a mere 10,000 natural disaster troops. The huge disparity in numbers made people feel cold sweat for them. Dragon Blood Guard. Kill! Just before the 500 human warriors were about to fight against the natural disaster troops, a loud shout came from them. The bodies of the 500 human warriors underwent unexpected changes, and their bodies expanded rapidly like balloons, which was originally only about 2 meters tall, grew to 10 meters in a few seconds, and a group of giants were born. Muscles were clearly highlighted like carved rocks, with regular 6 diamond-shaped purple scales attached to them, protecting the huge bodies of these giant-like warriors inside, announcing to the world that unless they were crushed, otherwise, don't even think about hurting these soldiers at all. The sudden change was shocking. Looking at the 510-meter-tall giants, there were only 2 words in everyone's mind: Dragon Man. Transforming into a dragon to fight the enemy. This is the true strength of the Dragon Blood Guard. As a terrifying force cultivated by Leo with massive dragon blood. The strength of the Dragon Blood Guard has never been known to outsiders. Although everyone knows that their strength as Leo's personal bodyguards is by no means ordinary. The army is comparable. But no one knows how strong it is. In order to grow this force that was completely loyal to him, Leo did not hesitate to soak the bodies of the Dragon Blood Guards with the blood of the Twilight Dragon Prince Dragonakos and the Black Dragon Queen Sinisarea, giving them a power that others would envy. The treatment that Zeta became popular allowed their bodies to be strengthened again and again, and finally created this non-human level force. under Leo's training at all costs. The strength of the Dragon Blood Guards is leaping at a geometric speed. Although they only have 500 people, even if they dispatch an army of 100,000, they may not be able to defeat them. The bodies of the Dragon Blood Guards swelled, and the magic-processed armor and other equipment on their bodies also grew larger. Especially the Arather Kingdom's jersey that was draped on the outside turned into a large banner that followed the Dragon Blood Guards, moving and swaying, like a moving battle flag. If it were an army of other races that fought against the Dragon Blood Guard, they would have been stunned by this sudden change. They would have been stunned on the spot. But the undead of the Scourge Legion were all puppets of the Lich King. They were all emotionless. It reached the point where Mount Tai collapsed in front of him without changing his appearance. And the elk stood upright without blinking an eye. They turned a blind eye to the changes that took place on the Dragon Blood Guard and continued to kill them ferociously without being affected in the slightest. After transforming into a dragon, the Dragon Blood Guard's hands have turned into dragon claws. The nails on his fingers, which are as thick as an ordinary human thigh and 1 meter long, are like short spears on his hands. When the dragon claws are swung, they shine. The incoming undead army rushed over fiercely. The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was heard, followed by the sound of flesh tearing. The undead and natural disasters were torn into pieces amidst the splash of rotten flesh and bones all over the sky. The Dragon Blood Guard used terrifying power to attack anyone who dared to attack him. The attacking enemy's corpse was broken into pieces. The brutality of its tactics against the enemy can't help but make people shiver. And its fierce killing aura adds a bit of murderous intent to the entire battlefield. The undead natural disasters let out a silent roar. They were not intimidated by the Dragon Blood Guard's methods. Out of the undead creature's disgust for life and the dead's hatred of the living, these undead natural disasters became more and more crazy. They rushed towards the Dragon Blood Guards desperately, trying to use their numerical advantage to drown this group of dragon people with strong vitality in their sea of undead tactics. As a force that Leo had cultivated with all his strength, the Dragon Blood Guards could not be defeated so easily. This kind of scene did not pose a threat to them. Under the leadership of Wei Li, the Dragon Blood Guards, who were originally soldiers in the army, formed a military formation. They relied on the formation to block the offensive of the natural disaster army that was several times their own, and used their own advantages to continuously kill when an undead natural disaster rushed in. And with orderly cooperation and collective strength, the battle damage number of the natural disaster army soared. Boy, even the bodyguards have been sent out. What else do you have now? Lord Kurtaz, riding a death horse and holding a skull warhammer, appeared among the Scourge army. After his death, this poor dwarf was still deceived by the Lich King into thinking that everything he did was fighting for the tribe. Another sharp blade used by the Scourge to stab Leo. In other words, this is another test of Leo by Mograine. At this time, Leo has no one to protect him. How can he deal with Kurtaz and the 20,000 high-level undead army he leads? It seems I came at the right time. Brother Leo, let me help you. Just as Leo was preparing to respond to Kurtaz's attack, Brannigan's voice reached his ears. An army of dwarf warriors from the Wildhammer tribe appeared on the battlefield of Tyr's Hand. When Taz stabbed Leo with a sharp blade, the Wildhammer dwarves from Eagle's Nest Mountain joined the battlefield and became a new force to stop the Scourge. The efficiency of the Wildhammer dwarves in doing things is really unexpected. It has only been a short time since Brannigan sent a message to the class, but the reinforcements of the Wildhammer dwarves have already arrived. The dwarves sometimes have a fiery temperament when doing things. Generally likable. Brannigan, my friend, you came just in time. Leo smiled. It would be great to have someone to help him block Kurtaz. But I have to remind you that Kurtaz is very strong. Maybe you need a little help from me. Kurtaz is one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Brannigan alone is not enough to fight against him. Leo will not let the Wildhammer dwarves go into danger. He is going to send a subordinate to assist Brannigan in the battle. However, it turned out that Leo's worries were unnecessary. The Wildhammer dwarf was not a reckless man who overestimated his capabilities, because the dwarf General Sargas was also killing Kurtaz together with Brannigan, a descendant of the Mountain King, a member of the Wildhammer royal family, and a dwarf Death Knight. The 3 dwarves were fighting together. This situation reminded Leo of the famous saying 3 dwarves, 1 scene. Is there such a famous saying? Chapter 676. Sister is here to play with you. Boy, how many strong men haven't come out yet? I'm really curious. With 2 serrated swords tied around his waist, and a black metal armor covering his whole body, another Death Knight appeared in the army of natural disasters. His appearance made the atmosphere on the battlefield tense, because he brought another natural disaster. Reinforcements. A natural disaster reinforcements consisting of 10,000 people. An army of 100,000 high-level undead appeared on the battlefield, making the atmosphere tense. The Scourge Legion saw that previous troops could not allow Thaddeus and others to successfully evacuate the battlefield. They had lost patience and started to use larger forces? Master, be careful. He is Darien, the commander of the Knights of the Black Blade. Valtola and Korok were afraid that Leo would suffer a loss due to carelessness, because he didn't know the man's identity, and hurriedly warned him. Darien appears. Can Mograine be far behind? Leo looked at Dalian carefully. He didn't have much impression of this temporary comrade, who once fought side by side with him in Naxxramas. If it weren't for Valtola and Korok's warning, he would have really taken it seriously. The identity of this Death Knight cannot be revealed. Dalian, I'm really sad to see you like this now. But, Leo sighed sadly at first, and then his face became stern. If you want to try it, why don't you rush forward? Come forward like a man, and I will give you a pleasure, and save you from this cursed fate. Really? Then I want to see if you have that ability. Darien responded fiercely to Leo's words. He drew out the double-serrated swords from his waist, and was about to charge forward. But a hand stretched out from the slanting stab stopped him. Lord Darien, I have to remind you. Please obey the orders of the Great Lord. Otherwise it will be difficult for me to do it. A Death Knight with a double bun stood up at the moment Dalian was about to rush out, blocking the action of the commander of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. The performance of this female Blood Elf Death Knight made Leo great. To his surprise, he really didn't expect that there would be anyone in the Knights of the Ebon Blade besides Mograine, who would dare to refute Darien's reputation. MYNKS. Are you threatening me? As the second in command of the Knights of the Ebon Blade, Dalian was in a bad mood when his subordinates refuted him in front of the enemy. You can imagine how bad the mood was. At this time, the commander of the Knights of the Ebon Blade was looking at him coldly. Mayans came out to stop him. I don't dare. MYNKS bowed, but her expression had no connection with the word dare in her mouth. Under Dalian's cold gaze, MYNKS spoke again. I just want to remind you, Great Commander, don't get too deep here. This is not what the Great Overlord wants to see. Dalian snorted coldly and said to MYNKS, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. It is best if the Great Commander can obey the orders of the Great Lord. MYNKS refused to give in. Leo was surprised that someone in the Knights of the Ebon Blade dared to offend Dalian without any scruples. He slowly recalled who this MYNKS was. MYNKS, don't think that you can be rude to me just because you took my father's place and became a member of the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Dalian swung his swords. MYNKS's act of defying the authority of his commander had obviously angered him. Is this going to cause internal strife? Leo held his chin and watched this scene with interest. He remembered MYNKS's identity. This woman's status was not low. She was a duke, the Duchess of MYNKS, Rivendell, who was in charge of Stratholme, the important stronghold of the Scourge in the Plague Lands, failed to take Mograine's position among the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Instead, Duchess MYNKS took advantage of it. This news made Leo understand that the impact on the world has been extremely profound, and the development of this world has greatly deviated from its original trajectory because of his participation. However, Leo did not have any panic about this. In fact, the trajectory of the time traveler has changed since it appeared in this world. Leo understood this very clearly. Only the weak will follow the known established route. Going forward, the mentality of fearing that the so-called historical trajectory will be disrupted is definitely not the behavior of a person who wants to become a strong person. People who hold that kind of thinking actually don't understand at all that in this world they themselves are history. And what they do is also creating history. History is being written by them. In this case, why not carve out a path of their own? Come! While enjoying the farce between Dalian and MYNKS, Leo suddenly discovered something was wrong. It turned out that while the 2 Death Knights were arguing, the battlefield of 3 modified creatures such as Thaddeus and Mendel had already begun. Approach them. Could it be that Dalian and MYNKS were acting? Doubts arose in his mind, and Leo was about to take action. But the thoughts in his mind made him choose silence after a few turns. Just as the 3 Mendel monsters approached the 2 Death Knights to a certain distance, Thaddeus suddenly burst out, and with the sound of sizzling electricity, lightning balls hit the 3 Mendel monsters, and the electricity paralyzed them. It damages their bodies, and makes their movements difficult. At this time, Dalian and MYNKS suddenly took action. and the death grip pulled Pyrecro and Avro over. Before the two monsters could get rid of the influence of the electric current, the ice chain locked them again, making the movement became increasingly difficult. And then Dalian and MYKS raised their knives. Pyrecro and Ifrock settled the matter. A scream came from Mendel's mouth. Previously, the three monsters had joined forces to fight Thaddeus to a draw. After Pyrecro and Ifrock were suddenly plotted against him, he could not withstand Thaddeus. After all, the latter the strongest person in the puppet zone in Naxxramas, Mendel is far from his enemy. After killing Pyrecro and Ifrock, Dalian and MY next looked at Leo with pride. They were waiting for Leo's next move. If he sent someone to rescue the two Death Knights of Mendel, wouldn't he? They thought they could intercept it. But Leo's reaction was beyond their expectations. He just watched Mendel being killed by Thaddeus and remained indifferent. Not to mention extending a helping hand to the transformed Black Dragon. He didn't even move a finger. Is he confident or weak? Dalian and MYKS couldn't figure out Leo's details and didn't dare to act rashly. You really disappoint me with this little trick. Leo raised his index finger and shook it at the two Death Knights. His disdain clearly evident. However, his provoking method was obviously useless against Dalian and MYKS. The two Death Knights were just cautiously guarding against revealing any flaws. They didn't give Leo a chance to attack. Thaddeus, who killed Mendel, was no longer restrained. The green puppet giant began to move towards the battle circle where other strong men were fighting on the battlefield. If he were to join him, the seemingly balanced situation on the battlefield would be changed soon. Was broken within a short period of time. Will Leo watch the balance of war tilt towards the Scourge? The answer is of course. No! You inferior creature. Amidst the roar, Talagamon the Hungry appeared. And the demon guard raised his blood-red sword like a door panel high and struck Thaddeus' head with a jumping chop. Thaddeus did not dare to neglect. The sword struck by Talagamon made him feel a fatal threat. He did not dare to neglect, and quickly turned around and raised his arms to parry. Poor Thaddeus. Leo mourned for a tenth of a second in silence for the green giant puppet. Talagamon's sword easily cut through Thaddeus' skin like tofu, cutting a huge gap in his arm. It's not that Thaddeus is too big and his arms are too thick, but Talagamon's sword is not long enough. And this blow can directly break his arm. After blowing a gentle breath, Leo said leisurely to Dalian and MYKS, "Don't be clever in front of me. At our level, conspiracy and trickery have little effect. Strength is everything. Mechanical transformation is just a hobby for me. And driving demons is my duty as a warlock." Darian and MYKS did not respond to Leo. Thaddeus was in a very bad situation now. Originally, Talagamon's strength was similar to him. But Thaddeus was defeated by the demon guard as soon as they fought. Arms, coupled with his fear of the sword in Talagamon's hand, this green puppet giant quickly fell into a disadvantage. Darian and MYKS knew that if no one came to help Thaddeus, he would soon fall under Talagamon's bloody door panel sword. Why be so scrupulous? Talagamon's ghost attack can't be used casually. Leo curled his lips, and a sharp arrow made of ice quickly shot at MYNEX, who was about to take action. Upon seeing this, the Duchess had to stop rushing to rescue Thaddeus. Lilisa, who was wearing leather armor, was holding a large bow. The ice elements gathered in her hand, and another ice arrow appeared. An archer who uses ice spells. An interesting human being. MYNKS waved her long sword, and the skull made of green smoke rushed towards Lilisa with its big mouth open and a ferocious look on its face. "Let me do it. Look at what you're capable of. Maybe after Nathanos, there will be another Ranger Lord for humanity." Nathanos? Lilisa snorted coldly. Her goal was not just to become the second Ranger Lord in the human race, as the perfect successor to the Cold Crow inheritance. It would be too unambitious to set her goal on this. Duke Duchess MYNEX is interested. Lilisa, you might as well play with her, Leo said, turning his eyes to Dalian. As for you, we have known each other for a while, so I can't treat you badly. I'll find someone the beauty is here to accompany you. Okay. A coquettish moan came from beside Darian, and a bone whip with barbs appeared from the void, whipping towards Darian as fast as lightning with the sound of whistling wind. Dalian's reaction was not slow. He blocked the attack with a single sword, blocking the path of the bone whip and deflecting the sneak attack. At the same time, Darian swung his sword out with his other hand, and the serrated sword struck at the place where the sound came from. A green hand caught Darian's sharp arrow. Ilsa's figure gradually became clearer. The succubus gave Darian a wink and said, "Little knight, sister is here to play with you." Chapter 677. Two fists are hard to beat with four hands. Do you think that boy tried his best? Behind a natural disaster army that Leo couldn't see, a knight riding a death horse was communicating with someone next to him. The fierce fighting on the front line turned a blind eye to him. He just stared at Leo closely, following his every move, trying to analyze useful information. However, the result was obviously disappointing. Even though the natural disaster experts in this camp continued to engage in the tentative battle ahead one after another, he still failed to make an accurate judgment. That boy is cunning. The other Death Knight, who was asked, pondered and gave an answer that was not an answer. You must know that the level of the two was about the same. His companions could not tell whether Leo had suffered as much as the intelligence said. How could he see the injury? This kid is difficult to deal with. But we have already invested enough power. If we send more people to this battle, it will not be a trial, but a decisive battle. I will not make the mistake of Kalthuzad and let Dalian and the others withdraw. Bar. The Death Knight who asked the question before made a decision after continuing to observe for a while. If you can't see the authenticity of the information from the test, then there is no need to test it anymore. When small means don't work, let your strength speak for itself and rely on your hands. With this large army, he is confident that he will wear out the Alliance's army to death. What? The shrill horn sounded, and the Death Knights in the middle of the battle began to slowly withdraw towards the back of the natural disaster army. Falto Lavarian and others wanted to pursue them, but the army of 100,000 high-level undead creatures was here. Sure came up to meet them, facing several legendary strong men from the Alliance. These high-level undead rushed forward without fear of death, blocking everyone's pursuit. Leo watched Dalian and others withdraw and did not pursue them. The Death Knights were supported by a large army, and the powerful Mograine was hiding in the dark. If they go deep into the natural disaster army, they will easily give their opponents a chance. If they are attacked by the Ash Lord, even Leo can't guarantee that he will be able to escape unscathed when a character attacks him. So he can't take the risk now. Ignore those Death Knights. Leave these guys here. It is difficult for a two-legged one to outrun a four-legged one. The Death Knights have death horses to move around, and an army of the dead to help them rear up. The self-destruction of the ghoul forms a barrier, forcing Varian, Bredigan and others to let go, slowing down their pace. They found that they were out of pursuit after everything passed. However, Korok and Faltola, who had mounts, abandoned their original opponents and joined other battle circles under Leo's orders. Seeing this situation, Varian had no choice but to give up the idea of pursuing him even if he was unwilling to do so. He immediately found a familiar figure and shouted to kill him. This figure was the one who fought with him in the last offensive and defensive battle at the hand of Tyr, Patchwick in a dead heat. Since the last battle at Tyr's hand, he has been resentful of his failure to deal with a hateful Varian. If Malarak hadn't fought Patchwick before, Varian would have killed him long ago. Patchwick, who fought with Malarak, was already scarred, and the hand on his back was broken. When it came to close combat, the Minotaur Malarak, who had been integrated into the dragon's genes, was stronger than him. The attack speed is faster than him. The body's protective ability is stronger than him. And the strength, speed and defense are all at a disadvantage. Patchwick, who can only cut and kill hard, was completely suppressed by the opponent not long after the fight. And he relies on the winning rage did not restore his disadvantage, because rage was not his patent. Malarak could do it too. It doesn't matter that his hand-to-hand combat ability is at a disadvantage in close combat. The most disadvantageous part of the fight between Patchwick and Malarak is that Malarak can also cast multiple spells, including ice, flames, venom and arcane magic from time to time. Lorik used it on his hand, beating Patchwick, who was already tired of dealing with it, into a panic. The hand on his back was corroded by Malarak's acidic nova, and then blown up by a scorching blast. As a puppet made by the Scourge for war, Patchwick did not flinch after one of his hands was blown off. The meaning of his existence is to kill the enemy. Fear of cowering, an emotion that is not helpful in combat. Is Patchwick? It was impossible. Even though he was injured by Malarak, and even though he was completely suppressed by the Minotaur, Patchwick was still fighting. Even when he was at a disadvantage during the battle, he never flinched. Patchwick's courage is commendable, and his actions are worthy of praise. But who made him a member of the Scourge? Such treatment is destined not to be enjoyed. And what awaits him, it can only be Varian Salamini swords. Abomination. Go to H.L. Varian, who rushed over, merged the two swords in his hands, and the Salamini swords became the Salamini sword. Varian swung his arms, and the sword slashed out, and the target was Patch. Vic. With a swishing sound, Patchwick swung the chain towards Varian. Not because he didn't want to use the meat cleaver axe to meet the enemy, but because he still had to deal with Malarak with the other hand holding the meat cleaver axe. There's a saying that goes well. 2 fists are no match for 4. Patchwick had no hope of winning when facing Varian and Malarak. The only thing he could do was to resist with all his strength. However, facing Varian, who was determined to kill him, and Malarak, who cooperated with Varian fully under Leo's orders, Patchwick's defense quickly collapsed in a volley, and Varian faced the pulled chain slashed over, and Patchwick's chain was cut off with this blow. Without the chain, how could he maintain his defense against Varian and Malarak? Salamini's sword struck into Patchwick's body with a pop. The entire blade of the sword struck in, and then came out with a pop, leaving only a gap that almost cut through Patchwick's body. He was split into 2 halves with a big crack. Before Patchwick could counterattack, Malarak blocked Patchwick's meat-cleaving axe with one claw, and the frigid ice shot out from the other claw. Patchwick's wound was immediately surrounded by a layer of frost, and was frozen. The wound quickly froze, and it seemed that Malarak was doing Patchwick a favor to stop the wound from growing. But was that really the case? The answer is of course impossible. Bang! An explosion sounded from Patchwick, and the wound cut by Varian suddenly exploded, turning Patchwick's wound into a big hole. It turned out that Malarak contained other magical elements in the cold frost. After the frost invaded Patchwick's body through the wound, he detonated it, further widening Patchwick's wound with a searing blast. Abomination. Your death has come. Just when Patchwick was furious about the injuries he had suffered, Varian's voice came from the other side of him. It turned out that he had turned to Patchwick after his sword failed to split him in half. On the other side, prepare to give the undead abomination a fatal blow from the other direction. Puff! Salamini's sword hit the target again. The sword that cut into Patchwick's body created a new wound on Abomination, and this wound happened to be connected in a straight line with the previous wound. Boom! Patchwick stared, his lower body still standing, but his upper body fell to the ground, and Varian successfully cut him in half with 2 horizontal chops. If a living creature becomes like this, it will lose its combat effectiveness even if it dies immediately. However, as an undead, Patchwick can still survive as long as the soul fire is not extinguished. And since the undead cannot feel pain, his attack power has not been reduced. To some extent, Varian and Malarak were unwilling to fight him, but just clung to him, waiting for Patchwick's weakening soul fire to slowly extinguish. Poor Patchwick. Let me help you out. Leo rubbed the knuckles of his thumb and middle finger, and snapped his fingers with a snap. Dense spikes appeared on the ground, piercing Patchwick's body on the ground. Explode. In the sound of banging. Banging. Banging like firecrackers being lit. The thorns piercing into Patchwick's body exploded like detonated bombs. The destructive power raged inside Patchwick's body, tearing apart the body of hate that had been cut in half. Cracked. Patchwick is Kel'Thuzad's god of war. I will not be defeated by you. Patchwick, whose fire of life was rapidly dimming, let out an unwilling roar, to which Leo responded with a chaos arrow. The chaos arrow wrapped in a bone spear easily pierced Patchwick's head, extinguishing the soul fire of this natural disaster expert. The host kills Patchwick. Unfortunately, Leo didn't get any extra rewards besides upgrading energy. But he didn't care now, since Patchwick didn't have much good stuff anyway. Raising his index finger and shaking it at Patchwick, Leo used this to tell the deceased abomination that it was precisely because he was from Kel'Thuzad that he was so easily abandoned by Mograine in this battle. If he is a member of the Knights of the Ebon Blade, he had already withdrawn into the natural disaster army like Darien and others. What Patchwick, Thaddeus, Valina and North are experiencing now is a replica of the Valkewar twins under a Nubarak's command during the last Hand of Tyr War and other powerful natural disasters belonging to the Crypt Lords. But last time they abandoned others, and this time they became the targets of abandonment. Damn, little dwarf. Get out of here. Valina's furious voice came. The Black Witch, who had witnessed Patchwick being killed, had completely lost her fighting spirit. In fact, she already knew that the situation was not good when the Death Knights of the Ebon Blade retreated collectively. Known as the Black Widow, she did not go to greet North, but directly used Flash to try to escape into the army of natural disasters and leave with Darien and the others. However, her luck was really not good, and she lost Kurtaz as her opponent. Sargas and Brannigan happened to be blocking her escape route. When the 2 dwarves saw this situation, they paid no attention to it and beat Valina hard. Where are you running away from? After being blocked by Sargas and Brannigan. Ashbury. who transformed into a werewolf, caught up with the Black Witch. Together with the first two, a three-person team attacked Felina, which made the Black Witch miserable. The three cooperating, the strongmen consciously left one person in the plundering formation, and his eager look made Felina dare not use the flash technique easily. Patchwick is dead. Felina, now it's your turn. Chapter 678 Norse Love. Leo's words of judgment reached her ears, and Farina was horrified. She knew that she had been targeted by that terrifying man. What would be the consequences of being targeted by Leo? Patchwick, Max Na, and other natural disaster experts who have worked with her before can learn from their mistakes. Felina doesn't want to die. Unlike Patchwick and other natural disaster puppets, and Mograine, and other powerful natural disasters controlled by the Lich King. Since this Black Witch is not a puppet, and her soul is not controlled by the Lich King, she has of one's own will. The undead already existed in this world. But before the invasion of the Scourge, only a very small number appeared in front of the world. Nazul's Scourge only turned the very few that existed in this world into a huge number. Group? Felina obviously belongs to the former group. She has her own independent thoughts after joining the Scourge Legion to work for the Lich King. Farina would be extremely unwilling to see Mograine treat her as a slinging pawn. But Leo didn't care about it. Leo always upheld the attitude of killing his enemy quickly. Not only physically but also to destroy the enemy. You must also annihilate him from the soul. Farina, who knew she was in danger, was about to use the flash technique desperately to try. Unexpectedly, when Leo stretched out his hand, the connection between her and the magic element was severed. It was the Death Knight's strangulation. That human took action. Felina panicked. Losing the connection with the magical element at this critical moment would be equivalent to killing her. Sargas and Ashbury saw a rare opportunity, and they quickly pounced on it. When facing the attack of the two powerful men, the poor Black Witch could only rely on the protective spell she had laid out before to survive. North. In panic, Farina thought of North. The tragic plague messenger would be taken seriously by Farina only at such a moment. Felina's current situation is very dangerous. How can North be better off? Not to mention that Walden, who had been fighting against him for poison, made it difficult for North to take care of him. Thessarian, who was wandering around in the periphery, made North have to work hard. He was killed by a Death Knight captain. The characters peaked. Even if North was a legendary strongman, he couldn't be careless. Anyone can see that there is a powerful enemy like Walden in front of him. Thessarian is peeping on the outside. And there is Larissa in the distance with her arrows and bow. As long as North dares to distract him, he will definitely be a loser. The word death means that no normal person would do that. But North's behavior cannot be inferred based on common sense. After hearing Farina's request for help, North immediately ignored the poison thrown by Walden without saying a word, and went to rescue Farina despite being hit by 2 bottles of poison. Wisps of black smoke came out from North's back. His robe and body were corroded by Walden's poison, and a big hole was made. Fortunately, North's robe was of good quality, and blocked most of the poison for him. Otherwise, his body was already rotten. Walden hesitated for a moment when he saw this. His opponent suddenly gave up his own protection to rescue Farina, which exposed his flaw. He felt that using poison to win at this time was too weak to win. But considering that he was now on a life-and-death battlefield, knew now that C was his enemy again, Walden quickly put away his unnecessary thoughts, and continued to throw the poison at North. On the contrary, Thessarian and Lylisa immediately changed their targets after seeing this scene, and directed their original attack on North towards Farina. Lyrisa's frozen arrow and Thessarian's withering coil hit Farina directly, but were strangled by Leo to cut off the connection with the magic element. The protective spell that Farina had laid out earlier temporarily limited her ability to cast spells. It had already been defeated by the attacks of Sargas and Ashbury, and the storm hammer thrown by Brannigan at the right time had injured Farina. If Larissa's freeze arrow and Thessarian's death and decay successfully hit Felina, the Black Witch may not be able to survive in her current state. Don't even think about hurting her. Seeing that Felina was in danger, North's eyes turned red. He roared hoarsely, and smashed out the 2 bottles of poison in his hand. One of the bottles was aimed at Lylisa's frozen arrows, and the other bottle was aimed at Larissa's frozen arrows. It was Sargas and Ashbury who were trying to attack Felina, and he himself, after throwing the poison bottle, used his mind to lock the Thessarians with her coil, and cast flash to hit them. He doesn't want his life? What North did was touching. He completely ignored his own safety for Felina. Ping! Lylisa's frozen arrow was blocked by North's poison. The liquid escaping from the shattered potion bottle made a hissing sound after contact with the ice. The volumes of the liquid and the ice continued to shrink, and finally both disappeared into nothingness. Pong! The bottle of poison that hit Salgas and Ashbury fell to pieces on the ground. Wisps of green poisonous mist spread. Farina, who had seen the opportunity early, had already hid behind the poisonous mist. Sargas, who wanted to pursue. Urgas and Ashbury were worried about the unknown poisonous mist and had to stop, giving up the great opportunity to kill Felina. Boom! North's body fell heavily to the ground. It was not pleasant to use his body to catch the Sarian's withered entanglement. In addition, the body that had just used the flash technique was squeezed when it broke through the space and became fragile. North's body became fragile. C was seriously injured this time, and the soul fire in his eyes flashed twice, giving people the illusion that it was about to go out. Why bother? Why bother? Leo shook his head and sighed to himself. North's behavior made him believe in love again. The love between the dead. Is it worth giving up on you when I don't need you? And letting you block the gun when I need someone to save my life? Is it worth it for such a woman? It is said that husband and wife are like birds in the same forest, and they fly apart when disaster strikes. This sentence has been fully interpreted by Felina. When she was running away, this woman never thought about reaching out to grab North. She didn't even remind North to give the enemy a target to attack her. When she was in danger, she called North to come over and protect her from disaster. Leo can draw the conclusion from her behavior. Farina has no trace of North at all in her heart, and the Black Witch only treats the man who is nominally her husband as free labor that comes and goes when called upon. Nothing more. How did North react to Felina's behavior? He didn't have any resentment at all, and seemed to have forgotten Farina's behavior of leaving him to escape alone when Farina needed him. North stood up and sacrificed himself to save the Black Witch. His behavior made Leo also moved by it. Is it worth it? North protected Farina behind him. 2 potion bottles filled with white liquid appeared in his hands. He watched everyone's actions vigilantly, while talking to Leo to delay time. Let the strangulation effect on Felina disappear. I only know that I love her, and that's enough. Looking at North, and then at Felina, who didn't care about North's injury, and kept looking at him wondering how to escape. Leo was not worthy of being the Plaguebringer. Before he met Felina, North was originally a psychic with a noble family background and status. It can be said that he was a rich and handsome man in this world, living a life that others would envy. But everything changed after Felina appeared. North, who fell in love with the Black Witch at first sight, fell in love. What happened next perfectly explains why some people say that love will make people crazy. North gave up the superiority that everyone envied in the aristocratic life. For Felina, he willingly transformed himself into what he is now. Neither human nor ghost. There is no luxuriously decorated manor, no servants cheering for you, and no respect from other people. There is only a dark and cold natural disaster laboratory, and the surroundings have changed from well-trained and eye-catching servants to disgusting ones. Undead creatures such as the zombie abominations, Necromancer, which has never seen the light of day, has become North's new residence, and the place is not his own, figuratively speaking. After falling in love with Farina, North, a tall, rich and handsome man, became poor, short and ugly. In order to be with Farina and become her husband, North paid a lot. If there is something in return, or if Farina really loves him, North's efforts will be worth it. But does Farina love North? If Farina could have even a hint of love for North, would she still treat North like that? The title Black Widow didn't fall on her for nothing. For such a woman, after being betrayed by the other party, North could actually give up himself just to protect her. Leo was both sympathetic and angry towards this guy. Sorrow for his misfortune. Anger for his inability to fight. I finally understand this today. The murderous intention in Leo's heart has faded a lot, because the murderous intention caused by Farina and North's sneak attack on Scarlet before he came. Of course, this is only the part targeting North. Fair enough. He still won't let it go. North is a poor man, but Farina is a poisonous woman. He will feel compassion for the poor Leo, but he will kill the poisonous woman because Leo does not want to become a negative example, and he will not leave any trouble for himself. Are you pitying me? North laughed miserably, looking a little sad. From the moment I voluntarily became an undead to accompany her, I already anticipated my own solution. Young man, do it. Leo slowly stretched out his hand, and Felina and North's attention was attracted by him. They knew that the real danger was coming, and the man who could seize Naxxramas from Kel'Thuzad was about to take action. North, you have your own will, and are not a puppet of the Lich King. I don't have to kill you. It's still too late for you to leave now. North shook his head. With indescribable firmness in his tone, I will not leave her. Leo is really speechless about this Plaguebringer. He treats Farina as a treasure. But Farina treats him like an idiot. The Black Witch is a goddess in the eyes of the Plaguebringer. But the Plaguebringer is not even a spare tire in the eyes of the Black Witch. Even worse. North knew this fact but still had no regrets. Leo suddenly had the same feeling as when he saw Duan Yu chasing Wang Yuyan when he was reading Tianlong Babu. It's a pity that others can achieve success and make the beauty change his mind. But North didn't. There will never be a chance. Ah! A scream came from Farina's mouth. When the Black Witch focused her attention on Leo, Ilsa gave her a charm. A dagger stabbed Farina from the void while she was in a trance. Out! The soul fire in Farina's eyes slowly extinguished. No! North dropped the potion bottle in his hand and hugged Farina's body, shouting in despair. Passonia, who took out the devil's strike from Farina's body, had a flash of complexity in her eyes before disappearing into the void. Poor man. Leo shook his head. Take her body and leave before I change my mind. Never appear in the ranks of the Scourge again. This kind of life is really not suitable for you now. Chapter 679. Give me a reason. Leave? North smiled sadly. Where else can I go? The lost look of North, who was holding Farina, suddenly reminded Leo of a sentence. In this world, some people have no place to go. They are exiles. If you let them go back, they will not be able to find the way they came, nor their past home, and they will die in a corner. Isn't this what North's situation is like now? In a life with no retreat. How miserable it would be if it failed. Leo was quite emotional. In the same life of falling in love, some people's flowers of love can bloom and bear fruit even though they are ordinary. And some people's flowers may be gorgeous but fail to bloom in the end. However, North's flower of love can bloom and bear fruit in the end. The most miserable kind has neither been brilliant nor can it bloom. Leaving North to stay on the battlefield in despair while holding Farina's body, Leo turned his attention to the battle circle between Talagamon and Thaddeus. It was not that he had no sympathy, but that he had no time on the battlefield to sympathize with others. In fact, it is not easy for Leo to let North go without any objection from Varian, Sargas and others. After all, North is a legendary powerhouse among the Scourge, and is also proficient in plague poison. Such an enemy is a threat to everyone if he stays. The roaring thunder suppressed the noise in the battlefield. Flintag raised his scepter high, and a thunderstorm descended on the natural disaster army. The high-level undead army that was charging up were chopped into pieces in the dazzling thunder, turned into charcoal. Charred bodies lay on the battlefield, and then silently turned into fine crystal particles. The thunderstorm of the Kobold Geomancer became a barrier, making the charge of the undead army in vain, and bought enough time for the Alliance's strong men to besiege Thaddeus without interference. Thaddeus, who lost one of his hands with a ghost blow from Talagamon, was already at a disadvantage when fighting against the hungry one alone. Varian Sargas and others swarmed the former Scourge Naxxramas. The strongest man in the puppet zone soon lost the power to parry. Faced with the siege of several powerful men from the Alliance, who were equal to or even stronger than him, this green puppet was truly helpless with one arm. Drink! Amidst Varian's loud shouts, Salamini's sword swept across, and Thaddeus fell down with a bang. It turned out that his right ankle had been cut off by Varian and Scarlet, and his left foot was also covered with wounds under the attacks of Malin Faltola and others. Thaddeus, who was unable to support his body with only one injured leg, could no longer stand. Whoosh! An ice arrow was shot out at the moment Thaddeus' body fell. Lyrissa saw the opportunity and shot Thaddeus out of the eye with an arrow. The frozen arrow shot through Thaddeus' eyeball and completely disappeared into his brain. The ice energy on the arrow exploded in his brain, destroying the brain of this natural disaster puppet unscrupulously. Lylisa's arrow gave Thaddeus a fatal blow. But the natural disaster puppet's vitality was very tenacious, and such an attack alone could not kill him. The two figures jumped up high. Scarlet and Varian jumped into the air, and used the force of the fall to slash down with their swords. The sword of Ashkandi and the great sword of Salamini landed on Thaddeus' body. At that moment, two special swords struck Thaddeus in the neck under the swing of their respective masters. Kill Thaddeus. Shortly after, Scarlet and Varian's swords cut off Thaddeus' neck. Leo's mind sounded the golden finger sound, indicating that the most powerful natural disaster in the original Naxxrama's puppet zone, the puppet Thaddeus, has been successfully killed by them. Goldfinger once again showed its stingy nature. Even for a strong man like Thaddeus, who could guard a large area of Naxxramas, it did not give Leo any extra rewards. So that he had some hope. Leo was a little disappointed. As soon as Thaddeus died, a smile bloomed on the faces of all the strong men in the Alliance. Killing this powerful puppet of the Scourge was exciting news for the Alliance against the Scourge Legion. Poor Glass. There was a second of silence for Glassleer, who was fighting Molten Maw. This poor plague dog had been surrounded by a group of Alliance strongmen. Varian Salamini double swords, Brenegan storm hammers, Ashbury's claws, and many other attacks were all coming at him. Even Thaddeus, who was stronger than him, couldn't withstand such a siege. How could Glass withstand it? Only half a minute later, the prompt to kill Glass sounded in Leo's mind. And another natural disaster expert fell in the battle with the Alliance. Get rid of the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse such as Mograine and Braumix, who have transferred to the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Sapphiron, who has never shown up. And the Great Lich Kerr, whose soul was almost broken by Zenithrea. Sugard, the powerful man who originally guarded Naxxramas from the Scourge Legion, has been killed. In addition, the Air Fortress Naxxramas has long been taken away by Leo. And the Alliance has a good record against the Scourge Legion. Oh, by the way, we have to add North, the Plaguebringer, who is in a daze on the battlefield. Get out of here, or I won't mind killing you. Brannigan expelled North, facing the opponent Wildhammer Dwarf, who had lost the will to fight. He obviously had no desire to take action. Of course, if North didn't know what to do, that would be a different matter. The words of the Wildhammer Dwarf brought North back to his senses. After losing his beloved Felina, this Plaguebringer was very different from before. He gave people the impression that he had changed from a terrible natural disaster to a helpless one, harming passers-by. I will not leave. North's answer was very firm and unexpected. Does this god want to avenge the Black Witch named Felina? Brannigan raised the war hammer in his hand, ignoring the Wildhammer dwarves who were hostile to him. North stared at Leo, staring at him with a look that saw hope and despair, and begged, "Can you resurrect Felina? I know you can do it. Please help me. I will agree to whatever you ask me to do." Is this the power of love? For Falinanos actually came to beg my enemy. Leo was silent. If this kind of thing happened to him, no, he would never allow this kind of thing to happen to him. If you want to prevent tragedies like North's from happening again, you must have strong strength. Having strong strength to deal with crisis is the most effective guarantee. In this chaotic world, the pace of becoming stronger can never stop. The pressure on Leo suddenly increased. After he glanced around, he found that everyone's eyes were on him. Varian, Sargas, Brannigan, and Marlin had already known about it from various channels. Leo has a resurrection ability that is almost like that of a god. But he knows that no one will ask Leo directly, because this ability is definitely his secret. And since it is a secret, no outsiders will know it. But now that North asked, everyone immediately started watching, waiting for Leo's answer. Walden and Ashbury opened their mouths. They knew that Leo was very powerful. But they didn't know that Leo was so powerful. He actually had the ability to resurrect people. The 2 Gillian nobles were not without doubts about the authenticity of North's words. But they asked themselves that they had good eyesight. And they could see the answer from the reactions of Varian Sargas and others. We can actually talk about resurrection in private. Leo shrugged, admitting it. He found that the eyes of others became extremely hot. But he didn't pay much attention to it, as his strength continued to grow. Leo's mentality had changed. He used to hide and tuck in the fear of being known by others has long since been put aside by him, replaced by the toughness that can face any difficulties and defeat them. A fearless and strong heart has been opened in his heart. But why should I resurrect Farina? You must know that using the resurrection spell in a mortal body to violate the law requires a high price. You have to give me a reason to help you resurrect Farina. Leo raised his head at North. Leo's meaning was very clear. It was not impossible to ask him to help resurrect Felina. But North had to convince him. Hearing that Leo didn't flatly refuse, North knew that there was hope. And whether he could catch it or not was up to him. If you resurrect Felina, I can help you heal the land of the plague land. Although not all of the plague toxins that pollute this land are researched by me. I know all the formulas. Although the toxins have slight variations. As long as they are given in 2 years. No. 1 year. I promise to do this well. The land that cures the plague. What a temptation. Leo admitted that North made an offer that he couldn't refuse. The plague land, this land where humans once thrived most, is of great significance to humans and even the Alliance. If the land can be healed quickly after the scourge is eliminated, humans will be able to gain a vast new land. And the alliance will the power of the country can also be expanded. New land means new points of interest. And many existing conflicts will be alleviated because of the emergence of new land. Leave professional matters to professional people. Leo rubbed his chin and made a promise to North. I can't promise you anything. I can only tell you that I will try my best. Although Leo knew that the rebirth of the Necromancer had no reason to fail as long as it was within the scope of his ability, he did not tell North that people often do not cherish things that are too easy to obtain. Just like those rich people who were born with golden keys. Children, because wealth comes so easily, they can squander staggering amounts of money without hesitation. While the common people in Shingo want to break even $1 in half and spend it. Did you agree? North asked cautiously. After receiving Leo's affirmative answer, he laughed like crazy for a while before lowering his head and whispering to Farina's body. Farina nah. Did you hear that? You can be resurrected. He promised to resurrect you. If North was a normal person, he would definitely be crying with joy at this moment. Unfortunately, the dry tear glands of the undead made even crying a luxury. Chapter 680 There is trouble. The battlefield has entered garbage time. Of course. To put it another way, the two warring parties have entered a stalemate stage. Although the Alliance army defending the Hand of Tyr lost its geographical advantage, it withstood the attack of the Scourge army with enough troops to carry out rotation operations. The Scourge army lost Thaddeus and Patchwick. The strong men fell silent after waiting for them. Darien and other strong men who were hiding in the Natural Disaster army did not know where they were hiding. The low-level undead of the cannon fodder group, driven by the Natural Disaster apprentices, surged in like waves of the sea. In an instant, never stopped. Most of the Disaster apprentices are equivalent to mid-level undead creatures. In the Scourge Legion, these people's status is not much higher than that of low-level undead, such as skeletons and corpses. Even if thousands of Scourge Legions are wiped out by the Alliance, they will not. I have some feeling. But tens of thousands of Natural Disaster apprentices can bring millions of low-level undead. The most annoying thing is that these Natural Disaster apprentices are still scattered all over the battlefield and do not gather together. They cannot carry out large-scale killing at one time, and can only kill one by one. It would be too time-consuming and laborious to kill. At this time, Leo missed Hawksbill's Silver Moon Ranger very much. If there were these sniper-style High Elf Rangers at this time, it would not be a problem to kill the Disaster apprentices hiding in the army. But who in the Alliance except the Night Elves is there such a troop? Human archers are not without outstanding archery skills. But the proportion is too small. It is far from enough to form a force that can affect the battlefield. When it comes to playing bows and arrows, it is really difficult for human dwarves and gnomes to compare with elves. Racial talents are such plants something it can neither see nor touch. But its impact cannot be ignored. Fortunately, there are many mages in the Alliance army, especially the 2,000 mages that Luo Ning transferred from the Violet Castle, which are like heavy artillery groups. One group magic can often clear out nearly half of the undead natural disasters on a defense line, giving the warrior in front his time to recuperate. Speaking of archers comparable to the Silver Moon Rangers, Leo once raised this issue with Ronan and asked him if he could gather a group of such people through Varisa. You must know that there are actually many high-level people in the Alliance's territory. The elves stayed for various reasons. Under Varisa's intervention, the lives of these high elves were not greatly affected by Silver Moon City joining the Horde camp. But when it came to Varisa Ronan, he actually started to squirm. His cowardly look made Leo roll his eyes. Luo Ning is one of the top mages in the human race, and the owner of the Violet Castle. He is both powerful and powerful. His life should be quite comfortable. But the problem is that this guy has an Achilles henpeck. That is, he is afraid of his wife. One Lei Sa didn't express his position, and Luo Ning couldn't make the decision. If you love your wife too much, you will become henpecked. Poor Luo Ning. Leo said this after talking to Ronan. Speaking of which, Varisa was a happy trouble to Luo Ning. How many people would envy her if she could marry one of the three Fingxing sisters? There was no answer from Ronan. Although Leo was a little regretful, he didn't care too much. It was good to have high elf archers to help. But it wasn't bad if he didn't. Fighting against the Sea of the Dead tactics implemented by the Natural Disaster Army, with countless cannon fodder, would be hard work for others. But it was a great blessing for Leo. The siege of the low-level undead lasted for 5 full days. During these 5 days, it was impossible to count how many undead natural disasters fell on this battlefield. If it weren't for Leo's non-stop operation of Golden Fingers to absorb the corpses of the undead natural disasters, I don't know what the piles of white bones and rotting corpses will turn into on this battlefield. Running without repair for 5 days and 5 nights is very hard. But Leo doesn't care about it at all. Because it is Goldfinger who is running and not him. If the natural disaster expert doesn't show up, he will lie on the recliner and doze off. Counting slowly. 10,000 corpses. 20,000 corpses. 30,000 corpses. 1 million corpses. 2 million corpses. I keep hypnotizing myself. But unfortunately it seems to have no effect. And it may not be possible if my mental power is too strong. Totally a good thing. Well, it wasn't that the method of falling asleep by counting corpses didn't work. It was actually Leo being too excited that caused such a result. Use one line to describe Leo's current mood. Money. Wang Laowu, have never seen so much money. Looking at the number of corpses approaching the 3 million mark. Leo's mood was so excited and his spirit was so excited that he was even stronger than taking the little blue pill. How could he possibly sleep in this situation? With the number of corpses exceeding 1 million is still a large number even for Leo now. Not to mention that this is only the result of 5 days of fighting. Looking at the posture of the Scourge Legion, it is absolutely impossible not to consume the cannon fodder. We will give up. This battle is still going on. The Plague Land is indeed the most prosperous land in the human kingdom. There are countless corpses buried underground. Otherwise, Mograine would not be able to get so many low-level undead. However, after his search for the corpses in this land, there isn't much left. But what does this have to do with me? Leo shrugged, showing no intention of letting Goldfinger stop absorbing the corpse. The corpses buried in the ground were created by the Scourge. These undead scourges disturbed the sleep of the dead and drove the lifeless bodies to fight for them. Leo couldn't just sit back and let those corpses be destroyed for that inexplicable reason. If God doesn't take it, he will be blamed for it. You don't take what God has sent to you. If you don't give God face, just wait for bad luck. Who told you to be so stupid? Leo didn't want to be a second-rate person, so he didn't let go of any of the corpses he could absorb. Waste is shameful. In order to keep the battlefield land clean enough and the scene harmonious enough, Leo said he had to do a hard cleaning of the battlefield. Work. I am a very kind-hearted person. Someone has his legs crossed. The word narcissism is no longer enough to describe him. Shamelessness is someone's motto. The battle continued amidst everyone's hard work. After a certain guy who was having fun spent half a month happily, the offensive of the Natural Disaster Army stopped. Watching the Natural Disaster Army quickly disappear from sight like an ebbing tide, Leo felt very regretful. During these half months, his life was more comfortable than that of a god. The rising number of corpses made Leo feel happy. The smile always hung on his face. The number of corpses in storage has exceeded 8 million, which made Leo feel like he was hit by a big pie from the sky. It made him feel dizzy. When he came to Tyr's hand, he had a premonition that he would have a lot of troubles. A big harvest. But I never dared to imagine that my harvest would be so big. What is the concept of 8 million corpses? With Leo's strength after advancing to legend, if all these corpses were converted into an army of skeletons, the scene would definitely be described as overwhelming. The skeleton sea is accomplished after this battle. Leoho opened his eyes. At this time, he had the urge to let go and have a big fight with the Natural Disaster Army led by Mograine. But his reason stopped him. Now is not the time to show off. Low profile. There is something strange about the Scourge Legion. Leo, you have to be careful. Scarlet sent a message to Leo at this time. The Scourge Legion, which had been attacking for half a month, suddenly withdrew. It was absolutely impossible to say that there was no problem. Therefore, there was no enemy alliance within sight. The army did not relax. Instead, they became increasingly vigilant and fully prepared to deal with possible situations. Don't worry. My place is the strongest link in the entire Hand of Tyr's defense line. The 2 Death Knights Faltora Korok are wandering on the front line that Leo is responsible for. Underground are Anubraken, Dreadscale and Asinal, as well as Anaxuta's Spider Monster Army, and even Kobolds. Geomancer Flintag and the Dragon Blood Guard were guarding him. And there were Storm Crows hovering above his head. No matter whether it was a sneak attack or a strong attack, it was impossible to take him down in a short time, even if Mograine took action himself. So Leo, he didn't seem anxious at all. With the strength shown by the Scourge Legion, the only way to deal with Leo is to choose a sneak attack. Otherwise it will never be possible to resolve the battle in a short time. Once the battle is delayed for a longer time, Jaina and Luo Ning, who are stationed in the middle, will be able to arrive. The help of these two human mages to defend Tyr's hand is enough to hold on until others come to help. So Scarlet is very assured of Leo's safety. In fact, she should be more concerned about herself. After all, with her silver, the identity of the Crusader Lord and Queen Arather was enough for the Scourge to focus their efforts against her. Boom! 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 The ground shook like a drum being beaten. A huge sound came from the distance, and tall figures appeared at the end of the horizon. What a giant abomination! The faces of the Alliance soldiers became heavy, facing an unknown number of giant abominations up to 20 meters high and countless mid to high-level undead creatures. No one could remain relaxed. The natural disaster giant actually appeared here. Leo recognized the origins of the giants opposite. Apart from their size, they were no different from abominations. But you should not regard them as abominations. These giants were armed with meat-cutting axes and rusty chains, and had a long hair on their backs. The one-handed monster is the Scourge's new weapon. The Scourge giant, which is different from the abomination. The meat-cutting axe, the rusty chain, and the scythe held in the third hand looked like a large Patchwick. Leo finally understood why Mograine took out Patchwick and Thaddeus as bait so easily. It turned out that the Scourge already had new varieties. Patchwick and Thaddeus. This kind of puppet that is obsolete will naturally be discarded. Thinking about it, it's not surprising. After all, Patchwick and Thaddeus, as well as Grobris, Glass and other puppets of Naxxramas were created many years ago. It's normal that they have fallen behind now. Even if the Scourge's technology tree is slowly opened over the years, they should have achieved something. Reclining on the golden recliner, Leo's fingers kept tapping on the armrests. The mass-produced natural disaster giant was as powerful as a legendary master. Now he was in trouble.